Brianna Maitlaind completed her shift at a local hotel on March 19, 2004, and began her journey home for the night. It was a routine she'd performed countless times before, a familiar rhythm to the ebb and flow of life in Sheldon, Vermont. But little did she know that this night would be different, and the path she tread upon would veer off course into the realm of the unknown. The following morning, a ski team visiting the snow-capped mountains of Vermont was traveling down Route 118 when they spotted something that sparked their curiosity. So much so that they pulled to the side of the road and photographed an Oldsmobile Delta that had been backed up suspiciously into a barn. They poked around momentarily, looking to offer assistance, but no one was around. They loaded back into their vehicle and drove off, not knowing that their photos would be the only remaining images of a crime scene where Brianna Maitlaind vanished without a trace. Brianna Maitlaind was born October 8, 1986, to parents Kelly and Bruce Maitlaind of Franklin, Vermont, a remote town just before the West Berkshire border, crossing over into Canada. It's a small town of just over 1,000 residents. Nestled in the heart of Vermont's picturesque landscape, Franklin exudes an aura of tranquility, its rolling hills blanketed in lush greenery that stretches as far as the eye can see. This quaint rural town, with its scattered clusters of weathered barns and farmhouses, seems frozen in time, a relic of simpler days gone by. But beneath its serene facade lies a community grappling with a haunting mystery that has lingered for years. Franklin is not just a dot on the map. It's a place marked by the enigmatic disappearance of Brianna Maitlaind, a young woman whose vanishing continues to cast a long shadow over the town. Brianna grew up on her family's farmland with an older brother. As a child, she trained in jiu-jitsu, and friends say that she was no pushover. Her upbringing made her fiercely independent. Her friends and family describe her as being a kind and a good friend. She was never afraid to stand up for what she thought was right. Her father, Bruce, says Brianna had a strong sense of justice. As she got older, Brianna spent most of her time with friends and had a vibrant social life. But because of the remoteness of her family's farm, most of her friends lived several miles away in a neighboring town. Her father reports that Brianna didn't fit in with the kids at her small-town high school. So during her sophomore year, against her parents' wishes, she moved out of her home and started couch surfing and attended school with her close friends in Sheldon, Vermont. Brianna was seeking a fresh start. In this close-knit community of Sheldon, where everyone knows everyone, she found a sense of belonging that eluded her elsewhere. By March of 2004, Brianna had completed her GED, found a job to support herself, and moved in with her lifelong friend, Jillian Stout. She was looking forward to the extra money that a second job would bring in, and was due to start in just a few days. But after leaving work as a dishwasher at the Black Lantern Inn at around 11:30 p.m. on March 19th, Brianna disappeared. In the months leading up to her disappearance, Brianna was a vibrant presence in the town of Sheldon. Tall and slim with long flowing brown hair and a radiant smile, Brianna possessed a natural beauty that captivated those around her. Outside of work, Brianna was known to enjoy spending time with friends, attending local events, and exploring the surrounding countryside. But there were also reports of occasional conflicts and disagreements in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, adding a layer of complexity to the circumstances surrounding her vanishing. Despite these challenges, Brianna remained hopeful and optimistic about the future. In small-town environments, the drama between teens can spread like wildfire. As someone who was outspoken, loyal, and a little naive, not many people were shocked when Brianna was in a physical altercation with a girl named Kiely Lacrosse, or Kelly, weeks before her disappearance. I'm not 100% certain on the pronunciation of the girl's name. Although she trained in martial arts, Brianna chose not to fight back against someone that she once considered a friend. While there's been copious speculation about the reason for the fight, Bruce maintains that it was all because of jealousy. Photos taken after the fight show Brianna with two black eyes, even though she supposedly never even raised a hand towards the other girl. While receiving medical care, doctors determined that she also suffered from a broken nose and a concussion. After Brianna was urged by her friends and family, she went on to file charges with the police. The case against Kiely was to be heard by a judge on April 9, 2004, but Brianna would be missing by that time. Without her appearance in court, the case was dropped. On the morning of Friday, March 19th, Brianna took and passed her GED test. To celebrate, Brianna and her mother Kelly went out for lunch and to go shopping. Kelly is quoted in the Trace Evidence podcast as saying, quote, "It was an upbeat day." Despite the celebratory nature, though, Kelly reports that while they were standing in line to buy some items, Brianna was staring out one of the windows into the parking lot and stated out of nowhere that she'd be right back, leaving her mother standing alone in line. After checking out, Kelly exits the store, heading for the parking lot where Brianna meets up with her. Kelly reports that at this point, Brianna seemed agitated. Kelly didn't want to push her daughter on the matter, so she accepted the answer that she just needed to get ready for work. Those close to Brianna have since come forward, stating that she was confronted in the parking lot and was urged not to go to work that night. People following the case have made some wild assumptions about this warning, coming up with all sorts of theories about what may or may not have happened that day. But with the looming court date, the reason for this confrontation seems obvious. Despite her daughter's abrupt change in attitude, Kelly dropped Brianna off at the apartment that she shared with Jillian without pressing the matter. This was the last time she saw her daughter. Before going to work on that frigid evening, Brianna left a note for Jillian that she would be back later after work. But Brianna would never return. The Black Lantern Inn was busy when Brianna arrived that evening. During the winter months in Vermont, the red-bricked bed and breakfast is expected to have no vacancies due to its proximity to Jay Peak, a popular seasonal sports destination. The Black Lantern Inn stands as a timeless beacon of hospitality amidst the rolling hills and serene countryside of Sheldon, Vermont. Nestled at the heart of the town's historic district, this charming establishment exudes an air of warmth and welcome that draws travelers and locals alike into its embrace. Behind the scenes, Brianna found her place within the bustling rhythm of the Black Lantern Inn, her bright smile and easy charm making her a beloved fixture among staff and patrons alike. Brianna's genuine warmth and hospitality left an amazing impression on all who crossed her path. When questioned after her disappearance, none of her coworkers indicated anything unusual happened that night. Brianna, a dishwasher, spent most of her shift in the kitchen. At 11:20 p.m., Brianna clocked out of work. Her coworkers invited her to have some food with them, but she declined, stating she just wanted to go home. Coworkers see Brianna walk out to her car, where she gets in and drives down the road towards her apartment. Drivers traveling along Route 105 between the inn and Brianna's apartment would later tell investigators that they'd gone past the barn where her vehicle was later recovered, and had seen her Oldsmobile backed in with the taillights illuminating the pitch-black night. If these motorists are reliable witnesses, this detail means that there is a 10-minute window for things to go tragically wrong, as these reports came in around 11:30 p.m. The details of what transpired in the hours that followed remain shrouded in mystery, obscured by the passage of time and the unreliable impulses of memory. What is known is this: Brianna was last seen leaving the Black Lantern Inn in her car, a 1985 Oldsmobile sedan, sometime after 11:20 p.m. It was a sighting that would later become the focal point of the investigation into her disappearance, a breadcrumb trail leading to the darkness that swallowed her whole. The following morning, police stumbled across Brianna's car, abandoned and backed into the side of a dilapidated farmhouse on East Berkshire Road, just a short distance from the Black Lantern Inn. Mind you, at this point police had no reason to suspect that Brianna had vanished, so they were a bit confused not only by the state of her car, but also its location. Its windshield was shattered, and its rear end was lodged firmly against the side of the building. It stood as a silent lookout to the mystery that had unfolded in the dead of night that evening. But most intriguing of all about this discovery was that Brianna was nowhere to be seen. Tuesday, March 23rd, 4 days after her shift at the Black Lantern Inn, Jillian calls Kelly to ask if Brianna is there. Kelly, surprised by this question, tells Jillian that the last time she saw Brianna was on Friday, after she dropped her off at the apartment where the girls lived together. Jillian says that she received a note from Brianna on Friday, but left for the weekend, and when she returned, everything was just as she left it. As far as she could tell, Brianna had never come home. After not hearing from Brianna for several days, that's when Jillian decided to call Kelly. This means Brianna was missing for 4 days before anyone began to look for her. Rattled by this phone call, Kelly calls around looking for her daughter. Each call ends the same way. The person on the other line tells Kelly they haven't seen or talked to Brianna in several days. Kelly's worry increases with every phone call, and after she hangs up the phone for the final time, she decides she needs to report her daughter as missing. Shortly after, she drives to the Vermont State Police headquarters with her husband to provide them with the details of her missing daughter. While at the police station in St. Albans, they tell the police that Brianna drives an older model green Oldsmobile. Interesting, the police think. They then show Kelly and Bruce a photo of a vehicle they towed away only a few days prior, after they found it crashed into the side of an abandoned farmhouse. This interaction with the police made two things evident to Bruce and Kelly. Their daughter crashed her car and had been missing much longer than they initially believed, but worse yet, the police had failed to notify them about the car, meaning, in the eyes of some people, the police could be, to an extent, at fault for the delay in Brianna being reported missing. Police told Bruce and Kelly that they responded to the scene after several drivers called in to report the vehicle abandoned on the side of the road. But what's really interesting about this case is just how Brianna seemingly vanished without leaving a single shred of evidence behind, but also the similarities that this case has to another incredibly popular disappearance, Maura Murray. I'm curious how it's possible that with Maura Murray disappearing just 60 miles away, just a few weeks later, no alarms went off. By now, I'm sure most of us have heard of Maura Murray's disappearance. Her case has become one of the most recognizable true crime cases in recent history. She too vanished without a trace and left investigators with very few leads. To this day, she's still never been found. Many people have been asking one question. Is it possible that her case remains unsolved due to small-town negligence? Another bizarre link between the case was the presence of what many consider a red herring, a clue that's distracting or misleading. In Maura's case, a red rag was found inside her tailpipe, and it was never really explained. Who put it there and why? In Brianna's case, a single lime wedge stuck to the trunk of her car was recovered at the scene. Investigators initially shrugged off this lime, but many have since asked who put it there, and more importantly, why? Another similarity to Maura's case was the vicinity of a local snow resort, the local community's primary source of revenue. Is it possible these cases were initially classified as runaways to prevent disturbing the local tourism industry? Or simply that a small rural police force is largely incapable of handling such a sinister crime? On March 20th, 2004, at 1 p.m., a deputy was sent to the scene of Brianna's abandoned car. Upon arrival, this deputy assumed the car was abandoned after a drunk driving accident. The vehicle was found unlocked with the keys missing. The responding officer located two unopened paychecks addressed to Brianna Maitlaind from the Black Lantern Inn, only a mile down the road, and went there to see if they could locate her. When he arrived, the inn was closed. Because he needed to respond to another call, the deputy ultimately decided to have Brianna's car towed to a local lot. He maintains he had no reason to believe it was a crime scene. While Vermont, this area in particular, has a comparatively low crime rate, especially concerning violent crime, I have difficulty believing that a low crime rate deters police from receiving proper training. I also wonder, in what world is a car towed without first contacting the registered owner, especially in the event of a supposed crash? This just seems a bit backward to me. Following the missing person report, filed by Brianna's parents, police searched around the Dutchburn barn with canines but found no substantial evidence. Like Maura's case, many close to Brianna felt that the unsolved status stems from negligence and simple lazy police work. Police took no pictures at either scene. The responding officers ran neither plate to establish contact with the registered owner. Despite both cars having wrecked at night in freezing temperatures, there was seemingly no concern for the driver of either vehicle. After towing each car away from the scene, law enforcement waited a substantial amount of time before contacting the family. As we all know, making assumptions in law enforcement can be a tragic mistake. While there are several similarities between the disappearances of Brianna and Maura, locals, Brianna's family included, don't believe they're related. That's because they believe they know who did it. Speculation surrounding Brianna's disappearance has spanned a wide range of theories, each attempting to unravel the mystery of what happened to her on that fateful night in March of 2004. One prevailing theory suggests that Brianna may have met with foul play, perhaps falling victim to an unknown assailant or encountering someone with malicious intent along her journey home back from the Black Lantern Inn. This theory is supported by the mysterious circumstances surrounding the discovery of Brianna's abandoned car, its windshield shattered and its rear end wedged against the side of an abandoned farmhouse, suggesting a possible struggle or altercation. Another theory claims that Brianna may have voluntarily left her life behind, choosing to embark on a new path without informing her loved ones of her intentions. Believers of this theory point to Brianna's reported desire to leave Sheldon and start anew, as well as her purported involvement in those altercations in the weeks leading up to her disappearance. But this theory is largely speculative and lacks concrete evidence to support its claims. In fact, as far as we know, Brianna loved it in Sheldon. She also had a new job lined up that she was expected to start in just a few days, so this theory doesn't make much sense to me personally. Additionally, some have theorized that Brianna's disappearance may be connected to the drug trade, citing rumors of drug activity in the area and Brianna's alleged involvement with individuals known to be involved in illicit activities. While there's no direct evidence linking Brianna's disappearance to drug-related issues, the presence of these rumors has fueled speculation and added complexity to the investigation. Now, there have been suggestions that Brianna's disappearance may be linked to other unsolved cases in the region, such as Mara's, leading to speculation about potential connections between her vanishing and other missing persons or criminal activities. But without tangible evidence to substantiate these claims, they remain mere speculation and have not yielded any significant breakthroughs in the investigation. As investigators continue to sift through leads and explore new avenues of inquiry, the search for answers remains ongoing, with the hope that one day, the truth of what happened to Brianna will finally come to light. Until then, speculation serves as both a driving force and a reminder of the unsolved questions that linger in the hearts and minds of those touched by this tragic case. But all hope isn't lost. Greg Overecker, a private investigator deeply invested in this case, stated in a 2017 podcast interview from Crawlspace Media, he says he believes he knows where she is, but because it's on property that he, quote, can't get on, her body remains undiscovered. This property belongs to one of 4 local men suspected to be involved with the case. Katie, a close friend of Brianna's, also spoke with the podcast and regarded Brianna's case as incredibly solvable. She maintains that 3 or 4 men are involved, and that just one of them needs to be the one to talk. Which leads to one question. Who will it be, and what kind of deal will they get? In March of 2016, investigators revealed that they'd recovered DNA inside Brianna's car that they believe belongs to their primary suspect. On March 18th of 2022, Vermont State Police announced that a lab in Texas ran tests on forensic samples sent to them in the fall of 2020. They examined these samples using advanced DNA sequencing to identify a match to an individual on law enforcement's radar. Scientists used genome sequencing to build a DNA profile. This method is similar to one used to create the profile that led to convicting Joseph DeAngelo, the Golden State Killer. This means Vermont State Police have a match for one of their people of interest. The only problem is, police have yet to name a suspect in their investigation, leading to the continued question of who this unnamed person of interest is and why, with a DNA match, this person hasn't become their primary suspect. While Detective Angela Baker of the Vermont State Police maintains that this evidence, quote, doesn't mean they have identified a subject, to those following the case it means they are close. Due to the active status of the investigation, officials won't release many solid pieces of evidence to the public. Doing so would jeopardize the integrity of the investigation. I suspect that with a DNA match in hand, law enforcement is working to solidify their case, and they're probably inching closer each and every day. One significant development in the case occurred with the emergence of new leads and potential evidence. Advances in forensic technology have enabled investigators to re-examine existing evidence and explore previously unexplored avenues of inquiry. Additionally, the widespread use of social media and online platforms has facilitated communication and collaboration among law enforcement agencies, independent researchers, and the public, leading to the sharing of information and the generation of new leads. In recent years, there have been sporadic reports of potential sightings of Brianna, or individuals matching her description, prompting renewed hope among her family and supporters. While many of these sightings have ultimately been proven to be unsubstantiated, each new lead is thoroughly investigated in the hopes of uncovering valuable information that could lead to a breakthrough in the case. What happened to Brianna Maitlaind on that fateful night remains a question that haunts the collective conscience of Sheldon and beyond. Law enforcement agencies launched a comprehensive investigation into her disappearance, scouring the surrounding area for any sign of her whereabouts. Yet, despite their best efforts, no trace of Brianna has ever been found. But amidst the uncertainty and anguish, one thing remains abundantly clear. Brianna Maitlaind will never be forgotten. Her legacy lives on in the hearts and minds of those who knew her, her memory kept alive by the undying hope that one day the truth of her disappearance will come to light. Until then, she remains a symbol of the enduring mystery that lies at the heart of the human experience, a reminder that sometimes the answers we seek are simply beyond our grasp. As the sun sets over the rolling hills of Sheldon, casting long shadows across the landscape, the mystery of Brianna Maitlaind's disappearance endures, a silent testament to the fragility of life, but the resilience of the human spirit. And though she may have vanished into the night, her light continues to shine as a beacon of hope in the darkness that surrounds us all. It was a warm summer's day when Brenda Delgado received an email from her former boyfriend. The two had been happily dating for a number of years. Ricky had even given her a promise ring. Detectives say that in February of that same year, Ricky decided to break things off. He just wasn't happy anymore. The two remained friends, and by June, Ricky sent Brenda an email announcing he'd finally begun dating someone else, a lovely young woman named Kendra Hatcher. The only problem was, while Ricky had happily moved on with his life, Brenda, well, she hadn't. Hearing this news was devastating, and investigators say that Brenda vowed to get Ricky back no matter the cost, and she was willing to take down anything and everyone who stood in her way. In September of 2015, Kendra's life was about as perfect as she could have ever imagined. She'd been growing up and earning her wings as a dentist in Pleasant Plains, Illinois, and she moved to Dallas, Texas to get a fresh start. While most people with a dentistry degree would jump at the chance of opening their own practice after their long years of study, in contrast, the choices that Kendra made revealed a lot about who she was as a person. Instead of setting out on her own, she joined an organization known as Smile Zone, where she would provide children from less advantaged homes with high-quality dentistry. And she knew that here, she could make a difference in her community. Even when she wasn't bettering the lives of the disadvantaged, Kendra would use much of her spare time teaching people about the Bible, and she even joined a program that focused on building churches in other countries. If this wasn't great enough, the organization even offered free dental services to children living in Ecuador. It's safe to say Kendra was a very selfless person who always had the best interest of others in mind. But earlier that year in May, her life had gotten even richer when she met a man named Ricky Paniagua on Tinder, and by September, the couple had fallen hopelessly in love. Kendra's home was located in an upper-class part of Dallas, specifically on Gables Park 17, on the corner of Cedar Springs and Ackerd. It was a place where she felt at ease since there were plenty of security cameras watching the property, along with a 24-hour concierge service. Residents even had access to secure parking in a heavily monitored parking garage. Ricky was also doing well professionally, as he was in the midst of completing his dermatology residency at the University of Texas. And he and Kendra had gone as far as discussing marriage, despite only dating for 4 months. Now, this may seem early, but they found that they were a perfect match with similar morals and their ideals very much aligned. In essence, they thought of themselves as the perfect couple. Kendra was described as kind, beautiful, and always willing to lend a hand to anyone in need. She'd worked hard to create the life that she was living, and poured her heart and soul not only into her work, but into her relationship with Ricky. But as is so often the case, one person's success and happiness can cause untold strife for someone else. Jealousy is a bitter pill to swallow. Unfortunately, this jealousy led to a tragic crime that would change Ricky's life forever and end with Kendra losing hers. On Wednesday, the 2nd of September, Kendra had finished her shift at Smile Zone and headed home to Gables Park 17. She was looking forward to the weekend since she and Ricky had made plans to travel to Mexico for Labor Day, which is a holiday for workers here in the US. She was super excited at the prospect of discussing plans for she and Ricky to move to San Francisco when they got back. But she could never have foreseen what would happen next when she arrived at her building at exactly 7:42 p.m. After arriving home, she drove her car into the secure parking garage and parked in her usual spot. But just minutes later, 2 witnesses who were present in the garage heard a woman screaming, followed by the blood-curdling sound of a firearm being discharged. A fellow resident at the complex, a man named Hashem Saad, also heard the same sounds and instantly knew something was wrong. He called 911 and reported what he'd heard, despite not knowing exactly what had happened or who was involved. But before he did so, witnesses saw a Jeep Cherokee leaving the parking lot at full speed, though they weren't certain whether it was connected to the alarming sounds that they'd heard or if someone was just in a hurry. The police were quick to respond, but no amount of haste could have changed what they found at the scene when they arrived. When detectives finally made it to the scene of the crime, Kendra had unfortunately already lost her life. Prior to this, there was no suspicion that anyone had any ill will towards Kendra. After all, who could? She was near about as good of a person as any of us could hope to be. When investigators began looking around the scene of the crime, they quickly noticed that her purse was missing. Her purse couldn't be found in her car or anywhere in the garage, so it was quickly assumed that she'd been robbed and that the crime had somehow gone wrong, resulting in her assailant ending her life. Close to the area where she was found, a handgun magazine was collected for evidence, along with shards from its ammunition. But when investigators started processing the scene further, they uncovered some very shocking clues. As more and more evidence was collected, they were now of the opinion that this crime was planned. They believed the scene was staged to look like a robbery, and this was evident from GSR residue that was found on Kendra's hands, indicating that she had her hands behind her head at the moment that she was fired at. Furthermore, the path that the bullet had taken suggested her assailant was standing behind her when they fired the shot, and that she was on her knees, likely having been forced to kneel, which isn't something that happens during a typical robbery. Cops were at a loss as to who would put this innocent woman through such awful torment. It just wasn't fair. But for the assailant, everything was going to plan. After clearing the scene of the crime, detectives had the unfortunate task of breaking the news to Kendra's boyfriend, Ricky. Ricky was understandably devastated at the news, and later that night he sent a text message to his former girlfriend and longtime friend, Brenda Delgado. Brenda was shocked to hear the news of Kendra's passing, and she vowed to be there for Ricky any time, day or night. As the investigation into this baffling crime continued, investigators looked at security footage from Kendra's building, and they were immediately presented with a fair amount of evidence regarding the Jeep Cherokee that was seen leaving the garage immediately after the shots were fired. It showed the vehicle arriving at the building at 7:15 p.m., 28 minutes before Kendra drove into the garage. Footage inside the garage captured a man who could be seen walking towards the area where Kendra's car was parked, and he would then be seen returning to the Jeep just a short while later. Investigators were certain that this man was responsible for the crime, but they didn't recognize him or the Jeep that he was seen in. It would then come to light that the man hadn't acted alone, as a woman could be seen driving the Jeep mere moments after the man got back in, and it had become clear that this incident had been planned well ahead of time. Footage of the scene wasn't clear enough to identify the 2 suspects, or to see the Jeep's license plate number. And so investigators decided to release still images of the security footage to the public, along with an appeal for anyone who recognized the couple to come forward. In these types of circumstances, it's often the case that these bids for information go unanswered, either because no one can identify the suspects, or because people are simply too scared to come forward for fear that they might be retaliated against. But in Kendra's case, the exact opposite was true. Very soon after this information was released, Jose Luis Ortiz came forward with a startling confession, that the Jeep in the footage was his, but he was adamant that he was not present when the crime was committed, and that he had no idea that his car would become the focus of a true crime investigation. Now, normally, investigators would be skeptical about such claims, but Luis Ortiz had more information that would help set the investigation on the right track, the details of which are not only tragic, but infuriating. Surprisingly, when detectives spoke with Jose, the first name that was mentioned was that of Brenda Delgado, Ricky's ex-girlfriend, who was described by her family as a wholesome, loving person who held fast to her Christian beliefs and morals, and who was part of a loving family. He stated that she and another woman, 26-year-old Crystal Cortez, had approached him on the morning of September 2nd to ask if he could work on Cortez's car, since it had a problem with the engine. He agreed, and when they asked if they could borrow his Jeep for the day, he was all too happy to help out. He knew that the two women had to get to work, and so he felt that he'd be doing them a favor. They arranged to meet back at Jose's place after they were finished at work, but later that day, these plans suddenly changed. While waiting for the Jeep to be returned, he received a call from Brenda, who asked if it would be okay for them to meet at a local Chili's restaurant instead. This seemed like an innocent enough request, and he agreed. But when he arrived, he was perplexed to find that the car wasn't there, and neither was Crystal. The two women would return his Jeep to him later that same evening, but by now he had already learned that Kendra's life had been ended, and that his car had been used during the crime. Before contacting the police, Luis Ortiz had confronted Brenda about the still images that were released, and she reassured him that it was a different vehicle that was caught on camera. It was a mere coincidence that it just happened to look exactly like his own. But she would then change her story and admit that Crystal had indeed driven the Jeep to Kendra's building, since she was supposed to pick up illegal goods for a friend. It's safe to say Jose was not very happy about this. She assumed that something must have gone wrong in the process, and that Kendra had either gotten involved or lost her life as an innocent bystander. And it was then that he knew he had to come forward, since the identification of his Jeep could have had severe consequences. Jose told the police that after confessing to what the Jeep had actually been used for, Brenda urged him to keep quiet, stating that he could lose his U.S. citizenship if the police found out that he was somehow involved in a crime, even though he wasn't. To ensure that his name would be kept out of the investigation, she suggested that he have the Jeep resprayed in a different color, and she even offered to pay for this to be done. But this only further aroused his suspicions, since he could tell that Brenda was being manipulative, and he knew that he immediately had to clear his name as quickly as possible by confessing to the police, and that's exactly what he did. Police immediately set out to track down Brenda. When they finally brought her in for questioning, she claimed she'd never even heard Kendra's name before, and that she had no idea who she was, adding that she had a solid alibi for the time when Kendra was attacked. She supplied investigators with receipts from the Chili's restaurant and stated that Jose would confirm that she was there at that exact time, as they'd had dinner together. Brenda then said if they wanted to catch who was really responsible, they should look more closely at Crystal, telling the police that she was with her when they got the Jeep from Jose, but that she let Crystal use the Jeep for the rest of the day. Next, they approached Crystal to get her side of the story, and she had quite the tale to tell. She confessed that she was indeed the driver seen in the parking garage's security footage, but added that she had driven there under duress with her young son in the back, as they'd been carjacked by an armed man who ordered her to drive to Kendra's building. But this was so obviously a lie. Investigators knew that this wasn't true since they'd studied the security footage thoroughly, and at no point had anyone seen a child in the car. They immediately confronted her about this lie, but Crystal quickly came up with a different version of events. Not a very wise move when you're in the presence of seasoned detectives. But she now claimed that she'd agreed to drive the man to the building so that he could carry out a robbery, but it was all at the request of her good friend, Brenda. But she insisted that she knew nothing about the crime that took place, and that she had no idea that someone had lost their life in the process. At this point, Crystal had now confessed that she was an accomplice, but she refused to go down alone, as she'd now implicated Brenda, stating that she'd only agreed to take part in the robbery at her request. She then explained that Brenda wanted the man to rob Kendra since she was jealous of the fact that her old boyfriend, Ricky, was now dating her. And the case was now starting to make a lot more sense. And it was soon revealed that when Brenda found out that Ricky and Kendra were dating, she found it impossible to accept. Police were now on to something, but let me tell you, this is only the tip of the iceberg. It was clear Brenda still had deep feelings for Ricky, but she would never have admitted this to him. Instead, she found ways to keep tabs on him, and the details of these activities are enough to send chills down anyone's spine. When Ricky had dated other women after ending his relationship with Brenda, it was only when he met Kendra that Brenda knew this relationship would be a long-term one. Since Ricky and Brenda had kept tabs over the months following their relationship, Ricky felt that it was the decent thing to do to send Brenda an email and let her know that he was now in a committed relationship. Brenda gave him the impression that she was happy for him, and even suggested that they continued being friends. In Ricky's mind, this would have been a very mature response, and he must have been delighted that she took the news so well. But unbeknownst to him, Brenda was actually shattered by the news, and it seemingly had a very serious effect on her, since she then started making plans, along with Crystal, to have Kendra removed from the picture. While Brenda kept as many details as possible a secret, Crystal had quickly realized just how much trouble they were in, and she decided to become a witness for the prosecution, in hopes that she would receive a lighter sentence for her involvement. She revealed that she and Brenda had started making their nefarious plans just 2 weeks after they met, when Brenda revealed to her that she wanted Kendra out of Ricky's life, even if it meant ending her life. This would have been enough to deter most people from continuing the friendship, but strangely, Crystal was immediately on board. It was clear early on that Brenda had become completely obsessed with Ricky and Kendra's relationship, to the point where it was affecting her everyday life. She'd failed to show up for several of her shifts at work, since she was too busy keeping track of Ricky, especially after she managed to gain access to his email account and learned that they'd been making plans not only to go on vacation together, but to start their lives together. She told Crystal that she felt as though Kendra was an imposter who had taken her place, giving us some serious insight into the rapidly deteriorating state of mind that she was in. With every passing day, her ill feelings toward Kendra only grew, and Brenda eventually made up her mind that the only way to get Ricky back was to claw Kendra out of the picture. First, she approached her cousin, Moses Martinez, and asked him if he would be willing to attack Kendra with a baseball bat, but he rightfully refused. Unwilling to give up, she then spoke to a friend of hers, Jennifer Escobar, with whom she proposed the same thing, somehow convincing herself that such an attack would leave Kendra in a coma, and that she could then start working to get Ricky back. Jennifer also refused. By this time, Brenda had already broken into Ricky's email account, and she was spending most of her time reading through his correspondence and keeping track of his movements. Jennifer knew that Brenda had become obsessed and was perturbed by the fact that she still had a copy of the keys to his house, and even still had access to Ricky's bank accounts, all unbeknownst to him. When Jennifer refused to take part in her plans, Brenda suggested that instead of using a baseball bat, she could inject Kendra with something fatal, offering to give her a car, the substance that she would use to get the job done, as well as $2,000 for her troubles. But Jennifer once again refused. It was then that Brenda and Crystal met up. It would come to light that Crystal looked up to her new friend since she had a steady job, her own place, and made decent money, whereas Crystal was struggling to make ends meet as a single mother, who, despite working hard, didn't make much money at all. When the two women started planning the attack, Brenda gave Crystal $500 to help her out, as was evidenced by an ATM withdrawal slip that was later found among Brenda's possessions. But they now needed to find someone who'd be willing to get their hands dirty, and they started driving around the area where Crystal lived, since it was known to have a bad reputation. If they were going to find someone to do the job, this would be the place. Remarkably, they approached several people, all of whom declined their offer. It's just so wild to me that these two women literally just drove around a local neighborhood begging someone to claim someone's life. That's just wild to me. But the two eventually met a 31-year-old man named Christopher Love. He seemed more than willing to go through with the crime and even discussed different ways in which they could end Kendra's life. But they eventually decided that a firearm would be the best option, since the crime could be committed quickly. Christopher would receive cash and illegal substances as payment. It was told by Brenda that she would introduce him to her cartel connections, to which he happily agreed. Having gone through Ricky's emails, Brenda knew that he and Kendra would be leaving for their vacation to Mexico that weekend. And having also learned that they would be making plans to move away upon their return, well, Brenda announced that the crime needed to be committed, and it needed to be committed right now. While Christopher awaited instructions from Brenda and Crystal followed Kendra to learn what her everyday routine was like. They learned where she worked and on one occasion used binoculars to spy on her while she was in her office, all while they were sitting across the street at a Salvation Army charity store. That afternoon, they followed her as she drove home and realized they could get into the building's parking garage by waiting outside and following one of the other residents as they drove in. The gate allowed just enough time for this to be possible. When they were certain of Kendra's routine after following her for a few days, they were confident that their plan would work, and on the 1st of September, the 3 accomplices did a dry run to ensure that everyone knew what they were supposed to do the next day. The following morning, Brenda and Crystal borrowed the Jeep from Jose. They then picked up Christopher, after which they dropped Brenda off at the Carrollton Library. Christopher and Crystal then traveled to Smile Zone, at which point Crystal actually left Christopher there since she had to pick up her son and nephew from school. She then dropped them off at her grandmother's house before returning to finish the job. The two then spotted Kendra leaving work after her shift, but lost her in traffic and ended up arriving at her building before she did. They managed to make it to the parking garage, where they awaited to ambush her, and when she arrived, Christopher got out of the Jeep and followed through with the plan, all while Crystal stayed out of sight. They then made their getaway, drove to Christopher's house, where he was dropped off, and Crystal then took the Jeep back to Jose. The entire plot was revealed to police by Crystal, all as part of the plea deal she made with the prosecution. In exchange for her cooperation, Crystal was given 35 years behind bars rather than a life sentence. Though that's not much of an improvement if you ask me, though you do have to admit she'll probably not even serve half that time before she's paroled. When Christopher realized that he'd been caught after the gun used in the crime was found in his car, he also openly admitted to his role, and Brenda was the mastermind behind the entire plan. But despite being willing to provide all the details of the crime to investigators, they didn't need him anymore. Crystal had already mapped out the entire plan for them. Christopher was then sentenced to capital punishment, since he was the one who actually carried out the crime of ending Kendra's life. By now, there was just one more missing piece to the puzzle: Brenda. She'd put all these events into motion due to her refusal to accept that Ricky was happy in his new relationship. Once Brenda caught wind of how much trouble she was in, she decided to go on the run rather than face the consequences of her own heinous actions. During the 7 months that she remained on the run, she was placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list, and a $100,000 reward was offered for information leading to her arrest. But she was eventually tracked down in Mexico, where she was taken into custody in April of the following year. She would then be extradited back to the US under the condition that she wouldn't face the death penalty. She pleaded not guilty to all charges, insisting that she had an alibi for the time when the crime was committed, but she didn't. There was no doubt in the minds of the jury that Brenda was the one who orchestrated the attack on Kendra, and they found her guilty, handing down a sentence of life in prison, and she'll never be eligible for parole. This heartbreaking crime should have never been committed, that much is obvious, and thanks to the jealous nature of one person, Kendra's family's lives have been irrevocably changed for the worse, and even some of her co-workers have been badly affected by her loss. Tammy Potano was a close friend who had studied with Kendra and had remained friends with her after they graduated. And she stated that she now finds it hard to just be carefree and happy. You never know what may be lurking around the corner. She says that she's no longer as sociable as she used to be in the past. And this is likely due not only to heartbreak, but also fear. She added that the crime has had a negative impact on her marriage and that many other people have been deeply affected as well, including patients who knew Kendra. Her patients were also struggling to come to terms with the fact that such a loving and caring person had lost her life at the hands of 3 people who had never even met her, never even spoken a single word to her. When obsession and jealousy creep into someone's mind, there's no telling what the result might be. And in most cases, someone in that situation would eventually make peace with the fact that they need to move on with their lives. But Brenda Delgado refused to accept that she couldn't have what she wanted, and in the end, she'll pay the price for the rest of her life. But even with this exchange, it doesn't even begin to make up for such a loss of an amazing young woman like Kendra Hatcher. It was April 16th, 2003, a day like any other in San Antonio, Texas. Traffic along the I-10 was carrying on as usual, when out of nowhere and without any warning, a gold Mercury Tracer swerved towards the median and struck something, causing the car to launch into the air, bounce around for more than 1,000 feet, then crash back down onto the concrete. Every witness to the crash naturally assumed that something awful had likely happened to the driver. But here's the kicker. The car then just kept driving along as if nothing happened. The car continued down the highway for several more miles, before finally veering off the road near the Johns Road exit and crashing into a patch of trees. When investigators arrived at the scene of the crash, they very quickly learned something wasn't right here. The driver of the car had been mortally wounded, but his injuries weren't caused by the crash. Craziest of all, the victim's nipples had been removed, and he was missing a portion of his pinky finger. When detectives noticed that his hands and feet had also been duct taped together, well, that's when they knew they uncovered much more than a car crash. They had just stumbled onto a very bizarre crime scene. Before we keep going, I want to let you guys know about the sponsor of today's video, Factor. If you're getting too busy with your summer plans to cook, Factor can help you skip the process of making a menu, going to the store, prepping everything, and cooking meals that ultimately take you hours. Factor offers incredible flavor and nutrition that you just can't beat. With Factor's fresh, never-frozen meals, you can have an amazing dinner ready to go in just 2 minutes, giving you more time to take care of the things that matter most to you. If you're ready to stick to your wellness goals while also saving heaps of time, I strongly suggest you give Factor a try. Every meal features high-quality ingredients such as broccolini, leeks, or asparagus. The meal I had last night came with some shockingly delicious carrots, and I've never even liked carrots until now. There are more than 34 weekly restaurant-quality meals to choose from, including bruschetta shrimp risotto, green goddess chicken, and grilled steakhouse filet mignon, all of which are ready in just 2 minutes. Now, I've been super busy with the channel lately, so meals like this are incredibly convenient for me. If I'm in the middle of making a video, I can literally take just 2 minutes to make some dinner, then get right back to work. Without having to go to the grocery store multiple times a week, I've got so much more free time in my schedule. One of my favorite things about Factor is that it's extremely flexible as well. For example, if I know I have dinner plans with friends or family one day next week, I can adjust the size of my order or even skip that week entirely. That way I won't be wasting money on a meal that I know I won't end up eating. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code TIEKNOTS50 to get 50% off your first Factor box. That's factor75.com and use code TIEKNOTS50 for 50% off your first order. Thanks to Factor for sponsoring today's video. Colonel Philip Shue was a licensed doctor who worked for the Wilford Hall Medical Center, located on the Lackland Air Force Base. Colonel Shue was a soon-to-be employed psychiatrist at the facility and had worked for the Air Force for more than 23 years, with plans to retire in October of 2003. Philip wasn't your average veteran. He'd been decorated with more awards and honors than I can count, and was a man deeply dedicated to his country. His wife, Tracy, recalled Philip and said that she'd never met anyone else who had such a passion for life and all the little things that go along with it. Philip was fiercely loyal to his country and his uniform. Philip and Tracy had met back in 1988 when both of them were stationed at the Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. Philip had just been coming down from a very difficult divorce from his former wife, Nancy, with her seemingly taking every opportunity to make Philip's life difficult, at least in his eyes. Strangely, around the time of their divorce, his ex, Nancy, took out 2 life insurance policies on Philip, with each being valued at around $500,000. Philip did his best to have these policies canceled later on, but he wasn't able to do so, as the insurance agency claimed that he hadn't been the one who opened the policy, so they couldn't have them canceled without the policyholder's consent. Now, I'm certainly not a lawyer, but I don't understand how Nancy would have been able to take out a policy on Philip after the two had already been divorced, especially considering that their marriage had ended on very bad terms. But according to various sources, this was certainly the case. In fact, some sources even claim that these policies were given to Nancy as part of their divorce settlement. I just can't wrap my head around this, so if there's any divorce lawyers watching, be sure to let us know in the comments how all of this would have played out, because this just seems incredibly bizarre. And in reality, I'm not the only one who thinks this is strange. In fact, Philip found it very concerning as well. Philip wrote a letter to USAA Life Insurance, the company that offered the policy, and explained that the policy caused him to fear for his life, worrying that his former wife and her new husband may do anything within their power to claim the benefits of this plan, even if it meant ending his life. In his letter, Philip said, quote, "My former wife and her husband would prefer that I die of natural causes. However, the longer I live, the more tempting it becomes for them to act on their plans for my murder." While there isn't any foolproof evidence to claim that Nancy was in any way involved in the case, Philip certainly believed otherwise. His fears were heightened even more when he began receiving a strange series of letters in mid-1999. But these letters weren't from some deranged killer, as you may expect. Instead, they were from an anonymous author who was actually trying to help Philip, or so it seemed. The first letter was received in May of 1999. Philip had told his wife about the letters, and they scared him to such a degree that he even told his supervisors at work about them. The only problem is that no one outside of Philip's wife seemed to believe that the letters were anything to be concerned about. These letters Philip had begun receiving were more than just a little bit creepy, they were downright haunting. Just take a look at the first one and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Please read this letter. You may be in danger. I'm writing because I remember you as such a kind and caring doctor, and I can't just sit by and not help you by telling you what I know. I'll try to keep it short so you're certain to read it. A friend of mine who worked with Don, your ex-wife's husband, told me some scary things. I don't know Don or your ex-wife myself. Sorry, I don't even know her name. My friend told me they wish you were dead so they could collect life insurance. I don't understand why they would have life insurance on you, but that's what my friend told me. My friend thinks they may actually be planning something. I don't know if they would actually hurt you, but please be careful. I had to write. If I didn't, I couldn't bear the thought of something bad happening to you that I could have prevented by telling you what I heard. If I hear anything more specific, I'll let you know. Please be careful.
Shortly after this, things started to go missing. For Philip, the most concerning item that was stolen was his laptop, which contained his nearly complete master's thesis. Philip reported his stolen laptop to the police in June of 1999, saying that he was working in the library when he stood up and left his table to go use the restroom. When he returned, his laptop was gone. Evidence confirms that Philip's laptop was returned later on in July of 1999, after being left on the hood of his car. When he approached his car, he found a note that said if he reported anything else to the police, other people would die. When he booted up his laptop later on, he found that his entire hard drive had been wiped, taking his master's thesis with it. Philip would eventually confront his ex-wife about the letters and the rumors that she'd been plotting something. Naturally, Nancy claimed she had no idea what the author of the letter was talking about, and she claimed it was probably just some kind of joke. While Philip did his best to brush off the thought of someone coming after him, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Throughout 1999, Philip was still attending schooling so that he could receive his master's degree, and ultimately become a psychiatrist for the Lackland Air Force Base, as mentioned a moment ago. Just to clarify, it was during his final year of schooling that his laptop was stolen. One of Philip's counselors at the school had approached Philip about his master's thesis, explaining that he needed to turn it in soon if he planned on graduating on time. It was during one of these meetings with the counselor that Philip revealed that his laptop had been stolen, but he was doing everything he could to get his thesis completed, though the only copy of it was on his laptop, and that had obviously been deleted during the theft. Around this same time, Philip also told the counselor about the threats on his life, as they'd been stressing him out severely. His counselor seems to have been one of the only people to take these threats seriously, and he immediately told Philip that he should contact the police. Philip was apprehensive about going to the police, insisting that they simply wouldn't care or wouldn't take him seriously. Though in reality, it's more likely that he just feared someone else may get hurt if he were to raise any more awareness about his situation. As far as the counselor knows, Philip never spoke with investigators about these allegations. Philip did eventually complete and turn in his master's thesis, though. But things only got more strange from here. Just over a year later, in October of 2000, Philip was scheduled to take his aerospace medical board exam. He had obviously been preparing heavily for the exam, but when the results came back in, Philip scored 0 points. It was as if he had never taken the test at all, but several people confirmed that he had been present that day, and had actually turned in his exam personally. The crazy thing is, his test was multiple choice, so at some point during the exam, even if he had guessed most of the answers, he was bound to at least get one response correct. The professors believe that, for whatever reason, Philip intentionally failed the test, though no one knows why. One theory is that Philip had become dissatisfied with the Air Force and wanted to send a message to his superiors. This rumor is furthered by the fact that he planned on retiring from the Air Force entirely and beginning to practice psychiatry in a private environment. This has never been proven, but it's certainly an interesting theory, though I don't understand why failing his exam would have proven anything to his superiors. In all reality, it would have just made things more difficult for Philip in the long run. But when looking at Philip's medical history, things get pretty concerning. He began reporting panic attacks in June of 1999, the month after he received that first creepy letter. His records indicate that by the end of 1999, his anxiety had grown to such a degree that it had progressed into symptoms of depression. He was placed on medication for depression, and in December of 1999, his symptoms had improved, but his underlying fears did not. He still feared for his life, but the medication took the edge off so that he wasn't so focused on it all the time. Over the following 3 years, up until April of 2003, Philip worked alongside a psychiatrist trying various medications to help remedy his panic attacks, but they persisted all throughout this time. Philip's paranoia grew to a worrying degree, and his panic attacks continued to worsen in severity, to the point that Philip began to fear he was going to have a heart attack. Philip's psychiatrist worried that he wasn't being entirely truthful in their conversations. It wasn't necessarily that Philip was lying to him, but he felt that Philip was instead withholding important details in some of the scenarios. But that's when Philip finally dropped a bombshell on the psychiatrist and revealed the story about the threatening letters. Philip knew that the story sounded crazy, but the psychiatrist noted that Philip's anxious response to telling the story indicated that he was, without a doubt, telling the truth. Around this same time, on April 11, 2003, Philip updated his will. He had previously had his son listed as a beneficiary. The problem is that his son was in the midst of some marital issues, and Philip feared that if he lost his life and his son received the money, he may end up losing most of it in a divorce settlement. To fix this, Philip updated his will, and everything that was going to be given to his son was now going to be given to his wife. While this is the official explanation to this sudden change in plans, other people believe Philip was making final arrangements as he knew his life was about to end. But more on that in a moment. Philip's concerns about his job performance were taking a heavy toll on him. He knew his anxiety and paranoia were affecting his ability to work, and he confided in his psychiatrist that he was worried he was soon going to be unable to do his job. But that's when Philip revealed the most concerning thing of all. He came in one day and revealed to his psychiatrist that he'd experienced what he called a dissociative episode. Philip elaborates on this by saying that he had an episode, or a vision would be a better way to put this, about driving to work one day and losing control of his car after a great deal of violence had been inflicted on him. Now, this may sound like something out of an episode of The Twilight Zone, but I assure you this story is entirely true, and unfortunately for Philip and his family, his worst fears, right down to the very last detail, were about to come true. It was the morning of April 16, 2003, just days after his last meeting with his psychiatrist. Colonel Philip Shue was traveling along Interstate 10 just outside of San Antonio, Texas, just minutes after 8 a.m. 2 witnesses reported seeing Philip on the highway just after mile marker 543. They reported that immediately after this marker, Philip's car began to behave erratically. He would swerve in and out of lanes, eventually crossing the median and remaining here for several hundred yards, then weaving in between light poles. As he was traveling along the median, his car struck something, though we don't know what specifically. After hitting this object, his car became airborne, with some reports suggesting the car bounced several times over a span of 1,000 feet. I'm not sure what these reports mean when they say that the car bounced, but Judging by the photos of the aftermath, it seems safe to assume the car had been through quite the ordeal. Regardless of the obvious damage to the car, Philip continued traveling down the highway for several more miles, with witnesses saying that Philip corrected the car and seemingly drove normally again throughout this time. However, 4 or 5 miles later, as soon as the car passed the Johns Road exit, it crossed the side median and drove directly into a patch of trees, striking 3 of the trees and coming to a halt after the driver's side smashed into one final tree with some serious force. Both of the witnesses claimed that the car had been seen driving between 60 and 65 miles per hour throughout the entire ordeal, and neither witness ever saw the brake lights on the car light up, not even once. Reports indicate that Tracy says that Philip left home early that day, at about 5:30 a.m., so that he could catch up on some paperwork that he'd been lagging behind on. He had coffee with his wife as usual, and the two talked about their plans for the future. Then he left afterward, telling his wife, "See you later." When he crashed his car later that morning, police noticed that Philip was actually headed in the opposite direction from his work, and no one knows what he had been doing between 5:30 and 8 a.m. It doesn't seem that anyone ever reported seeing him at work that morning, and none of the evidence found at the scene suggested that he had been there either. What he'd been up to during this time remains a mystery. When investigators and detectives arrived at the scene of the crash, they quickly determined that Philip had suffered fatal injuries. He was in such a bad state that there was never any attempt to resuscitate him. Police and first responders were initially treating the case as a simple car crash, but that's when they noticed the duct tape. When investigators made it to the scene of the crash where Philip's car had come to rest, they removed the door of the car and uncovered several pieces of evidence that just didn't make sense. They first noticed the strips of duct tape that had been wrapped around his wrists and ankles, with around 4 or 5 inches of tape dangling off of each extremity. Stranger yet, his work uniform had been ripped open and was covered in blood. When they examined him even further, that's when they noticed that both of his nipples had been removed, leaving disturbing wounds on his chest. While most videos and articles covering this case claim that his pinky had been entirely removed as well, in reality only the tip had been removed, and this tip has never been found. Philip's cell phone was found inside the car. It was a clamshell-style phone, and while no calls had been made that morning, there was blood found on the inside of the phone, suggesting that it had been opened up at some point after Philip had been attacked. Philip was known to have had at least $47 in his wallet, but his wallet was missing and the wallet pocket on his pants had been cut open. But investigators don't believe this would have been a severe enough cut to cause his wallet to fall out somewhere, suggesting that they believe it was either ditched or stolen. The only other suspicious items found inside the car were a straight razor, 2 pocket knives, a latex glove, and some medical needles. Philip's DNA was later found on both the glove and one of the knives, but there was no DNA from anyone else inside the car or on any of the other items. The latex glove doesn't appear to have been ever worn, and detectives claim that the knives they found would not have been sharp enough to inflict the injuries that Philip was found with. A large wound was found in Philip's chest during the autopsy. This wound, according to the autopsy report, does not appear to have been caused by the crash. It seems as though it was inflicted just minutes or hours beforehand. The coroner reported signs of hesitation around the wound, suggesting the perpetrator was either nervous or wanted to make the wound as painful as possible. The same hesitation was not found around his nipples, and they appear to have been removed with the utmost confidence and precision. The coroner ultimately found no evidence or any signs of a struggle, as is true in many of these cases. But this is where the investigation takes a nosedive. After all of this evidence was gathered, after learning the man had been possibly restrained and duct taped by all 4 limbs, after his nipples had been removed, after his shirt and pants had been torn open, and after the tip of his pinky had been removed, the coroner ruled that Philip did this to himself. At the request of Philip's late wife, Tracy, a second autopsy was performed. The doctor who performed the second autopsy agreed with most of the findings from the first autopsy, but with a few exceptions. Mainly, this doctor didn't believe that all these wounds could have been inflicted by Philip himself. He did admit that there was a distinct possibility that Philip could have done this to himself, but most of the evidence suggested otherwise. The main bit of evidence that I personally find most concerning is the fact that there were no fingerprints found on the duct tape that was wrapped around his limbs. This would suggest that whoever put the tape there was wearing gloves or was being particularly cautious. But there's a bigger picture here that, to some extent, could actually help prove that Philip didn't do this to himself. Philip had recently announced that he planned on retiring from the military, with this retirement being scheduled to take place in just a few months. Philip had also been accepted into a fellowship program that he'd been highly anticipating, and he'd just purchased a new home with his wife Tracy outside of town. But to top all of this off, Philip's psychiatrist found no indication that Philip had any sort of plans to claim his own life, none whatsoever. In fact, Philip was looking forward to the future, though the creepy letters that he'd been receiving certainly put a damper on things. Philip's medical records showed no signs of mental illness outside of his depression and justifiable paranoia. When a toxicology report was conducted, the only thing found in his system was his prescribed medications and a small amount of lidocaine. Interestingly, the reports showed that Philip had stopped taking his antidepressant medication at least a week before the crash, but both his psychiatrist and his wife say that they were not aware that he had discontinued his medicines. Worse yet, the levels of lidocaine in his blood were initially reported to have come from pain cream, but upon further analysis, it was determined that the levels in his system were far, far higher than what would have been usual in pain cream. And that's when investigators remembered the pack of surgical needles that had been found in his car. Investigators have concocted a narrative that, when you really think about it, could make sense. They believe since Philip worked in a hospital, he was able to procure lidocaine injections for himself. They believe that he would have used the lidocaine prior to inflicting the injuries on himself. While this does make sense in a way, it doesn't explain the hesitation that was found around his chest wound or why he would have done this in the first place. Now, some reports say that this chest wound was quite deep, as were the wounds to his nipples. But I was able to locate an official legal report about the incident, and this report claims that all of Philip's unusual wounds were just superficial, meaning that they didn't penetrate deep enough to cause any lasting damage or threaten his life. So if this is true, the hesitation found around his chest wound may have meant that Philip did, in fact, inflict the wound upon himself, but he was apprehensive about doing so, either because of the pain or because he was unsure that he wanted to go through with it. To make things even more interesting, the duct tape that was found wrapped around his wrists was not tied in a way that would indicate that he was fully restrained by someone. In fact, the method in which the tape was applied wouldn't have restrained him at all. Now, I don't fully understand how the police described the tape being wrapped around his wrists, and there's no public photos from the case to prove anything. But they claim that any grown person would have been able to break the tape due to the way that it had been wrapped, even if it was tied behind their back. There were also no signs of stretching on the tape, as you might expect if someone was struggling to break free. But there's still one other piece of evidence that just doesn't make sense. The missing tip of his pinky finger. According to first responders, while this is certainly a strange clue, it's most likely that he lost the tip of his pinky in the car crash. First responders noted that while there was a sizable amount of blood on Philip's clothing from his other injuries, there wasn't a large amount of blood coming from his finger, suggesting that it may have been cut off after he passed away, possibly being severed by glass or by his own car door during the crash. Now, we're all obviously asking the same question here. Did Philip really do all of this to himself? And if not, who's to blame? Well, according to his wife Tracy, the answer lies in another question. Who stood to gain the most? Tracy Shue has been very outspoken about Nancy, Philip's first wife, and her potential involvement in Philip's demise. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of the video, there's no evidence to suggest that Nancy or her husband were involved outside of the mysterious letters that Philip had received. But in 2008, Tracy and Nancy were involved in a lawsuit with one another. During this lawsuit, Philip's passing was officially reclassified, and it's now being listed as a full-blown homicide. This allowed USAA to release the funds of Philip's life insurance. And who received them? Nancy and her husband. Tracy did her best to sue for the money, but she ultimately lost the court battle, and the funds were handed over to Nancy. It's been reported that only $500,000 was paid out to Nancy, though, and we know that Philip had 2 policies, so I don't know where the other money went. it may be best to assume that this is why Philip changed his will, and he somehow managed to get the second policy switched to his current wife's name. But this is just a guess. I really don't know what happened to the rest of the money. So who's to blame here? Well, we still don't know. More than 20 years later, the case remains as mysterious as the day that it happened. There's so much that can't be explained here, such as why Nancy was given 2 life insurance policies on Philip's life, who had been writing the mysterious letters that Philip received leading up to the crime, and even stranger, how Philip had such a bizarre premonition about his crash just days before it happened. Well, there is one explanation for Philip's bizarre premonition about his crash. He planned it. He planned it down to the last detail. Now, I have a hard time believing the theory that Philip did this to himself, but it is possible. But considering the courts in 2008 determined that the case is now reclassified as a homicide, I mean, we just don't know. I could see this case going either way, especially considering that Nancy, Philip's first wife, has refused to make any comments about the case. In fact, she's pleaded the fifth more than a dozen times when asked about Philip's final moments. In a letter to USAA, written back in 1999, Philip implicated his ex-wife, Nancy, and said, quote, "Thoroughly examine my eventual death for evidence of foul play, even if, on the surface, the cause would appear to be natural or accidental." And wiser words may never have been spoken. It's always tragic when someone with a promising career in an industry they love has that opportunity taken away from them. The case of Tammy Lynn Leppert is no exception. Tammy was a promising film star, having landed a role in an incredibly popular movie, Scarface. But Tammy's life would take an unexpected turn when she vanished without a trace. Investigators would end up following a series of bizarre and unexpected leads while searching for the missing woman. But the clues and evidence they found, well, they were strange to put it lightly. Tammy Lynn Leppert was born on the 5th of February, 1965, and from a very young age, she was destined for stardom. She had the incredible confidence needed to perform in front of an audience, as well as beauty pageant judges, without a care in the world. She'd been doing this from a very young age, but later on in life, she aspired to become a Hollywood actress. But as she stood on the edge of realizing her dreams, she suddenly disappeared without explanation. In the weeks that followed, investigators would learn of Tammy's strange behavior and anxiety before she vanished, and since her demeanor is said to have changed overnight, many people believe something happened to her that affected her so deeply that her life would never be the same again. Speaking of Tammy as a child, her mother, Linda Curtis, described her as a remarkably beautiful girl who would always wake up with a smile on her face, and who still had that same smile when she went to bed at night. It's no surprise then that Linda decided to enter Tammy into a beauty pageant while she was still young. And it soon became apparent she had a knack for it. Linda started acting as Tammy's agent, and before long, they had to keep up with an increasingly demanding schedule, as they needed to attend rehearsals for the pageants, as well as casting interviews, since Tammy also had aspirations of becoming an actress. These days, we all understand that this type of schedule with the child is, to put it mildly, unhealthy. But keep in mind, this was back in the 60s and 70s, so this information wasn't really available. With this in mind, it isn't very often that such a hectic schedule remains sustainable. And after Tammy turned 7, her parents' relationship started to fail, and they ultimately decided to get a divorce. But Linda and Tammy forged ahead. They moved out of their family home and continued chasing Tammy's dream of stardom. But mind you, Tammy was just 7 years old, so I don't know whose dream they were really chasing, Tammy's or Linda's. That's a question that's still up for debate. Being an experienced model and theater agent, Linda took on extra clients, one of whom would eventually become a part of the family. 11-year-old Wing Flanagan soon moved in with the mother and daughter duo, and in just a short while, he and Tammy became very close, with people describing the relationship as akin to being brother and sister. Wing would later describe that Tammy would always kiss him on the cheek before he left the house for the day, and at first he would feel embarrassed by the lipstick mark that it left on his cheek. But as time went by, he started to cherish the gesture, and would often leave the mark on his cheek as a badge of honor. As time went by, Tammy proved that her success as a beauty queen was no fluke, and by the time she turned 16, she'd taken part in more than 300 pageants, walking away victorious an impressive 280 times, which is no small feat. Then, in 1983, Tammy got the chance that she was looking for. She landed a role in the movie Spring Break, which was directed by Sean S. Cunningham, probably best known for directing the movie Friday the 13th, A Stranger is Watching. She played the role of a female boxer, and is also believed to have been the model for the movie's poster. Everything seemed to be moving in the right direction, and Tammy's future looked bright, to say the least. She had cemented her status as a beauty queen without any doubt, and now she'd landed a role in the movie. But then, everything changed, and to this day, no one is certain what or who caused it, but soon enough, Tammy's life would never be the same. When filming on the set of Spring Break had been completed in July of 1982, the cast and crew were invited to attend a wrap party to celebrate, and Tammy decided to attend on her own, not bringing any guests with her. It isn't known exactly what happened, but following the party, Tammy's family and friends, including Wing, stated that she seemed like a completely different person. Her demeanor had become sullen, and while she used to be talkative and bubbly, she now suddenly retreated into her own world. Her smile seemed to fade, and when Wing asked her what was wrong, she would quickly change the subject, at times appearing to be too scared to talk about whatever was bothering her. On other occasions, she would merely laugh the question off and try to make light of the situation. But those who knew her well could tell that something was very wrong, but Tammy remained tight-lipped. Her mother started noticing that she would sometimes sit or stand in front of the house's windows, staring outside as if she was watching the street as cars passed by. But she could never get Tammy to explain why. On one occasion, she'd been looking out the window when she called Wing over to look at something. She pointed to her neighbor's house across the street and asked him to tell her what he saw. He pointed out that they'd bought a new van, to which she replied, "Exactly." This confused him and he asked her to elaborate. She stated that the van had mirrored windows that could hide anyone inside, and added that she was certain someone was watching her from inside that van. This must have been exceedingly hard for Linda to see, since she was used to seeing her daughter happy with a smile on her face and always ready to take on the world. Whereas now she'd seemingly shut down and refused to let anyone in, either out of fear or because she didn't want to get them involved. This was already worrying behavior, but things were only set to get worse. Tammy soon started acting paranoid, as if someone was out to get her. And soon she started refusing to eat any food that hadn't been prepared without her being present. This made it seem as though she was worried that someone might tamper with her food or drinks. But Linda couldn't imagine who would want to harm her in such a way, since Tammy was liked by everyone who knew her. Wing stated that on one occasion, the phone in the house rang and he went to answer it. But before he could do so, Tammy made sure to tell him that if the person on the other side of the line asked for her, he was to say that she wasn't home and that he didn't know where she was. She then made a startling admission to Linda. She stated that, quote, they were trying to end her life, but she wouldn't divulge any further information. Linda did her best to figure out who they were, but was never able to get Tammy to say any more, since she was too afraid. This gave rise to further worrying behavior. Tammy would stay in her room for most of the day, and before she ate any meal that was served to her, she would get someone else to test it first, in case it had been tampered with. Since she never opened up to her mother or any of her friends, no one was certain whether she was afraid of something or someone that was real, or whether she was in the midst of a nervous breakdown and was afraid of things that were simply imaginary. Now, having a nervous breakdown is an easy assumption to make, especially when someone had never shown such behavior before, and since her claims seemed rather outlandish, much like a movie script, no one could be blamed for wondering whether she was suffering from a mental condition. After some time went by, Tammy eventually gave in and informed her mother that it all started when she attended the after party for Spring Break. She told her that while there, she'd seen something that she wasn't supposed to see, and as a result, someone was looking for her, and she was worried that when they found her, they would kill her. Try as she might, Linda couldn't get Tammy to tell her what she saw that night, and she was at a loss as to how to help her daughter, which must be a terribly helpless feeling as a parent. All she could do was try to be there for her when she needed her, and hopefully she would find the courage to eventually open up. There was hope on the horizon, though. In 1983, Tammy landed a role in the movie Scarface, which starred Al Pacino. If ever there was a chance for her to make an impression, this was it, and she seemed to grasp the opportunity with both hands. While filming was underway, she stayed in Miami, Florida with her lawyer, Walter Leibowitz, who was a friend of her family's. In the film, she played the part of a beautiful woman who distracts one of the main characters while he's waiting in a getaway car. It's been said that she made quite the impression on the film's set, and before long, she was being spoken about by some of the bigger actors. Tammy not only seemed happier, but she relished the chance that she'd been given, and it seemed that she might be on the road to recovery. That is, until the fourth day of filming, when things once again took a turn for the worse. One scene in the movie showed someone being shot, and to make it as realistic as possible, the shot included fake blood coming out of the wound with force. While this would be just another day on set for most actors and crew, Tammy, who was watching the scene being filmed, found it too unnerving to watch, and it had a profound effect on her. The casting director then contacted Walter, the family friend, and informed him that something was wrong with Tammy. He stated that she'd started crying uncontrollably while the scene was being acted out, and eventually she had to be removed from the set and taken to her trailer, where they tried in vain to calm her down. She seemed to be frightened beyond help and was trembling with anxiety, but still she wouldn't tell anyone what was going on. Walter then contacted Linda to tell her what had happened, and he suggested that Linda take Tammy to a doctor or a psychiatrist to figure out once and for all what was causing her so much distress. He feared that if she didn't get help, her career would be over. No one can handle such a large amount of pressure on their own for very long, and at this point, Tammy must have felt very alone, since she was too scared to tell anyone what or who was bothering her. Keep in mind that she was never the type of person to exaggerate a situation, and hence her fear must have been very real. Walter also suggested that if someone was really coming after Tammy, she and Linda should go immediately to the police to file a report, and hopefully get the help she needs. But this never happened, and Linda didn't know what to do next. Walter was of the opinion that Tammy wasn't delusional, and that her claims were very true. He added that once he heard her talking about money laundering, he thought this may have had something to do with whatever she saw that night, but he was unable to confirm his suspicions. Following her breakdown, Tammy went back home, and Linda immediately followed Walter's advice. She took her to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, where she felt that they would give her the help she needed. But Tammy refused to divulge anything to the police, and didn't even mention that she feared for her life. Tammy may have been a lot of things throughout her life, but a rat wasn't one of them. The only solace in this situation at this point was that Tammy was home among the people she knew and loved, but this seemed to bring her very little comfort, as her behavior only continued to baffle Linda. There were times when Tammy seemed almost normal. Some days she would wake up and be as talkative and bubbly as ever, but this usually didn't last long, and soon enough she would retreat back into her own fearful world where no one else was allowed. This gave Linda and Wing hope that she was on the road to recovery and that she would eventually return to her normal self, but those hopes were soon dashed when Tammy seemed to finally snap, and she would never be the same again. In July of 1983, Wing was sitting in the living room reading a book when Tammy suddenly confronted him and accused him of looking at her. He was completely baffled and could only defend himself by saying that she was mistaken. He quickly realized something was very wrong and tried to talk to her, asking her what was going on. But this only seemed to make matters worse, as she suddenly flew into a rage, yelling at him before suddenly storming out of the house. She opened the front door and ran out onto the porch, but she suddenly found the situation all too daunting, and she changed her mind. But then, the front door of the house had blown shut behind her and it automatically locked, leaving her trapped outside. This caused her a massive amount of anxiety, and she started frantically banging on the door with her fists while screaming hysterically for someone to let her back inside. But before anyone could move to open the door for her, she'd gotten a hold of a baseball bat and started smashing the house's windows, giving us some serious insight into her state of mind. Wing eventually managed to open the door to let her back in, but as soon as he did so, Tammy threw herself at him and knocked him to the ground. She then jumped on him and started hitting him, all the while screaming at him. She was convinced that he had locked her out of the house on purpose, when the door had actually just blown shut by the wind. Linda heard the commotion of windows breaking and yelling, and she rushed to the living room to see what was going on. She couldn't believe that she was seeing Tammy attack the man who was like a brother to her, and in an effort to calm her down, she told her over and over again that she loved her. At first, Tammy barely seemed to notice, but when Linda repeatedly told her, "It's your mother, it's me, Tammy," she seemed to snap out of it and started to calm down. This was by far the worst incident regarding Tammy's behavior, and Linda knew she needed to find help, and quickly. She decided that Tammy should undergo a psychiatric evaluation, and she took her to a psychiatric hospital in Brevard County. She was placed under observation for 72 hours, during which time tests were done to check for alcohol and drugs in her system. But these came back clear, and it was determined that she was suffering from no mental issues. Staff at the hospital had no choice but to send her back home with no resolution, which would have been very worrying for Linda, since she was concerned that Tammy would have a similar episode again, and she might not be able to get her to calm down next time. Tammy was taken home, but as soon as they arrived, she turned to her mother and stated that, quote, he was still after her, and that he would likely soon end her life. She asked that when that happens, Linda make him pay for what he did. But once again, she refused to tell her mother who this person was that was after her, and it became clear no progress had been made. Tammy's fear was as real as ever, with no end in sight. The day after she returned home, Tammy called one of her friends, Rick Adams, and asked him to pick her up. She told him that she needed to go to church to pray, since she'd seen something she wasn't supposed to, and feared that she would be tracked down and killed. Her friend would later tell investigators that while they were at the church, Tammy was praying and crying inconsolably, and once they left, she told him that she loved him and that she may need to go away for a while. He then drove her home and left, perplexed by what had happened. The following day, she contacted a different friend, Keith Roberts, and asked if he could accompany her to Cocoa Beach. Linda wasn't sure whether this was a good idea, since Tammy was still acting strangely, but she allowed her to go with him, and they left the house at around 11 a.m. But still, she felt nervous. She felt that Tammy was possibly making an effort to carry on with her life as normal, since she would usually stay in her room or at the very least in the house. Little did she know that as she watched her daughter walk down the driveway and get into her friend's car, she would never see her daughter again. When questioned by investigators, Keith later reported that he and Tammy were on their way to the beach when they got into an argument. She asked if she could borrow $300 from him, then got upset when he refused to drive her to Fort Lauderdale, where she wanted to meet with a friend. He tried to reason with her, but she seemed to get more upset with every passing moment, and she eventually told him to stop the car so that she could get out. They'd only driven about 5 miles at this point, and he pulled into the Glass Bank building's parking lot to let her out of the car, with this being the final time Tammy was ever seen. No one is certain what was going through Tammy's mind at this point, but it's clear that she was looking for help, as she called her aunt's nearby shop 3 times, but had forgotten that she was on vacation, so she never received the calls. She then phoned one of her other friends, but they were also unable to answer the phone and would only realize later that Tammy had tried to contact them. What happened to Tammy after that remains a mystery. She never returned home that night and has not been seen or heard from since. Linda filed a missing person report on the 11th of July, but Tammy was nowhere to be found. It seemed to her friends and family as though she'd simply vanished into thin air. During their investigation, the police interviewed everyone close to Tammy, including the 2 friends who'd spent time with her in the 2 days that she was last seen. No one seemed to have a motive to want to harm her, and she hadn't mentioned any plans to anyone. It wasn't known whether she was taken against her own will or if she left by choice, and if so, where she could have gone. Most worrying of all was the fact that she was still very unstable, and may have been acting irrationally out of fear. Her friends told investigators that Tammy and Linda had been arguing a lot lately, mostly about the direction of her career. They added that Tammy had stated on several occasions she couldn't wait to leave home to set out on her own. But Linda refuted these claims. She stated that her relationship with her daughter was fine, taking into account the stress that she'd been under lately. She, in turn, felt that one of Tammy's friends may be responsible for her disappearance, and specifically mentioned Keith's name as someone to be looked at. She claims that Tammy had told her that Keith was likely going to end her life, and Linda felt strongly that he was the one that she was afraid of. But after he was interviewed, investigators felt he wasn't a suspect, and no arrests were made. What doesn't make sense is, if Keith was the man she was so afraid of, why would she have called him directly and asked him to pick her up and take her to the beach? This has never been explained. What is known is that Tammy was wearing a blue floral shirt with a denim skirt and flip-flops at the time of her disappearance, and she had a gray purse with her when she was last seen. But none of these items have ever been found. Witnesses later came forward to report that they'd seen Tammy on the day that she went missing, and that she wasn't wearing any shoes, but this has never been confirmed. Now, this is the part of the video where I'll usually do a deep dive into the investigation surrounding the disappearance and what police found and what evidence they followed. But I can't this time, because police never found anything. I mean, they literally found nothing. It was as if Tammy was zapped clean off the face of the earth. The investigation ended as quickly as it had begun, because there were no trails to follow, just nothing. She was dropped off by Keith in the parking lot that day. Then she just ceased to exist. Linda added that she left the house without brushing her hair that day, which was highly out of character for her. After all, the girl was a model. But her mother is certain that she didn't run away, since she'd been planning to return to Hollywood in about 3 months, and had told her mother as she walked out the door, "Bye, Mommy. I'll see you later, okay?" These were the final words spoken by Tammy, and she was never seen again. Those words remained with Linda until she passed away years later in 1995, never having learned what happened to her daughter. At one point, it was suggested that Christopher Wilder, also known as the Beauty Queen Killer, who had claimed the lives of several women in the Florida area during the mid-'80s, was responsible for Tammy's disappearance. He was known to falsely offer women the chance of modeling for magazine covers before ending their lives, but no solid evidence was ever found to link him to Tammy, and he was never officially named as a suspect since he lost his life during a shootout with police in 1984. There was another suspected serial killer at work in the area at the time, though. John Crutchley is thought to have ended the lives of as many as 30 women between 1978 and 1985. But once again, no link between Crutchley and Tammy was ever found, and it's unlikely that he had anything to do with her disappearance. Linda stated on several occasions that she believed Tammy had inadvertently stumbled across a huge money laundering operation while at the spring break after party, and that her life had been threatened by someone involved. She felt that she was then targeted by these people, and eventually either abducted or had her life ended, since she had information that could not be allowed to be brought to the police. Whether these claims are true or not, we'll likely never know. Tammy's case is one that rings of not only tragedy, but also a promising life that changed in the span of just one night. She had the support of the people around her. She was tended to by doctors and even sat across from police officers who were willing to listen. But fear is an emotion that cannot be easily contained, and we can only imagine the terror she must have been feeling to remain silent under such dire circumstances. Still to this day, Tammy has never been found, nor has a single shred of evidence that proves she's either alive or otherwise. It's almost as if the young woman never even existed. There's just nothing at all left behind. Unfortunately, whatever the case may be, Tammy's career ended just months after it had begun. A career she'd spent her entire childhood trying to create. We can all hope that Tammy made it out of this situation safely, and that she managed to start up a new life somewhere else. In fact, following Tammy's disappearance, Cocoa Beach detective Harold Lewis received 2 telephone calls from an anonymous woman, claiming that she had proof Tammy was still alive. In the first call, the woman said that Tammy would make contact when the time was right. During the second call, she said that Tammy was doing what she always wanted, going to school to become a nurse. Proof of these claims was never provided to the police, and it's largely believed that these calls were a hoax. But it really makes you wonder. The peaceful rivers of North Carolina are not a place you would expect a terrifying true crime case to unfold. But for Irena Yarmolenko, that's exactly what happened. A young couple were out jet skiing on the Catawba River one afternoon when they got the shock of their lives. As they passed a small embankment, they noticed something odd lying on the riverbanks. At first, they probably thought it was just a bundled up pile of clothes, maybe some sort of animal taking a nap. But as they drew nearer, they realized this was no animal. This was a human body, and they just walked right into a crime scene. Irena Yarmolenko was known to her friends and relatives as Ira, and they described her as someone who had always had a sunny spirit, and who found it easy to make new friends no matter where she went. She originally came from Ukraine, but in the 1990s, her family fled from the country and headed to the US, eventually settling in North Carolina. Her parents managed to find work in Greensboro and found a home in Chapel Hill where they could live peacefully and raise their kids. In 2008, Ira was studying at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte after graduating from Chapel Hill High School in 2006. And in May of that year, she made the decision to finish out her semester there before planning to transfer to the university's Chapel Hill campus, where she intended on obtaining a public health major. When it came to her studies, Ira was known to be very dedicated and focused, and she also had hobbies of playing tennis and the piano. She also loved to spend time traveling around the country, since she enjoyed learning about the different cultures that she encountered and was also a member of her college's Russian club, helping her remember her roots. She also was a member of the college's newspaper team, where she worked as a photographer and on occasion she wrote a few articles. One of her main goals in life was to help other people, a character trait that was echoed by her brother, who's been quoted as saying, quote, "There was nothing bad about her. She was incredible." She was clearly a driven individual who had big plans for the future, and thanks to her nature, it seemed that she was set on the road to success. But Ira's story would soon take a tragic turn as she was robbed of that future in the most heinous way possible, when someone took her life. At just after 1 p.m. on Monday, the 5th of May, 2008, Dennis Loveless and his girlfriend Brenda Pierce got the shock of their lives when they were out jet skiing on the Catawba River in North Carolina. While out on their excursion, they noticed something odd lying on the riverbank, and they decided to investigate. But when they got closer, they were horrified to discover a woman's body lying by the side of the river. They knew they had to inform the authorities immediately, and so Brenda decided to ride her jet ski to a nearby bait shop, where she would call 911. At the same time, Dennis remembered seeing someone working at a nearby construction site, and he ran over to ask if they could contact the police as well. During the 911 call, Brenda stated, quote, "There's a car that's run off the embankment and a body lying there. I don't know if they're alive or not." And police officers were immediately dispatched to the riverbank. When authorities arrived on the scene, they unfortunately discovered that it was Irena's body that had been found, and she was located next to her car, a Saturn, that had seemingly left the road and crashed into a stump that was hidden in the dense brush, just a short distance away from the water. What struck them as strange was the fact that both the doors on the driver's side were open, but the airbags hadn't deployed from the collision with the stump. Stranger still, Irena's car keys were found lying in the back of the car on the driver's side. The engine was off, and strangest of all, the car was in neutral. Just about every detail from this scene just didn't make sense. If Irena's passing was the result of her crashing into the stump, she surely wouldn't have been able to put the car in neutral before turning off the engine, removing the keys from the ignition, and then opening the back door and dropping the keys. It would have been nearly impossible after such an impact. Something just didn't seem right about this scene. A short distance away, Irena was found lying on the ground with her feet closest to the water, and in one hand she was holding onto a vine. It was also noted that her hair and the clothes that she was wearing were soaked. While attempting to figure out what had happened here, investigators initially assumed that she'd driven herself to the river, where she'd then gotten out of the car and ended her own life. But this opinion quickly changed upon a closer inspection of her body. It was discovered that she had 3 marks on her neck that suggested that she'd been strangled and then left by the side of the river. A further search uncovered 3 ligatures, and it was quickly determined that Irena's killer used these to end her life. It was later revealed that the first came from the sweatshirt that she was wearing. The second was a blue ribbon that was a perfect match for another ribbon that was tied to her bag, which was still in the car. And the third was a bungee cord, similar to one that was discovered in the car's trunk. They also found a camera in her trunk, but its film had been removed. But the strangest detail of all was also found in the car's trunk: a half-eaten burger from Wendy's. Ira was vegetarian. The first order of business was to interview everyone who was present in the area when Irena was discovered. Dennis and Brenda recounted their experience of stumbling across her body and reiterated they were merely out on the river to do some jet skiing. The nearby construction workers added that they'd only become aware that something was wrong once Dennis showed up, asking them to call 911. Several people walked past the scene while it was being processed, and they were also questioned, but no one had seen anything, and they were just as shocked by the discovery as Dennis and Brenda were. But there was one man who'd been present this whole time as he was fishing about 100 yards from where Irena's body was found. 39-year-old Mark Carver told investigators that he and his cousin, Neil Casada, were unaware of anything that had happened, and added that he hadn't seen anything suspicious or untoward in the time that he'd spent next to the water. When asked to recount the movements of that day, he stated that he and Neil had arrived at the river at around 11 that morning, and they immediately started getting their fishing equipment ready. They'd been there for about an hour when they became aware of a strange sound further down the river, and Mark described it as sounding similar to a bulldozer scraping along the ground. He gave his and his cousin's information to the investigating officers, after which he left to pick up his daughter, presumably from school. He did return again later that same afternoon, and when asked why he was back, he claimed to have left his fishing net behind, but he was stopped from entering the area. He returned the next day after the area was accessible again, but was still unable to locate his net. Ira's car was then towed away to a secure garage, where it was processed for fingerprints by the Gaston County Police Department. This was done on the 5th and the 7th of May. Strangely, there seemed to be no reason for Ira to be in that area, since it was around 20 miles from her residence, and the only plausible explanation was that she'd traveled to the river with someone she knew, or she'd been forced to drive there by someone who had nefarious intentions. Mark had only given an informal statement at this point, and on the 15th of May, he was asked to provide an official account of his time next to the river. He stated that he saw Dennis and Brenda while they were jet skiing on the water, but added that there was also another boater present. He said that he heard Dennis speaking to the man in the boat, asking him to call 911, but he was adamant that he had no idea that a body had been found until he saw a news story about the case on the news. Since Mark and Neil were the only ones who were in the area when Ira's body was found, investigators decided to take a closer look at their lives and circumstances. They found that Mark was retired thanks to a medical disability. Mark's arrest record showed that he'd been taken into custody twice in the past. One of those instances occurred in 2007 when he and his son were wrestling, and somehow he'd ended up accidentally wounding him with his firearm. Neil was also interviewed on several occasions, but he was adamant that they'd never heard anything strange other than the sound that they heard and the sound of voices talking about calling 911. But they did allow for their DNA samples to be taken. The next step in the investigation was to try and create a timeline of Ira's movements before she was found by the river. Police found that on the day that she lost her life, Ira went to a bank in Charlotte at around 10:17 a.m., where she deposited some money into her account. She then traveled to a Goodwill store, also in Charlotte, where she dropped off a few bags of clothing at about 10:33 a.m. Following that, she went to Jackson's Java coffee shop, where she did a few shifts a week, though she didn't have a shift this day and was presumably just visiting with her coworkers while having a cup of coffee. They then found a strange piece of footage captured by CCTV security cameras in the area of the YMCA in Belmont. The footage showed Ira's car arriving at the building at 11:09 a.m., but instead of stopping and getting out, it showed the car driving around the parking lot before suddenly leaving again 1 minute later. Unfortunately, the security footage was somewhat blurry, and investigators were unable to see whether Ira was alone in the car or not. As the car left the parking lot, it could be seen driving in the direction of the river, where it would eventually be found a few hours later. This is where the trail went cold, as no one had seen Ira after that, and her car wasn't captured on any further security cameras. The interesting thing is, Ira hadn't been sexually assaulted. It didn't seem as though she'd been robbed, and by all accounts, she was an extremely likable person who got along with just about everyone she met. So for investigators, there was one big question. Was Ira alone in that car, or was there someone with her? There was some speculation between detectives that this was a crime of opportunity. But even if this was the case, what was the motive for ending Ira's life? When a crime like this is committed, it's usually out of jealousy, a robbery that's gone wrong, a planned hit, or because of a rivalry, among other reasons. But none of these seemed to fit with Ira's crime, since she had no enemies and hadn't gotten into any trouble before she lost her life. 2 months after Ira was found, her car was swabbed for DNA, along with the 3 ligatures that were determined to have been used to end her life. The processing of DNA evidence like this is a very timely process that usually takes several days, maybe even a couple weeks to complete. But it would be a few months after Ira's car was swabbed that the results finally came back, and they seemed to confirm the investigators' darkest suspicions. While it was reported that mixed DNA profiles were found in the car, the lab stated that a match had been found on the swabs taken from the car's driver's side back door, specifically the pillar above the door. It was found to be a match for Mark, who claimed to have never seen Ira or her vehicle. But his DNA wasn't the only DNA that was present in the car. They also reported that they found a match from swabs taken from the armrest of the front passenger door and inside the window of the same seat. This DNA matched Neil. It was now up to investigators to prove that the two cousins were in or around Ira's car at some point, and to do so, they had to establish what their movements were that morning. They found that the two men had indeed made plans to go fishing that morning, but only met up at the river later on. Mark had traveled to a store where he picked up a salt block that was intended for Neil's goats. Since the block was too heavy for Mark to carry on his own, he asked an employee at the store to carry it to his car. The employee did so and placed it in his car's trunk. Following this, he drove to the College Park Pharmacy, where he dropped off a prescription at 10:52 a.m. He then went to the river, to a spot where he and some of his family members had been fishing in the past, and a short while later, Neil arrived to retrieve the salt block from Mark's vehicle. Neither of the men could carry the block on their own, since Mark had carpal tunnel and Neil was suffering from a heart condition, but they eventually helped each other transfer it from one car to the other. According to Mark's statement, they then heard the strange scraping sound at around noon, and a short while later, Neil left, but Mark decided to keep fishing. He was then approached by a police officer after Ira's body was discovered, and was only allowed to leave at around 2:30 p.m. after he'd been interviewed and supplied the police with his identification, as well as his and Neil's contact information. He then drove away from the river and returned to the pharmacy to pick up the medication from the prescription that he'd dropped off earlier that morning. An employee at the pharmacy remembered seeing him that afternoon, and told investigators that when Mark arrived, the case was being discussed on a television in the store. Mark told the worker that he'd been at the scene, but didn't know anything about the incident other than being told someone had been shot. When he and Neil returned to the river later that day, Ira's car was being removed from the scene, and hence they were not allowed to go to their fishing spot. Considering their DNA was found at the scene, the two men were later brought in for questioning. Neil remained adamant that neither he nor Mark had been anywhere near Ira's car. The interrogators decided to lie to him by telling him that his cousin was in another interrogation room and that he had implicated Neil in the crime. But he remained steadfast in his statement that he had never seen the vehicle in question. It was then found that Mark wrote and read at a first grade level, and after testing, it was determined that he had an IQ level of 61, which matches with a clinical level of mental disability. Investigators then spoke to several doctors about Mark's physical conditions, and they confirmed that he was considered as disabled. They added that thanks to the carpal tunnel, he had a very weak grip strength and often had trouble holding on to something as light as a pen. Speaking of the DNA evidence that was found at the scene, DNA other than Ira's was found on all three ligatures that were collected for evidence, but neither Mark's nor Neil's DNA was present. 13 other areas of the car were swabbed, none of which showed any signs of the two cousins' DNA, and DNA collected from under Ira's nails also didn't match the two men either. Nonetheless, investigators felt strongly that either both men or one of the two had something to do with Ira's passing, and the decision was made for them to be taken into custody. At least 8 other people had their DNA tested, and hence must have been considered suspects at some point, but they were quickly cleared, leaving Mark and Neil as the only remaining suspects. Both men were still adamant that they were innocent, but the trial dates were set, and it would be decided that they would be tried separately after being charged with first-degree homicide. Though the day before Neil's trial was set to start, he unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack. Before Mark's trial started, he was given the chance to plead guilty in exchange for a lighter sentence of between 4 and 8 years in prison, but he refused, stating that he couldn't plead guilty to a crime that he didn't commit. And so Mark's trial went ahead. The prosecution made the case that Ira had traveled to the river on her own to take some photos, but while she was there, she caught the two cousins in a compromising position and took photos of them. They claimed that this would have angered the two men, who then decided to end her life before removing the film from the camera, then placing the camera back in the trunk of the car. There was also never any mention of whether or not either man's DNA was found on the camera, or even their fingerprints for that matter. A detective testified that the camera counter showed that 2 photos had been taken, which he found strange since there was no film inside. He later found out that this particular camera's counter could advance without any film being present, but he failed to mention this in court. But this is where another strange detail in the case arose. The defense was in possession of documents showing that the detectives knew that no film had to be present for the counter to work, but they failed to mention this at all, effectively ignoring a crucial piece of evidence. Basically, they knew that they were lying, or at the very least stretching the truth, but chose to use this misguided evidence to try to convict this man anyway. Not a good look. At this point, 3 things were clear in this case. First, Mark was definitely in the area where Ira's life was taken. Second, his DNA was found to be present in the car. And lastly, he had at some point mentioned that he knew how tall Ira was, despite stating he'd never seen her before in his life. Further hurting Mark's case was testimony from an officer who stated that he could clearly hear other officers speaking in normal volumes while he was standing at Mark's fishing spot, meaning Mark and Neil would have certainly heard Ira's car crashing into the stump, as well as the attack that followed. It would have been painfully loud given their location, and this proved the men may have been lying. In the end, Mark's defense team only relied on the fact that prosecutors couldn't definitely prove that Mark and Neil were guilty. Yes, they proved that the 2 had maybe lied, but that's it. The defense called no witnesses, didn't enter any items into evidence, and seemingly hoped that the jury would acquit Mark thanks to a lack of evidence. But this is not what happened. The jury found Mark guilty on all charges. On the 21st of March, 2011, he was sentenced to life in prison. Mark would appeal this sentence in 2012 and 2013, but was unsuccessful on both occasions. But unexpectedly, in 2019, a judge stated that Mark should be given a new trial, since there were several discrepancies in the evidence that were never brought to the jury's attention. To start with, the jury had never seen Mark's interrogation video, which showed a detective leading him into saying that he knew how tall Ira was. Furthermore, one of the responding officers failed to mention that he shook Mark's hand after questioning him, and then returned to the crime scene, thereby possibly transferring Mark's DNA to the vehicle, where it was later picked up by swabs. Since Ira's car's doors were seen left open in some of the pictures, but were closed in others, officers had to have touched the doors at some point before DNA evidence was collected, meaning the DNA evidence collected was totally unreliable. The defense also failed to mention that Mark was mentally disabled, or that he suffered from carpal tunnel syndrome, which would have made it impossible for him to carry out the crime, as he couldn't have tied the ligatures that were found at the scene. Thanks to this judge coming forward, Mark's conviction was finally overturned, and on the 11th of June, 2019, he was released from prison on a bond of $100,000. He was also ordered to wear an ankle monitor while awaiting a retrial. A new hearing date was set for the 16th of August, 2022, but this trial would never take place, as the charges against Mark were finally dropped on the 12th of August, as there simply wasn't enough evidence to link him to the crime. Mark is now a free man, but this means that Ira's case is still unsolved, and the person responsible for her crime has never been identified. It's a heartbreaking fact that this case had a major negative impact on 2 different families, neither of which received the answers they deserve. In Ira's case, how could someone claim the life of an innocent young woman? In Mark's case, how could a team of investigators seemingly knowingly convict a man who was 100% innocent? It's been mentioned in various forums that evidence exists proving that certain unnamed individuals may have been responsible for Ira's crime, but there seems to have been no further progress in her case, which means that there's been no closure for her family, and they still have no idea what happened to her on that fateful day. To top this off, a criminal is now running free, never having paid for his actions against this poor woman. As for Mark and his family, he spent nearly 8 years in prison despite a massive discrepancy in the case's evidence, and even now that he's been released, he hasn't received so much as an apology for the years of his life that he'll never get back. This case seems like a true crime story that just keeps on giving. At every possible angle, there's just so much more and more hurt, and never any answers. There's no word on whether or not the police are still investigating the case. If they are, they've certainly made no progress in the last few years, at least not that's been publicly mentioned. I just hope, for Ira's family's sake, they will eventually get to the bottom of this so that her loved ones can finally get a bit of closure, and maybe even a small amount of peace. Deception coming from a stranger hurts a lot, but what if it comes from someone you least expect? When Teresa Stone discovered her husband, Randy Stone's motionless body in their office on Nolan Road in Independence, Missouri, everyone's hearts went out to the grieving widow. It was clear that foul play had been involved, but was it an insurance deal gone wrong? Was it a jealous competitor? Was Randy at the wrong place at the wrong time? What seems cut and dry on the surface can be murky and deceitful underneath. This case, dubbed as the worst kept secret in New Hope Baptist Church history, is an ugly kaleidoscope of lies and secrets so unholy that even the walls of a confessional booth couldn't handle them. Randy Stone was born on June 14, 1967 in Kansas City, Missouri, where he spent all of his life. He was a devout Christian and religiously attended church with his family. Randy was defined as a tough guy with a heart of gold. He was also very competitive, fond of fitness, and sports took almost all of his free time. Right down the street from the Stone family was the Greenwald family. And one day while playing on these very streets, Randy met a girl named Teresa Greenwald. Teresa was also born in Kansas on December 6, 1971, making Randy about 4 years older. Teresa and Randy quickly became high school sweethearts, though Teresa wanted to take the relationship to the next level, but Randy had other plans, as he was enlisted in the Marines and left for 4 years, serving during Desert Storm and then moving on to the Army Reserves. After he came back to Kansas, Randy and Teresa reconnected, and shortly after, they started officially dating. Teresa was enamored by Randy. He loved her outgoing personality and quirky sense of humor. Teresa was no stranger to the Stone family either, because they practically lived within walking distance and she was considered family. They all loved that Randy and Teresa were in a happy relationship. In 1990, less than 1 year after dating, Randy and Teresa got married and settled down in Kansas permanently. In 1991, they welcomed a son, Michael, and then a daughter, Miranda, 2 years later. Not long after, Randy opened his branch of the Farmers Insurance Agency on Nolan Road in Independence, Missouri. His competitiveness really accelerated the business, and it was one of the most successful agencies in the region. Teresa also helped out Randy at the insurance office, first as a customer service representative, and then later as a licensed agent. Even with all the meetings, the trips, and managing a thriving business, Randy and Teresa's relationship was still the same. They were affectionate towards each other, weren't afraid of showing their love, and Randy even wrote poetry for his wife. Randy was a truly family man, and his priority was always his wife and kids. If you thought that work took up most of the Stones family's lives, you would have been mistaken, because the second place people would find them was at their community church, New Hope Baptist. Randy, being great with numbers and an overall helpful person, was the church's minister of records, part of the finance committee, and even drove the Sunday bus. Teresa, on the other hand, helped out in the kitchen, sang in the choir, and organized various events. So, from the looks of it, Randy and Teresa had a very fulfilling life. The couple were madly in love with each other. They had the perfect family dynamic, they ran a successful business together, and they had a loving church community. But misery had soon found its way into the Stone family, and in 2010, things came crashing down, and everything changed for the worse. March 31st, 2010 was just another normal day for 39-year-old Teresa. She spent the afternoon with her daughter running errands before dropping by Randy's office to finish her workday. But as soon as she pulled into the parking lot right next to Randy's car, she immediately knew something was off. The blinds on the windows were shut, and alarmingly the front door was locked, which wouldn't be the case if everyone in the office were still on the clock, as they should have been. Teresa proceeded to unlock the door with her keys and stepped into the office, which was dark and silent. Nothing looked out of place, though, as Randy's computer was still on, but he was nowhere to be found. She then went into her office, and what she saw was nothing short of terrifying. 43-year-old Randy was lying on the floor, completely lifeless. Teresa, on impulse and in obvious panic, grabbed the office phone and called her parents. She told them that Randy had been shot and that he'd passed away. Her parents instructed her to call 911 immediately, which she did. Surprisingly, though, Teresa didn't tell the operator that Randy had been shot. She just continuously stated that something had happened to her husband, He was emotionless and that she didn't know what to do. A team of officers arrived on Noland Road, and when they checked on Randy, he had unfortunately passed away. There was one single shell casing on the floor next to Randy, which belonged to a .40 caliber firearm. Police concluded that Randy had been hit in the head at close range with that firearm. Officers initially thought that Randy passed away in a robbery gone wrong, but that theory was soon ruled out when they saw money, $150 to be exact, lying undisturbed on the office table. Randy's wallet was also still in his back pocket. On top of that, there weren't any signs of forced entry, so officers immediately thought that Randy was probably attacked by someone he knew, and they wanted to investigate this case in light of a possible homicide. But there was one more thing that the police discovered, which turned the case on its head. In the trash can, right next to Randy's body, was a torn-up letter that officers immediately took in as evidence. The letter turned out to be an unsigned love letter written by someone for Teresa. And no, the writer wasn't Randy, as a forensic handwriting analysis was done on the letter, and even a side-by-side comparison, the letter's writing looked completely different from Randy's. What was even more bizarre were the contents of the letter itself, which read something like this. "Happy birthday, love. You're so very precious to my heart. You possess the most tender spot in my heart. I care for you more than anyone else on earth, and I desire to be with you every moment of every day. Your birthday is my favorite day. I remember 9 years ago telling you that I had something for you in my office. It was me. I wanted to give you me. That kiss you took, and then you gave me one back. I felt like it was my birthday. I'm not in control of things yet, but when we're fully together, your birthday will always be exciting." From the looks of it, it seemed like Teresa's mysterious admirer knew her, and they most certainly had been intimate with each other, and on top of that, it was 9 years ago. But hold on to your seats, because this piece of paper would unveil some secrets you never even imagined. The news of Randy's tragic passing quickly spread throughout the city. His family was struck with unimaginable grief and shock. Meanwhile, Teresa was taken to the station for a statement so that the police could get more information on who would actually want to hurt Randy, a person who was honorable and well-loved in the community and had no enemies. Teresa gave Detective Keith Rosewarne a detailed rundown on what had happened earlier that day. She was very forthcoming, precise with her explanation, and had an airtight alibi. Interestingly, she remained calm and collected, and even though her voice sounded quivery, there weren't any tears in her eyes. Now, a lot of people thought that this was her way of grieving. Some people just never shed a tear until days, weeks, or even months after the fact. Still, it was weird how she acted throughout the investigation, considering her loving, loyal, and caring husband of 20 years had tragically and suddenly passed away. Detective Rosewarne thought that Teresa was acting suspiciously, especially when he asked about the firearm used on Randy. The police actually found out that Randy had also owned a .40 caliber handgun, but Teresa claimed that he'd sold the gun a while ago, but she didn't know who he sold it to. Teresa was also questioned about the letter. She initially feigned confusion, but as she was left alone for a moment in the interrogation room, which mind you had hidden cameras and voice recording devices, she was seen muttering, "Oh great, I forgot about that." When the questioning continued, Teresa said that the letter was actually from a secret admirer, and that it was left on her car door several years back. To add to the oddness, Teresa said that she had just found the letter a few days back, tucked away in her wallet, and she'd trashed it. Now, I don't know about you, but if someone gets an anonymous love letter, they probably trash it right away, especially considering Teresa was married with children. So why would Teresa keep a letter like that? Regardless, Teresa was allowed to go home after the interview because even though Detective Rosewarne was suspicious of her, he needed more proof. Now, you would think that Teresa was absolutely broken over the tragic passing of her husband, but her actions were more skeptical than anything. Just a day after Randy's unfortunate passing, Teresa was digging into Randy's file cabinets and asking his friend, Robert Davis, about how much money she was going to get from Randy's 2 life insurance policies that he took out. To say that Robert was taken aback by Teresa's lack of emotion and apparent hunger for money was an understatement. Fast forward to April 6th of 2010, just a short while later, and Randy's funeral was held in the New Hope Baptist Church. The church was overflowing with people since Randy was a very respectable man in the community, and they were there to pay their respects and support Randy's family during this painful time. Randy's eulogy was delivered by the pastor, David Love, who had known him for years and was also one of his best friends at church. So overall, it was a very sad day. The police, though, were also at the funeral in hopes of finding a lead on Randy's case. They questioned a lot of people, and on April 20th, Teresa was called in again for questioning. And this time, detectives charged straight ahead and pressed that Randy's passing was premeditated. Detective Rose Warren even asked about the call Teresa made to her parents and 911, and the difference in her statements at that time, which was extremely strange. Here's the thing, no one could have known that Randy was shot, especially at first glance, but Teresa knew, which was highly suspicious. After all, Teresa claims to have just walked into the office and spotted Randy lying on the ground. So if she didn't get a close examination of his body and didn't remove any of his clothing to check for what sort of wound he had, then how could she have known how he had lost his life? Finally, Teresa caved under the intense pressure and confessed that she knew Randy was shot because she got a suspicious text from someone. When asked about the sender of the text, Teresa gave the most unexpected answer. It was from Pastor David Love. But Teresa wasn't done talking. She also admitted to something else, and it was far more dreadful. Turns out, Teresa had been involved in a 10-year-long affair with Pastor David Love. The jig was up. Teresa, the seemingly perfect and affectionate wife to Randy, was cheating on her husband for over a decade. Their whole marriage had been one big lie. And if that wasn't disgusting enough, she was getting cozy with the man who was Randy's best friend, the man who gave a eulogy at Randy's funeral, and the man who gave the couple spiritual advice every Sunday. It's so hard to wrap your head around this, but things just get uglier from this point on. So David Love was born in the Midwest in 1960, and his parents were missionaries. Basically, his whole family was dedicated to the church and its cause from the very beginning. Years ago, David had attended a Baptist college in the South, where he met Kim Turner, and the couple got married on June 26, 1982, and they started a family. David went on to become a youth minister and a pastor at a couple of churches before joining the New Hope Baptist Church in 1999. David instantly became well known in the New Hope Baptist Church because he was young, attractive, and extremely charismatic. His preaching style was also mesmerizing. It was something that Randy was also extremely fond of. Randy admired David and looked up to him for guidance. David was also very friendly with women, and this was something that Kim, his wife, was used to and tolerated well. But Kim and other members of the church soon noticed that another woman and David were getting a little too close, and that woman was Randy's wife, Teresa Stone. It started with slight physical touches, and church members chalked this behavior up to a very close faith-based relationship between a pastor and a member of the church. But things soon caught fire, and Teresa was seen going in and out of David's office alone for a few days each week for counseling sessions. Granted, David did have these sessions with other members of the church, and even Randy was counseled by David once a week. But Teresa's so-called sessions became more frequent, almost a couple times a day, and within a year, Teresa and David were stepping out on each other's spouses. It's speculated, according to that recovered love letter, that David initiated the affair, but Teresa did ultimately reciprocate. They communicated via burner phones so that their respective spouses wouldn't know. The affair was very emotionally charged and intimate, with pictures and emails being sent for 10 years. It wasn't just a fling or a rush of excitement either. Teresa and David were very much in love, and as the years went by, they even wanted to get married. They were pretty much planning their wedding on texts and emails, and David had even bought Teresa an engagement ring. This was not your ordinary affair. This was something next level. Kim started to notice that David was hiding something from her, and she even discovered the burner phone and the intimate messages between him and Teresa. But for unexplained reasons, she decided to stay with David, knowing that he was two-timing her. As for Randy, on the outside, it looked like he had no clue about his wife's infidelity. But something did happen to raise suspicions in his mind. In 2004, Teresa got pregnant. But here's the kicker. Randy had a vasectomy done years prior, so they technically couldn't conceive. Now, vasectomies aren't 100% effective, and some couples do conceive after the procedure. But as it would turn out, the unborn baby's father was, in fact, Pastor David, and not Randy. Randy thought that this unborn child was a gift from God, and he was more than thrilled about the baby's arrival. So could you imagine the betrayal this poor man would have gone through if he found out the truth? He was ready to father a child that wasn't even his, regardless of if he knew it or not. Sadly, though, the baby didn't make it. Teresa unfortunately miscarried early on. Another weird event was when Teresa encouraged Randy to take counseling sessions with David because she caught him watching indecent adult videos. That's pretty rich coming from someone who's behind her husband's back and getting intimate with the pastor, Randy's best friend for 10 years. David, in these heart-to-heart counseling sessions with Randy, taught him how to be a better father and a husband. What's so sad is that Randy wanted to be a better husband for Teresa. He wanted her to see him as the perfect partner, and he was willing to go to any lengths to make Teresa happy. It's just so heartbreaking to see that Randy was backstabbed and betrayed by two of the closest people in his life. This is just so over the top that it borders on unbelievable. So how did all this escalate from keeping a decades-long affair under wraps to the very unfortunate passing of Randy? Well, there's something that happened that drove Teresa and David into a corner, and they felt that they had no choice but to remove Randy from the picture for good. See, on March 16th, 2010, just 2 weeks before Randy met his fateful end, he found some inconsistencies in the church finances. Turns out that David was taking out checks from the church for himself. David had a habit of stealing money from the church, and previously he had not accounted for $30,000 that had suspiciously gone missing at the Independence Ministry. He most likely pocketed the money that was supposed to be a fund for missionary salaries. I swear this man is just the gift that just keeps on giving. Anyway, Randy confronted David a day after the discovery and wrote an email saying that he was resigning from the Sunday school teaching program and the Minister of Records position, stating that he and his family wouldn't get involved in this scandal and would soon after leave the church. Now, this was a double blow for David. Firstly, he knew well that Randy had dirt on him, and that this could ruin his reputation in Independence because no one wanted a money-stealing, backstabbing, marriage-wrecking pastor to preach about God and being good. Secondly, Randy leaving the church meant that David could no longer get to see Teresa, which would obviously end their relationship. There was a motive for David as far as the eye can see, but there were other obstacles besides Randy. In order for David to start his new life with Teresa, he also had to deal with his wife, Kim. Shockingly, David had plotted to drive Kim and her car off a cliff, making it look like a freak accident. The original plan was to deal with Kim first, but since Randy was being difficult and adamant about leaving the church, David knew that Randy had to be silenced first. But what about Teresa? Did she really want to leave her loving husband of 20 years for a 10-year behind-closed-doors affair? Well, the answer was sadly yes. Aside from being apart from her lover, Teresa had her eyes on the bigger prize, the $800,000 insurance payout that she would get if Randy passed away. David and Teresa wanted to use this money to start their new life together, which again is just so unbelievably cold. I just can't. But regardless, a plan was concocted. David decided to attack Randy in his insurance office. Teresa helped David by giving him the house garage code and even the code to Randy's gun safe, where David chose the weapon, Randy's own .40 caliber handgun. These two weren't just satisfied with doing the dirty work, they also decided to use Randy's own weapon against him. In the afternoon of March 31st, 2010, it's assumed that David went into Randy's office while Teresa was out, hence her solid alibi, and David took Randy's life with a single round. After that, he closed the blinds, locked the door on his way out, and just left. David also got rid of the weapon at some point, but the police have never recovered it. David also texted Teresa advising her not to go to the office alone, which was a clear indicator that Teresa knew that Randy had passed away. But according to what happened, she did end up going and discovering her husband, who her lover had savagely attacked. But the story still isn't over yet. Teresa had now revealed the affair to Detective Rose Warren, but there's more. She confessed to destroying the burner phone on the day of Randy's passing. Detective Rose Warren wanted to get a confession from David so that he could get substantial evidence to arrest him, and he advised Teresa to call him from the interrogation room, which she willingly did. Still, David didn't say anything, even after getting coerced by Teresa. That same day, David was brought in for questioning, and he stated that he was not in town at the time of Randy's attack. Since the evidence was circumstantial, Detective Rosewarne couldn't arrest David, and unfortunately he was free to go. But what he did next was truly appalling. David went home and confessed to his wife and kids about the affair, and wrote a cryptic letter of resignation to the New Hope Baptist Church that stated that he'd sinned and that he was sorry for letting everyone down. But that's not the alarming part. It was the fact that after a couple of days, he left Kansas with his passport and birth certificate and moved to North Carolina to work as a truck driver, of all things. But the police were onto him as they hit another jackpot that invalidated David's alibi. See, David's cell phone records showed that he was in the area where Randy's office was at the time of the crime. He shouldn't have been there unless he had villainous intentions, which he obviously did. With all of the evidence and Teresa's statement, David Love was finally arrested on November 9th of 2010, about 8 months after the crime had taken place. He was brought back from North Carolina to Missouri to face first-degree charges for the fatal attack on Randy. A deposition was held for David's trial, and the star witness was Teresa. But in a manner of speaking, Teresa was about to put her foot in her own mouth and only made a bad situation even worse. At trial, Teresa revealed that on March 16, 2010, the same day when Randy found out about the stolen church funds, Teresa had texted David saying that she wanted Randy gone. It was speculated that Teresa didn't want to leave the church, and ultimately David, when Randy said that he wanted to resign and distance himself from the whole issue. Add to that the fact that she gave David the codes to their garage and Randy's safe, it's easy to see that Teresa had a part in her husband's tragic passing, which only adds fuel to the fire. In the end, Teresa was charged as well. As for David, his lawyers asked for a plea deal on the condition of reducing the charges to second degree, to which the prosecution surprisingly agreed. David pleaded guilty, and he was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. He's currently serving his sentence in the Southeast Correctional Center in Charleston, Missouri, and will be eligible for parole in 2036. Even after being sentenced, David refused to come out with a confession on what happened on the day of Randy's passing, so we really don't know the full extent of Teresa's involvement in Randy's attack. As a result, Teresa was also offered a plea deal for a maximum sentence of 10 years. At the sentencing, Randy and Teresa's neighbors, notably Shelley Bell and other church members, were in favor of the maximum sentence. Meanwhile, Teresa and children Michael and Miranda begged the judge for leniency. At 20 and 18 years of age, Michael and Miranda had already lost their father, thanks to their mother's raging desires, and now they had to go through the pain of losing their entire family. They were fully aware of their mother's actions, but you can, to some extent, understand their plea for leniency. Ultimately, Teresa was sentenced to 8 years, which is next to nothing considering how she destroyed a family for a vile man and his attention. As for Kim, she divorced David shortly after the sentencing, remarried and moved on with her life, putting the whole thing behind her. As of 2022, Teresa was released from prison and is now living her life in Kansas, Missouri with another man. But still, the story isn't quite over. Remember the $800,000 Teresa thought she was going to get? Well, this is a plot twist that even Teresa didn't expect. Turns out, Randy had changed the life insurance beneficiaries in 2004, after Teresa's pregnancy announcement. Now, the money would go to children Michael and Miranda, who were minors at the time of the change, and not Teresa. This fact leads many people to believe that Randy knew more about Teresa's little rendezvous than he was letting on. Regardless, the look on Teresa's face had to have been priceless when she found out. Randy's mother, Clara, knew loss all too well. She lost her husband Leonard in 1993, but she still had her son by her side. Clara was extremely proud of David and all of his accomplishments. She was an advocate for forgiveness, firmly believing that her son didn't deserve to lose his life. She says that if her daughter-in-law was unhappy, she should have just filed for divorce, even though it's frowned upon in their faith. Clara lamented that at least her son and the father of their children would still be alive, and I agree wholeheartedly. I, too, don't believe divorce should ever be on the table, except for rare circumstances that most of us will never experience. Considering this is a religious-oriented case, you can take a quick look at scripture and see that we're only ever given one single justification for divorce: adultery. This is mentioned in Matthew 5:32 and Matthew 19:9. Now, you could also make a case for abandonment as well based on 1 Corinthians 7:15, but that justification is less clear. With this in mind, both David and Teresa were already breaking the #1 rule of marriage: don't cheat on your spouse. So with that in mind, why not go ahead and break another rule and just get divorced? After all, no single sin is greater than another. We know this from James 2:10. So they may as well have just gotten divorced and moved on. They clearly weren't concerned with practicing what they preached anyway. I just can't seem to understand why Teresa and David chose to end David's life, other than the obvious motive of getting the life insurance payout after his passing. But from the way I understand the story, the life insurance payout was more of an afterthought than anything. This case is the epitome of betrayal. To think that Randy, a loving member of the community, was seen as nothing more than a problem for his wife and supposed best friend is mind-boggling. In the end, this case just leaves everyone devastated. These two supposedly Christian individuals broke two of the most obvious rules in Christianity: don't betray your spouse and don't take someone else's life. Even if you dislike someone, Christians are commanded, not suggested, but commanded to love that person anyway, in Luke 6:27, just as you would love yourself or your neighbor, especially if that person is your own spouse. But for both Teresa and David, they chose to ignore these commandments and just do whatever they wanted to do. And unfortunately, David paid the ultimate price for sins that weren't even his own. It was August of 2011 when Katelyn Markham was last seen. She'd been working on her laptop on the evening of August 13th, with a friend noting that she wasn't her usual happy-go-lucky self. She was very reserved and may have even seemed as though something was bothering her, but we don't know for sure. Katelyn was last seen alongside her fiancé just before 11 p.m. that evening, but by the following morning, she was gone. Her fiancé reported her as a missing person, but her case went cold almost as quickly as it had begun. Her remains would be found 2 years later, and the state of her body was, well, confusing. The crime scene just didn't make sense. And worse yet, police were at a loss for who could have been responsible, until they uncovered a shocking clue in the investigation. Before we dive into today's story, I want to let you know about today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is a nutritional supplement that helps with immune support, focus, recovery, and energy. AG1 is an all-in-one powder that is great for helping fulfill your daily nutritional needs, as every serving contains 75 ingredients, including vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and so much more. I've given AG1 a try personally, and the results have been great so far. The flavor is surprisingly solid, and it's not at all what you'd expect. Unlike taking pills every day, AG1 is super easy to use every day. Just add water to the powder, mix it up, and you're ready to go. AG1 is designed to be used straight out of the packet or container, but one of my favorite things to do is mix a bit of peppermint with mine. When you give it a try, be sure to let me know some of the unique ways in the comments that you mix up AG1. I'd love to hear some of your favorite recipes. If you're ready to support both your performance and your immune system, click the first link in the description and give AG1 a try. For signing up using my link, you'll get a year's supply of vitamin D3K2 and 5 travel packs for free with your first purchase. Thanks to AG1 for sponsoring today's video. Katelyn Markham was described as being highly energetic, bubbly, and maybe even a bit weird, but not in a bad way. Oftentimes when cases like this pop up, families tend to tell the exact same story, saying that their loved ones lit up the room, loved everyone, and so on and so forth, but in Katelyn's case, that really does appear to have been true. She was a very quirky young woman who wasn't afraid to be herself. Katelyn lived alongside her family and fiancé in Fairfield, Ohio. Fairfield is a rather popular city just 25 miles away from Cincinnati. With a population of around 42,000 people, it's certainly not a small town, but it's not a very big town either. It's largely made up of suburbs and young families, and it seems to be a great place to be. I've seen mixed reports when it comes to how safe Fairfield may be. Some sources claim that it's incredibly dangerous and that crime rates are remarkably high, though other reports say that crime isn't really any higher here than anywhere else in the country. I'm not sure what to make of this, but if you want my personal opinion, it seems like a great place to be. There's a heck of a lot to do in Fairfield. There are heaps of attractions for young families to visit, more parks than I could count, and tons of great restaurants to see. The only real trouble with Fairfield is that it's a fairly lengthy drive to get anywhere, with the average work commute being up to 88% higher than in other parts of the state. Katelyn had been attending college as an art student, and this seems to have been the perfect career path for her. We don't know for sure just how long she'd been dating her fiancé, John Carter, but the two appeared to have been together for quite a while. I can't tell if they met at college or if they may have been together much longer than that, but whatever the case may be, the two were inseparable, and it was clear that they were deeply in love with one another. Katelyn had been living in a small condo in Fairfield, and her fiancé would often stay over with her. She didn't plan to live here very long, though, as Katelyn and John had plans to move to Colorado in the fall of 2011. But unfortunately, these plans would never be carried out. That's not because the two suddenly decided not to leave Fairfield. Rather, it's because Katelyn would become caught up in a haunting crime that she wouldn't survive. It was August 13th, 2011. It was a day like any other for Katelyn and John. The two had been spending most of the evening at Katelyn's condo in Fairfield. Katelyn had been busy with schoolwork, trying to get everything filed away before she missed her deadlines. On this particular evening, a friend of the couple had been hanging out at the apartment with them. Later on into the night, the friend decided to leave and head to a nearby party that was just a few miles away. Both Katelyn and John decided to stay home, and the friend left sometime around 10:45 that night, saying goodbye to the two for what would unknowingly be the last time. As the friend left the home, he noticed that Katelyn wasn't acting like her usual self. While she was normally smiling from ear to ear and making jokes and generally being a pleasant person to be around, this evening was much different. The friend mentioned that Katelyn seemed reserved, distant even. He said that she stayed on the couch the entire time he had been there, and this appears to have been for several hours. The entire time she never really moved or got up at all, she just sat there working on her laptop. When the friend left that evening, he recalled that Katelyn and John were the only two people left in the condo. John decided to leave the condo soon after, heading out around 11 p.m. He headed off to a party in Hamilton, then went home sometime around 2 a.m. and remained there for the rest of the night. He woke up around 2:30 p.m. the following day, then made it to work at Papa John's around 5 p.m., leaving just 2 hours later around 7. While this was a fairly normal schedule for John, there was one big problem. His soon-to-be wife was nowhere to be found, and he couldn't get in touch with her. John claims that he hadn't been able to get in touch with Katelyn since he left her condo the evening before. He called 911 shortly after arriving for his shift at Papa John's, telling the dispatcher everything that he knew. He explained that he didn't want to report her missing so soon, but he was getting worried after he hadn't been able to find her. Just hours later, Katelyn would fail to show up for her job at David's Bridal, and this is when investigators knew something was very wrong. They collected all the information that they could from John, but considering he'd been asleep for most of the day, he really wasn't much help. Several friends and family members were also interviewed, but no one had any idea where Katelyn could have gone. But one thing was for sure: wherever she had gone, she hadn't gone willingly, because she left behind her purse, keys, and her dog. Mysteriously, her cell phone was missing, but it appears to have been turned off. Police say that volunteers began searching for Katelyn almost immediately. Her family printed out missing person flyers in record time and began handing them out all throughout the Fairfield area and other nearby towns. As far as police could tell, no one had seen Katelyn since the evening of August 13th, meaning John, her fiancé, was the last person to see her alive. After coming to this conclusion, John was called in for a polygraph test, and the results were interesting. Police got to work right away, trying to track down Katelyn. And one of the first people they brought in for questioning was John Carter, Katelyn's fiancé. After determining that John was the last person to see Katelyn alive, they certainly had a few questions to ask him. Unfortunately, John didn't have many answers. They asked John all the obvious questions. Where did you last see her? What was she wearing? Did anything seem wrong? John was seemingly answering everything honestly, but then the questions got a bit more specific. Detectives asked John if he knew anything about Katelyn's disappearance. John claimed he didn't, but the polygraph operator claimed that was a lie. When they asked if he was involved in her disappearance, he said he wasn't. That was also a lie. Police soon noticed that John also had several scratch marks on the side of his neck. When he was questioned about where these had come from, he claimed they were from a razor, but investigators didn't believe scratches like this would come from any razor. When police spoke with a friend of John's, the friend said that he didn't notice the scratches until the day after Katelyn had vanished. Over the coming weeks and months, John was asked to speak with police on at least 3 occasions, with them using a polygraph during each of these sessions. Now, while these machines aren't exactly reliable, they can certainly provide investigators with some good information. And that's definitely what they did in this case. Police say that in all 3 sessions, John was caught telling lies about where he was the night that Katelyn disappeared. While they couldn't prove it just yet, investigators knew something was up, and they were determined to prove it. But that was a lot easier said than done. That's when investigators uncovered 2 key witnesses that would help blow the case wide open. As it would turn out, 2 teenagers, who were just 15 years old at the time of the crime, had been walking by John's home on the evening of Katelyn's disappearance. The 2 teens had snuck out of their homes that night, planning to attend a party that was taking place a few miles away. As they waited outside for another friend to pick them up, they noticed 2 cars drive up to John's mother's house. One of the cars was a red Ford Focus, and the other was a dark-colored sedan with a male driver. The man in the Ford Focus pulled into the driveway, then opened the home's garage. He rummaged around inside for a few minutes before getting back into his car. It's unclear if he removed anything from the garage or if he just looked around and left. Police were later able to confirm that John had a red Ford Focus registered in his name, and they presumed he had been the driver that evening. The man in the other vehicle wasn't immediately identified. The teens say that when the men arrived, they were coming from the direction of Katelyn's house. When they left, they headed back in that same direction. Mind you, all of this took place just after 2 a.m. But according to John's statements with police, he had been in bed by this point after having been at a party. Things only got worse for John from here. When police spoke with one of Katelyn's friends in the days after her disappearance, the friend had a pretty interesting encounter with John that she was itching to share with detectives. At this point, Katelyn had been missing for just over 48 hours as far as I can tell. But the friend explained that when she spoke with John about Katelyn's disappearance, she noticed he kept speaking about her in the past tense. Now, for any investigator, this is always a massive red flag. If this isn't an obvious sign of guilt or some sort of concealed knowledge of a crime, then nothing is. To top this off, when police asked for more details about John and his relationship with Katelyn, the friend explained that John had always seemed incredibly possessive of Katelyn. While it's only natural for someone to have a healthy amount of jealousy when it comes to their partner or spouse, the friend says that John's jealousy was to the point of being aggressive. She says that Katelyn would often complain about how insecure John was, and that he would get very upset if she even talked to someone of the opposite gender. This all grew very concerning for detectives when the friend finally revealed that Katelyn had been considering breaking off their engagement. Katelyn had confided in her friend that she was incredibly unhappy with John's lifestyle, and she couldn't support his decisions anymore. He supposedly had an addiction problem and would also look at adult content online, something that Katelyn wasn't comfortable with. Worse yet, John would repeatedly pressure her into doing things in the bedroom that she just wasn't interested in, and she was tired of satisfying his strange fantasies. Now, if you recall, I mentioned that the couple had plans to move to Colorado in a few months. Well, it seems that John was the main one who was wanting to move to Colorado, and Katelyn doesn't appear to have been completely on board with this plan. John mentioned in an interview that he never wanted Katelyn to feel forced to move, which is a pretty strange choice of words if you ask me. In my own opinion, this proves that John probably knew he was being a bit pushy about things, but others may disagree. Having been an inconsiderate jerk in the past, I've gotten pretty good at spotting people like this, and John ticks all the boxes in my book. In the end, the two repeatedly delayed their plans to move, and this seems to further the idea that Katelyn simply didn't want to go. But I haven't been able to confirm whether or not this is entirely true. It's just what the evidence and witness statements seem to allude to. After several more months had passed, police had still found no leads in the search for Katelyn. They reached one dead end after another. While they certainly had enough evidence to suggest that John was involved, they didn't have enough info to prove it or even charge him with anything. But that's when things took a dramatic turn, one that no one hoped for, and certainly not one that anyone expected. It was the spring of 2013. The flowers were in full bloom, and the weather couldn't have been more perfect. But for the Markham family, perfect was far from what they had been feeling. It had been nearly 2 years since their daughter had gone missing, and they'd spent every moment they had searching for her, desperate for answers. A couple had been visiting Cedar Grove, Indiana, wandering through the woods in search of scrap metal or other valuables that may have been dropped or left behind. Little did they know that their hobby would soon lead to a massive breakthrough in the investigation for Katelyn's whereabouts. As they were scavenging through the area with their metal detectors, they came across a strange-looking rock, unlike anything they had seen before. But they soon realized this was no rock. This was a human jawbone. Police were called to the scene of the crime immediately. A team of researchers cordoned off the area and began an investigation into the remains. Before long, the discovery was tied to the disappearance of Katelyn, and investigators were forced to make the call to Katelyn's parents that every parent and family member dreads in a situation like this. In this particular case, all this did was reopen the family's wounds, as officers didn't really have any good information to share with the family. There was no silver lining because they had no leads, no proof, and virtually no evidence. When the coroner examined the bones, things only got worse. The bones had been left in the weather for so long, there was no way to tell what had happened to the victim or who had put them there. There wasn't any way to tell how Katelyn had lost her life, but there was one particular detail that was fairly strange. Now, I don't know the specifics of how the coroner determined this, but the investigator had reason to believe that Katelyn hadn't been buried in these woods for all this time. According to a more thorough examination, Katelyn had been buried for a while, then dug up, and then moved to a new location. Where this original location may have been, no one knows for sure. However, some speculate that it may have simply been an alternate location within the same patch of woods, but that's just a guess. The only thing to mention about the state of the remains is that there was evidence to suggest that Katelyn had been wounded on her wrist around the time that she lost her life. But the coroner couldn't be certain about this either. The coroner noted 3 to 4 wounds on her wrist, but it was never determined what may have caused these wounds. Though the reports that I found online suggest that they may have been caused by some sort of blade, but even that isn't known for certain. But here's the real kicker. No sooner than these remains were uncovered, the case went cold yet again. By 2015, Katelyn's father had urged the police to continue with the investigation, and the local police, after much pushback, finally agreed. They brought in new investigators to take a fresh look at the case. While they admit that they did have a suspect, they still didn't have enough evidence to pursue anyone legally. A few suspects were questioned, but everyone was set free without charges. It would be another 8 years until police would make any more progress in the case, but finally, in March of 2023, an arrest was made. By March of 2023, police announced that they had detained yet another suspect in Katelyn's disappearance. By this time, they felt confident that they could secure a conviction. I'm sure most of you expected this outcome by now, but their newfound suspect was none other than John Carter, Katelyn's fiancé. See, when the coroner was examining Katelyn's remains, investigators uncovered that Katelyn had been wrapped in a sheet of plastic, as well as a garden weed barrier. You know, the black fabric that you put down when setting up a flower bed to avoid weeds popping up everywhere? Well, as luck would have it, police were able to secure a search warrant for John's mother's shed. Inside the shed, they found gardening fabric that was an exact match to the fabric that had been found around Katelyn's remains. Police also found a list of other items that they believe were connected to the crime, but this list has never been made public in the hope of protecting the integrity of the investigation. During their search, police also uncovered several other key pieces of evidence and inconsistencies in John's alibi, as well as discrepancies in the stories that he told officers about the night that Katelyn had vanished. Cell phone records from both John and Katelyn show that both of their cell phones were turned off around midnight on August 13th, the evening that Katelyn vanished. John claimed he had been at a party at this time, but police felt it was a bit suspicious that both of their phones had been shut off at the exact same moment that evening. If this weren't strange enough, John claimed that he hadn't texted Katelyn at all the evening that she disappeared. However, phone records prove that this was a lie. He sent dozens of messages to her leading up to around 11:36 p.m. when the messages abruptly stopped and their phones were shut off just minutes later. When police requested to look at John's phone, the texts between himself and Katelyn from that specific evening were mysteriously missing. Every other text they had shared was still there, but this specific block of text messages from that night had vanished. Police wanted to check Katelyn's phone as well, but it was never located. It was believed to have been left inside of her car on the night of her disappearance, but this was never confirmed, and all these years later, her phone has still never been found. When asked about these text messages, John initially claimed he didn't text Katelyn that evening at all. But when investigators revealed that they had phone records that proved otherwise, he said he deleted the messages by accident. Then he claimed he deleted them to make room for new texts, as he was getting flooded with texts from friends on the day that Katelyn was reported missing. This man just couldn't keep his story straight. But all of this leads up to one final revelation that took place after the search warrant was issued for John's mother's home. Inside, they found a notebook, a diary of sorts, I guess you could say, that included a few notes from John. The notebook was filled with various ramblings and unimportant writings, but one page in particular caught the attention of investigators. Researchers say that the entry appears to have been a conversation between John and what they call a demon of sorts. The note reads as follows. "Deep down, I love her.
You ought to kill her.
But I love her.
She must die.
I can't kill her.
Yes, you can.
No.
Yes.
How do you talk me into all these things?
I'm just that good.
But you're bad.
I know.
How do I kill you?"
You can't.
You're right.
About what?
Nothing. This was followed by a single sentence that read, "I slit your wrists with the key to your heart." I don't know about you, but that final sentence sounds like a confession if I've ever heard one, especially considering the wounds that were found on Katelyn's wrists. Needless to say, the future is not looking great for John Carter. John was arrested and held on $1 million bail. Somehow he was able to make this payment and he's currently a free man. His trial is set to take place next year in 2024, and investigators have every reason to believe he will be found guilty. John has never made any comments about what this note could mean. So is he mentally ill? Does he really believe he was speaking with a demon? We just don't know at the moment. However, all of this will be answered at trial, but as it stands, the case is still technically unsolved, but I don't imagine it will stay that way for long. Allie Kostial was born in St. Louis, Missouri, but had always dreamed of attending the University of Mississippi. When she was finally given this chance, in her eyes, life couldn't have gotten much better. But then, things changed. Investigators say that there weren't any clues or evidence that could have tipped off Allie's friends before her life was tragically cut short on that July afternoon. Detectives who arrived at the scene of the crime couldn't understand how someone could have done such a thing to a well-behaved, easygoing student. But that's when they honed in on their primary suspect, another student who had a secret agenda that no one could have ever seen coming. Allie Kostial was 21 years old in 2019, attending Mississippi State University in Oxford, Mississippi. Oxford, Mississippi is a relatively small town. There isn't a whole lot going on there. I was there just a couple weeks ago, and best I could tell, it was a town that didn't have much to offer outside of a few restaurants and outdoor stores like Tractor Supply. With a population of about 25,000, it's a quaint little town, very quiet, and certainly a great place for college students to live, as there's only so much trouble you can get into in such a small, lazy town. The University of Mississippi is really the main draw for the town, and I think it's safe to assume that the college is likely where the town gets most of its money as well. The university has an acceptance rate of around 90%, but the reason most people go here is likely because its tuition is relatively low, compared to other similar schools. And with the graduation rate of about 65%, it fits right in line with schools that may cost 10 times as much, while offering what's essentially the same exact education. This is likely why Allie Kostial was so determined to attend the University of Mississippi. A great school, a great price, and usually great people. Allie was attending college with the plans of graduating with a degree in marketing. She was scheduled to graduate in the spring of 2020, much sooner than many of her friends and peers, as she'd been attending summer school on top of her regular college courses. Allie had dreams of getting a job in the fashion industry in some capacity, though she never revealed specifically what type of fashion marketing job that she'd been hoping for, at least not publicly. Allie didn't just attend the University of Mississippi, though. She wasn't just a run-of-the-mill student. She had a fierce passion that few people will ever match. Allie had helped found the Alpha Phi sorority and was even the president of the school's golf club. If this weren't enough, in her free time, she would also help teach fitness classes in the area as well. I don't know how she managed to find time to do all these things, but with summer school stacked on top of all this, it's pretty clear that Allie was a very busy person. But she always made sure to save time for friends and family. Her mother recalled Allie's dreams of attending the university and said that she didn't only have plans of carving out a great career for herself, but she also dreamed of meeting her future husband at the school. Allie felt confident that she'd be able to find a suitable partner and settle down with an honest man by the time she graduated. In the fall of 2016, Allie believed that she had finally met this man when she ran across Brandon Thiesfeld, a student that she fell head over heels for. But unfortunately, these feelings were not mutual. Allie's friends say that they did their best to warn her about Brandon, but she was blinded by his presence. For whatever reason, Allie was drawn to him with a magnetic intensity. She just couldn't keep her mind off of him, but unfortunately these feelings were far from mutual, but Allie couldn't let him go. Over the course of the next few years, Allie would learn a lot about herself, after realizing how low she'd be willing to go to keep Brandon around. Oddly enough, Allie didn't actually meet Brandon Thiesfeld while the two were on campus. She actually met him in Fort Worth, Texas back in 2016, but quickly learned that he was a student at the University of Mississippi. For Allie, this likely seemed like the stars were all finally aligning and their relationship was meant to be. But tragically, this simply wasn't true. Now, at the time, Allie certainly didn't know this, but everyone around her knew exactly the type of person that Brandon really was. Brandon was a part of the in crowd. He was popular from the very beginning, at least with other guys his age. As far as women, well, as soon as they actually got to know him, they'd usually go running the other way, but that wasn't true for Allie. She couldn't get enough. According to various friends and acquaintances, Brandon was, well, a terrible person. Now, I don't go around throwing insults like this very often, but I'm serious. Brandon was the very definition of a piece of human garbage. All of Allie's friends recall him as being a total tool. All he ever talked about was his father's money and how he could do whatever he wanted because his dad would always bail him out. It didn't matter if what Brandon was doing was illegal or simply immoral, he'd do whatever he wanted all the time, always, no matter who he hurt in the process. One of Allie's friends spoke about Brandon, and while this friend wished to remain anonymous, she described him as a pig. She said that he would use his family's money to do whatever he wanted, and that he'd have 6 different girls around him at one time, sitting back and laughing at them. She ended her remarks about Brandon by describing him as, quote, super misogynistic. Other friends recalled Brandon in a similar fashion. They said that he was raised as a, quote, daddy's boy, and that he had no regard for women whatsoever. He viewed them as little more than property to be played with. One friend recalled that he would constantly badger every female that he came into contact with in the dorms. He'd hang out with them, get what he wanted out of them, and then move on to the next one. Unfortunately, this seems to have been the case with Allie as well. Allie was deeply infatuated with Brandon. In the early stages of their relationship, Allie was under the impression that the two were exclusive, and that they had started dating. But according to Allie's family, she couldn't have been more wrong. Allie's mother recalled Allie coming home from college one day and announcing that she'd met a boy, specifically a boy from Texas. Her mother says that for whatever reason, Allie was always interested in Texas and the people from Texas. So when she met a boy from one of her favorite places, she couldn't have been happier. Allie initially described Brandon as nothing more than a crush, but it soon became clear that they were far more than that. Maddie Norris, one of Allie's closest friends, says that she never even met Brandon. According to Maddie, Brandon always had better things to do than meet Allie's friends and family. Maddie would later describe the relationship between Allie and Brandon as on and off again, but for Allie, Brandon was the only person she cared about. Allie's friends say that she was repeatedly crushed by Brandon. She would constantly make plans with him, then he would never show up. She'd invite friends over to meet him, but he'd disappear just hours before the meetup. She'd schedule dates or phone calls, but he was never around. This all reached a breaking point in the summer of 2019. By this point, Allie and Brandon had been involved with one another on some level for about 3 years. But then Allie dropped a bombshell on Brandon. She sent him a text message and announced that she might be pregnant. She also sent a photo showing a pregnancy test result that came back as inconclusive. At this point, Allie was a senior in college, planning to graduate in just a few short months in the following spring. She revealed her possible pregnancy to Brandon on the 14th of June at around 10:15 p.m. While Brandon always did his best to dip and run whenever Allie reached out to him, this time was different. He responded almost immediately by saying that she should just take the Plan B pill and move on with her life. He added that he had no plans to keep a child, saying, quote, "I do not want a kid at all." Just minutes later, this was followed by another text that read, "I'm serious, no kid at all. It will ruin my life. I will not help at all." Immediately after these texts, Allie set up a time to meet with Brandon about the supposed pregnancy, but he never showed up, go figure. She scheduled multiple follow-up meetings as well, but he didn't show up to a single one of them. He would always concoct some sort of excuse and claim he was busy or had other plans or simply forgot. It wouldn't be until July of that year that Brandon would finally get around to meeting with Allie. But he didn't plan on simply meeting up with her. He had much bigger plans, and a much darker secret. Allie and Brandon had once again made plans to meet up on the evening of July 19th, 2019. At this point, Allie was expected to have been about 3 months pregnant. But interestingly, police found surveillance footage from that night showing that she'd been at a bar. She got an Uber after leaving the bar and was seen driving home alone, suggesting that she'd likely been drinking. This took place at 11:52 p.m. Just a couple hours later, at 1:28 a.m., believe it or not, Brandon actually showed up for their planned meeting. He picked up Allie and the two drove down to a fishing camp at Sardis Lake. According to photos that were taken at the scene of the crime, the two had been drinking White Claws and eating junk food throughout their drive to the fishing camp. Mind you, this was taking place while the two were operating under the assumption that Allie was pregnant. And for anyone that might not be aware, White Claws are alcoholic, and junk food isn't great for a baby either. The two arrived at the fishing camp at around 2:15 a.m. And according to those who live nearby, around this same time, a series of shots rang out in the night. A woman who was walking her dog reported hearing the shots between 2:15 and 2:30 a.m., pretty much the exact same time that Brandon and Allie would have arrived. By 10:30 a.m. that same morning, a police officer was passing through the area while conducting his routine patrols of the camp, and that's when he came across a crime scene. Based on the crime scene photos and police officer testimony, when he arrived at the camp, he found Allie lying face down on the ground. Nearby, he found her purse, 2 cans of White Claw, and the aforementioned bag of snacks. There was also a jacket placed on a nearby picnic table. When he approached Allie, it became clear that she had lost her life after being hit by multiple rounds at a somewhat close range. The officer stated that upon closer inspection, Allie had been hit a total of 9 times, though 11 shell casings were found nearby, leaving 2 rounds unaccounted for. The investigator said that in all of his years in the service, he'd never seen someone be hit so many times before. As soon as police confirmed the identity of Allie, they immediately got to work on the case, interviewing her closest friends and family members. In particular, they were interested in the testimony of Allie's friends. After speaking with multiple friends and acquaintances, detectives quickly noticed that there was one name that repeatedly came up in conversation: Brandon Thiesfeld. Brandon was a difficult person to track down, but police were eventually able to get in touch with him, and they asked him to come in for questioning. They didn't reveal that he was a suspect as far as I can tell. They purely explained that they wanted to hear his testimony from the night of the crime. But Brandon treated the police in the same way that he treated all the women in his life, with blatant disrespect. He told the officers on at least 3 occasions that he would meet them at a specific location at a specific time, but he would never show up. Once he lied on this 3rd occasion, police got much more serious and spoke with a judge and requested to obtain a warrant for his arrest, as well as gain access to his cell phone data. The judge granted this request, and police began to trace Brandon's movements by using his cell phone. They quickly learned that he wasn't even in the state of Mississippi any longer. He had packed his bags and was heading towards Tennessee without ever notifying them. Needless to say, this wasn't going to fly, so police tracked him down after issuing a bolo for his truck, an $80,000 Ford F-150 that he'd purchased once again with daddy's money. About 2 hours after issuing the bolo, Brandon was arrested in Memphis. As soon as police searched Brandon's truck, things got much worse for him. They found a .40 caliber weapon that he had been hiding, a weapon that matched the one used at the scene of the crime. Brandon was immediately extradited back to Mississippi, but believe it or not, things would only get worse from here. When police were doing their best to tie Brandon to the scene of the crime, they requested access to Allie's phone records. While they obviously found the weapon that was used in the crime, they didn't have any sort of motive, and without a motive, it would be a bit more difficult for a jury to find Brandon guilty. Well, it wouldn't take long for them to uncover a mountain of evidence that simply couldn't be ignored. When they began looking through Allie's Apple Watch and iPhone, they were able to use her location data, her fitness data, and her text messages to paint a remarkably clear picture of when the crime took place, how it played out, and what role Brandon had played in things. They were able to confirm via Apple iMessage that Brandon was the last person to have seen Allie on the night that she disappeared. Not only this, but they were able to match their location data to the exact same location at the exact same time. But then came the most damning evidence of all. When looking at the contents of Allie's text messages, they learned that for 3 months, Allie had been leading Brandon to believe that she was pregnant and that the baby was his. Brandon, naturally terrified, refused to do the right thing and just meet up with Allie to talk it over and figure out what role she wanted him to play in all of this. Brandon pretty clearly didn't want a child, but Allie continued to push him to talk about the possibilities. In the end, Brandon made a rash decision that would change the history of his community forever. Police were able to prove that Brandon, terrified of, quote, ruining his life, decided to claim Allie's life and the life of her unborn baby. Or did he? Well, yes, he did claim the life of Allie, but a shocking revelation was announced when an autopsy was conducted on Allie's body. She wasn't pregnant, nor was there any indication that she had been at any point in the recent past. So what was with this strange pregnancy test that she showed to Brandon? Well, who even knows? There are a million reasons why a pregnancy test could come back inconclusive, but it seems that Allie was riding this train for as long as she possibly could, maybe just hoping to get a meeting with Brandon. But here's the thing. We have no way of knowing if Allie knew that she wasn't pregnant. We have no way of knowing if she really was just stringing him along. But what I find really odd is that for the 3 months that she believed she might have been pregnant, she never bothered taking a follow-up pregnancy test to confirm one way or the other. But the most crucial piece of evidence, in my book, that proves that she likely knew that she wasn't pregnant was her attendance at the bar that night and the white claws that were found at the scene of the crime. Allie was a smart girl. She almost certainly knew that if she was pregnant, then she shouldn't be drinking. To me, this seems to allude to the idea that Allie may have been so deeply in love with Brandon that she was willing to do almost anything just to get a few moments alone with him and try to hash things out. But Brandon was just too much of a coward to face the possible consequences of his actions and just sit down and have a talk with her. And the thing that bothers me most is that if Brandon had half a brain, he could have pieced all this together as well. But instead, he decided to put an end not only to their relationship, but to an entire life. Allie had been working so hard to get her degree so that she could begin her dream career. She tried so hard to love someone and begin a life with someone, but unfortunately, it was someone who just couldn't love her back. Allie had everything going for her, but this moronic monster stole all of that and more. After Brandon's arrest, police came across a handwritten note in which Brandon accepted responsibility for his actions. The note was addressed to his parents, and he explained that he was sorry for what he had done and sorry for the pain that he had caused them. He explained that he'd been having dark thoughts for quite some time, years leading up to the crime. He said that he couldn't explain where these thoughts came from, but that he'd finally acted on them and deeply regretted his actions. At the end of it all, Brandon was sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole once he turns 65. It would seem that, at long last, Brandon had finally committed a crime that his dad couldn't bail him out of. Faith can be an incredible thing. For some people, it's the only thing that gets them through their day, while for others, it serves as a source of renewal and inspiration. But it can also be a very dangerous thing when faith is placed in the wrong person. Those of us who grew up in the church will know that ministers, elders, and deacons are held in high regard in their respective church families. since they're seen as the leaders of the church and are tasked with helping and guiding their congregation. But some of those who call themselves ministers of God, they're not at all what they seem. Matt Baker served as a Baptist minister at the Crossroads Baptist Church in Hewitt, Texas, back in 2006. He and his wife Kari were well known in their community, and from the outside, their marriage seemed perfect. The couple met while they were both still students at Baylor University in Waco, and they immediately hit it off. Just 3 months later, they would tie the knot at Kari's parents' house, and following this, Matt would attend the George W. Truett Theological Seminary at Baylor University, where he completed his studies to become a pastor. The future looked bright for the young couple, since they were both active in the church and had found happiness in each other. That joy would only grow when they had 3 daughters, Kinsey, Cassidy, and Grace. But things would take a tragic turn when Cassidy was diagnosed with a brain tumor in 1998. Once the tumor was found, she started receiving treatment that at first seemed promising, and she was released from the hospital. But in March of the following year, Matt found her unresponsive in her bedroom and realized she'd sadly passed away. And this understandably brought Kari's world crashing down around her. Due to the effect that the tragedy had on her, Kari started attending counseling sessions and would often remember her daughter by writing passages about her in her Bible. This, along with her faith and her 2 other daughters, kept her going during a time that many people would have found too hard to endure. But no one could have foreseen the events that were about to unfold in the family's household. It all started with a 911 call that Matt made a few minutes past midnight on the 8th of April, 2006. Matt told the operator that he left the house to get a movie and to put gas in his car. But when he returned, he was shocked to find Kari lying lifeless on their bed with a note and an empty bottle of sleeping tablets next to her. The note read, quote, "Matt, I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep for a while. Please forgive me. Tell Kinsey and Grace that I love them very much. Please continue to be a great dad for our little girls. Love them every day for me. I'm sorry. I love you, Kari." He told the operator that he had tried to revive his wife, and when he realized that she wasn't breathing, and since she wasn't clothed, he started trying to dress her one hand at a time while speaking to 911 on the phone, which he had trapped between his ear and one of his shoulders. The operator then instructed him to start administering CPR, which he did, and when EMS arrived, they took over. But Kari was pronounced deceased when they were unsuccessful. Matt then supplied investigators with the details of what had happened that night. He stated that he left the house at around 11:10 p.m. because he wanted to rent a movie, and while he was out, he decided that he might as well get gas for the car. He was surprised when, upon his return, he found his and Kari's bedroom door locked, and she wouldn't answer when he knocked. He became concerned that something was wrong and grabbed a screwdriver, and he was able to lever the door open, and the door lock finally popped and he stepped inside. He found Kari lying on the bed with her arms outstretched. He then managed to dress her in a t-shirt and underwear while speaking to the 911 operator. To everyone at the scene, it seemed that Cassidy's passing had just been too much for Kari, something that most parents would never judge her for. Jim and Linda Doolin, Kari's mother and father, were informed of what had happened, and they raced over to the house in disbelief. They knew that Kari had been struggling, but never imagined that she would take her own life. But it wouldn't take long for their suspicions to be roused when Linda was told by her 3 sisters that Matt wasn't as clean-cut as he pretended to be. They knew of multiple women who Matt had made advances towards while serving as their minister, but they decided not to say anything since they didn't want to cause trouble in his and Kari's marriage. Since she was still in disbelief over the ruling that Kari had ended her own life, she decided to do some investigating, starting with Matt and Kari's cell phones that had just been added to her and Jim's plan. She immediately found something strange. In the weeks after Kari had passed away, Matt had been placing calls to her number. In one instance, he'd called that number 17 times, and in total, he had dialed it 180 times. She then found out that the phone was no longer in Matt's possession, since he'd given it to a member of his congregation, a woman named Vanessa Bowles. Linda then contacted Bill Johnston, a former assistant district attorney and assistant U.S. attorney who, along with U.S. Marshal Mike Numera and Agent John Bennett, started their own investigation. They were able to confirm that Matt was somewhat of a ladies' man, since he'd made advances to women not only while he and Kari were married, but also while they were dating, and while he was still in college. As is often the case, things started to look even more suspicious when they checked Matt's internet history. He'd not only visited several adult websites, but more alarmingly, had performed searches for terms that alluded to taking someone's life with sleeping pills, as well as an overdose. He also researched how one would go about obtaining the sleeping pill Ambien without the need for a prescription. Everyone involved started to feel that something untoward was going on here, and the police had missed many details that pointed towards Kari's passing being a homicide rather than her taking her own life. Through much trial and effort, Johnson was able to eventually convince the authorities that there was a need to have an autopsy conducted. And 3 months after that tragic night, this was finally done. And the results were interesting. Since so much time had passed, it would have been impossible to find medications in Kari's blood. But the results showed that she had a type of sleeping medication called Unisum in her muscle tissue. This can be purchased over the counter. Ambien, the drug that Matt had researched, was also found, which was strange since Kari was never known to have taken that particular pill. Following these findings, the ruling was changed to an undetermined cause of death. Not only were there inconsistencies as far as Kari's passing was concerned, but there were now also rumors that Matt had been having an affair with Vanessa Bowles, to whom he'd gifted his wife's phone. Investigators realized that everything was not as it seemed, and they started suspecting that Matt may have ended Kari's life. He was arrested in September of 2007 and charged with claiming the life of his wife, but thanks to his defense attorney, Guy James Gray, he was released on bond. Gray was certain that Matt was innocent, and on one occasion told a news outlet that he only accepts cases that he has absolute faith in. He believed that it would be impossible to establish the cause of Kari's passing, and that prosecutors would not be able to prove that this was a homicide. Linda was even more upset when she found out that the assistant district attorney had decided to drop all charges against Matt just 6 months later, since he felt that the evidence in the case was merely speculative, and that it could not be proven that a crime had been committed. But she refused to give up without a fight. She filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Matt. It would be a civil case, but she hoped that the authorities would uncover further evidence during their investigations, and that they would eventually be able to build a criminal case against him. Matt had to endure a deposition, during which he would be questioned under oath. Johnston later remarked that Matt could have opted to remain silent at this point, but likely because he wanted to make it seem like he had nothing to hide, chose to answer his questions instead. He denied ever having an intimate relationship with Vanessa Bowles, or anyone else while married to Kari. But much of his testimony regarding the events of that night didn't seem to add up. He stated that while he was talking to the 911 operator, it took him mere seconds to dress his wife, despite the fact that she was unresponsive, and that he had to do it mostly one-handed. But Matt's defense attorney still had the upper hand. All the evidence against Matt was circumstantial and speculative at best, and unless prosecutors were able to speak to Vanessa, it seemed likely the case wouldn't go much further. When investigators interviewed her on an earlier occasion, she admitted that she and Matt had been seeing each other, but insisted they only started doing so after Kari had passed away. But she'd failed to convince Linda and the prosecution. It had come to light that Matt and Vanessa had been seen at a jewelry store in the weeks after the incident, and that they'd been looking at wedding rings. It seemed implausible that they would consider getting married if they'd only been dating for such a short time. But stranger things have happened. They also found Vanessa's demeanor to be deceitful, either because she was lying or because she was withholding information that could prove detrimental to Matt's case. To get to the truth, Vanessa was ordered to testify in Matt's case, where she would come face to face with a grand jury. To ensure her full cooperation, Vanessa was told that she would not face any consequences as a result of her testimony. But she was told that if she was found to be lying under oath, she would be charged with perjury. When she finally appeared in court, she insisted that she had told the police the truth. But she would then suddenly make a startling confession when asked whether Matt had ever discussed that night with her. She confessed that during one of their meetings, he told her that he wanted to tell her what had happened, and that he would only do it this one time. After that, it would never be discussed again. His exact words to Vanessa were, I killed her for you. When speaking with Vanessa about the crimes against Kari, he went into further detail, telling her that he'd emptied out a few of Kari's medication capsules and replaced their contents with Ambien. He then made sure that Kari took them, and when she started to get drowsy, he helped her to the bedroom. There, he handcuffed her to the bed, and she soon drifted off. He remembered that she started snoring, and this is when he enacted his plan. He kissed her on the forehead, told her to give Cassidy a hug for him, then started smothering her with the pillow. When his heinous act was complete, he uncuffed her and typed out the note that was found beside Kari, making sure to rub it on her hands so that her fingerprints would be present. He then staged the scene and left the house to ensure that he would have an alibi. The police officers who attended the scene never thought to check Matt's computer, which they soon discovered still contained the note that he had typed, and it was never confiscated as evidence. She also revealed that Matt had sent her an MP3 file of the All-American Rejects song Dirty Little Secret, and I think the implications are clear here. He told her to keep all of this information to herself lest she wanted to become his next regret. It should be noted that by this point, Matt and Vanessa were no longer dating, as she had already ended the relationship. Linda was elated at the news that so much information was gathered against Matt, and he was arrested once again in March of 2009. He was again charged with ending Kari's life, but this time the prosecution would have Vanessa on their side, something that would likely not have set well with Matt. It took about 4 years to get to this point, but for everyone who was close to Kari, the wait was well worth it just to see justice done. Matt continued to profess his innocence and insisted that he and Vanessa never had an affair. The court and everyone in attendance were expecting Matt and his defense attorney, Guy James Gray, to continue asserting that he never had been intimate with Vanessa. But to everyone's surprise, Gray stood up in court and proclaimed that he had been fooled by his client, who now admitted that he had cheated on his wife. He would later admit that this revelation took the wind out of his sails and that he no longer wanted to defend Matt, since it went against his policy to defend someone that he didn't have 100% confidence in. He requested to be removed from the case, but Matt insisted that he remain with his lawyer, and the court agreed. He did state that just because Matt wouldn't initially own up to the fact that he'd been unfaithful, it didn't mean that he was guilty, though the fact that he'd been lying for almost 4 years painted him in a less than favorable light. Instead, he focused on Kari's depression after Cassidy passed away. He reiterated that she was using a mix of medications that included sleeping pills, and that this would have made it easy for her to end her own life. But we can't forget the fact that she was never prescribed Ambien specifically, even though Ambien was found to have been in her system. Furthermore, he reminded the jury that no cause of death had been established, and hence they couldn't convict anyone of claiming her life. But luckily, Matt wasn't the only one who was aware of Kari's state of mind. Many of her friends told investigators that although she was finding it hard to deal with her daughter's passing, she was no longer depressed. This was confirmed by her grief counselor, who'd also shared another detail from the case. During her testimony, Linda told the court that the grief counselor spoke to her one day and told her that Kari had found crushed up pills in Matt's suitcase. She also revealed that she was afraid of Matt, or rather, afraid that he was planning to harm her in one way or another. She questioned Matt about the pills, but he assured her that they didn't belong to him, and that they'd likely been put in his briefcase by one of the people present at a youth center where he worked. He told her that as soon as he realized they were in his briefcase, he reported it to the youth center's security, but no record of such a report was ever found. As the case continued, more and more of Matt's statements about that night just didn't seem to make sense, and it seemed as though his case was starting to fall apart. The prosecution then started focusing on his claims of what happened after he found Kari unresponsive. They expressed their doubts about his ability to not only dress Kari in just 4 minutes without any help, but also the fact that he'd performed CPR while talking to the 911 operator on his phone. He'd also stated that he found Kari lying on her back with her arms outstretched. But photos from the scene prove that lividity had already set in. This term means that a deceased person's blood has started to settle towards the lowest parts of their body. Since the photos show that more lividity had occurred on Kari's left arm, they suggested that this arm may have been hanging off the bed, which is contradictory to the way Matt claimed to have found her. The next witness to take the stand was a man who owned a website in Japan. He told the court that his online pharmacy section of his website was accessed by Matt before Kari's passing, and that he placed an order for Ambien, but that he failed to complete the transaction. The case had grown in intensity by this point. There was still no telling what the jury would decide, but the atmosphere in the courtroom was about to get even more intense, as the time had come for Vanessa to take the stand. When asked whether she had lied about having an affair with Matt, Vanessa immediately admitted that she had been untruthful. She then recounted meeting Matt in church one day in 2005. At the time, she was in the process of getting divorced and had been having a difficult time adjusting to life as a single mother. She went to church and was sitting by herself when Matt sat down next to her and they started talking. They would often meet up after that, and at times he would talk to Vanessa about Kari. He explained that she was growing ever more depressed and that she wasn't taking care of their children anymore. Given that he was her minister, Vanessa believed every word, and so didn't find it strange that he'd asked her to come to his house for counseling. While praying together, he took hold of her hands and kissed her, which caught her off guard, and she stated that this is when the affair started. He would then often tell her that he wanted Kari out of his life, and that he had, on several occasions, spoken about ways in which he could end her life without being caught. He considered drugging a milkshake, tampering with her car's brakes, or ending her life in a drive-by. He'd also spoken about making it seem as though she had taken too many sleeping pills. He'd even gone as far as to tell her what date on which he planned to end Kari's life, the 7th of April, 2006, since this was close to the date that Cassidy had passed away. Committing the act on this date would make it easy for him to claim that Kari had taken her own life since it was close to the anniversary of Cassidy's passing, and hence would make his claims that she was depressed more believable. Unfortunately, Vanessa kept all of this information to herself rather than reporting it to the police, and preventing Matt from claiming the life of his wife in the first place. It's a factor in this case that Linda still struggles to come to terms with, especially since Vanessa had been granted immunity and could not be charged for withholding such information. Vanessa claimed that she chose not to speak up because she was worried that no one would believe her, given Matt's position as a minister. She also didn't think that he would do the same thing to her, despite being told by him that she would become his next regret if she didn't keep his secret. In Matt's defense, Gray asked an expert witness about DNA found on the note that was found next to Kari. He testified that Kari's DNA was by far the most abundant, which indicated to the defense that she had indeed typed it and printed it out, since she would have handled the paper more than anyone else. Soon enough, the trial was over, and all that was left was for the jury to make their decision. They left the courtroom, and Linda, along with the prosecution, were hopeful that they would return quickly, since this is usually a good sign that a guilty verdict had been reached. But over the next 7 hours, their hopes started to fade, as the jury asked to see Matt's deposition video, a transcript of Vanessa's testimony, and for clarification on whether Matt could only be found guilty of drugging and suffocating Kari. As the defense had not decided to put Matt on the stand, the jury would have to rely on witness statements and those made by Vanessa, since the prosecution was not allowed to question him in court. Guy James Gray had lost all confidence in his client and was concerned that he would incriminate himself if he were to testify, since the prosecution had planned for Matt to reenact his actions that night with the use of a dummy that weighed about the same as Kari. Had this been done, he would undoubtedly have struggled to demonstrate dressing the dummy while on the phone, and his case would likely have fallen apart very quickly. But in the end, this made very little difference, as the jury eventually returned and announced that they had found Matt guilty of taking the life of Kari Baker. And even then, Matt claimed that they'd made a mistake, and that he truly believed in his own innocence. The verdict resulted in Matt being sentenced to 65 years behind bars, with the possibility of parole after serving a minimum of 32 years. This man most likely will never leave prison. In the years that have passed since the crime occurred, Linda and the rest of Kari's family have since forgiven Matt for what he did, since they realized that holding on to a grudge this big could only lead to further misery in their lives. Holding on to this level of resentment, it's like punching yourself and hoping someone else gets hurt. At some point, you just have to stop and admit that what is. They've made peace with the fact that Kari's passing could have been prevented by one person who knew of his plans, and the fact that she would ultimately face no consequences for withholding such valuable information. Linda and Jim have now been given custody of Kinsey and Grace, and they continue to live as a loving family in defiance of the heinous acts committed by a man who many people trusted as an advisor, a spiritual guide, and a mentor. This case is another shining example that just because someone claims to be a Christian, a minister of God's word, or any plethora of things, that doesn't necessarily mean they're a good person or that they're even being truthful. A person's true intentions are almost always seen in their actions, not their words. I've said it before, and I feel that it fits here as well. Matt was not a Christian man. Matt was not a man of God. He was a wolf in a sheep's den, and he was out for blood. To him, I say good riddance, and I hope with every fiber of my being that he's able to turn his life around in prison, but I think we all have to admit this is probably a long shot. It was a cool October evening in 2015. Zoe Hastings was just 18 years old and had left her home to head to her church to start preparing for a mission trip that she'd be attending the following month. Investigators say she never made it to her church that night. In fact, she didn't make it further than a quarter mile from her home before she became embroiled in a tragic series of events and would never make it back. See, on her way to church, Zoe stopped by a local Walgreens to visit a Redbox movie kiosk. No sooner than she got out of her car to rent a movie, a man sneakily approached her from behind. He made a very simple command: shut your mouth and get in. Zoe Hastings lived alongside her family in Dallas, Texas, and was deeply devoted to her faith, being a very active member of her local church, a branch of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. When Zoe wasn't at school or hanging out with her friends or family, chances are she could be found doing something for her church. Her dedication was unlike anything most people would imagine, and she made every effort to put her religion before everything else in her life. Outside of her religion and her family, Zoe had just recently graduated from Booker T. Washington High School for the Performing Arts, which is also located in Dallas. But it's never been mentioned what Zoe planned on doing after school was over, outside of the obvious activities that she had planned with her church. She was also a very well-respected swimming instructor at the White Rock YMCA, so it's pretty clear Zoe had her hands in a lot of different things. She was a genuinely talented young woman with so much promise. Zoe's father, Jim, was actually a bishop for the family's church, and he helped out with the church's finances, but he also taught some of the services there as well. He even spent one night per week helping members of the church with any issues they may have been dealing with, be it family problems, spiritual issues, or otherwise. He was a great example for Zoe, so it's easy to see how she became so deeply involved in her faith. Zoe's mother, on the other hand, was also a shining example and an amazing woman. Cheryl Hastings, more than anything else, loved being a mother, so much so that she actually put her entire career on hold when the family welcomed their third child into the world. After things settled down a little bit, Cheryl eventually decided to go back to work after finishing her education to become a nurse. She was actually attending schooling to get her master's degree when this case unfolded. The Hastings were all part of a relatively large family, with Zoe being one of 5 children. Considering Zoe was the oldest, it's safe to say that her siblings most likely looked up to her quite a bit, and Zoe seems to have taken pride in being a great example for them. Cheryl's mother actually recalled one particular moment that is a perfect example of the type of person that Zoe was, saying that on the Friday before she vanished, Zoe wrote a note to their mailman and put it in their mailbox, asking what his favorite drink was, what his favorite candy bar was, and several other things to get to know him better. She wasn't just doing this to be nice and show interest, she actually planned to go out and buy the man some of his favorite things so that she could show her appreciation for his hard work. But unfortunately, that mailman would never get to know the true extent of Zoe's kindness. That's because before she could show it, Zoe vanished. It was Sunday, October 11th, 2015. Zoe was heading to a meeting at her church where she would be discussing an upcoming mission trip that she'd been looking forward to for weeks. She left her home at about 4:40 p.m. and planned on stopping by a local Walgreens on her way to church. This Walgreens was actually within view of her home, less than a quarter mile away, and you could see the big Walgreens sign from the front lawn. Court records show that Zoe made it to the Walgreens by about 4:42 p.m. that evening, where she approached the Redbox kiosk located just outside the front door of the building. Now, for those of you that may not be located in the United States, or maybe you've just never seen a Redbox kiosk, it's basically a movie rental kiosk where you just walk up, touch a screen to select a movie you want to rent, and then out pops the DVD or Blu-ray of that movie. When you're done, you just bring the movie back and pay a daily fee for however long you had the movie. On this particular night, Zoe stopped by the Walgreens to return a movie that she'd previously rented. She drove up near the kiosk in her family's minivan and hopped out of the car. She wasn't outside of the car for more than a few seconds when a witness spotted a strange-looking man approaching Zoe's vehicle. This witness worked at a tattoo parlor that was located in the same intersection as the Walgreens. He said that as he looked across the street, he noticed Zoe getting out of her van, returning the movie, and then turning back to get into her van. No sooner than she arrived at the driver's side of the van, a short, heavy-set man rapidly approached the door, grabbing it and preventing Zoe from closing it. The witness says that he couldn't make out what the two were saying, but he mentioned that the man was overly animated and said their conversation lasted no more than 5 seconds before Zoe scooted over into the passenger seat, allowing the man to drive the van. The witness says that at this point, he believed the two must have known each other, considering how little resistance Zoe put up against him. He also added that he saw this same man later on that day around dusk. But a separate witness report tells a slightly different story. This report comes from a homeless man who was sitting across the street from the Walgreens when the scene unfolded. He says that the heavy-set man approached Zoe rapidly and aggressively while doing his best to sneak up on her from behind. The homeless man mentioned that the suspect was walking incredibly strangely, but was trying not to gather too much attention. He says that as soon as the man approached the side of the car, it was clear Zoe was uncomfortable. He said the man put his arms around the doorway of the vehicle so Zoe couldn't get away, all the while reaching into his pocket for something. The witness says he immediately noticed this encounter was not friendly, so he did his best to try to run across the street to confront them, but there was so much traffic that he couldn't make it across in time. By the time he got there, the man had already sped away with Zoe in the passenger seat, so he did the only thing he knew to do, and he ran to the closest convenience store to call 911. But interestingly, police say that they have no record of this 911 call taking place, so it's entirely possible the man made this part of the story up. When digging a bit deeper into this witness's history, he also had a warrant out for his arrest, so I would tend to say this 911 call probably never happened. But either way, the remainder of his statement does appear to be true, as we'll see in just a moment. On the evening that Zoe vanished, she was expected to be at her church for the aforementioned mission trip prep class at about 5 p.m. Unfortunately, she never made it to the church that evening. She was expected to return home around 6:30 p.m. for family dinner. She never made it home either. When Zoe missed out on dinner, her parents began calling and texting her phone over and over again, but she never picked up. When all else failed, her family resorted to calling several of her friends and church members, but friends hadn't seen her, and church members said she never showed up for the prep class that evening. It would be around 10 p.m. when Zoe's parents had finally had enough, and that's when they decided to call in the help of the local police and officially report Zoe Hastings as missing. After Zoe's parents reported her missing, it didn't take long before one of her family members found out that they could use the Find My iPhone app on their phone to track down Zoe's last known location. This would take place early the following morning on October 12th. Now, I'm not sure how they managed to do this without Zoe's password, but it didn't take them long to pull up the info and, rather strangely, find out that Zoe was just 5 minutes away from home. Without hesitation, the family loaded into the car and headed off in the direction of Zoe's phone. But that's when they were met with a sight they wished they could erase from their memory. As the family drew closer to the location that had been pinned on the map, they noticed flashing lights just in the distance. As they pulled up to the area, they realized these lights were encompassing the exact spot where Zoe's phone had last pinged. When Zoe's family pulled over and exited the car, they were approached by several police officers who shared news that no parent wants to hear. Unfortunately, by the time first responders made it to the scene, there was nothing they could do. Zoe had lost her life. But what happened? To her parents, this whole situation, it just seemed so sudden, so completely out of left field. Well, according to detectives, earlier that morning, a man named Kurt was out walking his dog when he noticed another man running in his direction, frantically trying to get his attention. As the man approached, it was obvious that he was upset and visibly shaken. He called out to Kurt and shouted something along the lines of, "There's a car and a girl down in this creek," pointing to a large ditch or a culvert area that was nearby. The unidentified man then led Kurt over to where the car was located, nearby Easton Road and Leppert Avenue. When the two arrived, there was incredibly dense brush that filled the area, but a white van could clearly be seen from the roadside, poking out from the brush. The unidentified man then descended down the steep embankment to check out the van. When he approached, he found Zoe nearby, completely unresponsive. The man then made his way back to the street, informed Kurt of what was going on, then ran away before police could arrive, leaving Kurt to call 911 on his own. Police arrived at the scene of the crime in record time, but unfortunately, there was just nothing they could do. They found Zoe lying face down about 20 feet from the driver's side door of her minivan. The van had been driven down the embankment and crashed into the bottom of the creek, meaning the van was merely vertical when police found it. When detectives began collecting evidence and photos from the scene of the crime, it was very clear what had taken place here. Zoe had been abducted, taken advantage of, and then dumped here with no regard. As investigators combed through the thick foliage, they managed to find a knife covered in red stains that had been tossed near the top of the embankment. Before long, detectives also found Zoe's phone, and when looking at location data, they found that she'd arrived at this creek at exactly 5:01 p.m. the night before, meaning she'd likely lost her life just 15 minutes after leaving her home that night. Police made a comment about the state of the crime scene, stating that Zoe had been subjected to what they called, quote, obvious homicidal violence, but they refused to describe much else other than this. Thankfully, Zoe's family were prevented from getting too close to the crime scene, with one police officer stepping in and telling the family they weren't allowed to get any closer because they'd not be able to forget what they saw that day. Zoe's parents have said that since that moment, they've made every effort to never see a single photo from the scene of the crime from that awful evening, choosing to remember their daughter for who she was rather than what she eventually became at the hands of some cruel, heartless monster. After police spent several hours scouring every square inch of the crime scene, they were left with a considerable amount of evidence stored away. Typically, in cases like this, it can take detectives and forensic experts quite a long time to come up with a list of suspects. But thankfully, in this case, that wasn't true. In fact, the person who did this to Zoe left behind every last shred of evidence that prosecutors would need to find him. Not only was this guy a cold-blooded waste of breath, but the man was also a world-class idiot. It's like he left a roadmap for investigators to follow in a typical X marks the spot fashion. When police looked over the evidence they'd collected from the scene of the crime, they realized they'd collected several hairs left behind by the assailant, as well as copious amounts of DNA that were found both on Zoe's body and the knife that had been found near the top of the embankment. Not only this, but they didn't even have to try hard to track down who the DNA belonged to. The man's DNA was already entered into the police database multiple times in the past. By October 24th, 2015, about 2 weeks after the crime unfolded, police announced they'd found their man, Antonio Cochran. Antonio Cochran was quickly identified as the man who witnesses had spotted stalking Zoe in the Walgreens parking lot that fateful evening. His DNA was littered across the entire crime scene, and his DNA was in the police database from various accusations and crimes that he'd committed over the years. When police reviewed his record, they noticed that his crimes were all incredibly violent, and most of them were boiled down to sexual urges. When police spoke with those who knew Antonio growing up, nearly everyone who knew him had nothing good to say about him. He had a handful of people in his life who cared about him, but for the most part, he disgusted nearly everyone he met. Some of his former classmates from high school spoke about how he'd always look at female classmates as though they were a freshly cut piece of steak. He had no regard for them as people, He saw them as nothing more than objects for his own pleasure, making awful faces and gestures at them every chance he got. Just a nasty person. To top this off, Antonio was 37 years old when he was picked up by police, and his record indicated that he'd been accused of having a sexual relationship with his ex-girlfriend's 17-year-old daughter just a few years prior. Though admittedly, these allegations never led to a conviction, though there were numerous first-hand accounts from people who claimed to have known about this relationship, insinuating it had been taking place for at least a few months. But again, these are purely allegations, and Antonio was never convicted for this. Even though police had more than enough evidence to convict Antonio in Zoe's case, they decided to continue digging into his past to try to piece together why he would have done such a thing. This is when they managed to get a hold of his cell phone history. On the day that he claimed Zoe's life and tossed her out like an empty soda can, Antonio had been frantically texting several of his friends. Now, I've got to admit, many of these texts that he sent don't seem to make any sense whatsoever. I'm not sure if this is because he was abbreviating every word to the point that it was simply unreadable, or if this is because he was in such a frazzled state of mind that he couldn't concoct a coherent thought. I really just don't know. But from what I can make out from his texts, Antonio had first texted his roommate and claimed he was going to be moving out. This appears to have been completely unexpected, and he was basically leaving his roommate high and dry. But there does appear to be more to this story than the texts lead on, because he signed off this announcement by saying, "This will be the last you ever hear from me," suggesting there was definitely some bad blood between the two. He then texted an ex-girlfriend and said that a woman named Irena, who'd supposedly been like a mother to Antonio, had passed away unexpectedly, quote, "right in front of me." He then continued texting various people, telling someone known as Mimi that he'd been drinking, driving, and sobbing for hours after hearing the news about Rena, with this text coming through just about an hour before his encounter with Zoe. It's very clear to see that when Antonio abducted Zoe, he was in a very difficult state of mind. The next text Antonio sent would be to someone known as Selena, with him simply saying, "My life is over, you'll find out soon enough." This text was sent about 4 hours after the crimes against Zoe were carried out. Interestingly, the internet history from Antonio's phone showed that he'd made more than 1,100 search requests, but police haven't been clear if all these search requests were done the same day of the crime, or if these were spread out over a certain period of time. But either way, at least 32 of these searches were Antonio checking the local news to see if Zoe's body had been located, as well as checking in to see what police suspected could have happened to her. This information made it painfully clear Antonio was terrified. But where does all this leave us? Well, if the text messages sent from Antonio's phone are to be believed, it sounds like he was most likely incredibly intoxicated at the time that he abducted Zoe. And this probably explained why he was so overly animated in his actions, and probably explains the weird way that he was walking, as described by the 2 eyewitnesses. But still, why did he target Zoe of all people? She never said a word to him, never even looked in his direction. So why grab this innocent girl just because you're drunk and clearly distressed because someone close to you passed away? Truthfully, we don't know. But if you ask me, I don't think it's too much of a long shot to assume it was purely a crime of opportunity. After all, Antonio has an incredibly colorful history with women, particularly involving violent or sexual encounters with women. Even his close friends admitted to this. Honestly, I think this crime was just an example of the kind of person Antonio is. There was no motive. There was no reasoning. He did it because he could, because he wanted to. In court, one of his close friends asked the jury to be lenient on him, saying that he was nothing more than a victim of a bad upbringing. But the jury wasn't going to hear it. Needless to say, when Antonio was sent to trial, he was quickly found guilty and was sentenced to life in prison, having to serve a minimum of 30 years before he'll have any chance at parole. But realistically, I don't see a man this violent and with this dark of a history ever seeing the light of day again. When speaking about the trial, the terrible, cruel treatment his daughter was subjected to, and the future, Zoe's father explained how he and his remaining family members are doing their best to make something good from a bad situation. He admitted that one of the hardest parts of this is trying to teach their remaining children that they are still safe, even though their oldest sister was abducted within eyesight of their home. He says that it's shaken the very foundations of their family, and he and Cheryl just don't know how to make their children feel comfortable again. After Zoe lost her life, Jim dedicated himself even more to the church that he was already doing so much to serve. But he realized that he couldn't help others if he couldn't first help himself. This is when he decided to take time out of every day to deal with his emotions by sketching his family members, a different family member each day. He's created more than 900 drawings of his family members, which he shares on his Instagram account, detailing the incredible range of emotion that he's experienced over these last few years, as well as the freedom that comes from getting these emotions out of his own mind and into the real world. Jim says that he continues to do this every single day, even after all this time. He even used this drawing method to cope with the loss of his mother, who passed away from cancer, drawing a sketch of her every day for the final 6 weeks of her life. Jim says that drawing has helped him to realize just how much he has left to live for, and it's inspired him to make sure he uses his time productively rather than only focusing on the negative. Cheryl, Zoe's mother, has also taken great strides to turn this tragedy into something positive. Cheryl has been a nurse for several years, but around the time that Zoe lost her life, she noticed an advertisement that was recruiting nurses to become specialists who focus on women who'd been assaulted. At first, Cheryl thought this was a terrible idea, but the more she let it sink in, she says that a voice in her head kept urging her to join the program. So she did. No one knows the pain of something like this better than someone who's been affected by it directly, and Cheryl definitely fit that bill. You've got to admit, becoming a nurse for a program such as this, it's not a job anybody wants to do. But the brave, noble, and honorable women who do take on this role, well, they're a breed of their own. Cheryl is very grateful to be able to be part of such a sensitive program, helping these women to cope from the immeasurable pain that they've been put through, and in some small way, make a positive difference in the lives of those who need it more than anyone else. Natalie McNally was over the moon when she found out that she had a child on the way. Her boyfriend and parents were equally excited, but on a cold December morning in late 2022, this excitement was taken away from her. In the still of the night, a criminal broke into her house and claimed Natalie's life in one of the most disturbing ways imaginable. Detectives have been on the hunt for the suspect responsible for the crime, and while the case remains under investigation, police believe they may have found their man. And he was a lot closer to home than anyone would have expected. Natalie McNally was, by every definition, a happy and independent young woman. She had grown up in Lurgan, located in Northern Ireland. Alongside her 3 brothers, Natalie had a fairly typical childhood, growing up in a great community surrounded by family who cared for her. Lurgan may not be a very well-known town, but it's only about 18 miles from Belfast, so pretty much anything you could ever need or want was within driving distance. With a population of around 28,000 people, it would be difficult to describe Lurgan as a small town, but the community was very strong and very close. It's been described by many in the area as a place where no one bothers to lock their doors because crime is never really an issue. It's been the perfect place to raise a family for decades, and this is likely why the population of Lurgan continues to grow every year. Natalie McNally loved it here. She had countless friends that she could always count on, but more importantly, she had family. While she was certainly close with her friends from work and her former years at school, she was closest with her mother. The two did everything together: shopping, crafts, housekeeping, local events, everything. As strange as it may seem to some people, Natalie and her mother were best friends. Even though Natalie was close with her mother, her mom says that Natalie was also fiercely independent. While she always hung out with her mother, she made it clear that she didn't need help or expect anything from anyone. She was her own woman and lived her life on her own terms. According to her friends, Natalie was also an animal lover. She had a house full of cats, but she was closest with her dog, a German Shepherd named River. The two of them went everywhere together, and Natalie was dedicated to giving River the best life possible. To top all of this off, Natalie had been in a great relationship with her boyfriend, Steven. The two seemed closer than ever, and things had been going smoothly for quite some time. I don't know if the two were engaged or not, but it may be safe to assume that if they weren't, an engagement was likely imminent. The two were deeper in love than anything you could imagine, and they were expecting their first child in just a few short months. But unfortunately, before they could begin their family together, tragedy would strike the town of Lurgan. Just days before Christmas, on December 18th of 2022, Natalie, now 15 weeks pregnant, went missing. She stopped answering calls or texts, and no one was able to get in touch with her. When a friend decided to check her home to check on her, they walked into a crime scene unlike anything you could ever imagine. Traumatic is the only way that I can put this crime scene into words. Desperate and emotional are two other words that come to mind describing this horrific violence that was displayed toward Natalie in her final moments on this earth. Natalie's parents say that in the weeks leading up to her demise, Natalie was the happiest that she'd ever been. She was just 32 years old and knew that she had the world in the palm of her hand. She was over the moon about being a mother soon, and she'd wanted nothing more in her life than to be a mom. But someone took that joy away from her and left behind nothing but a trail of destruction. We don't know which of Natalie's friends stumbled across this crime scene, but police were called immediately afterward. Emergency services were called to Natalie's home sometime around 10 p.m. on the evening of December 19th. As we would learn soon after, the crime had been committed the previous day, but Natalie wasn't found until about 24 hours afterward. Medics were initially hopeful that Natalie could be saved, but unfortunately, they called off all rescue attempts at the scene. Natalie was gone. When police reviewed CCTV footage from the area that was recorded the evening of the crime, they noticed a scary-looking man who was acting very suspicious. He had walked down Natalie's street at about 8:52 p.m. By 9:30, he was seen leaving the street, coming from the direction of Natalie's house. The best I can tell, there was no footage of Natalie's actual house, only footage of the surrounding areas. But the CCTV footage was more than enough for police to pin down their first suspect. A suspect was tracked down fairly quickly, and he was arrested the following day. By all means, police were pursuing the case with a sense of urgency, but unfortunately, the man had an alibi. The lead suspect was released from police custody on December 20th, and detectives officially announced that they were treating Natalie's case as suspicious. The following day, investigators revealed more details about the state of the crime scene, confirming that they were now classifying the case as a homicide investigation. They revealed that Natalie's body was covered in wounds. She'd been very badly beaten, becoming unrecognizable to her family. They found several wounds that were consistent with a knife and countless others that were defensive wounds. It appeared that Natalie had fought back against her attacker, and she wasn't going down without a fight. According to one report, Natalie was so badly beaten that she had multiple broken bones in her face. Another report detailed that her neck had also been broken as well, but we don't know how all of this played out, though I don't think this information would need to be shared publicly anyway. It doesn't change what happened and how callous this criminal acted towards Natalie. By December 22nd, police had arrested another man and revealed that they'd come across another few pieces of CCTV footage. In this footage, a man was seen leaving the area of the crime while carrying a bag of some sort. Unfortunately, this suspect was released as well, but he was released on bail. Police didn't reveal his name at this point in the investigation, but it appears as though detectives had a significant amount of evidence against him, but not quite enough to secure a conviction. The only information that was revealed at this point was that the suspect was 32 years old, and this revelation certainly began to turn a few heads. After this, the case stalled for a while, but investigators would announce on January 5th, 2023, that they had located the weapon used to claim Natalie's life. But here's where things get far worse. They explained that they had reason to believe that Natalie knew her attacker firsthand. They explained that there were no signs of forced entry, and they had no reason to believe that Natalie didn't let this person into her home willingly. But to top this off, police explained that they questioned whether or not this was a targeted attack, or if it had been completely random. Because of this, they issued a warning to all of the women in the local area that there was a serious possibility that the suspect may have been a danger to other women as well, telling the locals to ensure that their doors were locked at all hours of the day and to never be out in public alone. By January 13th, police arrested another man who they believed may have been connected to the crime, but he too was released the next day on bail. At this point, the case reached another standstill, this time for a period of about 2 weeks. With no further information to go on and no evidence linking anyone to the scene of the crime, police appealed to the public for assistance. They revisited the previously released CCTV footage and begged anyone from the public to come forward if they felt as though they may have seen or heard anything on the night of the crime. But no one ever stepped up. It wouldn't be until January 31st, over a month after the crime, that police would announce that they had the criminal in custody. But it wasn't who anyone would have ever expected. Police had arrested their first suspect, who we mentioned a moment ago, once again. This time they had new evidence against him, but we don't know exactly what this evidence was. This time they were pursuing allegations against this man far more aggressively, and he was sent to the local police station for a full-fledged interrogation. Just 2 days later, this suspect was officially charged with homicide. A few days after this, the suspect's name was revealed, and it came as a shock to everyone, especially Natalie's family. It was someone they all loved and respected, and certainly the last person they would have ever expected to be capable of such a thing. After all, it was the man who claimed to love Natalie the most, her own boyfriend, Stephen McCullough. Police explained that Stephen was brought in for questioning after they'd originally spoken to him on the night of December 19th. If you don't remember, he was the suspect who police initially arrested, but they let him go after they found out he had an alibi that was virtually undeniable. And I'll be honest, his alibi for that evening was truly remarkable. Stephen has a YouTube channel, and it seems that he mostly used the channel for gaming. In particular, he was a big fan of the Grand Theft Auto series, and it seems like he played these games quite often on his channel. Stephen is also involved in the local media industry, so he knows his way around a computer and certainly knows a thing or two about entertainment. On the night of Natalie's demise, Stephen said that he was at home playing Grand Theft Auto. But not only this, he said that he was live streaming his session to dozens of people. His alibi was as airtight as they come. If dozens of people remember seeing him playing video games that night, then it seems pretty apparent that he was most likely, in fact, playing video games. But this is where Stephen got a bit crafty, and I've never heard of something like this ever happening before. For those of you that may not know, when you stream to YouTube, TikTok, or even Facebook, most professionals use a program known as OBS Studio to do this. I've used it on this channel several times in the past. But the thing about OBS is that it gives you far more features than your traditional streaming app or streaming software. One of those features is the ability to live stream pre-recorded files. This is why, for example, when you see bands performing on live streams, they sound so much better than you may have expected them to sound live, because it's usually all pre-recorded and heavily edited. Well, Stephen pulled off this same thing on the evening of the crime. He had pre-recorded himself playing Grand Theft Auto for more than 6 hours, then used this computer software to replay that file live to his viewers. As far as his viewers knew, Stephen was sitting behind his desk playing Grand Theft Auto. But in reality, Stephen could have been anywhere in the world doing anything, and police have reason to believe that he was at Natalie's house that evening. After all, he perfectly resembles the man that was captured on CCTV that evening. If this isn't already sounding crazy enough, it's about to get even more strange, because police say that their team of computer experts analyzed his live stream from that evening and proved that, without a doubt, it had been pre-recorded. Stephen eventually admitted to this, but he claimed he'd been home drinking all night, though he never gave a believable excuse as to why he had pre-recorded the live stream. But the crazy part is what took place shortly after this. Police say in the weeks after Natalie lost her life, Stephen had visited her parents' home multiple times. On one of these visits, Stephen left the home but returned about 45 minutes later, claiming he left behind his cell phone by mistake. Well, he did leave his cell phone, but it was no mistake. During that 45-minute window, Stephen had been recording audio on his phone to try to determine whether the McNally family suspected him of taking Natalie's life. We don't know if Stephen was ever able to find the information he was looking for, but it doesn't seem like he did. On top of this bizarre piece of evidence, police say that they have CCTV footage that follows him to a bus station in Lurgan that evening, as well as additional footage placing him in the proximity of Natalie's home during the time the crime was committed. They even claim to have footage of him returning home later that evening. All in all, investigators have tracked Stephen throughout every step of the crime. But this all begs one big question. If Steven and Natalie were as in love as everyone says, and she was carrying his child, why would he want to take her life? Well, sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. Jealousy is a powerful motivator. For Steven, this was especially true. Bear in mind, this case is currently ongoing, and there's only so much information and evidence that we can go on for now. But according to investigators, Stephen McCullough was a very jealous man. When he found out that Natalie had been speaking with other men through text messages, he took great offense. According to police, Stephen had found out that Natalie had been texting an ex-boyfriend through WhatsApp. In total, officers say that just 33 messages were exchanged between the two. In today's world, and in my opinion, this would lend itself to an off-the-cuff short conversation, maybe just two people catching up. But for Stephen, this meant war. The problem with this story is that we don't know the content of the messages. In Stephen's eyes, Natalie had crossed a line, and it seems that he was under the assumption that she was cheating on him. In all reality, she may have been, we just don't know. But a total of 33 messages makes this seem like a bit of a stretch. Granted, you can say a lot in just a single text message, but 33 messages still doesn't sound like much of an affair or relationship, but that's purely my opinion. It could be that there truly was a relationship between Natalie and this ex. And maybe Natalie's child didn't even belong to Stephen, who knows? There's a million ways you could look at this situation. But there's only one way to look at it properly. No matter what Natalie did, she didn't deserve what took place that evening. Police say that on the evening of the crime, Natalie's phone had been unlocked 9 times between 8:52 and 9:30 p.m. Investigators believe that these unlocks were due to Stephen scrolling through Natalie's text messages, presumably catching her in the act. Take it from someone who's been on the other end of a situation like this, whatever Stephen found in those messages likely broke him in the deepest parts of his soul. He'll never be the same after seeing something like this. To be fair, that's incredibly unfortunate, and for many people, it could lead them down a dark path for the rest of their lives. But one of the biggest things you have to remember in situations like this is that it's never an excuse to take your anger out on someone, certainly not in a physical way, and certainly not to the extent that Stephen went. Relationships are complicated, and one of the most dangerous parts of a relationship is admitting that you've taken your emotional well-being and placed it into the hands of someone else. Someone who could tear you apart from the inside out if they felt like it, sometimes just to spite you. The scariest part of a relationship is that lack of control, the lack of proof, knowing just how deeply you love another person, but never fully being able to know whether or not they feel the same way. You just have to trust and assume that they do based on their actions and the way that they treat you. But for Stephen, it doesn't seem like he was willing to place this amount of control over his life into the hands of someone else. Whatever he found on Natalie's phone that evening was his breaking point, and unfortunately, Natalie suffered for it. Police say in the days leading up to the crime, Stephen had searched on his computer most painful ways to die. So it's safe to say that whatever he did to Natalie that evening, she didn't deserve it. No one does. Keep in mind, Stephen is still considered innocent until proven guilty, but let's be real, in a case like this with mountains and mountains of evidence, it seems like this case is pretty open and shut. Thankfully for Natalie, her suffering is finally over. But if Stephen is found guilty, his suffering has only just begun. The self-defense claim is used in a lot of cases when victims are faced with imminent danger. Seeing how tricky self-defense cases can be based on the presentation of evidence and proving the actions of everyone involved, the verdict can be hard to deliver. When Victoria Rickman called the police in a panic and confessed that she'd attacked her ex-fiancé in self-defense, it seemed simple enough. But as the investigation unfolded, unimaginable things surfaced, and when a true crime reality TV show got into the mix of this mess, the case turned into one of the most sensational coverages ever. Was Victoria truly scared for her life on that unlucky Friday the 13th of September 2013? Or was there something more sinister lurking in the trenches? William Carter Jr., better known simply as Will, was born on October 7, 1982, in Phoenix, Arizona, to parents William James Carter Sr. and Caro Carter. Not too long after his birth, the family moved from Phoenix to Orlando and stayed there until 1988, after which the family made the move to Atlanta, Georgia, and called it their home. It's also here where the rest of the case takes place. Will was defined as a friendly, calm, gentle, and athletic person through and through. He played football and baseball in high school, a ton of golf with his father, and developed a deep passion for surfing while in Orlando. After graduating from high school, Will enrolled in the College of Charleston, and after he graduated from college, he worked multiple jobs over the next 10 years to figure out what he really wanted to do. Eventually, Will founded Georgia Select Insurance Company in Marietta, and he served as the CEO of the auto insurance company that he created from the ground up in 4 years. He was a successful businessman, as a startup grew to 5 offices and 30 employees during this time. But Will wasn't the type of CEO to boss everyone around. He was a hardworking and friendly person who worked with his employees almost 12 hours a day. Will had a contagious smile and was great at entertaining a room. While all of this was happening, Will had also been married and had a daughter, Lily, who he adored with every inch of his life. The marriage, though, soon fizzled out and the couple got divorced, but remained on good terms for the sake of their daughter. Will's life wasn't smooth by any means. He struggled with substance abuse, which unfortunately caused a couple of run-ins with the police. But after 10 years, he decided to turn his life around, went into rehab, and came out completely sober. While running his business and spending time with his daughter and the family, Will hardly had time for himself. But soon he met Victoria Rickman, better known as Tori, a woman who came in and changed his life forever. Not a lot is known about Tori's childhood, but what we do know is that she jumped into marriage with a man quite early on in her life, and things were anything but perfect. There were numerous allegations of abuse from both sides, and unsurprisingly, the marriage ended in divorce. The only good thing that came out of this marriage was Victoria's son, who was her pride and joy. Victoria's father, Paul, and close friends defined her as a great woman and an attentive mother. In 2010, Will and Victoria met through mutual friends, and a romance budded after bonding on being single parents, as well as their other interests. To call the relationship a whirlwind is an understatement, because shortly after, the couple got engaged and they moved in together. Their respective children, who were of the same age group, also went along with each other, so things seemed to be perfect. Until they weren't. The relationship between Will and Victoria, as quickly as it escalated, soon came tumbling down, and fights were breaking out right, left, and center. During the 3-year tumultuous relationship, Victoria made multiple physical abuse allegations against Will. She documented the injuries and showed them to her friends, who were understandably concerned for her safety. But that's not all. Throughout the relationship, Will and Victoria collected a huge list of police reports against each other, ranging from domestic violence to battery. Will and Victoria's relationship took a very toxic turn, and after some time, they decided to end the engagement. But with the relationship being as bad as it was, both Will and Victoria seemed to reconcile, break up, and repeat. But things came to a serious and fatal head on the fateful day of the 13th of September, 2013. To imagine that this event took place on Friday the 13th makes this case one of the more eerie criminal occurrences. But on September 13th, 2013, 30-year-old Victoria was staying over at a friend's house on Clifton Road in DeKalb County, Georgia, when at 2:30 a.m. she called the Atlanta PD reporting that she had shot her ex-fiancé.
He tried to rape me again, and I tried to ask him to stop, and I shot him.
You shot him?
Yes, I shot him.
Will, in an act of self-defense, as he allegedly tried to force himself on her. Victoria claimed that she didn't mean to take his life, she just wanted to stop his forceful advances. The responding officers arrived at the scene, led by Detective Summer Benton. Benton initially believed Victoria's statement, thinking that she'd actually acted on pure fight-or-flight instinct. But when her team arrived on the scene, she got more than one surprise of the night, and it's safe to say that things got messy from this point on. Because it turns out Benton's team was being trailed by the crew of Inside Homicide, a true crime television series, and they started to film the investigation from start to finish, without so much as asking the team or the people involved for permission. But this aside, when Benton arrived at Victoria's house with a TV crew close behind, suspicions were already starting to rise against Victoria and her seemingly frenzied statement of self-defense. For starters, Victoria was standing outside the house wearing her pajamas, with her hair washed, holding her dog. Even more alarming was the fact that there weren't any injuries on Victoria's body. Furthermore, the house didn't seem in disarray or show any signs of forced entry, as Victoria stated in the call. To put it simply, this just looked like an ordinary night for the couple. Literally nothing suggested anything untoward had previously taken place, other than the crime scene in the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, officers discovered a disrobed Will on the bed who had passed away from 9 rounds being fired at him. He was only 30 years old. On the nightstand of Will's side of the bed, his gold watch was sitting undisturbed, and a gold chain that he always wore was clutched in his left hand. Will's clothes were discarded on the floor, but other than that, the room didn't look like there'd been a fight or a struggle, if you don't count the toppled-over lamp and noise machine on the nightstand of Victoria's bedside. Shortly after, Will's body was taken for an autopsy after breaking the news of the passing to his parents, who were struck with immense grief. Meanwhile, Victoria had been taken to Grady Hospital for a medical examination for assault. Surprisingly, although there were signs that Victoria and Will had been intimate with each other, there weren't any injuries or trauma that could say for certain that she was forced to engage in activities against her will. When Detective Benton got the news, her suspicions got even more concrete, and now Victoria went from a defenseless woman to the prime suspect in Benton's eyes. As the crime scene was being combed, officers also recovered the firearm that Victoria used inside the nightstand drawer farthest from Will. It was a .40 caliber semi-automatic firearm with 4 rounds inside. There were also 9 bullet casings scattered throughout the room. Remember this detail because we'll get back to that in a moment. The detectives created a simulation of what might have happened on the night of Will's passing, and it was believed that Will had his back to Victoria when she fired at him, causing him to fall onto the bed, where the rest of the rounds were fired and led to Will's tragic demise. Now, let's get back to Victoria. After the hospital examination, she was taken straight to the police station, where Detective Benton questioned her. Victoria started by maintaining her innocence, saying that she merely acted in self-defense and that she did nothing wrong. She also went on to say that Will had allegedly been forceful with her in the past, but he never got in trouble with the law. But before the interrogation could go any further, Victoria refused to answer any more questions without a lawyer. She also underwent an examination for her injuries, and her body was photographed for evidence. Something that was particularly bizarre during the interrogation is that a small scuffle broke out in the interrogation room between Victoria and Detective Benton, as the detective was trying to take Victoria's phone as evidence. This whole situation was just weird. Finally, almost 7 hours after Will's passing, as the interrogation came to an end, Victoria received the news. She wasn't walking out of that interrogation room as a free woman. Rather, she was being charged and arrested for taking the life of her ex-fiancé. Victoria's reaction to the news was especially chilling. She lacked emotion, was indifferent, and wasn't even trying to plead her innocence or make a scene. But it wasn't enough to take the case to trial, though. Detectives knew if they wanted to get to the bottom of this case, they were going to have to go elbow deep. And all this digging is about to open up a whole other can of worms. To piece the story together, Detective Benton reached out to Will's parents, who were understandably still mourning after learning about their son's sudden passing. But the revelations that came forward were mind-boggling, to say the least. Right off the bat, Will's parents, Will Sr. and Caro, were furious at Victoria for slandering Will and suggesting he'd even been remotely violent towards her. They urged that the whole self-defense stance was devised by Victoria and revealed that she was the abusive one in the relationship. This claim was backed up by an incident that occurred in January of 2012, more than a year before Will's passing. Will was visiting his parents when they noticed a huge bleeding injury behind his ear, and what looked like teeth marks on his shoulder. Will claimed that Victoria had attacked him, and then she proceeded to bite him on the shoulder after a very heated argument. I mean, who even does that? On another occasion, Will Sr. explained how Victoria had struck Will in the head with a heavy object, again claiming self-defense, and showed marks on her wrists as proof of the violence to the police. Surprisingly, Will got arrested on battery, although the charge was dropped by Victoria shortly after and she confessed that she made up the claims. Despite all of this and his parents' warnings, Will tried to reconcile with Victoria, but there was more. 2 weeks later, Will's parents got to know just how rageful Victoria was when she didn't get what she wanted. Understandably, Will's parents didn't want Victoria in their home because they felt like their son was in danger. Victoria, in a fit of rage, straight up told them that she was well armed and didn't have to do what they told her to do. And if you thought this was a dramatic escalation, then this next bit will stun you to no end, because Victoria seemed to be on a roll. In May of 2013, just 4 months prior to the devastating passing of Will, Victoria broke into Will's home in Cobb County and pulled him around the house by his gold chain necklace, demanding to know if he'd been talking to someone behind her back. When Will tried to make her leave, Victoria proceeded to run around the neighborhood, screaming that Will had forced himself on her. When the police arrived at the scene, Victoria turned the tables on Will, alleging that he'd violated her, even though he'd apparently done nothing wrong. That didn't work out in Victoria's favor, though, because she was the one who ended up getting charged with battery. And get this, these charges were still looming over her head when Will lost his life, so Victoria was most likely not going to be let off easy. It was pretty clear from these events that Victoria was the aggressor in the relationship, and even Will's parents believed that she was malicious. Heartbreakingly enough, Will couldn't see for himself, and he truly wanted to mend the relationship. On the other side, Victoria's friends had completely different opinions of Will, and according to them, he was the one who allegedly subjected Victoria to violence. Brittany Morgan, Victoria's best friend, had a lot to say about the relationship between Will and Victoria, and it wasn't nice. Brittany painted Victoria as a woman who had constantly had her boundaries violated in the past, and with Will it wasn't any different. Brittany claimed that Will was manipulative, violent, and very harsh with Victoria, and she even saw the injuries on Victoria's body. In fact, Brittany encouraged her to document the injuries for evidence. To add to that, Brittany was convinced that on the night of September 13th, Victoria was backed into a corner and that she didn't have any option left but to attack Will viciously. To add fuel to the fire, Will's past drug charges were also dragged into this mess, even though they were totally unrelated. Will's parents had been nothing but forthcoming about their son's struggles, and when he made a turn in his life for the better, they couldn't have been more proud of him. But Victoria and her friends seemed to believe otherwise, and strongly held on to the fact that Will was a terrible person and that Victoria was trying her hardest to leave the relationship. In May of 2013, Victoria filed for a restraining order against Will in Cobb County Court. There, she met with Sheriff's Deputy Frederick Price, who was on duty while the rest of the office was closed. He took one look at Victoria, saw her injuries, and wrote up a restraining order on the spot. Not only this, Price was extra concerned for her safety and gave Victoria his personal .40 caliber semi-automatic firearm for protection, and even took her to a shooting range for practice. Coincidentally, this was the same firearm used on Will the night of the attack. By this point, things started getting messy beyond measure, and after all of these details surfaced, the pivotal question reared its head. Who was guilty and who was innocent? Will or Victoria? While being held in jail awaiting her trial, Victoria requested bail, which was obviously denied. To add to the mess and divide opinions and the community even more, Inside Homicide came out with their episode on the real-life saga of Will and Victoria. Their main focal point was Detective Benton's investigation, and a narrative was drawn that Victoria, a divorced temptress, was guilty of Will's murder, even before the case went to court for trial. Now, this was wrong on so many levels. For starters, imagine the hurt and emotional trauma Will's family and friends relived. It was insensitive to turn a real-life crime into a source of entertainment, especially when Will's parents were crestfallen at the loss of their son. It's one thing to cover a case after a verdict has already been announced, but to go behind the backs of the families, the investigators, and everyone is just downright dangerous, considering the investigation was still actively underway at that time. The families wanted the case to be handled by the law, based on evidence, not see it get glorified and blown out of proportion on TV screens. Since the TV and entertainment industry was sadly jumping on the reality show bandwagon, with no consideration for Will or his family, reporter Erin Moriarty from 48 Hours reached out to Will's family, Victoria, and everyone involved for an interview before the trial, though Victoria basked in the limelight of the attention and stood by her innocence. See, Victoria claimed that on the fateful night of September 13th, Will had apparently relapsed and was acting strangely. But this claim couldn't be corroborated because on the night of the crime, Detective Benton didn't request Will's toxicology and blood alcohol report, so no one knew what Will had in his system when he passed away. Benton, quick to her defense, said that since it was her first case in DeKalb County, she simply didn't know that she had to request those things specifically. Even though Will's blood was taken in as evidence, it was later destroyed since there was apparently no need for a toxicology report, or so they thought at the time. Fast forward to August 22nd, 2017, nearly 4 years after the tragic passing of Will, and the case finally went to trial. It lasted 2 weeks, and Victoria's defense attorney, Amanda Palmer, was head-to-head with Sheila Ross, one of Georgia's most renowned prosecutors. As expected, the trial was anything but smooth, with both sides trying to convince the jury with their respective evidence. The prosecution alleged that Victoria had premeditated the entire thing, and Will's demise was anything but an instinctual fight-or-flight response. The defense, on the contrary, presented Victoria as a woman suffering from PTSD, and that a stronger, taller, and abusive man was violating her. Victoria's friends also testified in court, obviously in her favor. The defense also called Will's psychiatrist, Dr. John Lockridge, onto the stand, who divulged a peculiar detail about Will. He testified that Will called 3 days before his demise, stating that he was having delusions of being famous on TV. See, Will was on antidepressants to help with sleep issues, a fact that Dr. Lockridge confirmed. But since Detective Benton never requested a toxicology report, we can never know what medications were in Will's system, if there were any, and whether they could have influenced his mental state at the time of his passing or not. On the second day of the trial, Detective Benton took the stand and gave her version of events, and yet another pivotal revelation was made. Remember the rounds that were fired at the crime scene? Well, Summer Benton, a seasoned detective with over 16 years of experience under her belt, made a big-time mistake. She believed that the .40 caliber weapon used in the attack against Will had been reloaded, since there were 9 casings on the floor of the crime scene and 4 in the magazine. Benton thought that the weapon only held 12 rounds. Her theory all along was that if Victoria had reloaded the weapon, the self-defense claim wasn't valid anymore, since she clearly had every intention of ending Will's life that night, a detail which was aired on TV. But the weapon's capacity was actually 13 rounds, so this small slip-up brought back the notion that Victoria's case could be that of self-defense, because she didn't reload the weapon. Surprisingly, Benton stood by her claim that she didn't make a mistake, and that her tiny moment of misinformation wasn't a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Regardless of this tiny sliver of hope for Victoria, the prosecution had more evidence up their sleeves to undermine Victoria's helpless facade. The prosecutor firmly believed that Victoria was a manipulative seductress who charmed men with her allure and made them fulfill her desires. To solidify this stance, Jeremy Fordham, a former acquaintance of Victoria's, was brought to court. According to Fordham, Victoria sent him explicit pictures of herself. He wasn't the only one Victoria had charmed with her sensuality, because Robbie Ray, a lieutenant from the county police department, had also exchanged suggestive texts with Victoria. What's shocking is that Frederick Price, the same deputy who'd given her his gun, was also called to the stand, and he confessed that he was interested in Victoria from the get-go, although their relationship never got intimate. If that wasn't staggering enough, it was revealed that Victoria contacted Price the night of September 13th after attacking Will, and he instructed her to call 911. Seeing his uncooperativeness in helping to solve the case, he was fired from his job 5 days after the fatal attack on Will. Another witness, William Plunkett, Victoria's former roommate, testified that upon eviction, she threatened to call the police and tell them that he had violated her. This woman just loved to pull the defenseless female card, and it's just sickening. The reason why so many people are afraid to speak out when something like this really does happen is because people like Victoria have given these allegations a bad rap, because they just make things up in order to spite the men in their lives. It's just gross, and so many women are forced into silence because people don't believe them, all because of women like Victoria. But all this aside, prosecution had one last card up their sleeve, And honestly, they saved the most impactful bit for last, and that was Victoria's phone. Detective Kevin Leonpacher, who was responsible for the forensic investigation of Victoria's phone, came across a paper trail of evidence, 66,000 texts to be exact. And this discovery helped detectives to create a timeline of what happened on that dreadful night when Will passed away. It was revealed that Victoria had asked her friend, Andrew Scarr, that she needed his house, where she was staying temporarily, for herself that night. Scarr, not being suspicious, stayed at his mother's and left Victoria alone in his home. Shortly after, Victoria called Will, and although it's unknown what they were talking about, Will showed up at Victoria's house after midnight. Detectives speculated that Victoria had called Will to meet at her house. The recovered data list also included texts from Will being furious with Victoria for contacting his ex-wife, with Will calling Victoria the, quote, love of his life. There were even conversations between Frederick Price, the former police officer, and a panicked Victoria because she believed that the battery charges pressed by Will in May of 2013 were going to affect her son's custody case. In Victoria's phone gallery, detectives hit another jackpot. There were many pictures of her injuries, which seemed fine at first considering she was a supposed victim of violence. But what wasn't normal was the time when these were taken. It was exactly a day before the fatal attack on Will. The detectives concluded that this was her plan all along to get away with the attack. Now, I don't know about you, but if this isn't premeditation, I don't know what is. And combine that with the fact that Will wasn't dropping the charges against Victoria for battery, well, there's a clear motive here. But there was one more eerie discovery the detectives made, and it threw Victoria's battered woman stance clear out the window. After alleging that Will had violated her in May of 2013, Victoria tried to barge into Will's house later that night while recording the incidents on her phone. Will, visibly surprised and scared, asked Victoria to leave and called her a toxic web of lies. Victoria, refusing to leave, egged him on to call the police on her. This video entailed that Victoria's behavior wasn't that of a scared woman suffering from aftershocks of PTSD and domestic violence, because, in all honesty, who in their right mind would want to meet the person who allegedly violated them just days earlier? As the trial came to an end on September 1st, 2017, the jury came forth with the verdict, and Victoria was found guilty. And this verdict was a much-needed closure for Will's family, and his parents thought that their son was finally at peace since justice was served. On October 5th, 2017, Victoria's sentencing was held, and throughout the trial, Victoria showed no remorse for ending Will's life, opted not to take the stand at the trial, and only got emotional when the defense presented her side of the story. Before the sentencing, Victoria pleaded with the judge for leniency, as she claimed to be a battered woman, a victim of PTSD and violence, and the mother of a child. Funny how she didn't feel the same way when she ended the life of a man who was also a loving and devoted father, and that she didn't think it was necessary to apologize to Will's family for their permanent loss. Victoria was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, plus 5 years for the weapons charge. Her appeals and motions since then have been denied, and she remains incarcerated at the Pulaski State Prison in Hopkinsville, Georgia. As for Will's parents, they're doing their best to move on while still reeling from the painful loss of their son. In memory of Will and paying homage to how amazing of a person he was, his friends and employees made a Facebook page called Remember Will Carter. It's a memory tag of sorts and a way to connect with Will because even though he's gone, many people will carry his memories forever. Will's daughter, Lily, remembers and misses her father every single day, lamenting that he'll never be there for when she accomplishes the many milestones in her life, but she says he's always in her heart. Will's mom, Caro, understands Lily's emotions fully and is saddened by the fact that Will won't be there when her daughter graduates or gets married. For Will's parents, Loki, his beloved senior dog, at the ripe age of 13, is another connection to their son. Will's had Loki since he was a puppy, and he gives Will's family some level of comfort and a sense of closeness to Will, and the drive to move on with their lives. This case was all sorts of crazy, and it just goes to show that things really aren't what they seem on the surface a lot of the time. If you're someone who's in a dangerous relationship, no matter if you're a man or a woman and trying to make things work, it's always best to reach out to others and let them know what you're dealing with. It's often the case that maybe you just can't see the forest for the trees. I'm a big believer that nearly every relationship can be saved, almost every single time. But in cases like this, it would have been far better if Will had just distanced himself from the situation as his parents had wished. I don't say that to cast even one single ounce of the blame on him. I merely say that because sometimes we just need to listen to the people around us when we know that they have our best interest in mind. It was December 12, 2021, and Chantel Fields had not been able to get a hold of her daughter, Lauren Smith Fields, all day. She sent various texts and called multiple times, only to be met with radio silence. The following day, Chantel and her son headed over to Lauren's apartment, where they were met with a note on the door that said, "If you're looking for Lauren, call this number." As soon as Mrs. Fields called the number, Lauren's landlord came downstairs to meet her. The landlord had the heartbreaking task of informing Chantel that her beloved daughter had passed away the day before. The Bridgeport Police Department was already aware of this, but they never bothered to call Lauren's family to break the news. The landlord gave Chantel's son the phone number of a detective, who informed him that Lauren had met a man on a dating app and she'd spent the evening with him before losing her life. The detective never told the family what had happened, never offered any details, and abruptly hung up the call without so much as an explanation. Lauren's family had to beg detectives for days on end just to show up and collect evidence from the scene of the crime. By all accounts, the investigators could not have cared less about Lauren's case. They made virtually no attempts to follow up on various leads, and they wrote off the man who was with her the moment she passed away, saying he was a nice guy, only speaking with him one time for a few brief moments at the scene of the crime. Worse yet, police labeled her case as no need for investigation. But what would have led the Bridgeport police to have been so careless, so heartless, and utterly unconcerned? Well, get ready because this one's a doozy. Lauren Smith Fields was a 23-year-old woman who lived in Bridgeport, Connecticut. She'd been a student at the Norwalk Community College and was pursuing her dreams of becoming a physical therapist. Lauren was known for being an outgoing woman with a bubbly personality, and she had a deep love for her family, the fashion industry, and traveling. On the evening of December 11th, 2021, Lauren had invited over a man that she just recently met, named Matthew LaFontaine, or LaFontaine depending on which sources you read. Matthew was a man who was several years older than Lauren, and the two had met on a dating app called Bumble. The two had only known each other for a few days, but Lauren had invited Matthew over to her apartment to share a few drinks and play games, generally getting to know one another better. The two spent the majority of the evening drinking tequila, watching movies, and seeing where the evening would take them. As the evening rolled on, Lauren eventually stepped outside to meet with her brother to give him back a basket of clothes that he'd left behind. When she returned to the apartment, she went to the bathroom for around 15 minutes, then returned to the living room couch where she and Matthew had been watching a movie. Before long, she fell asleep on the couch. Matthew finished watching the movie while Lauren slept, and when the credits rolled, he picked her up and carried her to bed, falling asleep beside her just a few minutes later. But there is an alternate version of events that was shared by Lauren's family, and it's difficult to understand which version of the story aligns more closely with reality. Lauren's family claims that Lauren had been feeling ill all afternoon, and when Matthew came over, Lauren was already sick. According to Lauren's family, as soon as she returned to her apartment after meeting with her brother, she began to vomit uncontrollably, leading her to enter the bathroom for the aforementioned 15 minutes. After this, Lauren's family claims that she was immediately carried to bed by Matthew, rather than returning to the couch and falling asleep. Regardless of which line of events is more accurate, Matthew says that he went to bed a short while later and woke up around 3 a.m., and he heard Lauren snoring in bed next to him. He fell asleep again a few short moments later, and after this, the evening took an incredibly dark turn. Matthew was completely unprepared for what he would wake up to just 3.5 hours later. For Lauren's family, life would never be the same. A seemingly ordinary night shared between friends was about to turn into a tragedy that no one would soon forget, leaving behind yet another dating app murder mystery for friends and family to unravel. Before we keep going with today's story, I've got to ask you guys a question. As we're all getting older, have you started to notice that your skin isn't quite as vibrant as it once was? Or better yet, maybe your hair is starting to look less voluminous and may even be thinning in some areas. I know mine certainly is. I can certainly tell you that as years go by, my joints are starting to creak as well. If you're in the same boat that I'm in, then I'd like to introduce you to BioTrust. This is a completely natural supplement that contains 5 different forms of collagen, as well as turmeric to keep your hair, skin, nails, and joints healthy. As we age, our collagen levels tend to drop about 10% every decade. That's why you see so many collagen supplements on the market, because they work and everybody wants one. What's different about BioTrust is that they utilize a total of 5 different collagen types, while most brands only use 1 or maybe 2. To top this off, they also add turmeric and several other organic spices that may help with inflammation in your joints and other areas of your body. My favorite thing about BioTrust, though, is that you can mix this supplement with water or even put it in your coffee or any other drink of your choice. It doesn't have that awful bitter, earthy flavor that other supplements have. It's actually quite delicious. Kind of has a pumpkin spice sort of vibe. It's actually pretty great. Click the link below to get up to 51% off your order, and you'll even get free shipping. If you're a bit hesitant to try out BioTrust, well, don't be, because they're even throwing in a 60-day money-back guarantee on top of all this. So give it a shot and let me know what you think. But let's get back to the story. And thanks to BioTrust for sponsoring today's video. Matthew would wake up a few hours later at 6:30 a.m. He expected to roll over and find Lauren smiling back at him after an evening of fun and games, but that wasn't at all what he encountered. As he rolled over to tell Lauren good morning, he quickly realized that she wasn't breathing. A small amount of red liquid was dripping from her right nostril, and that's when he began to panic. Matthew immediately called the police, and the emergency call operator on the other end of the line helped provide Matthew with instructions on how to provide CPR, but it was all to no avail. By the time first responders arrived at the scene, Lauren was already gone. There was nothing Matthew could have done to save her. When officers arrived, they questioned Matthew for a few brief moments. He explained what had happened and how he'd woken up to find that Lauren wasn't breathing, and that's about as far as the conversation went. The police collected Lauren's phone, her keys, her passport, and over $1,000 in cash that she kept in her apartment, then gathered up Lauren and left. That was the end of the story. They didn't collect any evidence, no additional witness statements from her neighbors, nothing. The worst part is that they made no attempts to even contact Lauren's family. It would take Lauren's mother more than 24 hours to learn that her daughter had even lost her life, and it wasn't even the police who revealed this information to her. Now, just to paint a clear picture of how this situation would typically unfold, police will rarely reach out to family immediately. It's not uncommon at all for police to take a few hours to collect whatever answers they can before informing a family member about the passing of a loved one. The only thing worse than finding out that someone you loved passed away is to hear this news from an investigator followed by a million responses of "I don't know" when you begin to ask questions. So it's not uncommon for officers to follow up on a couple potential leads, or at least gather a few witness statements before calls are made. But in Lauren's case, police seem to have had no intentions of informing her family any day soon. And it wasn't even because they were actively investigating the case. They made no attempts whatsoever to get to the bottom of what had taken place with Lauren. They simply collected her body, placed her in the morgue, and got to work investigating other crimes. When Lauren's family arrived at her apartment to check on her the following day, they found the aforementioned note on her door that redirected them to the landlord. The landlord, believe it or not, was the one who had to break the news to Lauren's family about her unexpected passing. Lauren's family then immediately reached out to the Bridgeport Police Department, and they were directed to Detective Kevin Cronin, the detective who had arrived at Lauren's apartment on the morning of her passing. Detective Cronin explained the situation to the family, how Lauren had been on a date with Matthew, and how Matthew had found her unresponsive in bed the following morning. Lauren's family obviously had a million questions, so Detective Cronin explained that he would head straight over to Lauren's apartment to speak with them, claiming he would be there in 30 minutes. After 45 minutes passed by, Detective Cronin never showed up, and when Lauren's family tried to call him back later that day, he hung up on them, explaining that he'd already told them everything he knew. When Lauren's family was finally able to get a hold of the department once again, the officer they spoke with confirmed that Lauren had been on a date the evening she lost her life, But the officer explained that the man that she'd been seeing was, quote, a really nice guy, and that there was no need to investigate the situation any further. But let's be real for a moment. In what world is this okay? At this point, detectives didn't even know how Lauren had lost her life. They just assumed it was either an accident or an overdose, but they had no reason to believe such a thing, as they'd collected no evidence. The only statement they had taken from the scene of the crime was from the man who very well could have been her killer. Now, to be painfully clear here, police say they had no reason to suspect Matthew was lying, or that he had any involvement in Lauren losing her life. In no way am I suggesting that Matthew was responsible, but without so much as a second statement, how do we know he wasn't lying? Police say that Matthew was a really nice guy, and that he didn't give appearances of being a criminal, but neither did Ted Bundy, neither did Jeffrey Dahmer or Dennis Rader. Now, again, I'm not suggesting even for a moment that Matthew is hiding anything. I'm merely saying that someone should have questioned him further, or at the very least, taken other statements from neighbors, friends, family, or something, but they didn't. And officers clearly could not have cared any less if they had tried. Chantel Fields, Lauren's mother, decided that if police weren't going to investigate the case, then she would have to do it herself. She headed back over to Lauren's apartment, and that's when she found evidence to suggest that Lauren and Matthew had been intimately involved on the night that she lost her life. I find this particular aspect of the story pretty strange because if Lauren's family claims that Lauren had been feeling ill all afternoon, long before Matthew arrived, why would she and Matthew have been drinking, partying, and eventually being intimate with one another? That just doesn't make sense to me. If she was sick, she certainly wouldn't have felt up to this kind of behavior. But things get a bit more strange when Chantel found the blood on Lauren's sheets. Now, we don't know if this came from her nose, as mentioned a moment ago, nor do we know the quantity that was found, but we know that it was enough to cause Lauren's mother to be incredibly concerned, especially considering police hadn't bothered to collect the sheets as evidence. But when she found a mysterious pill nearby as well, that's when she knew that there was more to this story than meets the eye. Chantel called the police back and informed them about the evidence that she had found at the scene of the crime. But still, investigators were unconcerned. While they did eventually collect these items from Lauren's apartment, police didn't submit the items into evidence or even bother sending them in for forensic testing until over a month later. Now, to clarify, I'm not saying it took that long to get the results back from testing. I'm saying it took them this long to even bother filing the paperwork to submit the items in the first place. After another 2 weeks, the results of Lauren's toxicology test had finally come back in, this being a total of 6 weeks after she had lost her life. The results showed that Lauren had passed away from an overdose of antihistamines, alcohol, and fentanyl. Now, before we keep going, I need to make it clear that I'm not a doctor or any form of medical professional, but there's something interesting that I noticed about this toxicology report. To be more specific about what was found in Lauren's system, investigators say that they found traces of promethazine, hydroxyzine, alcohol, and fentanyl. Hydroxyzine is a pretty typical antihistamine. It's taken for allergies, to help people sleep, and some people even take it for anxiety. But promethazine is a pretty interesting one in this particular case. Promethazine is what's commonly found in prescription cough syrup. Prior to about 2017 or so, you could buy this stuff over the counter, and it was often mixed with codeine. But the over-the-counter sale of codeine was restricted in the United States just a few years ago, and promethazine disappeared along with it. The reason this is interesting is because cough syrup that contains codeine and promethazine is often used as a party drug known as purple drink or lean, or several other street names. But this is interesting in Lauren's case because the toxicology report made no mention of codeine being found in her system, only promethazine. The whole point of purple drink is the codeine, not the promethazine. Codeine is known for getting you high, numbing pain, and generally making you feel copacetic. Without codeine, promethazine is pretty dang useless, at least in terms of street usage. All it'll do is put you to sleep, not something you want when you're partying like Lauren was. So this begs the question, why was Lauren taking so many sleeping medications the night that she lost her life? Now, this is just my opinion, but if Lauren planned on staying up all night and partying with her new boyfriend, why would she have taken so many sleeping pills? Or any at all, for that matter? This leads to the obvious follow-up question of, where did they all come from? And where did the fentanyl come from? Also, what about the mysterious pill that Chantel found that was never identified? Nothing that was found in Lauren's system would have had any sort of partying effect outside of the alcohol, obviously. Without the codeine, Lauren wouldn't have been having a particularly good time that evening. She would have just been asleep. She would have been out cold within minutes of taking all of this. Now, again, this is just my opinion, but this toxicology report kind of looks like Lauren may have been drugged. It honestly sounds like someone wanted to get this poor girl unconscious, and quickly. After the complete disrespect from the Bridgeport Police Department, Lauren's family resorted to hiring an attorney, Darnell Crossland. Crossland very quickly took to the media and explained that he had never heard of a medical examiner concluding that someone died accidentally while taking drugs without ever bothering to find out where the drugs came from or how they were ingested, especially in relation to a woman who had no prior history of drug use. Lauren's family backed up these statements, explaining that Lauren would have never taken anything that wasn't prescribed. She lived on a plant-based diet, watched what she ate, and was in incredibly good shape, as is evidenced by all of her photos. She went to the gym nearly every day and took great care of herself. Her brother also came forward and recalled the night of Lauren's passing. If you remember, he stopped by to pick up a basket of clothes from her just hours before she lost her life. Her brother says that she wasn't drunk, nor did she show any signs of being out of sorts. She was her typical, usual self. Lauren's family and friends eventually banded together and formed multiple protests in the city of Bridgeport. As a result of their efforts, Detective Cronin was suspended from service and placed on paid leave, also known as a free vacation. He returned to duty in May of that year without any further repercussions. The complete lack of care and repeated displays of disrespect in this case are utterly appalling. As it stands, no further updates have taken place in Lauren's case since 2022. After repeated appeals by her family, her case was reassigned to a different group of investigators, but there's been no indication that they've made any progress either. As it stands, we have no answers regarding how such a clean-cut woman could have passed away from a drug overdose, just days after meeting this new man on Bumble. Now, I'm not a person that likes to throw blame at someone without some form of evidence, so I'm certainly not blaming Lauren's boyfriend for her demise. But at the very least, the man should have been investigated. I mean, really, if I woke up to find my wife, who had allegedly passed away in bed beside me overnight, I would expect to be very thoroughly investigated. I would be truly concerned if I wasn't. So why was this man getting a pass, simply because he seemed like a nice guy on the surface? Someone gave Lauren the drugs that caused her to lose her life. Someone knew what was in them. So why is this person not being held responsible? Worse yet, we don't even know how Lauren ingested these drugs. Were they given to her in the form of a pill, similar to the one that Chantel found in Lauren's apartment? Were they mixed into her drink while she was in the bathroom for those 15 minutes? We don't know, and at this rate, we never will. This is yet another dating app murder mystery that police just don't want to get solved, and this seems to be a trend these days. So, did this dating app reveal her killer? Was Matthew the man responsible? I mean, who even knows at this point? I certainly hope that one day Lauren's case will be solved. I'd be lying if I didn't admit that, in all honesty though, I don't think it will be. The Bridgeport police have made their stance very clear. They don't care. Our only hope at this point is that Lauren's family lawyer will be able to find some sort of evidence to hold the police force accountable for their complete disregard in getting justice for Lauren. And maybe, at the end of it all, someone will be able to catch the person who's responsible for all this. It was October 1st, 2017, when Jesse Galganov went missing, leaving behind not a single trace of evidence for investigators to follow. Jesse was just 22 years old, and after getting a rough start in life, decided to go backpacking through Peru on a mission of rediscovering who he truly was, and in essence just proving to himself that he could do whatever he set his mind to. But almost immediately after beginning his journey, Jesse went missing. Detectives spent more than a year searching for any clues that could point to where Jesse had gone. But strangely enough, what they didn't find was much more shocking than what they did. Jesse Galganov was born in Montreal, Quebec on February 8, 1985. He grew up alongside his parents Todd and Alyssa and his sister Sammy. Those who knew Jesse described him as persistently happy, with a positive outlook on life. He had a huge heart and was extremely empathetic. He had a huge amount of friends who continue to remember him fondly to this day. Jesse was always very active and was the captain of his high school football team. But due to a severe concussion when he was 17 years old, he faced some educational setbacks. This left him unable to read and study as easily as the rest of us, and delayed his college application process. But this minor setback did not deter Jesse, and instead, he focused his energy on helping others. He did this by raising money for the Movember Foundation, a charity that helps to raise awareness for men's health issues, such as prostate cancer, testicular cancer, and men's mental health. Working with this charity certainly had a long-term impact on Jesse's life, and helped him put things into perspective. When Jesse was finally able to attend college, he opted to join the Wesleyan University, located in Middletown, Connecticut, and obtained dual U.S. citizenship and moved to the United States from Canada to pursue his bachelor's degree in mathematics. After graduating, Jesse was accepted into medical school at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia. His passion for helping others and desire to travel the world inspired him to use his newfound skills to work with Doctors Without Borders, a collective of medical professionals who help out those who are affected by injury or illness in conflict zones or countries affected by large numbers of diseases. Along with his empathy and love of learning, Jesse had developed a passion for traveling and learning about other cultures. So his work with Doctors Without Borders made a lot of sense for him, and his family could not have been prouder of him. To overcome the setbacks of his severe brain injury in high school and go on to become accepted into medical school just shows how tenacious Jesse truly was. His passion for travel and appreciation for other cultures prompted Jesse to take a gap year away from schooling, where he planned to explore new places on an 8-month backpacking trip through South America and then to Asia. Jesse had spent time traveling in the past, previously spending a semester in Prague, as well as taking a 7-week backpacking excursion in Western Europe. Before his trip, Jesse spent considerable time at home with his mom planning out every detail of the trip. He mapped out his routes, planned camping sites and hostels along the way, made lists of supplies that he would need, and ensured he didn't go into the trip without a plan of action for any situation that may arise. He even made plans to meet up with some friends who would be in the areas he passed along the way. Now, if you've never been on a trip like this yourself, it's important to mention that trips such as these give the adventurer the ability to meet with significant self-discovery, while broadening their worldview and allowing them to experience a wide array of cultures, and oftentimes things that take you out of your comfort zone. And this was exactly what Jesse was looking forward to. After healing from his brain injury, Jesse was on a mission to rediscover who he truly was, and to never take life for granted again. But unfortunately for Jesse, these plans would never come to fruition. Jesse planned to be gone from September 24th, 2017 until May 15th of 2018, quite a long journey. The first stop was in Peru, which is in South America, where he would spend time backpacking and hiking trails until heading to Asia for the second leg of his trip in early January. Jesse's mother dropped him off at the airport on the morning of September 24th, wishing her son safe travels, not knowing this would be the last time she would ever see him. Later that afternoon, Jesse arrived in Lima, where he stayed for a couple of days before taking a bus on September 26th to Huaraz, Peru, which was approximately 7 hours from Lima. He arrived in Huaraz in the early morning hours of September 27th. Just after arrival, at 6:13 a.m., Jesse used his phone to Google directions to the nearest Kame house. Then at 6:15, searched for directions to the nearest Kame house hostel. A few moments later, he searched for directions to the address of the backpacker hostel where he intended to stay, and dropped a pin at 6:24 a.m., beginning his walk to his destination. At 6:25, about a block from the bus station, Jesse sent a Snapchat to a friend. 5 minutes later at 6:30 a.m., security footage shows Jesse checking in at the hostel. At 6:33 a.m., he sends another Snapchat just outside of the hostel, before Googling directions to the nearest marketplace. About 10 minutes later, he sent text to check in with friends and forwarded confirmation of his check-in to his mom. This digital footprint serves as proof that Jesse was diligent about keeping his friends and family informed about his travels, and he wasn't one to overlook the safety of being in a foreign area alone. The next morning, CCTV footage shows Jesse leaving the hostel at 4:30 a.m. and walking toward an area where people were known to wait for transportation. That morning, Jesse sent a text to his mom about his 4-day excursion. He informed her that due to a lack of cell service, he wouldn't be in touch until October 2nd. Jesse was embarking on a 31-mile hike along the Santa Cruz Trail, a hike he had long dreamed of taking. It's typical for this hike to take 3 to 4 days, so his texts with his mother were perfectly normal and likely meant to keep her from worrying if she didn't hear from him for a few days. Hikers on this trail have the option of hiking from east to west or west to east. Jesse decided to hike the trail from west to east and wanted to complete the hike in 4 days due to a pre-purchased bus ticket intended to take Jesse back to Juarez at the end of his trek. Jesse opted to do this relatively difficult hike solo instead of completing it with the guide. As a companion on this hike more than doubled the cost, and Jesse was confident in his ability to complete the hike on his own, despite it being recommended to utilize a trekking company. The elevation in this region is significantly different from what Jesse was used to. To put this into perspective, the elevation at his college in Connecticut is around 30 feet, while this trail ranges from between 9,000 to over 15,000 feet of elevation. Most experts recommend spending a minimum of 2 nights in the region to get acclimated, but Jesse had only spent 1. Not adjusting to elevation properly can lead to altitude sickness, which can cause symptoms such as headaches, nausea, and even death. Nevertheless, Jesse set out from the trailhead to begin the hike of his dreams, but instead, it would become the hike of nightmares. Settled in the snow-covered peaks of the Cordillera Blanca range in the Andes, this Santa Cruz backpacking trip is known to be one of the most beautiful trails in the world. While most people gather in this area to traverse the trails near Machu Picchu, this often overlooked hiking area offers incredible solitude for such a stunning place. This hike traverses through the valleys of the Cordillera Blancas while passing gorgeous lakes along the way to the highest point on the trek, Punta Union. Despite its stunning beauty, advertisements for this hike strongly advise against embarking on this trek alone if you're not a highly experienced backpacker. There are also several warnings about AMS, or acute mountain sickness. Most people coming to Peru are arriving from near sea level, much like Jesse was, and require a few days in camp to acclimate before heading out on the Santa Cruz trek. It's strongly recommended that travelers go on several day hikes in the area to prepare themselves for this multi-day backpacking trip. Nevertheless, Jesse arrived at the trailhead, paid his fees, adjusted his pack, and embarked on his solo journey through the mountains of Peru, completely unaware of the dangers to come. A few days later, October 2nd came around, and no one heard from Jesse. His mother, who was patiently waiting to hear from her son, didn't instantly begin to worry. She assumed that Jesse may have taken an extra day or two to complete the hike, especially considering that he went at it alone. It was October 7th before his mother really began to worry about him. She still had not heard from him, so she began to reach out to his friends to see if anyone had been in contact with him. As mentioned earlier, Jesse was great about staying in contact and frequently used social media, such as Snapchat. She was soon to find out that there had been no word from Jesse since September 28th, the day he began his hike, meaning he'd been MIA for over a week at this point. She began combing through any sources she could think of to find information about Jesse's whereabouts. Looking a little closer, his mother was relieved to see that Jesse had purchased an app that day, leading her to believe that Jesse was somewhere safe. But unfortunately, it was later revealed that Jesse downloaded this app on the 28th, likely as a free trial, and just the first automated charge was made on the 7th. This would be the first of many disappointments as Alyssa attempted to locate her missing son. No one close to Jesse wanted to jump the gun about something being wrong, in case he was just enjoying himself. But after a week of no contact from him, his family and friends became convinced that something was wrong. See, Jesse was meticulous. He scheduled each day of his trip with careful precision and had a strict budget to adhere to. He was not one to deviate from his plans. Realizing just how out of character this was for her son, Alyssa decided it was time to report her boy missing. Jesse's mother finally decided to file a missing person report on October 14th, 16 days after he left the trailhead. This report was filed with embassies in Peru, Canada, and the US. She also reported her son's disappearance to the FBI. The same day she filed the report, she also hired a private search and rescue team to help search for him. This team traveled all the way from Mexico City to assist in locating the missing hiker. On October 17, Alyssa landed in Juarez to search for her son. Authorities in Peru did not have many resources to help her search for Jesse, so most of this landed on her own shoulders. Shortly after her arrival in Juarez, Jesse's family and friends quickly began to spread the word about his disappearance. And on October 21st, a $10,000 reward was posted. The next day at a news conference, his mother voiced concerns that all of the info she'd gathered led her to believe that he may have been abducted, and stated that she believed this was the only plausible theory, since people don't just disappear into thin air. About a week later, on November 8th, Alyssa hired an elite search and rescue team from Israel, known as Magnus, to aid in the search for Jesse. Israel is one of the only countries in the world with the ability to search for missing people on an international level. This team conducted interviews, searched the trails, utilized drones, underwater robots, and dogs, and various other resources to locate Jesse. They initially found absolutely no evidence of Jesse, and were unable to confirm that Jesse even made it to the trail that day. But their inability to find any evidence of Jesse's whereabouts is just the beginning of the mystery surrounding his disappearance. You see, to even access the trail, travelers are required to check in with their passports, pay their fees, and sign in. Yet there was no record of Jesse ever doing so. The park employees were initially uncooperative and would not agree to hand over the check-in documents from the day Jesse began his hike. It was later discovered that those working the check-in area on the day Jesse was supposed to begin his hike were not legitimate employees of the park, so the sign-in documents from that day were incomplete, and some had even been forged. The original sign-in sheets were either accidentally or purposefully destroyed or lost, so that when authorities asked to see the sign-in sheets for September 28th, the people working at the trailhead just copied the sheet from the 28th of August and just changed the date. Obviously an incredibly immoral thing to do when there's a person's life at stake here. These workers were more worried about losing their jobs than they were about saving a life, which really shows the character of the type of people we're working with here. Now, while it's possible that the document from September 28th was accidentally misplaced or never properly logged in the first place, it could also be possible that these employees knew something had gone wrong, but they weren't willing to talk about it. Meanwhile, authorities began contacting those who lived and worked on these trails, including the local guides who often accompany travelers on their journeys. Unfortunately, though, the natives of this region were unwilling to speak with authorities, which isn't super uncommon. This is a small, poor, tight-knit community, with the belief that if anyone were to be found dead on one of these trails, they would likely be blamed for it. While the locals were largely unhelpful, authorities did discover that it's considered a common practice for local guides to place any bodies they find on the trail in the nearest body of water. Yet those underwater robots that Magnus utilized never found anything substantial located in the surrounding bodies of water, so much of this has essentially been ruled out. Magnus also used technology to search social media for photos taken on the trail and the surrounding areas during the time that Jesse would have been there, and began reaching out to people to see if anyone remembered seeing him. They were able to locate two men from France who camped next to Jesse on the night of September 30th, proving that Jesse had indeed been on the trail after the 28th of September. This was the first major lead the investigative team had come across. The campers reported that Jesse told them he wasn't feeling well and that he was suffering from headaches and diarrhea. He might have also been dehydrated. They also reported that he seemed disoriented and was likely suffering from altitude sickness, which was highly likely. The next morning, when the hikers woke up, they stated that Jesse told them he was feeling better and appeared to be doing better than the day before, so they didn't object when Jesse continued on his hike. He carried on his way, and they believed Jesse would be perfectly fine. But they had no idea just how wrong they really were. Another group of hikers reported seeing Jesse later on October 1st, shortly after 3 p.m. They reported that he appeared to be sick again and was walking very slowly, about a kilometer from the highest point of the hike. They told Magnus that Jesse asked them where he could find some water and mentioned that he was struggling to stand. Due to Jesse's state, it's surprising that no one offered to help him in any way. Those who reported sightings of him noticed his fragile condition, but chose to leave him to fend for himself, offering him no water, no food, nothing. Now, it's possible they didn't have any of these items to spare, but that doesn't make the situation any less heartbreaking. These backpackers were the last people to report seeing Jesse. On November 30th, 2 months after Jesse went missing, his mother, Alyssa, went on global news to highlight the extensive search for her son. She stated she would never stop looking for him and would do whatever was necessary to bring him home. His father, Todd, spent over 9 months living in Peru, spending every day trying to locate their son. He went door to door looking for answers and hiked the surrounding area daily. He set up a website, jesseprotected.com, where he posted updates about his search. He also posted flyers all over the surrounding area in hopes that someone would recognize Jesse and help lead to his discovery. Because he hadn't located his body, and because he hiked the same trails as Jesse, Todd believes his son has to be alive somewhere. He doesn't see anywhere that Jesse could have fallen or had an accident. These facts reinforce his parents' belief that Jesse was abducted by someone. They refuse to believe that Jesse could have lost his life without some sort of physical proof, and rightfully so. But on May 16th of the following year, the day after Jesse was supposed to return home from his backpacking trip, his mother completed her hike on the Santa Cruz Trail. Upon completion, Alyssa stated that she was finally willing to admit that Jesse must have lost his life due to altitude sickness. She explains that the trail is difficult and poorly marked. She added that without a guide, she wouldn't have been able to complete the journey. Afterward, her search for Jesse became a recovery mission. She returned in August of 2018 to hike the trail again with a canine team specializing in finding human remains, but still, they found nothing. 1 full year after Jesse's disappearance, Alyssa spoke with the Montreal Gazette and stated that she no longer believes her son to be alive, but she is still focused on locating his body and bringing him home. She continues to pay his cell phone bill just in case Jesse's still out there somewhere, but she knows that the likelihood of this is very, very small. Todd, on the other hand, believes differently. He's firm in his belief that since they've been unable to locate any remains, Jesse was abducted and is being held against his will to perform forced labor. He's raised the reward to $500,000 in hopes that his money will motivate someone to come forward or release his son. In the beginning stages of the investigation, it initially seemed as if Jesse got lost or had some type of accident on the trail, which is all too common in stories such as these. One would figure that if this were the case, he would have been found hungry and dehydrated, or possibly injured by other backpackers. Worst case scenario, one would assume that his body would have been found somewhere along the trail. But without any trace of Jesse, there remains a sense of mystery surrounding his disappearance, a sense of hope that his parents just can't let go of. And who could blame them? Certainly not me. There's no evidence to suggest that Jesse lost his life that day, so it's wholly understandable that his parents are so determined to continue searching for him. What makes this situation so much more difficult is that detectives have concluded that many people with a connection to Jesse on this trip have withheld information from searchers, making it all the more suspicious. Not only those working in the park that day, but even the man who owns the hostel that Jesse was staying at, Chris Garcia. Video surveillance shows Jesse at the hostel. However, when questioned by authorities, Chris states that Jesse was never there. This hostel has great reviews, and many who rated it so highly have great things to say about the security. So why would the owner lie and say Jesse was never there when he clearly was? Comments on the Find Jesse Facebook page place him in several places around South America, with commenters stating that they saw him firsthand, with a plethora of theories being thrown around. So the question remains, what happened to Jesse? Where is his body? How have authorities been unable to find a single trace of him anywhere? Due to this being a huge area of land with treacherous terrain and many dangerous native predators, the possibilities of where Jesse ended up seem endless, not to mention the well-known fact that locals dispose of many bodies found in the area by dumping them into nearby bodies of water. The private investigative team, Magnus, believes that Jesse had succumbed to the elements, and when his body was discovered, someone moved it and never reported it to the authorities. Otherwise, someone would have surely found it by now. His family and friends fiercely loved Jesse. It's heart-wrenching to imagine the pain and everlasting uncertainty that they've endured, knowing that someone so smart and so talented with such a bright future disappeared on a trip he'd been dreaming about, never to be seen or heard from again. Jesse's loved ones worked tirelessly to locate him, only to return home empty-handed and emotionally drained each and every time. Those familiar with this disappearance hope that one day there will be a discovery so that his family and friends can have some sort of closure. In the meantime, the search for Jesse continues, and we can only hope that one day his family will find some answers and the closure they so desperately seek. "911 operators have a very difficult and demanding job. There's no doubt that the 911 emergency system has saved many, many lives thanks to the training that their operators and dispatchers receive. But in January of 2008, the system failed, costing one woman her life and leaving her family questioning why she didn't receive the help she so desperately needed and begged for. The tale of 21-year-old Denise Amber Lee is one that's left many people frustrated, not only at the fact that her life was ended, but also because there were multiple chances for her life to be saved. Denise and her husband Nathan met while they were still in high school, Denise being 17 and Nathan being 19 at the time. As soon as they met, they knew they wanted to spend the rest of their lives together, and before long, they began talking about starting a family. They got married as soon as they could, and before long, they followed up on their dream by having 2 children, Noah and Adam. They decided that Denise would stay home to look after the boys. But to do this, Nathan had to work 3 jobs, but he did this with pleasure, since it meant that he could properly provide for his family. Nathan would later recall how during their very first Valentine's Day date, he'd gifted Denise a heart-shaped ring, which she loved so much that she literally never took it off. These two were truly in love, and their sons were the center of their lives. One of Nathan's jobs at the time was an electric meter reader, which is what he was doing on the afternoon of the 17th of January, 2008. He'd left the family's home earlier than usual that morning, so early in fact that Denise and the boys were still asleep. He checked in with her later that morning at around 11 a.m., and she told him that she was out on the back porch of their house in North Point, Florida, with Noah while she was giving him a haircut. Nathan finished his shift at 3 p.m. and then headed home. While on his way, he called Denise once more, but this time he got no answer, which he found strange. But since Denise was looking after 2 young boys, there was a good chance that she just had her hands full. He eventually pulled into the house's driveway at 3:30 p.m., but that was the moment that his and his children's lives changed forever. Nathan walked into the house and looked for his wife, but couldn't find her anywhere. Even more perplexing was the fact that both Noah and Adam had been placed in the same crib, something they never did, and he immediately knew something was very wrong. Denise would never leave the 2 boys unattended, and she certainly wouldn't leave the house without them since Adam was just 6 months old. He checked on the boys and found them to be in perfect health, but he was baffled at where Denise could be. He looked for clues but found that all of her possessions were still in the house, and could find no indication that she had left in a hurry. Everything in the house seemed in order, and from what he could see, it seemed as though she had just vanished into thin air. All the locks on the doors were intact, so no one had forced a lock to get in. Furthermore, Nathan had to unlock the front door to get in, so everything seemed secure. Fearing the worst, he looked around for signs that a struggle had taken place, but he found none, as everything seemed in its place. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and as he'd started to grow ever more anxious, he decided to contact the police. He explained his situation, and a short while later, officers arrived at the house to investigate. They scoured through the building in search of anything that could tell them where Denise had gone, but they also couldn't see anything that caused them too much concern, except for the fact that Denise was obviously missing. Deciding that there was nothing further to learn from the family's home, they spoke to the neighbors, and this is when the first worrying detail of Denise's case came to light. One neighbor reported that she'd seen a car, a green Camaro, driving very slowly up the street at about 2:30 that afternoon, an hour before Nathan arrived. It then left, but a short while later, she spotted it again, and added that she felt uneasy about the way that it was slowly moving through the neighborhood. It would drive to the top of the street, turn around, and then creep past the houses once more, repeating this process 4 or 5 times according to witnesses. It then pulled into the family's driveway, and when she looked through her window, she could see a man who she didn't recognize sitting behind the wheel. She would add that she saw the same car leaving the house about 10 minutes after it had stopped in the drive, and the man still seemed to be alone, so she didn't think much more of it. While the officers were investigating, Nathan called Denise's father, Detective Rick Goff, and upon hearing what was going on, he made contact with several different law enforcement agencies, informing them that Denise was missing and that they needed to be on the lookout for her. By now, Nathan was beside himself with worry, as no word had been received from Denise, and with every passing hour, he became more convinced that something untoward had happened at the house while he was still at work. For almost 3 hours, they searched for Denise with the help of police dogs and helicopters and asked people in the area if they had seen anything, but to no avail. But then, at 6:14 p.m., a 911 call was made to the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. It was Denise.
Hello? I just want to see my family. Hello? Hello? I just want to see my family again. Hello? Please let me go. Please let me go. I just want to see my family again. Okay. Hello? I'm sorry. Please let me go. Hello? I'm sorry. Please let me go. What are you doing? I didn't want to do that. Please let me go. Hello? Please let me go, God, please. Oh, yeah, what? Hello? Help me. What's the address? What's the address that you're at? Hello? What is the address that you're at? Hello, ma'am? Where are we going? I gotta go up to the house now. Up and around where? Wow, can you see it? 4 streets, all 5 streets over your house. I couldn't everywhere. What's your name, ma'am? Hello? Please. What's your name? Please, my name is Denise. I'm your beautiful husband, and I just want to see my kids again. Your name's Denise? I'm sorry. What's your last name? Lee? Yeah. Do you know what your name's Denise Lee? Please take me to my house. Please take me home. Oh, my please. Can you see, or do you have a blindfold on? I can't see. Where are we? Are you going to help me? Are you going to let me out now? Oh, please.
The operator heard a woman on the other side of the line, but for some reason couldn't understand that she was in a situation where she couldn't speak directly into the phone. The first words they heard from her were, I'm sorry, I just want to go. In recordings of the call, the operator can be heard repeatedly asking, hello, when Denise is heard saying, I'm sorry, I just want to see my family. This is a very strange way to start a 911 call, which, in the opinions of many, should have alerted the operator to the fact that someone had called them and was unable to give any details directly, since they were probably being held against their will. But while the caller, who turned out to be Denise, was doing her best to relay information, the operator would go on to ask hello a total of 10 times before realizing that they should have been listening to what was being said and done on the other side of the line. But before this happened, a man could be heard talking to Denise, and not in a friendly way. He could be heard asking why she had done that, though we don't know what he was referring to. At one point, he could be heard asking Denise what she had done with his phone, as he was clearly searching for it, but she merely replied by saying, "Please let me go, please let me see my family again." The man then responds that this won't be a problem, but even then, the dispatcher could be heard once more asking, "Hello," which is just, wake up. This woman is clearly in need of help. Do something, literally anything. The man then states angrily that he was going to let her go free, but that she'd now done something that made him change his mind. Denise can be heard apologizing for whatever she did, after which the man is heard asking where his phone is. Unbeknownst to him, Denise had somehow managed to get a hold of it, after which she dialed 911. She then lay down on the back seat of the man's car, making sure that his phone was out of sight, and proceeded to try and get as much information from him as possible. She likely knew that this would be her only chance to get help, and bravely she took a chance that could easily have saved her life, or made matters much worse. Denise then begs her captor to let her go several more times, but her pleas fall on deaf ears, as the man states that he would now have to drive to the next street, quote, because of him. Next, he could be heard asking Denise what she was doing and making mention of his cousin, Harold. It would later come to light that this is who he was referring to during the earlier part of the recording. Denise then asks him again to let her go, now clearly in a lot of distress at being abducted and held against her will, but quite unbelievably, the 911 operator simply replies, "Hello," yet again. It's only when Denise says, "Help me," that they seem to catch on to the situation, and they then ask for her address, which she obviously couldn't give without alerting her abductor to her plan. They could then be heard talking to their supervisor, stating that the call was coming from somewhere in Northport. Still, they kept asking her to give her address. When they finally ask her for her name, she's able to reply while duping the man into thinking that she's talking to him. She stated, "My name is Denise. I'm married to a beautiful husband, and I just want to see my kids again." The first 4 words of that sentence were, "My name is Denise," and yet the operator replied by asking, "Your name is Denise?" rather than asking questions that she could answer without alerting her abductor. To their credit, it's at this point that the situation fully sank in, and they told their supervisor that they believed the caller was talking to them while being careful not to give away the fact that she dialed 911. But the fact that it took the operator this long to realize this is just so far beyond comprehension. You can clearly tell within 10 seconds of this call that this poor woman cannot respond. The fact that it took the operator several minutes to catch on, there's just no excuse. Surely these people are trained for situations like this. But regardless, they asked Denise to press a button on the phone if she'd been blindfolded, but she was obviously unable to press any buttons. The operator then asked whether she knew the man she was with, but again received no response. Again, obviously. Instead, they could hear her and the man arguing about his phone while he was still trying to locate it. The operator then realizes that she must be lying on top of the phone or something, and that Denise couldn't hear any of the questions that they were asking at this point. Denise then pretended to help the man look for his phone, giving her the opportunity to hear the 911 operator for the first time. When asked whether she knows how long she'd been away from her house, she quietly responded, "I don't know," but had to repeat that answer twice more as they kept repeating the same question, despite having received a very clear answer. They then finally asked their first relevant question, which is, "What is your last name?" To which she immediately replied, "Lee." The dispatcher's next question was to waste even more time by asking Denise to confirm that her name was in fact Denise Lee. Despite so much time being burned on this call, Denise seemingly managed to keep her wits about her, and finally managed to get the operator to understand that this was indeed her name. She's then asked to identify the street that she's on, to which she replies that she can't. She also managed to relay that she didn't know the man who had abducted her, and that she lived on Latour Street by stating, "I don't know. Please take me to my house. Can you please take me home on Latour, please?" The last few sentences of this recording are of Denise asking the man whether he's going to hurt her, to which he demands for her to hand over his phone. She then asks if he'll let her go, and he states that he will as soon as he has his phone back. The call abruptly ends after the last sentence, which was Denise simply stating, "Help me." Thanks to the information that Denise was able to give, it was known that her name was Denise Lee and that she lived on Latour Street in North Point, and that she'd been kidnapped by a man who she'd never seen before in her life. This was a wealth of information, given the circumstances, and while efforts were made to trace the phone from which the call was made, they failed since it was a burner phone. But investigators were able to ascertain who the phone belonged to, and it soon came to light that the owner was a 36-year-old unemployed man named Michael Lee King. Officers were immediately sent to his house, but it was found to be empty. Just 9 minutes after Denise dialed 911, a 17-year-old girl named Sabrina Muxlow also called 911 to report that her father had witnessed something that she felt needed to be reported. Her father's cousin, Michael, had arrived at their house at around 5:45 p.m. and asked to borrow a gas can, a flashlight, and a shovel. He stated that his lawnmower was stuck in the front yard, and that he needed to get these items to get it free. They then gathered the requested items, but as soon as they walked towards King's car, a green Camaro, her father heard a woman screaming for him to call the police. He approached his cousin, asking what was going on, and he replied that it was nothing to worry about. He then saw King leaning over the car's center console and pushing someone in the back seat with shoulder-length blonde hair's head down and out of sight. His cousin then got back in the car and left. Feeling suspicious about what he had just witnessed, he decided to drive to King's house, and when he arrived, he realized that not only was there no lawnmower on the front lawn, but both King and his car were nowhere to be seen. He then also called 911 anonymously, giving a description of King's car and stating that he may have abducted someone who was still being held in the vehicle. A fourth 911 call was made by a woman named Jane Kowalski at 6:30 that evening. She told the operator that she was driving in her car and had stopped at a traffic light when she heard a high-pitched scream unlike any that she'd ever heard before. She realized that it was coming from the car next to her, and when she looked over, she locked eyes with King. He was once again trying to push Denise's head down into the back seat, but she then saw a hand come up from the back of the car and it started frantically banging against the window. Realizing that something was wrong, she pulled away from the light slowly, hoping that King would pull out in front of her, revealing his license plate number. But he seemingly realized what she was thinking and remained beside her. He then quickly changed lanes and eventually ended up behind her. While on the line with 911, King then turned onto Toledo Blade Boulevard, and Jane was unable to follow thanks to heavy traffic that was around her. Unfortunately, Jane's call fell on deaf ears, as no one was informed of what she had seen. Charlotte County dispatchers had somehow failed to link the calls to Denise's case, and despite several officers and deputies being in that area at that time, they were never given a description of King's vehicle or the direction that it was traveling in. But by now, investigators knew that they were looking for King, and that he was keeping Denise captive in his green Camaro. Hence, a roadblock was put up at Toledo Blade Boulevard. Just after 9 p.m. that night, King drove into view and he was finally pulled over. King proved uncooperative and only exited his car after being threatened with one of the officer's firearms. When he emerged, they noted that his clothes were soaked from the belt down and that he had mud caked on his shoes. He was taken into custody, and when his car was searched, the burner phone was found, along with a dirty shovel, a gas can, and a heart-shaped ring. Denise was nowhere to be found, and they immediately feared the worst. King was told that the authorities knew that he had abducted Denise. He was charged with her kidnapping but refused to give any details as to what had transpired after her 911 call. He merely stated that he had no idea what they were talking about. For the next 2 days, searchers scoured the areas where they knew Denise had been in hopes that she would be found, but these efforts would end tragically when one searcher on Plantation Boulevard stumbled across a patch of soil that seemed as though it had been disturbed. Here, Denise's body was found in a 3-foot-deep grave. An autopsy was performed, and it was revealed that her life had been ended with a single round to the head. They also observed bruising on her wrists, indicating that she'd fought bravely against her attacker. But unfortunately, they also found obvious evidence that she'd been taken advantage of as well. It was now apparent that King was responsible for Denise's death, and he was charged in the first degree, to which he obviously decided to plead not guilty, despite the mountain of evidence that had been gathered against him. The case seemed to be an open and shut one. Several people gave statements that they had seen King that day, either in the area around the family's house or on the road where he was driving his Camaro. Even his own cousin, Harold, knew that he was guilty and offered to testify against him in court. Furthermore, DNA samples were taken from the scene where Denise was found, and they were matched to him. And since her hair and ring were found in his car along with one of her handprints on the outside of one of the windows, he didn't have a leg to stand on. The evidence only continued to mount when King's house was searched. Here, investigators found several pieces of duct tape that had some of Denise's hair stuck to it. But his defense team still did their utmost to prove his innocence. Since the firearm used to end Denise's life was never found, that posited the theory that anyone could have fired the shot and that it couldn't immediately be assumed that King had pulled the trigger. But this did little to sway the jury, though, as they took just 2 hours to deliberate and return a verdict of guilty. Honestly, though, the fact that it even took them 2 hours here is a little bit confusing. This resulted in King receiving capital punishment, which he appealed unsuccessfully. By now, the case had finally been solved, and in record time, too. But while Denise's attacker was set to pay for his heinous crime, it was Nathan, Adam, and Noah who were the real ones left with the punishment from this case, as they were now forced to come to terms with the fact that Denise's life could have been saved many times over, had the appropriate information been sent to the correct people in a timely manner. If these witnesses had reached out even just a few minutes sooner, if the 911 operator had just used 2 brain cells during their call, Denise's life could have likely been spared. To do his best to stop this from ever happening again, Nathan founded the Denise Amber Lee Foundation, which provides better training for 911 operators. As for her father, Detective Rick Goff, he was involved in establishing the Denise Amber Lee Act, which provides voluntary training for those same operators, which kind of steps all over my previous point of saying surely these operators are trained for these situations, because apparently they're not. Denise's case has resulted in many changes as far as 911 operating training goes. They now receive at least 6 months of training and are taught how to properly use the technology that can pinpoint a caller's location, another useful tool that would have almost certainly saved Denise's life. Nathan stated during an interview that he remembers Denise for the selfless and caring person she was. He always admired the fact that she always put her children first and that she loved them unconditionally. But he stated that he'll never move on from the devastating tragedy left in the wake of King's heinous actions. For years after that fateful day, he struggled to move on with his life, but knew that he had to find a way for the sake of his children. He's now one of the foremost speakers on the changes that have been made to the 911 emergency system, having made the decision to make it his full-time career to inform as many people as possible how 911 is to be used and how operators are supposed to respond. But the road to this point was a long and tumultuous one. Nathan only realized long after the tragic events that he'd kept his emotions in check for far too long, since he wanted to be a good role model for his 2 sons. At times, he felt desolate and depressed, but forged ahead in hopes that he could stop a similar fate befalling anyone else. In the end, he decided to sue the Charlotte Sheriff's Office for their mishandling of the 911 calls that had been made that night. And in 2012, he settled for $1.25 million, and thank God for that, not because of the money, but because this will hopefully teach this department a very valuable lesson and lead to other departments taking notice so that this can be avoided in the future. He set some of that money aside as a college fund for the boys, and then set his mind to creating the Denise Amber Lee Foundation. He bought a house in Inglewood, and today he lives there with Noah and Adam, while using his desire for change in the 911 system as a driving force, along with his memories of the woman who he loved above any other. Denise's case is one that brings up feelings of frustration and anger, not only at the man who took her life that day, but the people who were responsible for dispatching help. And while I've been admittedly pretty harsh towards the 911 operator today, we have to always keep in mind that 911 operators are only human, and that they work in unbelievably stressful environments that most of us would struggle with. I'll gladly admit that it's not a job I would even be remotely interested in. With Nathan and the Denise Amber Lee Foundation's help, the chances of this ever happening again are minimal. And if nothing else, Denise will be forever remembered as being a part of a necessary change within the 911 industry. And thanks to her memory, countless lives have and will continue to be saved. Sanda Dia was a 20-year-old college student with a lot to look forward to. Many people point to his case as a cautionary tale about the dangers of fraternities and hazings in some schools. But the reality is far darker than some hazing antics gone wrong, and it involves unspeakable cruelty, some truly heinous actions on the part of these fraternity brothers, and a disturbing crime that was entirely preventable. To this day, the 18 students who were responsible for Sanda's passing have never been publicly named, and their identities and reputations remain protected. But what they did to Sanda, we cannot let that be forgotten. Sanda Dia was the 20-year-old son of a factory worker who'd immigrated to Belgium in hopes of an easier life. Sanda's father came to Belgium in 1994, working at a port in the area, but later getting a better job at a truck factory. He learned the language of the area, Dutch, and started a family with his wife, which included Sanda and his brother. By all accounts, they were a tight-knit, wholesome family. Sanda certainly communicated with them about his hopes and dreams and how he planned to achieve them. Eventually, he was accepted to the Catholic University of Leuven, which is now referred to as KU Leuven. This is considered to be one of the most prestigious universities in Belgium, but Sanda's acceptance into a top school didn't surprise his dad one bit. Sanda had always excelled at school, and his father said of his acceptance, quote, "It was a dream for me." Truly, it must have been a dream come true for a young man from such humble beginnings to achieve such a great accomplishment. During his third year of university, where he was studying engineering, Sanda made the decision to pledge to get in to Roygeholm, a fraternity for young men that wasn't officially sanctioned by the school. The former president of the campus student association, Kenny Van Menzel, said, quote, "They represent a type of social class." He also noted that most of the members of this fraternity were upper class. These young men were the elite. The thing you have to keep in mind about places like Belgium is that there is a serious divide between different classes of citizens. Now, I obviously can't speak on this personally, as I've never even been there, but from what I've seen and what I've been told, your income and social class plays a significant role in what jobs you can get, what homes you can buy, nearly every aspect of your life. Sanda saw his acceptance into this high-class fraternity as an amazing opportunity, even though he suspected that he'd face some hardships with it. Sanda even told his brother, quote, "It has benefits being in a club like that. If you know them, it's good for your network, and when you leave school, they'll trust you a lot faster." The thing is, it's very likely that Sanda was a bit of an outcast for most of his life, considering he was a different race than his peers, combined with the fact that he was from a fairly low-income family. To be given the opportunity to become part of a larger family, a brotherhood even, it was likely a dream come true for Sanda. Another student from KU echoed this idea. She explained that people in Flanders say that anyone can succeed if they just learn the language, work hard, and get a degree. Sanda already knew the language thanks to his dad's hard work, and he was in college working to get that degree. But the other thing that he knew was that in Belgium, many immigrants are more likely to work in low-skilled jobs or be unemployed despite having high education levels. So he and many other students from poor, lower-class backgrounds viewed being accepted into one of these fraternities as a springboard to a better life. These fraternities are supposed to be a group of brothers, a team of like-minded people who want nothing but the best for each other. In a fraternity, you look out for the other members and never turn your back on one of your own. But Sanda was about to learn the hard way that some brothers don't keep their promises. Sanda's father didn't know about the political unrest and the significant racial and economic divide that is so prevalent in Belgium before he moved there, where he likely would have found a better place to call home. See, Belgium is not only divided by class, but it's also divided by the Dutch-speaking people in the north and the French-speaking people in the south. These regions have their own separate governments. The Dutch section of the country tends to hold a lot more wealth and power. This section of the country is called Flanders. Flanders is currently going through a separation attempt, where its citizens want to break away from the French-speaking part of the nation so that they can preserve their wealth as well as their Flemish culture. While this may sound innocent enough on the surface, we'll soon see just how quickly this sort of thinking can get out of hand if left unchecked. Now, to be clear, the historical background of a location isn't something I would ordinarily address when it comes to true crime stories, because I don't believe things like race matter whatsoever unless it's important to the story. And unfortunately, in Sanda's case, it seems that it is. See, Sanda was one of only 2 dark-skinned students in Roijahome fraternity. The rest were white. The white fraternity members often called the other dark-skinned member Rafiki, a reference to the Lion King. This shows you just how much of a superiority complex this group of young men had, but it gets far worse. In October, just a couple of months prior to Sanda's passing, the fraternity hosted a wild party in a student association building. It got pretty out of hand, causing damage estimated in the thousands of dollars and completely trashing the place. Van Mensel said that the fraternity brothers gave Sanda orders to clean the mess up himself, calling him racial slurs in the process and insinuating that it was his job as a dark-skinned person to clean up after the white people. The fact that this sort of mindset still exists in this day and age, it just blows my mind. See, Roijahome was full of powerful people. These fraternity members were the sons of some very influential people, like politicians, businessmen, and judges, and they were known for holding hazing rituals that they called baptisms. When you add to it the fact that this fraternity was unregulated by the school, well, things get pretty interesting. Some say that the group was unregulated because the school didn't want to get involved with their sort of behavior. But others feel as though it was the school being willing to turn a blind eye to these untoward activities, essentially supporting the group by telling them, you just stay over there and you do whatever you want. Which of these beliefs is closer to the truth, no one really knows. But details about Sanda's baptism are nothing short of horrifying. These young men berated and belittled Sanda in ways that are beyond humiliating. They're just plain out illegal. And at the end of it all, Sanda would not make it out alive. During their investigation, detectives were able to dig up some shocking details about the hazing rituals this fraternity was known for. Not only this, but using various pieces of video footage, photographic evidence, text messages, and much more, they were able to put together a play-by-play of the evening that Sanda lost his life. And this painted a remarkably clear picture of what took place that evening. I'd like to say that everything started out innocently enough, then eventually got out of hand, but that's simply not the truth. These young men knew what they were doing from the very beginning, and it was clear that their intentions were nefarious from the very start. It was Tuesday, December 4th, 2018. Sanda and a few other members of the student body at KU had been given the opportunity to join the fraternity of their dreams. But first, there was the obvious hazing ritual. The first part of the ritual was for the pledges to dress as apostles and carry around sacks of roses to sell on the streets of Leuven. The pledge who sells the most roses is spared from the baptism the next day. Sanda performed worst out of all the initiates, meaning he would certainly be tasked with taking part in the hazing the following day. Tuesday evening, the pledges were forced to drink dangerously excessive amounts of alcohol. A fraternity member would later tell police that the pledges knelt on the pavement outside of a cafe on campus with their mouths open, while the other members stood and poured vodka and gin into their mouths for an entire hour. Just for context, an entire liter of gin was polished off just between these 3 pledges. Once they'd passed out, investigators found footage of the other members urinating on these young men while they were unconscious. Later that night, the pledges were escorted back to their dorms where their water taps were taped off so they had no way to remedy their massive hangovers and dehydration. The next day, the pledges were taken to a cabin in the woods just a few miles out from the campus, and they supposedly did this intentionally because they were fully aware that what they were about to do was illegal. But rather than simply not do it, they decided to continue their escapade in secret. At around noon that day, one of the members posted to the fraternity's WhatsApp group, saying, quote, "Sanda is ready for the trash." Now, this has been translated from Dutch, so we don't know if they were saying that Sanda was trashed from all the alcohol, or if this text had more nefarious undertones. But whatever the case may be, it was clear that Sanda was not being treated equally among the other 2 hazing participants, and he was certainly being singled out. A teacher who lives near Leuven said the next morning that he spotted the fraternity members carrying Sanda out of his dorm and placing him in the backseat of a car, noting that he was completely unable to walk. It's believed that after being placed in the car, that's when the group were heading straight for the cabin. So it was clear Sanda was in rough shape. Before they got to the cabin, the frat members stopped at a grocery store to buy cat and dog food, and some of them acquired a goldfish and a mouse. Now, due to the animal cruelty that's involved, I can't really detail what happened with these animals, but let me just say, these animals got every last bit of the abuse that Sanda and the other initiates were about to. They were not let off lightly. After the awful animal sacrifices were made, the pledges were forced to dig a ditch, while the other frat members built a fire to keep themselves warm. But one of the frat members came up with a brilliant idea. Not only will the pledges be digging a ditch in the dead of winter, but they should have ice and water thrown over them too. Now, it's not unusual for these baptism rituals to revolve around themes of extreme cold, but there's usually a bell placed near the pledges, so they can essentially tap out if all the going gets too much. But investigators noticed there was no such bell anywhere in sight. These young men were going to be part of this ritual from beginning to end, whether they liked it or not. At 7:08 p.m., Sanda was the last pledge to be permitted to come out of the pit. Police were able to find video footage of the event and confirmed that Sanda had to be helped out of the pit as he was unable to pull himself out on his own. The other frat members were taunting him all the while. At around 9 p.m., more than 2 hours later, Sanda was taken to the hospital. December 6th, Thursday morning, just hours after Sanda was taken to the hospital, the members of the group realized just how bad the situation was and worked quickly to delete videos and other evidence on their WhatsApp group. See, by this point, the hospital had announced that Sanda was suffering from severe hypothermia, and he wasn't in good shape at all. The boys' parents supposedly told them to go completely off the grid and scrub their social media footprints, essentially helping them cover up such an obvious crime. They quickly got off of Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn. The membership list of the fraternity were also purged from public records at this time. All the while, Sanda was lying in a hospital bed, clinging on to life with everything he had left in him. But after hours of torment by these young men, Sanda's body had all it could take. Shortly after he collapsed, Sanda was taken to a local hospital, and when he got there, the doctors realized he was in such bad shape that ultimately there was very little they could do. Considering the amount of alcohol he drank, combined with the fish oil, well, it was a recipe for disaster. Sanda remained in the hospital for 2 full days after this, but his condition only worsened. By the end of it all, Sanda's organs had started to shut down one by one. Sanda was left fighting for his life for more than 48 hours, but there was only so much that could be done. In the end, after enduring hours of grueling torment, he finally succumbed to the abuse of his assailants. He fell into a coma and then later lost his life. Now, after hearing the story thus far, you may think that this case is pretty open and shut, but the story runs much, much deeper than that. The truth of this fraternity is darker than you could possibly imagine. Prior to this ordeal, Sanda was as healthy as a horse, not a health problem in sight. Court documents indicate that Sanda lost his life due to high levels of sodium in his blood. His sodium levels were so high, likely due to the fish oil, that his brain had actually swollen. This was a direct result of the excessive amounts of fish oil he'd been forced to drink. But on top of that, he was suffering from hypothermia, obviously from being made to stand in the icy trench for hours. When he arrived at the hospital, his core body temperature was only 80.6 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 18 degrees below normal. When he was examined at the hospital, his condition told the story of someone who'd been humiliated, forced into extremely dangerous circumstances, and ultimately made to pass a test of extreme physical endurance that was so strenuous that it's amazing he didn't succumb to everything he'd been put through hours earlier. This senseless and tragic loss was definitely something that Sanda's family felt was targeted. Sanda's brother spoke about his brother's passing and said, quote, "This was not an accident." That sentiment was echoed by Sanda's father, who said that these were the sons of powerful men in the country who felt that nothing could possibly happen to them. In essence, they felt they could do whatever they wanted and get away with it. When you add to it the fact that Sanda was the only dark-skinned member in attendance that night, combined with the fact that he'd already been belittled by the group before, well, the writing was on the wall. It's worth noting that not one of these 18 fraternity members has ever been publicly named in this case. They've been allowed to keep their anonymity to protect their reputations, despite their heinous actions against this young man. If this doesn't give you a good idea of the culture of the elite in Belgium, then I don't know what will. All 18 members of this fraternity were investigated one by one. The prosecutor recommended various charges against these men, including degrading treatment, neglect, and involuntary manslaughter, to name just a few. One would think that if Sanda had passed away during some sort of tragic accident, that the other fraternity members would be forthcoming with information and aid the police investigation any way they could. After all, it was just an accident, right? But that's pretty much the opposite of what happened. When an investigator mentioned searching the cabin where the crime occurred, he noted that it was completely cleaned. Not so much as a trash bag had been left behind. Saturday, December 8th, the father of one of the young men, a lawyer, held an emergency meeting for the frat members at his home. The announcement of Sanda's passing had already been made by this point. It's unclear what this conversation entailed, but I have to imagine it had something to do with keeping their mouths shut and never speaking a word of this to anyone. Though, let's be real, the truth was already public knowledge by this point. Everyone knew that these boys were responsible. It was sometime over the weekend that the boys reactivated the group on WhatsApp so that the parents could chime in and communicate with each other. When asked about a secret WhatsApp group that was shared between the fraternity members, though, each of the young men said that no such group existed, but a digital forensics team found that to be a lie. The fraternity members, in fact, almost exclusively used WhatsApp to message each other, and they tried to delete a lot of those messages, photos and videos as well. But the police were able to recover nearly everything. Investigators dug up messages that were sent just hours before Sanda passed away. And once members learned he'd taken a turn for the worse, one of them wrote in the group chat, quote, "After half an hour, Sanda has deteriorated madly. If he doesn't make it, we will pay for this." Just hours after Sanda's passing was announced, a WhatsApp message read, quote, "Oh no, we're going to pay for this." They later added, "Remove everything and everyone from the group." The other group members were told to remove all of the pictures and videos from their phones. Another member responded, "Okay, videos deleted already." There's no doubt that these 18 fraternity members tried to cover up the circumstances leading up to the crime, as well as their involvement in it. When detectives were combing through these messages, it was also found that the pledges were made to snort a line of white powder at the end of the ceremony as well. The members maintained that this white powder was merely flour, and they insist that Sanda was only made to stay in the icy pit for the longest because of his poor performance selling roses the previous day. But most people believe this is yet another lie. They also say that another one of the pledges was hazed just as badly, as he was also made to swim in an icy stream, again in the middle of winter. But let's be clear here. When they were asked about why they treated Sanda so badly, their only real defense was, "Nuh-uh, we nearly killed that guy too." During the investigation, the police retrieved a number of photos that indicate that Sanda wasn't the only one to suffer at the hands of the fraternity members. Detectives found photos of two previous pledges, one aiming a firearm at another, and another with the weapon pointed at him by someone else in some sort of Russian roulette situation gone completely off the rails. When this photo was found on the phone of one of these young men, he was interrogated by the police, but he refused to speak a word. Instead, he simply said that he would let his lawyer answer any questions. Conveniently, his lawyer was unavailable for comment when the police reached out to him. But that didn't stop them from getting to the bottom of this once and for all. In May of 2023, all 18 fraternity members were convicted. They were, unsurprisingly, found guilty on all charges of degrading treatment and involuntary manslaughter. They were each facing between 18 and 50 months in prison. But by the end of it all, instead, they were essentially given a slap on the wrist. They each got 200 to 300 hours of community service and were forced to pay a fine of just $430 each. They were acquitted of any charges relating to their failure to help Sanda, or any guilt in giving him harmful substances that led to his illness and eventual passing. The defense found that the fish oil bottle that they'd used that day didn't have any warnings on it, so they suggested that even doctors may not know about the toxic level of salt that excessive consumption could lead to. It also came to light that the two other pledges also had to be hospitalized for hypothermia, which they used as a defense to claim that the treatment of Sanda wasn't targeted. They were also forced to pay damages to the families of each of these victims. In return, none of the 18 students would have any of this appear on their public records. These 18 young men literally took someone's life and got away with it. One of the boys' lawyers called the verdict balanced and well-reasoned. Another of the 18's lawyers said that the ruling was fair and that the media had blown the incident out of proportion. The judge said that the judgment was made because of the boys' young age at the time of the incident. The amount of time that had passed since Sanda had passed away, the fact that they had no prior convictions, and the fact that social media had caused a negative impact on the boys by reporting on the case. Kenny Van Mensel, the former president of the school's student organization, took to Twitter and said, quote, "Sentences, fines, and no mention of culpable negligence. This is beyond madness." He added that he felt racism played a huge role in the crime. During the trial, one of the 18's defense lawyers said that Sanda not surviving the hazing didn't have anything to do with his class or his skin color. He said it has nothing to do with color and everything to do with physique, with height, and with weight. What's incredible is that the school wasn't willing to stand for this. While they couldn't do much in terms of legal ramifications, they say that they implemented sanctions against 7 of the young men who were still enrolled in the university in 2021. Some of them were expelled, and a few of them were banished for life from the university grounds, which means they can never re-enroll. The fraternity has now, thankfully, been disbanded. But the light sentence and the confidentiality of the members' identities makes a lot of people feel that this was a travesty of justice, and that class and color had a lot to do with it. These boys were the children of some of the most influential and powerful people in the country. But Sanda wasn't, and Sanda was the only one who lost his life that day, which is highly suspicious. Sanda's father has been handed a lot of excuses over the years, but after all this time, no one has answered the one question that still burns in the back of his mind and eats at him. What if Sanda was more privileged? What would have happened to him then? Sanda's story is one of tragedy, and it obviously should have never happened, but it can definitely become a cautionary tale about the dangers of hazing in schools. In the end, Sanda died because it pleased these 18 fraternity members to see him being humiliated. To add insult to injury, when they refused to be honest and explain what happened that night, it led to Sanda's family never getting the answers they needed to find the closure they deserve. There's some wisdom in Sanda's father's words about everyone learning to live with the court ruling, and hopefully Sanda's family can find some level of solace in that. But at the end of the day, this is a stupid, senseless crime that should have never happened. While much of Belgium is ready to move on and put this story behind them, we can't just sit idly by and let Sanda's story be forgotten. Whether it was a case of race, class, age, height, weight, whatever, discrimination is discrimination. A crime is a crime. You shouldn't have to prove yourself in such a ridiculous way to be a part of some weird college friend group. If people aren't willing to like you for you, just forget about them. They're not worth your time. It's too late to turn back time. Sanda's life has been lost forever. But this case can serve as a lesson for any of you who may be of college age not to let this happen to you. These ridiculous fraternities, they're just not worth it. Marriage is supposed to be a sacred and happy union, but in modern times, only about 58% of marriages in the US last, with as many as 86 couples getting divorced every hour. We unfortunately seem to live in a new culture where everything is disposable, including relationships with someone who's supposed to be your lifelong best friend. Now, a great deal of these marriages end on good terms, but for some, not so much. This is painfully true in the case of Anna Walshe, who simply wanted a fresh start in life, but unfortunately, what she got was far more sinister. 39-year-old Anna Walshe was born in Belgrade, Serbia, and after graduating from high school, she attended the University of Belgrade, where she obtained a French Language and Literature Bachelor of Arts. She would remain in the country until 2005, when she decided to seek a better life in the United States. She moved to Washington, where she found work at a luxury inn, aptly called the inn at Little Washington, and in time, she successfully applied for dual citizenship here in the States. Now, later on, she relocated to Massachusetts, where she started working at Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, and here she happened to meet a man named Brian Walshe. The two hit it off very quickly, with Anna and Brian getting married in 2016 and very quickly having 3 children. Anna would go on to work in a few more hotels, but settled well in her position at a real estate firm called Tishman Speyer. But unbeknownst to her, Brian had been up to no good behind her back, conducting fraudulent business deals, and his actions were about to catch up with him. It all started when a man stumbled across an eBay listing for 2 Andy Warhol paintings from his Shadows collection that the artist created back in 1978. The price for both of these paintings was $100,000, and since the listing contained the original purchase receipts for a total of $240,000, he jumped at the chance of owning 2 pieces that most art collectors could only dream of. He contacted Walshe, and the two bartered over the price, eventually settling on a total of $80,000. A contract was drawn up stating that the man had 3 days to study the paintings, and if he was dissatisfied, he could return them for a full refund. The man sent his assistant to pick up the paintings from Walshe in Boston on the 7th of November, and the sale was made. Walshe immediately deposited the $80,000 check into his bank account, and over the next 2 weeks, he withdrew just over $33,000 of that money. The following day, the buyer had a chance to study the paintings properly by removing the frames, but he was surprised to learn that neither contained the customary Warhol Foundation authentication stamps. Furthermore, he became suspicious that the paintings might be fakes when he noticed that the staples used to affix them to the canvas looked brand new, which would not have been the case had they been added in 1978. You could certainly expect a bit of tarnishing and rust after all that time. Worried that he may have been duped, he took a closer look at the paintings in the eBay listing, and he immediately started noticing glaring differences. Luckily, he'd drawn up the contract with Walshe, and he knew that he could get his money back since it was still within the allotted 3-day viewing period. But it wouldn't be that easy. His first few attempts to contact Walshe failed, and when he eventually reached him, Walshe had all sorts of excuses that delayed the refunding of the money. It's then that the full picture of Walsh's deceit would be uncovered. An investigation found that Walshe had first seen the original Warhol paintings at a friend's house while he was visiting South Korea. Realizing just how valuable these pieces were, Walshe told the friend that he could find a buyer who would pay top dollar for the historic pieces, and in 2011 he sold them to an art gallery. They would eventually be sold to an unknown foreign buyer, and their current whereabouts remain unknown. But in 2011, Walshe happened upon a set of replicas that he then passed off as the originals, and they were sold to the man from France who bought them on eBay. The man would never get his money back, and eventually Walshe would be sentenced to 3 years and 1 month behind bars, and he would later be ordered to pay a total of $475,000 in restitution. Not sure how the price escalated from just $80,000 all the way to $475,000, but I guess this man had a really good lawyer. But by the time all was said and done, Brian Walshe would be accused of a far more serious crime, claiming the life of his wife. By New Year's Day of 2023, Anna had made a name for herself at the Tishman Speyer and had achieved the position of real estate executive and regional general manager. But according to one of her family members, she called for a rideshare car to take her to Logan Airport since she was heading back to her place in Washington. But she never got on the flight, and her family and friends were unable to reach her. When she still hadn't reported for work 3 days later, on the 4th of January, her boss decided to file a missing persons report. This is one of the first worrying signs in this case. It seems unthinkable that a husband could find out that his wife has gone missing and then do nothing about it. But Brian Walshe seemed largely unconcerned and waited until someone else from her workplace filed a report with the Cohasset Police Department. This wasn't a good look for Brian. The subsequent investigation found that Anna was actually meant to fly back to Washington on the 3rd of January, but she was contacted about an emergency at one of the properties that she managed and had to change her plans to an earlier departure date. Investigators spoke to staff at the airport and quickly learned that Anna never boarded her plane. Furthermore, they were unable to find any proof that she had called for a rideshare car or that she'd ever set out for the airport in the first place. 6 days after she had gone missing, a search of the woods near Anna's house was carried out with the assistance of search dogs, air wing units, as well as search and rescue crews. but no sign of her or any of her belongings was found, despite the area being scoured for 2 full days. The next step was to search Anna's rental home in Washington, but all that was found here was her car. It was as if she'd simply vanished into thin air without explanation. Investigators, determined to find out what happened to her, checked Anna's bank accounts, credit card, and phone activity, as well as her social media accounts, but learned that none of these had seen any activity since the day that she disappeared. When Brian was questioned, he stated that on the 1st of January, he'd been driving to his mother's house in Swampscott, but that he'd somehow lost his bearings, and before he knew it, he'd become lost. While this story made a small amount of sense, investigators just weren't buying it. To them, something seemed off. This led them to obtain a search warrant for the couple's home, and here they uncovered some disturbing evidence that would begin to paint a clearer picture of what had happened that day. In the house's basement, they came across a knife that had blood on its blade, and furthermore, they found more blood on the floor. With this new evidence in hand, they decided to look into Brian's alibi that he'd been traveling that day, and it didn't take long to discover that he'd been lying. He never made this trip to his mother's house, but instead spent some time at a Home Depot store, where he bought around $450 worth of supplies, including duct tape and mops. I think you probably know where this is going from here. On the 6th of January, just days after the search took place, firefighters were dispatched to the family's home after a fire was reported at about 2:15 p.m. Pretty convenient timing. When officers arrived at the property, they found it ablaze, but luckily no one was injured, as Brian and the 3 children made it out safely. The cause of the fire was investigated, but eventually found to not be suspicious, yet it was certainly suspiciously convenient. Since Brian was very quickly found to have been lying about his whereabouts the day that Anna went missing, considering he was at Home Depot, not his mother's house, he was soon arrested and charged with misleading investigators. But he proved to be uncooperative and would not offer up any additional information, and he was held on a $500,000 bond. But this is where things get much, much worse, when the most damning piece of evidence of all was found. When a search of a waste disposal site located about an hour from the family's house was searched, investigators found trash bags that contained blood as well as a hacksaw and a hatchet that had been disposed of. They also came across a rug and several different cleaning supplies, and it had now started to look as though Brian was not the man he made himself out to be. After his arrest, Brian Walshe claimed that he'd been to a CVS drugstore and a Whole Foods in Swampscott on the day that Anna went missing. But investigators were unable to find any CCTV security footage or any evidence that this was the case. Despite this, he entered a plea of not guilty. On the 18th of January, more charges were filed against him, including taking the life of his wife, and, well, disposing of her, to put it nicely. When detectives continued to dig deeper, they found some disturbing internet searches that had been conducted on his son's iPad, and they alleged that Brian was the one who used the tablet, since he was likely certain that investigators would have no cause to analyze their children's devices. Yet they did. The searches included phrases of how long before a body starts to smell, the best way to dispose of a body, can you be charged without a body, and can you throw away body parts, as well as 10 ways to dispose of a body if you really need to. Even when this was presented as evidence, Brian maintained his innocence. Brian's case was damaged even further when it came to light that he made some serious threats against Anna in 2014, before they'd gotten married, and just after she divorced her first husband, Mark Knipp. In a phone call that lasted several minutes, he threatened to kill her and one of her friends for reasons unknown to investigators. Anna was asked to file charges against him, but she declined, and a year later they were married. And that's just so wild to me. I can't even imagine how that discussion must have played out, and how Anna could have moved on from such serious threats. But to each their own, I guess. But getting back to the case at hand, some discrepancies were found in the police log regarding Anna's disappearance being reported. The log stated that the police were contacted by the head of security for Tishman Speyer. This person had contacted Brian when Anna didn't show up for work as planned, and was surprised to learn that he hadn't reported her missing yet. But the police log showed that the company and Brian filed missing person reports at the same time, which simply wasn't the case, and police knew this for a fact. So why did the documentation claim such a thing? Brian's attorney argued that Brian was the one who contacted the company when he couldn't get in touch with Anna, suggesting that the employee who made those statements was being untruthful or that he was simply mistaken. Brian and his lawyer claimed that the company only contacted the police after Brian made them aware of Anna's disappearance, even though this obviously wasn't true. The defense then asked that Brian be released on $250,000 bail, stating that it's the law in Massachusetts that a person can't be presumed deceased for at least 7 years, since there's no law against willingly disappearing. They added that no body had been found despite extensive searches being carried out, and that no motive or weapon had been uncovered. But this wasn't quite true, as was soon revealed by the prosecution. The prosecution argued that Brian had grown suspicious of Anna in December, just weeks before she disappeared, since he'd started worrying that she was having an affair with another man. He'd grown so paranoid over this that he started accessing the Instagram page of one particular male friend of hers, and he'd convinced himself that she was getting ready to leave him. He discussed the situation with his mother, who then advised him to hire a private investigator, which he then did. But despite Brian's suspicions, the detective found no evidence that she'd been unfaithful, and essentially it was all in his head. The prosecution added that Anna had spoken to one of her friends and stated that she was considering ending the marriage after the whole situation came out about the Andy Warhol paintings. But she would obviously never be able to stick around to make this decision once and for all. Another friend told investigators that during a dinner meeting on the 28th of December, Anna had become uncharacteristically emotional, as she was certain that Brian would be sent to prison for his dishonesty. She added that if he was incarcerated, she would be moving to Washington permanently with their 3 children, leaving him behind. But things would only get more rocky and more convoluted when it would later come to light that Anna had indeed been seeing another man, but he described their relationship as being at the level of dating rather than intimate. He added that he'd spent Thanksgiving with Anna in Dublin, but this man's name has not been made public, and he's since declined to further comment on the case. But if I were Brian, I'd be getting my money back from that private investigator. But then there was the matter of Anna's life insurance policies, which were worth over $2.7 million, and all listed Brian as the sole beneficiary. If Brian had indeed ended Anna's life, he would certainly stand to gain a lot of money. But the defense argued that Brian had more than enough money on his own, and that the payouts from these policies would have made little difference to his financial situation. So for an insurance payout to be the motive behind her disappearance, well, that theory just didn't hold much water. Next, the prosecution focused on the Google searches that had been found on their son's iPad. They claimed that this was clear evidence that Brian had either planned the crime well ahead of time, or that he'd been looking for a way of disposing of Anna's remains after he carried out the heinous act. They revealed that he'd also searched Google using phrases that included "best hacksaw to dismember" and "can you identify a body with broken teeth?" They also pointed to CCTV footage of Brian as he was purchasing rugs, cleaning products, a tarp, a Tyvek suit, and a hatchet at the Home Depot in Rockland. It's just so incredibly nuts that this man just walked out the front door of a Home Depot while carrying all these items, and no one even batted an eye. Whether he was under investigation or not, this would be suspicious for just about anyone to make off with. Investigators also revealed that Brian was captured by CCTV cameras in Abington and Brockton while disposing of more than a dozen large trash bags at a complex about 45 minutes away from the family's home. Unfortunately, those trash bags could never be retrieved as they were picked up by trash collectors and incinerated. But that very same day, he performed yet another internet search for the phrases, "what happens to hair on a body?" and "can baking soda mask or make a body smell good?" But the defense claimed that these searches were meaningless as far as the charges against their client were concerned. They stated that while some of the searches were suspicious, he'd also performed a search for how to set up a charitable corporation to give away lottery winnings tax-free. They argued that since he'd never won the lottery and had never set up a charitable trust, the searches could not be used to prove that he'd done so, and hence the problematic searches could not be used to prove that he'd taken the life of his wife either, which is a very valid point. But the detectives hit back with further evidence that had been found, which centered on additional internet searches that Brian had performed. He searched how to mix ammonia, how long a person should be missing before they're declared deceased, how to clean up a crime scene, and how to dispose of a body. Furthermore, he searched how to remove a SIM card from a phone, the locations of different apartment complexes in Brockton, as well as the names of crime scene cleanup companies, how blood is detected at a crime scene, and how one would go about removing bloodstains from concrete. When asked about these searches during questioning, Brian quite unbelievably blamed them on his son, since the tablet belonged to him. But he was unable to explain how a 6-year-old child could perform those searches without making a single spelling error. This was a question Brian couldn't answer. During Brian's interviews with police, investigators referred to a police search that had been conducted of Brian's Volvo, which was found with the seats down. It had also been lined on the inside with plastic, and upon closer inspection, investigators believed that he'd recently vacuumed the carpet. Shortly after this search was carried out, he traveled to his mother's house in Swampscott, where he placed 10 trash bags into a dumpster, located in the apartment complex where she lived. Those bags were retrieved by police, who then discovered the cleaning supplies, hacksaw, towels, and a receipt for a COVID-19 vaccine. But the most crucial was the discovery of some of Anna's personal belongings. The bags were also found to contain a pair of boots that Anna was last seen wearing, as well as a part of one of her necklaces, a COVID-19 vaccination card in her name, her Hermes watch, car keys, her coat, and her Prada purse. This resulted in the house being searched, and the bloody knife being found in the basement along with the further evidence. When DNA tests were done on the Tyvek suit that he'd purchased, it was found to contain traces of Anna's DNA. But the defense argued that this was not enough to prove that Brian had ended her life, since the match wasn't considered complete. Her DNA legitimately could have ended up on that suit for a million different reasons. Then there was the fact that Brian was still under house arrest thanks to the art fraud charges that he'd been accused of. He'd been given permission to take his children to school, but was otherwise advised to stay home. When CCTV footage was discovered showing him shopping for supplies in different stores, it became obvious that he was willing to break the conditions of his house arrest to cover up what he had done, a seemingly desperate act that he would not have performed under normal circumstances. The court claimed that Brian went to even further lengths to cover his tracks. They referred to an email that had been sent to the police in Cohasset, which stated that Anna had been abducted. It went on to claim that Anna had, quote, messed up, but this was never further explained, and that she would never be seen again unless a payment of $127,000 was made. But this letter contained no directions of where the money was to be dropped off, and no further emails were ever received, which would be truly strange in an actual abduction case. To me, it kind of makes the whole thing seem like a poorly thought out hoax. As the trial ticked on, Brian's bank account continued to slowly run down, and he'd been having to pay exorbitant amounts of money in legal fees. As he eventually fell into poverty, Brian could no longer afford a private attorney. This prompted his defense attorney to withdraw from the case, and he was provided with a court-appointed lawyer, only making matters worse for Brian, but better for the prosecution. Now, considering all of this unfolded in 2023, just last year at the time of making this documentary, the court case hasn't been fully settled yet. But I think we know 100% how this is going to end. But for Brian, well, it seems like he's beginning to grow desperate, and he began to steal money from those closest to him, most notably his deceased father. In 2023, some of his family members contacted the police to report that just before Brian was taken into custody, he had destroyed his father's will, after which he went into his home and started removing some valuable items, which he then sold. Now, why his family waited all this time to report the crime, I haven't been able to figure that out. The timeline of some of these events can get pretty murky when a case is being reported by dozens of different news outlets, but my best guess is that he must have destroyed his father's will within just a few days of being taken into custody, as the first mention of this missing will comes from January 10th, and Brian was arrested by police on January 8th. Anyway, among the items Brian allegedly stole were his father's car, pieces of art, rugs, and several pieces of jewelry. He even went as far as attempting to sell his father's house, but obviously couldn't do this since it was still registered in his father's name. His family pleaded with him to provide them with just a simple list of all the items that he stole, but he claimed he couldn't do this because he was in prison, which is just hilarious, but obviously not in a good way. The case dragged on for a long time, and ultimately his family decided to drop the charges against him since they were making very little progress, and had decided that there was no point in spending more money on attempting to recover the items, since they were now long gone and likely would never be tracked down. In fact, it would probably cost more in legal fees and frustration than the items themselves would have even been worth. Now, while it seems obvious to most of us that Brian did take the life of Anna, he does maintain that he's innocent, and he has no idea what happened to her after leaving for her flight on that New Year's Day. As for the couple's 3 children, Anna's friends have asked the state to allow them to stay together and that they be placed in homes with people who are friends of the family. After Brian was arrested, they were placed in the custody of his mother, but they were then relocated to state custody, which is just so heartbreaking to hear. They added that separating the children would only cause them further trauma, and reiterated that it would be in their best interest to remain together in the care of people who had their best interest at heart. The state responded by saying that it's their usual policy to try and keep siblings together unless there's a specific reason for one or more children to be placed separately, which seemingly isn't the case here. So essentially, no one really even knows where the kids are at this point, and the state couldn't really care less about their placement. At least that's what I make out of all this. So I'll admit, I tend to be a bit biased when children get involved, but I can't stand the way that the legal system seems to treat children who've been orphaned. In the end, there are a lot of unknowns in this case, but one certainty is that the true victims of Brian's actions are his children, who will eventually have to learn what their father did to their family. Anna's story is, unfortunately, already over. Her suffering is done, and what Brian may have done to her, it can't be reversed. But the pain that these children are now being forced to live with is just unimaginable, and it's unfolding right now as we speak. The fact that Brian has continued to plead his innocence and draw this whole thing out while showing no remorse or even sadness at Anna's disappearance, it speaks volumes. One can only wonder whether his children will ever be able to forgive him for depriving them of a mother, who by all accounts loved her children above all others, and who would have done anything to ensure their happiness. As it stands, there's nothing any of us can really do other than stand on the sidelines and wait for the inevitable sentencing of Brian Walshe. I just hope his kids make it out okay. On Halloween night of 2002, the Von Richthofen couple were peacefully asleep in their bedroom. But in the middle of the night, a trio of criminals broke into the family's home and ambushed them with metal rods, ending their lives instantly. This heinous crime made headlines around the world, and investigators originally believed it was a case of larceny. But just a few days later, detectives announced they'd arrested a suspect that no one would have ever expected. The Von Richthofen family were anything but ordinary. They were residing in Sao Paulo, Brazil, making a great name for themselves in the late 90s and early 2000s. To be straight with you, these guys had mountains of money, with their multiple bank accounts each seemingly bursting at the seams. The head of the household, Manfred, was a lead director for Dersa, a state-owned company that manages the highway systems in Sao Paulo, where the family had lived for most of their lives. He had a very high-paying job and was in charge of some of the most expensive highway projects in the area. Mauricia, the mother of the family, was a psychiatrist who seems to have been doing great in her career as well. The family's 2 children, Suzane and Andreas, were also doing great in life. Suzane had graduated from a German high school when she was younger, but she was now studying law in Sao Paulo when she returned back to her home country. Not too much is known about Andreas outside of the fact that he was just a bit younger than Suzane. We know that he had an interest in model planes at a fairly young age, leading him to take lessons in flying them. He partnered with a local instructor named Daniel. Suzane would often tag along with her brother to these lessons, but it would soon be revealed that she wasn't doing this because she too had an interest in planes. Instead, her interest was in the young man teaching the course, Daniel. The two met in 1999, and Daniel and Suzane quickly began a romantic relationship. The two were seemingly attached at the hip, and they even began taking jiu-jitsu classes together. Overall, things were going great for the family. Or so it may seem on the surface. Remember how I told you that the family was absolutely loaded? Well, they were, but not officially. As far as financial records show, the family was only worth around $1 million, though some reports claim that this number may have been as much as $17 million. While that's certainly a lot of money, it's not enough to keep up with the family's lifestyle. After a careful investigation, police would learn years later that Manfred had been hiding overseas bank accounts, particularly in Sweden. We know that he set up at least 2 accounts for his daughter's inheritance, which she was scheduled to receive when she graduated college. But how many of these accounts were strictly for their own personal use remains unknown. But considering his daughter's 2 accounts were worth more than £10 million each, well, it's safe to say he probably had quite a nest egg stashed overseas. To add insult to injury, this money wasn't even received legally. Investigators would uncover that he'd been embezzling large amounts of money from highway construction projects. He would report to the state that a project would cost, say, $10 million. But in reality, he may have only spent around $5 million on the job. Using various methods, he would bounce the money around until it eventually landed in his own overseas account, virtually untraceable. Repeat this process a few dozen times over the years and you'll end up with a decent pile of money after a while, even though your tax returns may only claim that you made a few $100,000, officially speaking. Needless to say, the family members were no strangers to crime. Their lives were almost entirely funded by theft and lies, but love it or hate it, it's who they were. As fate would have it, once rumors around town started to spread about how much this family was really worth, everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Some people were even willing to go to great lengths to get it, even if it meant prying it from the hands of those who stole it in the first place. Suzane was a deeply troubled kid. While she may have seemed rather normal from the outside, her parents knew that something was unique about her that didn't sit well with them. For example, she always seemed rather self-entitled. Not only was she entitled, she was truly selfish according to some that knew her. It seems like she didn't care much about the people she hurt, she purely wanted to get what she felt she was owed and move on with her life. Suzane was just 16 years old when she first began dating her boyfriend Daniel. Daniel came from a very poor family, but to Suzane that didn't matter. No one really knows what Suzane saw in Daniel, but she grew to admire him in ways that only a young teenager could. The pair soon began spending every minute of every day together, meeting up after Suzane's studies and after Daniel's long days at work. As their relationship continued to grow, Suzane decided that she wanted to move in with Daniel. This led her to ask her father to buy the two their own apartment so that they could begin their lives together. Suzane's father, a very wise man, didn't approve of her relationship and more or less laughed at the idea of her asking him to spend his own money so his teenage daughter could move in with someone that he believed to be a lowlife. To be honest, it's kind of hard to blame the guy. Now, I don't know what kind of background you may have, but where I come from, if you want to move out, you work, make money, and buy a place of your own, not ask your parents to buy you an apartment. This just shows the mindset of Suzane and the crazy lengths she was willing to go to in order to get what she wanted. But while Suzane's father may have been stern and somewhat old-fashioned, he also wanted to make sure that his children were taken care of. This led him to set up a trust fund for Suzane, and presumably for her brother as well. Suzane was specifically entitled to around £20 million, like we mentioned a moment ago, but she would only receive this once she graduated college. He revealed this to Suzane at some point around the time that she asked for an apartment, as far as I can tell. But Suzane, being selfish, unemployed, and I'll say it, lazy, didn't want to finish school. She wanted what she felt was rightfully hers, and she wanted it now. Luckily for Suzane, she was about to get her wish, but not in the way that anyone would have expected. It was Halloween night of 2002. Suzane had snuck out of the family home around 9 p.m. that evening, quietly disabling the home's alarm system as she did so. According to her interviews with investigators, she snuck out so that she could be with her boyfriend at a nearby motel for the evening without her parents ever finding out. When she arrived back at the family home around 4 a.m., she noticed that the home was eerily quiet. Not only this, but something didn't feel right. She soon began to notice that several items were out of place. Papers had been strewn across the floor and all around her father's library. But as she made her way towards her parents' bedroom, She was chilled to the bone when she uncovered a crime scene of disastrous proportions. While she was gone, someone had broken into the family's home without leaving a single trace behind. They had ransacked her parents' bedroom and, worse yet, had taken both of their lives. The home was a total mess. The scene of the crime was nauseating to say the least, but worst of all, no one had witnessed anything. The home's alarm system never went off, as Suzane had obviously disabled it to sneak out with her boyfriend. The perpetrators had broken in, stolen whatever they could find that had any sort of value, and then crept away into the night without leaving even the tiniest shred of evidence behind. When investigators arrived later that morning, they began collecting whatever clues they could and tried their best to piece together what had taken place here. But the problem was, nothing made any sense. They weren't able to find any point of entry for the burglars, meaning they likely had a key or the home had been left unlocked. Considering the net worth of the family, it's almost certain the door was not, in fact, left unlocked. Keen-eyed detectives also noticed that papers were found all throughout the home, but these papers weren't in random piles, nor were they tossed around haphazardly. It seemed as though they had been evenly spread all throughout the home, with the layout seeming intentional, as if someone was trying to stage the scene of the crime. To put it more plainly, the home looked like a crime scene that you would see in a movie or a TV show, not what you would expect from a real-world crime. But the most disturbing detail of all came when detectives began to interview Suzane and her brother about what may have taken place that night. Throughout the interview, Suzane seemed cold and distant. This could easily have been explained as her being in shock by the sudden loss of her family, but that just didn't seem to be the case. Just the day after the crime, Suzane was spotted by officers hanging out with her boyfriend in the family's swimming pool, laughing and having a great time. It was as if nothing had ever even happened. Just a couple days after this, her parents were buried. That same afternoon, she went out with a bunch of her friends and threw a party for her 19th birthday. This wasn't a girl who was masking her grief with alcohol and friends. This was a girl who, by all means, couldn't have cared less that her parents were gone. It was extremely out of character and downright weird. For investigators, this proved that Suzane had been up to something, but what was it? Following Suzane's remarkably strange behavior, police began to trail her and her boyfriend. It should be noted at this point, Suzane had been given free rein of her family's finances as far as I can tell. Since her brother was still underage, it seemed as though this 19-year-old girl had millions of dollars and was able to freely spend it however she wanted. She no longer needed her trust fund, nor did she need to finish school. Now, while this would be a great thing to learn at such a young age, it doesn't negate the fact that her parents were now gone. For any normal person, the money wouldn't matter. The grief would overshadow any joy that may have come with being a sudden millionaire. But for Suzane, there was nothing but happiness. As police tailed both Suzane and her boyfriend, they noticed her boyfriend's brother had recently purchased an incredibly expensive motorcycle. While this wasn't particularly concerning, what made it suspicious was the fact that such a young boy was able to pay for the bike using cash, no financing required. Mind you, he had come from an incredibly poor family. This was the final straw for investigators. They knew that this young man had ties to Susan's family. They also knew that large amounts of cash were stolen from the family's home just a few days prior. For police, this was all the information they needed to justify arresting the young man and bringing him in for questioning. Now, we don't know for sure what went down during this young man's interrogation. All we know for sure is that no sooner than he was taken in, Suzane and Daniel were arrested as well. Police didn't know much for certain, but they knew that something wasn't right. But thankfully, it seems as though they had all the information they needed, because within a matter of hours, all three of the kids began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night, and it was unlike anything friends or family would have ever expected. After speaking with both Daniel and his younger brother, Suzane realized that her hands were tied. Police knew that something was up, and they knew that she was involved somehow. This is what led her to finally reveal what truly happened on Halloween night. As it would turn out, Suzane knew exactly who had killed her family because she was a witness. Suzane was deeply upset by her father's dismissal of her request to buy an apartment with her boyfriend. So much so that she was willing to go to any lengths to get what she wanted. Her selfish desires couldn't be contained, no matter the cost. So as time passed by, Suzane had concocted a plan to take full control of her family's estate, but she'd need the help of her boyfriend in order to do it. She told her boyfriend that she had hatched a plan that would make both of them rich. She promised to cut her boyfriend in on the deal, provided he helped make her dreams a reality. Her boyfriend agreed, but he wanted to bring his younger brother into the agreement as well, as he would need an accomplice to make sure that the plan went through without a hitch. So remember how Suzane claimed that she had snuck out of the family home that night to spend the evening with her boyfriend in a motel? Well, that was only partially true. During the interrogation, police were able to uncover that Suzane had been working on a plan to end her parents' lives for several months. She'd come up with the idea for her boyfriend and younger brother to sneak into the home after dark, take the lives of her parents, and then flee the scene. So on the evening of Halloween, Suzane waited around until her parents were asleep. She then quietly disarmed the home security system, then let her boyfriend and his brother inside. The brothers ran upstairs and ambushed the couple as they slept, attacking them with metal rods and wrapping plastic bags around them. All the while, Suzane waited just outside of reach, quietly anticipating her boyfriend's signal to let her know that the deed had been done. After this, the three of them ransacked the family home and left everything in disarray, simulating a burglary. Immediately afterwards, Suzane and Daniel fled the scene and spent the rest of the night in a motel. Daniel's brother then ran off to play video games at an internet cafe. By around 4 a.m., Suzane returned home and pretended to discover the crime scene, with police being called soon after. Needless to say, all three of these perpetrators were tried and found guilty, with Suzane being given 40 years behind bars. But here's the crazy thing, she didn't even have to serve half of her sentence. By 2018, Suzane was eligible for parole. She applied for release, but the justice system decided that she'd shown no signs of improvement. They cited her egocentrism and narcissistic personality disorder as the reasons for their decision. They believe that both of these traits are what led her to commit the crime in the first place, so they didn't feel that she was suitable for release. But over the next 5 years, it seemed that all of that changed, allegedly of course. Suzane would spend just 16 years of a 40-year sentence behind bars. She applied for parole once again in 2023, and on January 11th, she was released. She's now operating a sewing studio in Sao Paulo, essentially starting her life over again at the age of 39. If it's not criminal enough that she was released after just 16 years, get this, she's also entitled to the 20 million pounds that her father left behind for her in those overseas bank accounts. While the rest of her family's assets appear to have been seized, her inheritance is still up for grabs, provided she finishes her schooling, which allegedly she had been doing behind bars. As far as I can tell, the only other thing she did behind bars was get married, twice. She married a woman named Sandra back in 2014, but they got divorced in 2015. By 2017, she had married again, but then divorced again in 2020. As it stands, Suzane appears to be a free woman. Her studio is doing great, and her life is all around pretty good. While this may have been a happy ending for Suzane, if you ask me, it's a complete miscarriage of justice. Suzane should have been locked up for the rest of her life, but instead she served a mere 16 years while her parents were forced to give up the rest of their lives for her greed. This is a tragedy in every sense of the word for multiple reasons, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is. Sometimes the bad guy wins. After graduating high school early, Kiely Rodni headed off to a celebration with friends in the Tahoe National Forest. In the early morning hours of August 6th, 2022, investigators say she left a campground party and was never seen again. Kiely was smart and talented, with a loving family and lots of friends. She was looking forward to starting college in the next few weeks and was happy to spend some time with her friends before saying her goodbyes. No one knew that some simple fun at a campground, so close to home, could end so badly. Locals and law enforcement alike showed up in strong numbers to locate Kiely, but no one could be prepared for what they found. Friday, August 5th, 2022, was a beautiful day in the Tahoe National Forest, hosting clear views of Mount Shasta in the distance. Wildflowers were blooming, following the wildfires of summers past, dotting the landscape with purple and yellow hues. Summertime was ending, and people were squeezing in the last few days of seasonal fun before heading back to school. Kiely Rodni had just graduated high school early and with honors, and that's no easy feat. She was due to attend Sierra College in the coming weeks, and her family couldn't have been more proud. On Friday, August 5th, she spent time with her friends making creme brulee, and later she had plans to take part in a summer send-off party at Prosser Campground, which is about a 45-minute drive from Reno, not far from the state line, but it was only about 15 minutes from Kiely's home. Prosser Campground is located on a large reservoir and is commonly known to locals as the Sanctuary. This was the perfect place for friends to have one last hurrah before going off to college for new adventures. The following morning, around 9 a.m. on August 6th, Kiely had made plans to meet her closest friends, but she never showed. It would turn out that Friday, August 5th, is the last day anyone saw Kiely. Kiely was born and raised in Truckee, California. Her parents, Lindsay and Daniel, were loving and dedicated parents. She also had an 8-year-old brother who thought that she was the best person on earth. Kiely and her family lived in a more rural area of Truckee, and some would describe it as more off-grid, although many locals in the mountain towns of California lived this way. For Kiely, this was just her ordinary way of life. She was known for being a very happy person, so it was clear that her more off-grid lifestyle was panning out great for her. As the weekend finally rolled around, Kiely couldn't have been more excited to attend the campground party with her friends. At around 6 p.m. on the 5th of August, Kiely set out towards the party, with their parents never realizing they would never see their daughter again. Shortly after 6 p.m. on the 5th, Kiely goes into a gas station in Truckee, about halfway between her home and the party's location, where surveillance cameras captured footage of her browsing the store. A couple hours later, close to 10 p.m., Kiely arrives at the campground with her friend Magdalene, and she then links up with another friend, Sammy Smith. Sammy and Kiely spend most of their time at the party together, sharing drinks and breaking off briefly to chat with others. While this was supposed to be a tight-knit gathering of local teens, word about this campground party traveled fast, and soon people from all over Northern California were making their way to Prosser to attend. Reports state that anywhere from 200 to 300 people were in attendance that night. Due to the tendency for wildfires in this area, the partygoers could not light a bonfire, meaning that unless there were other sources of light, the area was pitch black. It's been said that many people used glow sticks, electric lanterns, and their headlights to illuminate the area. Kiely and her group of friends had, of course, attended parties like this before. Kiely's mom trusted her daughter and had told news outlets that she never, ever drank and drove. Kiely was both smarter than that and incredibly responsible. Kiely's friends have backed up the statement, saying they never saw Kiely drink at a party and then drive afterward. Thus, Lindsay had no qualms about letting Kiely attend. At around 11 p.m., the girls walked to Kiely's silver Honda CR-V to charge Kiely's phone. They sat there and talked for some time, sharing a few drinks, and part of the conversation included Sammy asking for a ride home that evening. At around 11:30 p.m., Lindsay says she received a text from Kiely, saying she was about to leave the party and was headed straight home. Lindsay, who'd witnessed Kiely's hard work to graduate early with honors, trusted her daughter to be home when she said she would be there. She had no doubt in her mind that Kiely would be home shortly. Lindsay texted her back, telling Kiely to be safe and that she loved her. Kiely's response was, "Okay, I love you too." Between 11:30 p.m. and 12:20 a.m., Sammy decides that Kiely is too intoxicated to drive her home and arranges for another ride. The two girls parted ways, Sammy telling authorities that she said her goodbyes with Kiely at about 12:25 a.m. Minutes later, at 12:36, Sammy explained that she received another call from Kiely inquiring about her ride. Sammy says she could hear talking in the background, so she believed Kiely to still be at the party, but she couldn't be sure. Unbeknownst to Sammy, this would be the last time anyone spoke to Kiely.
Kiely?
Lindsay woke up the next morning to discover that Kiely was not in her room and that her vehicle was not parked outside. After she'd been unable to get a hold of her after a few calls, she instantly phoned the police and reported that Kiely was missing. But the police didn't issue an Amber Alert immediately. They said that there was no evidence that Kiely had been abducted. They went to the area where the party was held to conduct a search and interviewed about 1/3 of the partygoers. Investigators urged more people who attended the party to come forward, but many of the attendees were skeptical about speaking with authorities. Most of them were about to start college and were fearful that the repercussions from their activities at the party would ruin their future in some way. The police were vocal about the fact that no one would be in any trouble for things that happened at the party. They just wanted to find Kiely. But this wasn't enough to sway the minds of the partygoers. Most of them remained tight-lipped.
I can't.
Word traveled fast about Kylie's disappearance, but despite there being over 200 people in attendance, no one reported seeing anything.
Is that Kiely?
Yet both Kiely and her vehicle were missing. How is this possible? Surely someone would have seen something. Sammy decided to host a meeting with everyone who attended the party that night. No detectives were allowed at this meeting, in hopes that speaking with peers and friends would put them more at ease. But still, nothing new came from it. Sammy told authorities several times that she was the last person to see Kiely. Sammy and other girlfriends of Kiely were vocal about the pushy older guys that were creeping them out at the party. And this is when Sammy and the other friends decided to leave. This caused many people to raise their eyebrows. Why would a group of girlfriends leave one friend behind if they knew that she'd been drinking and that there were older men in attendance who were making these young girls feel uneasy? Even though Sammy reported that there were hundreds of photos and videos from that night, not a single one gave any evidence to Kylie's state of mind or whereabouts. Police were simply at a loss. Finally, days after Kylie's initial disappearance, investigators were able to confirm the last time her phone connected to cellular data was at 12:33 a.m., which would have been about the time she spoke with Sammy on the phone. So whatever happened just seconds after that call, well, it couldn't have been good. Police now had their first and only lead, and the search for Kiely was on. Sammy quickly became crucial to the investigation, having spent so much time with Kiely the night she disappeared, and she went on to do several media interviews. When asked about an interview about what she believed happened to her friend, Sammy says she thinks that, quote, somebody knew she was drunk, offered to give her a ride home, but didn't give her a ride home. Another initial theory is that she crashed somewhere along the way home. The area is mountainous, and the roads can be difficult to navigate, especially if you're an inexperienced driver who's been drinking and it's the middle of the night. For any of you who may not have ever driven through the mountains, let me just say, some of these mountain roads can be hard to navigate even in broad daylight. Adding drinks into the mix as well as the darkness of night, well, it's a recipe for disaster. Sammy Smith cooperated with the investigation, as did Kylie's reported ex-boyfriend, Jagger. But media interviews with Sammy and Jagger presented the public with discrepancies. Speculation circulated about the relationship between Kiely, Sammy, and Jagger. Many reported that Sammy and Kiely were not as close as Sammy had led the police to believe. At the time of her disappearance, Kiely and Sammy weren't even friends on social media, but internet sleuths discovered that Sammy and Jagger were. When Sammy and Jagger requested via social media that all in-person leads be directed to them instead of the authorities so that they could, quote, filter information, well, many started to get the feeling that something much more sinister had occurred. This, coupled with what many believed to be suspicious behavior, led to the belief that the girl claiming to be friends with Kiely may have had something to do with her disappearance. Following Jagger's public request that he be contacted with the leads, the Placer County Sheriff's Department released a statement via Twitter on August 11th, saying that they never instructed Jagger to collect witness testimony. They emphasized that all information be relayed directly to them. This only increased public suspicion around Jagger and Sammy. As photo and video footage from the party started surfacing, it was sent over to be reviewed by the authorities. By August 12, 2022, the search for Kiely intensified. Authorities and volunteers extensively searched her last known location as well as her home, looking for anything that might have led them to finding Kiely. In a town hall meeting the week after her disappearance, the Placer County Sheriff's Office outlined their extensive searches. Officials told news outlets that they'd searched as far north as Sierraville and as far east as Verde. To the south, they searched all around Truckee and extended beyond the Jackson Meadows Reservoir to the west, about a 25-mile radius from her last known location. People from the area volunteering in the search explained they didn't believe Kiely or her car was still in the Tahoe National Forest, which stretches over 800,000 miles. This is a vast and scenic area with a diverse landscape ranging from rugged peaks and dense forest to immaculate lakes and rivers. Kiely could have been anywhere, but the search team felt confident that if she was in that forest, they would have found her by now. Due to conflicting information about Kiely's relationships with Jagger, Sammy, and other partygoers, many were left thinking the worst, but hoping for the best. All the while, authorities continued to piece things together bit by bit. At a press conference on August 12th, law enforcement informed the public that they'd received reports from people inside the community that there was an adult dissuading people from coming forward, prompting officials to open a 100% anonymous online portal where people could submit photos, videos, and other information concerning Kiely's disappearance. By this point, the case was just getting downright bizarre. It seemed exceedingly clear that someone knew something, and they were going to every possible effort to make sure that this information didn't get out. By August 13th, law enforcement held another press conference where Public Information Officer Angela Musala explained that they had ramped up their search for the weekend. She explained that on August 12th, there was a potential burial site that was located near the campground that had been found by search and rescue ground teams in the area. She continued saying that Kiely's family was notified, and the FBI responded to the scene, accompanied by the Placer and Nevada County Sheriff's offices, whereupon further examination, they uncovered the remains of a dog. Angela went on to address the audience by saying, "Let me be clear. We have one team, one mission, and one goal, and that's to find Kiely Rodni." As the 9th day of the missing person investigation came to an end, the Placer County Sheriff's Office continued to follow up on 720 leads, looking for a single tip to lead them in the right direction. Meanwhile, people across the nation continued to speculate about what happened to Kiely, sitting on the edge of their seats waiting for the next clue. Occam's razor says that it's usually the simplest answer, but with an accident looking less and less likely with each passing day, what's the next simplest answer? What else could possibly cause someone to vanish without a trace from a crowded party? For a little over 2 weeks, Kiely's family had to go to sleep each night, not knowing where their precious daughter was, and her friends faced accusations from strangers all across the nation. And police worked tirelessly to find this missing girl. But then, a breakthrough. On August 21st, 2022, search and rescue YouTubers Adventures with Purpose pulled Kiely Rodni's silver CRV from the Prosser Reservoir. Adventures with Purpose is a YouTube channel that focuses primarily on cold cases. They specialize in underwater recoveries. When Kiely initially went missing, many familiar with their recoveries requested they join the search for the missing girl, and the team were happy to oblige. AWP states that a law enforcement agency reached out to them and asked for their help. Yet when they arrived, they were told that the lake had already been extensively searched with dive teams and there was nothing there. The search began in Prosser Reservoir at 10:40 a.m. on August 21st. They launched 2 sonar boats, one of which located an object at 11:15 a.m., 55 feet offshore and in only 14 feet of water, using a specialized Garmin sonar device. Nick, one of the divers, entered the water and confirmed the vehicle was the one belonging to Kiely Rodni by matching the license plate. A diver was sent down, and unfortunately, he found a body inside the cargo area of the vehicle. According to Adventures with Purpose, the Garmin EchoMap Ultra that they used to locate the vehicle cost around $2,500, a small investment for a police force of this size. It appears to be a solid investment for search and rescue teams. So if this technology is crucial for underwater searches, and a simple YouTube channel managed to purchase one, why are search and rescue teams in the area not using it? The FBI must have had the latest technology, so why were they unable to find the vehicle in the 2 weeks they helped local agencies in the search? After making the discovery, AWP made a Facebook post about the recovery mission. The team maintains that they reached out to law enforcement first, as they were working with them to locate Kiely. But at the press conference the following day, the spokesperson for the sheriff's department stated that AWP never reached out to them and that the police had to go out of their way to contact the team. Due to the amazing reputation of AWP, people have been skeptical about this information, with some believing that local law enforcement were just embarrassed by their oversight. The discovery of Kiely's vehicle was devastating to her family and the community. But even worse was when police made the haunting announcement: the body found in the back of the car was, unfortunately, Kiely. Most would assume that this would be the end of it, case closed. But things continued to get weirder from here, as people began to question local law enforcement about their efforts in finding Kiely. Doug and Nick of Adventures with Purpose stressed that they have a unique and rare skill set, and that aiding police agencies in this way is an honor. They acknowledged their support for law enforcement across the US, including the FBI. But as the news of the discovery surfaced, many people following the case began to wonder, how could the men from Adventures with Purpose do in less than 2 hours what several agencies, large and small, couldn't accomplish in 2 weeks? Adventures with Purpose discovered Kiely's vehicle upside down in an area that had been, quote, extensively searched by authorities. This led many to question the competence of local law enforcement, and rightfully so, especially since a trail camera in the area shows that at 12:32 a.m. on August 6th, a vehicle drove straight into the water where Kiely was found, and at the exact location where her cell phone last pinged. The local police department said that they'd spent over 15,000 man-hours searching for Kiely, only for another team to come in and find her in less than 2 hours, in the same spot where her phone last pinged. Aerial views of the location clearly show something in the water where they recovered her body. So if there were air searches conducted, how was this missed? If she drove her vehicle into the water, it should have driven through the sand. How were those tracks missed when her mom reported her missing the very next morning, less than 12 hours after she'd vanished? Doug Bishop from AWP went on to state in an interview that he found the circumstances extremely suspicious. He cites many of the things already discussed, that she was highly intelligent, on her way to college, and disappears from a large party only to be found a few hundred yards away. He explains that it isn't possible that Kiely went the wrong way down the road. He explains that this road was one way in and one way out, not to mention a road that she was very familiar with. Yet the road her vehicle ended up on had a very hard, sharp left turn onto a rough dirt road that requires four-wheel drive. Essentially, whether she was drunk or not, Kiely would have known immediately she wasn't going the right way, making her crash even more suspicious. Doug Bishop explains that where she was found within the vehicle, in the cargo compartment, was also suspicious, and that the whole thing just doesn't add up. The fact that no one is willing to talk is a huge red flag and adds to this suspicion. While this very well could be an accident, there are many inconsistencies in this story. Her friend stated that she seemed too drunk to drive and reported strange men at the party, but had no problem leaving her there alone. She clearly and coherently texted her mother, yet 30 minutes later was too inebriated to know that she was going the wrong way down a road that she'd traveled many times before. Law enforcement searched extensively, but couldn't locate a vehicle that was clearly seen from aerial cameras. It just doesn't add up. Bishop also says that it's suspicious that Kiely was located in the cargo area of the vehicle. He explains that had the windows been up, Kiely would have had the time to crawl back there. But why would she do that?
Why, Kiely?
Well, we don't know. But the thing is, when the vehicle was recovered, multiple windows were rolled down. This means the vehicle would have filled with water so quickly that she wouldn't have had time to maneuver back there. And why would she? She could so easily have maneuvered out the window to safety. The fact that she became stuck in the back of the car just makes no logical sense whatsoever. News reports claim that over 400 people pass away each year in their cars from being trapped in water. Your best chance of survival is to get out of the car before it's fully submerged. Most cars, when driven into the water, are fully submerged in less than a minute, so every second counts. Experts explain that your best bet is to get the windows down as soon as possible and escape through the front windows, not the rear. But in Kiely's case, this raises more questions. Kiely's driver window, along with the other windows, appeared to have been down when the vehicle was pulled from the water. Yet it's been reported that she was located in the backmost part of the vehicle. Furthermore, the driver's side mirror was broken off and there was a dent in the driver's side door. And neither of these appear to have been there when she left her home that evening. So where did this damage come from? Footage of several other vehicles that were recovered from the water show no damage to mirrors or doors. So what happened to Kiely's vehicle? If there were over 200 people in attendance, how did no one hear the vehicle go into the water? While there's so much that's still unknown, Kiely's autopsy report soon revealed the truth of this case. And it's a truth that many of us are unlikely to accept. The autopsy report was released on Thursday, October 13th, 2022, in which the cause of Kiely's passing was declared as an accident. The official report claims that she drowned. Locals find this conclusion surprising, to put it mildly. They cite suspicions due to the chief of police and the coroner being one and the same. They say that many crimes in the area are covered up or declared an accident because this is a tourist location, and having a reputation for crime would be bad for the local economy, and I second this notion. In fact, this is one of the main reasons my wife and I left our hometown. In the few months before we packed up and moved, we personally spotted firsthand 3 crime scenes where people had lost their lives. One beside an apartment complex, one in a ditch on the side of a major highway, and another where the location escapes me at the moment, but not one of these crimes was ever officially documented. They were all covered up because the town was a tourist destination. The money from tourism is what kept the city afloat, and they couldn't risk losing all that money. The autopsy report says that Kiely was fully dressed and there was no evidence of any assault. The toxicology report showed caffeine, nicotine, and a minuscule amount of THC were in Kiely's system. Liver tissue samples taken showed that there was an alcohol level in her system of 0.08, right at the legal limit to drive. But many experts claim that these ethanol levels in her system were likely the result of the decomposition process. This leaves people questioning if Kiely was drunk at all. Roads in the area are not lit with street lamps. They're winding dirt paths that aren't well marked. It is possible, despite Kiely having been to this area many times, she took a wrong turn and drove herself directly into the water. But if so, what prevented her from climbing out an already open window? The most interesting element of the autopsy report is that there was virtually no water in her lungs. A medical examiner explained that the lung weights were surprisingly low for a case of water inhalation. One would expect that if a person passed away from drowning, there would be a lot of water in their lungs, but there wasn't nearly enough to conclude such a thing. Detective Sunnier reported that because there was no evidence of foul play, the manner of her passing had to be listed as accidental. I don't know about you, but to me, this just means that the team didn't dig deep enough to find the evidence they needed. I mean, heck, they clearly have a track record for this. Her vehicle was found in a spot they claim to have searched multiple times. In the end, there's a hole in the lives of Kiely's friends and family that will never be filled. Worse yet, they've never even been able to find out for certain what happened to Kiely that day. And I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be able to let this situation rest until I had some proven answers. But despite this incredibly heavy loss, I just hope this serves as a remarkably valuable lesson to never leave a friend behind.
Bye, Kiely.
This tragedy could have been avoided, but from it, there are lessons to be learned. For law enforcement, for partygoers, and for the true crime community. Kiely didn't have to lose her life that night, but I sincerely hope that the story of her loss may, in some way, help prevent others from meeting the same fate. It was February 13th, 2009, when Amber Dubois set off for school for what would unknowingly be the final time. As she arrived, she was approached by a boy who appeared to be a bit older than her, and certainly much larger. The two chatted outside for a few brief moments, and then Amber disappeared. Just a year later, in February of 2010, Chelsea King was out jogging on a local hiking trail in Rancho Bernardo Park. She planned on going on a 5-mile hike, but at some point along the way, she too disappeared. Investigators would later find pieces of her clothing scattered all around the trail, and soon after, detectives came across a crime scene. As a quick side note from today's story, did you know that your personal data is actually being sold online by data brokers right now? I believe we all have the right to keep our data private and protected, and that's where Delete Me comes in. Delete Me is a service I trust to remove all my personal data from the internet with the simple push of a button. Delete Me's proprietary system and team of experts will review hundreds of data broker websites and remove information about you and your relatives, such as name, age, address, email, phone number, photos, social media links, almost literally everything. After your first 7 days of joining Delete Me, you'll receive a personalized privacy report, detailing all the various places where Delete Me has found your info and what they'll do to get it removed. Personally, my favorite aspect of Delete Me is that I'm getting far fewer robocalls and scam calls since signing up. They've removed my phone number from so many databases and it shows. I used to get 4 or 5 calls a day, and now I'd be surprised to get more than 1 or 2 in an entire month. I'll admit I was pretty skeptical about the service at first, but I can tell you firsthand that it works, and it works well. I've been using Delete Me for several months now, and the results couldn't be better. You can join Delete Me right now using my 20% off discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. That's discount code TIE20, or by clicking the link in the description. Give it a try for yourself and let me know how it works out for you. I think you'll be impressed. Thanks to Delete Me for sponsoring today's video. Today's story involves 3 victims in total, but we'll specifically be focusing on the 2 victims that led to the criminal's eventual conviction. And remember, if you guys know of any strange or interesting cases that you'd like me to cover, be sure to leave your suggestions in the comments. I'm always looking for new stories, and most of these cases come from you guys. But with that said, let's begin the story of Amber Dubois. Amber Dubois was a very interesting girl. She was just 14 years old in 2009, but she had already made up her mind about what she wanted to do for the rest of her life. Like many young girls her age, Amber had a loving interest in animals and wildlife. She'd spent a lot of her life infatuated by farm animals, and she'd always speak to her mother about her dreams of owning a few animals of her own one day. See, Amber was a very academic young girl. While many of the other kids her age were worried about what they were going to do for the summer or where they were going to go shopping or go hang out after school, Amber was extremely focused on getting good grades, taking as many courses as possible, and trying to graduate early. And she was well on her way to doing so. Amber had been attending Escondido High School in California, just a short trip away from the heart of San Diego. When it came time to choose her classes for the year, Amber knew that she wanted to become part of the school's Future Farmers program. This program would allow the younger generation to become acquainted with farm animals and all the ins and outs of living life on a farm and taking care of the animals and livestock. This program was everything Amber had dreamed of, but there was one catch that her mother seemingly didn't see coming. This program would allow Amber to get a head start on her future goals of becoming an animal behavioral scientist, but in order for this to happen, Amber would need access to a lamb, particularly a lamb of her very own. Her mother wasn't interested in letting her buy a lamb. After all, lambs are a lot of work, at least for someone who doesn't really have access to all the necessary supplies and whatnot, and Amber certainly fell into this category. But as the weeks and months passed by, Amber continued to beg and plead with her mother to allow her to buy a baby lamb. Eventually, her mother felt obligated to agree and even offered to pay for the lamb if it meant helping Amber achieve the future that she had always dreamed of. But while she was very hesitant about the idea, Amber's mother wrote her a check for the lamb, with Amber becoming ecstatic, securely hiding the check inside of her backpack so that she could go to pick up her new baby after school. This all took place on February 13th, 2009, a date that, for reasons unexpected, her mother would never forget. Amber left her home that morning with a skip in her step, overwhelmed with excitement by the idea of finally having a lamb of her own. She couldn't wait to get to school and tell both her instructor and her friends about what the future had in store for her. But tragically, she never got the chance to do so. As soon as Amber arrived on the campus of her local high school, a witness spotted her talking to someone who was described as being much taller than Amber. The witness couldn't make out the boy's age, but seems to have believed that the person that she was speaking to was a student at their high school. To clarify, the witness didn't say this outright, but it's just the impression they gave during their interview. They described the boy as being doughy looking, quite tall and dark complected. After Amber was spotted talking to this person, she would never be seen again. This particular day was a Friday. It had been raining on and off throughout the day, but by all means, it was a day like any other. That is, until Amber failed to return home that afternoon. One thing to note is that Amber's parents had separated at some point during her childhood, leading her mother to begin dating again. While Amber's mother appears to have been at work on this particular afternoon, her mother's boyfriend had been at home and was anticipating Amber's return from school, but she never came back. Naturally, the boyfriend, named Dave, assumed that Amber had just become caught up in her newly purchased lamb and had lost track of time. But as minutes and hours eventually ticked by, Dave became extremely worried. He decided to drive over to Amber's school and try to find her. No sooner than he arrived, he spotted one of Amber's teachers and asked if she had seen Amber. In a disturbing twist, she replied that Amber hadn't been in class that day. This was particularly odd because not only should Amber have been at school for the entire day, but she'd also never missed a day prior to this. Her mother recalled that Amber was hyper-focused on her school attendance and her studies, and she wouldn't miss a day of school no matter what. So where had she gone? Dave grew incredibly concerned at this point and called Amber's mother to report what had happened. Soon after, Amber was officially reported missing and the search was on. Hundreds of volunteers caught wind of Amber's disappearance and turned up to help search for her. The search area spanned for miles, but no matter how far or wide the search was, no one managed to find any evidence that would explain where she had gone or who could have been responsible. When police began to dig deeper into her disappearance, they realized that Amber's phone was still active in the area a short time after she had disappeared. There was no mention of what time her phone was specifically turned off for good, but we know that wherever she had gone, it had likely been within a span of just a few miles, as Amber's home and school were both within the proximity of the same cell tower, and there was no indication that she'd been anywhere near another cell tower during the beginning stages of her disappearance. Now, it's obviously possible that her phone could have been disabled before she left the area, but police didn't seem to believe that this was a likely scenario, though it's unclear why. When police began looking further into her cell phone data, they quickly learned that Amber's voicemail had been accessed shortly after she had disappeared. This voicemail again pinged off the same cell tower that connected to both Amber's home and her school. Investigators had now begun to feel confident that Amber had been abducted. But the only real evidence they had to go on was the eyewitness account from earlier that morning, describing the unknown male that she'd been speaking with just moments before she vanished. Police, now taking the case far more seriously, began to interview all of the registered offenders in the area, as well as Amber's friends and family. A total of 1,200 tips were followed up on, and police conducted at least 500 interviews, but none of these interviews produced any leads or additional evidence. The captain of the police force recalled that no matter how much they investigated the case, they only ended up with more dead ends. Just over a year later, things would only get worse. Chelsea King was just 17 years old on February 25, 2010. She was a straight-A student at Poway High School in California. Much like Amber, Chelsea lived just a few miles from the heart of San Diego. Chelsea was also a girl who took her schoolwork very seriously. Outside of her usual classes, she was a member of the school's cross-country team and would spend a couple hours each day training, running, and hiking. One particular trail that she often visited was in the Rancho Bernardo Community Park. The trek would have taken her about 5 miles from beginning to end, and it was a trail that her family said that she would take time and time again, a trail she knew like the back of her hand. Chelsea had spent her last few months researching more than 100 colleges. Considering she had excellent grades and a remarkable work ethic, she'd been accepted into a few of these schools already, but it seems as though she was trying to decide between the University of Washington and the University of British Columbia. But unfortunately, she wouldn't attend either of these schools. That's because after she was out hiking her favorite trail at Rancho Bernardo one day, she wouldn't return home. It was February 25th, 2010, almost exactly a year after the devastating disappearance of Amber Dubois. Chelsea had been following her typical 5-mile route, with her parents expecting her home at her usual time. But that time came and went with no signs of Chelsea. Chelsea's family and friends searched all over the park for any sign of her, but there was simply no trace of her. Before long, the police were called in to investigate. The police worked alongside a group of countless volunteers. With their combined efforts, they began to make a bit of progress in Chelsea's case, but it wasn't the progress that they had hoped for. Rather than finding evidence that Chelsea was alive and well, all of their discoveries proved the exact opposite. First, volunteers came across one of Chelsea's socks, found about 2 miles away from where she had parked her car. But then came the most shocking evidence of all. A volunteer came across her undergarments, combined with evidence that Chelsea had met with a terrible fate. A short while later, one of her shoes was found as well, less than a mile away from the 2 previous discoveries. A police sergeant says that the location of this evidence proved to them that foul play was almost certainly involved. The FBI was called in to investigate soon after, with them interviewing people at least 300 homes in the surrounding area and following up on at least 600 tips. And again, registered offenders were interviewed, but no one seemed suspicious or gave any indication that they may have had ties to Chelsea's disappearance. But investigators would finally have a breakthrough in the case when they sent in the underwear that they had found for a DNA analysis. When the results came back, they found that the DNA obviously matched Chelsea, but they also found DNA that belonged to a man that was known to the local police far too well, a man named John Gardner. John Gardner was well known to the police near San Diego. That's because back in 2000, he'd been convicted in another case involving a minor. In this particular case, the victim made it away with her life, but just barely. He had ambushed a 13-year-old girl and taken advantage of her. In a truly chilling twist, the young girl had actually been his neighbor. John had been about 21 years old at the time of his offense. He was sentenced to serve just 6 years behind bars, being released early on good behavior. The prisons were known to have been incredibly overcrowded at this time, and it's likely that this played a part in his early release as well. John was eventually released from parole in 2008, but a later investigation found that during the stint of his parole, he violated it at least 7 times, including one time in which he lived too close to a school in 2007. John was also given an anklet to wear during his parole, during which time he was documented as having violated that 168 times, but nothing was done about this. When the GPS data was looked over later on, it was found that he'd spent countless hours in close proximity to several schools. He was also spotted in front of a daycare, as well as visiting prisons, with police believing he may have been delivering contraband to inmates. When police connected John to the case of Chelsea King, everything began to fall into place. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots and understand that John had stalked Chelsea along her jogging route that day, striking when she least expected it. It was reported that he took advantage of Chelsea and also claimed her life, but police never revealed the order in which these events took place. But as investigators were digging up all the details that connected John to Chelsea's disappearance, they began to realize that Chelsea's case had striking similarities to the case of Amber Dubois. Police would eventually track John down to a bar, where they found him to be soaking wet, covered in mud, and clearly drunk. They brought him in for questioning regardless, and it became apparent that he wasn't telling the truth about his knowledge of Chelsea's disappearance. But things got a lot darker when, without being provoked, John brought up Amber's disappearance as well. We have no idea why he would have spoken about Amber, and police say that her name came up at random during their interview. During the process of John's interrogation, it became clear to him that investigators had enough evidence to pin him to the crime. He eventually called in an attorney, and the attorney knew that they had a very solid case against him. It also became clear that prosecutors were going to do their best to secure the death penalty. Throughout this process, John quickly began to realize that, by all means, his life was essentially over. This realization set in even more when he found out that just 5 days later, on March 2nd, 2010, a team of FBI investigators had located the remains of Chelsea, buried near Lake Hodges. This was the moment that John knew the jig was up. He'd been found out, and there was little he could do to stop his conviction. Unless he got crafty. Investigators obviously had enough evidence to pin him to the case of Chelsea King, with the DNA match on Chelsea's clothing being the most crucial piece of this. But the evidence connecting him to the disappearance of Amber Dubois was trivial at best. They believed her case had many similarities to the case of Chelsea, but they had virtually no evidence tying him to her disappearance. Just because he mentioned her name in an interview doesn't prove he was guilty. It just proves he watched local news back in early 2009. But that's when investigators came up with a plan. As mentioned, John was staring down the barrel of capital punishment, but they offered him a plea bargain that he couldn't afford to refuse. If he would lead them to the grave of Amber Dubois, they would agree to stop pursuing capital punishment, and instead simply pursue a life sentence. The only problem with this is that Chelsea's family would need to agree with these terms. Up until this point, Amber's family had been living in utter turmoil, hoping, begging, and praying to learn what had happened to their beloved daughter. The only thing worse than finding out that your loved one passed away is finding out that they're just missing, and you have no idea if they may still be out there begging to be found. After hearing about the heartache that the Dubois family had been forced into, Chelsea's family agreed without hesitation to waive the possibility of capital punishment in exchange for a plea deal. Everyone was in agreement, and John decided to open up about what had happened to both Amber and Chelsea. He told police everything, and he led them to an old dirt road, taking them to a rusted-out water tank. Nearby, police found the shallow grave that belonged to Amber. When John explained the details of her final moments and what he had done to her, they confirmed these details after digging up her remains, and it appeared that John had in fact been telling the truth. He was later convicted and given 2 life sentences, one for each of the girls, as well as an additional 25 years for assault and an additional 24 years for other convictions. Needless to say, John Gardner will never be leaving prison again. But one of the headlines and comments that I continually see in regards to this case is that the system somehow failed these 2 girls. Now, I'll admit, at first, I didn't understand what these people were talking about. After all, the criminal was caught and put away for life 2 times over. The system worked as well as it ever has. Now, I'm often the first one to criticize law enforcement when they make ridiculous mistakes, but this is a prime example of an investigation firing on all cylinders and putting a killer behind bars. But there is a bigger problem here. If John hadn't been released from prison in the first place, or maybe if he'd at least served a longer, more beneficial sentence, these girls may still be here. After all, the whole point of being put behind bars is to be rehabilitated and learn from your mistakes, but that didn't happen with John. If you remember, John was arrested back in 2000 for what he did to the 13-year-old girl. That girl's life was changed forever in the blink of an eye. He took something away from that child that can never be given back and left her with a lifetime of fear and resentment. A lifetime. Yet he served just 6 years behind bars. In response to this outrageous sentence, the family of Chelsea King worked alongside attorneys and law enforcement to instate a new law, now known as Chelsea's Law. This law is the first of its kind to allow criminals to be placed behind bars for life for crimes that didn't involve claiming the life of another person. If John had been given the proper punishment for his crime against the 13-year-old girl all those years ago, both Chelsea and Amber would likely still be here. To top this off, if investigators had done something about the 168 violations of parole that John committed, these girls would still be here. If they'd arrested him when he was found stalking a children's daycare, these girls would still be here. If they had arrested him for moving to a home that was within walking distance of a school, well, you get the point. The most important thing is that John Gardner is now locked behind bars, where he will remain for the rest of his days. But I can't help but shake the feeling that if police had actually done something about this man years prior, then the King and Dubois families may still be sharing holidays with their beloved daughters. It was January 8th, 2012. Melinda Coleman was sleeping peacefully in her bed when she was startled awake by the sound of a commotion in her front yard. Without hesitation, she ran to the front door and looked outside. What she saw brought her to her knees. Lying just feet away from her, covered in snow, was her teenage daughter, Daisy. She was unconscious and wearing nothing but a t-shirt and yoga pants. Daisy had been lying here so long that her hair became frozen and stuck to the ground. Melinda ran to get the help of her 3 sons, and together they pulled the girl from the snow and dragged her inside to the warmth of their home. They first tried to warm her up by wrapping blankets around her, but when that didn't work, they placed her in a tub of warm water. That was when her mother noticed the bruises. Daisy was immediately rushed to the hospital for treatment, but when the police arrived, her mother couldn't have prepared herself for what she was about to hear. See, the police were largely unconcerned. In fact, in their eyes, this young girl, she got what she deserved. Considering this story takes place in the small, peaceful town of Maryville, Missouri, it was a story that shocked the entire state when news began to break regarding what had happened to young Daisy Coleman. Daisy had grown up in Missouri with her 3 brothers and her mother, Melinda Coleman, who was a local veterinarian. The children were forced to grow up without a stable father figure in their lives because, tragically, Michael, Daisy's father, lost his life in a car accident when Daisy was about 11 years old. To say that Michael's passing had a profound effect on the family would be a tragic understatement. The loss of Michael nearly tore the family completely apart. The family of 5 had only just begun to recover from Michael's passing when this situation with Daisy reared its ugly head. Prior to the crime, Daisy had been an outgoing, incredibly happy, and carefree young girl. She was incredibly popular in school and was even one of the star cheerleaders. To say that she had it all, well, that'd be putting it lightly. Daisy was a girl that every other girl her age aspired to be. She was surrounded by a flock of close friends, had access to all the cutest guys in her school, and to top it off, her brother was best friends with the school's most popular football player. With all this in mind, it made it all the more shocking when the events of that fateful evening unfolded, leading up to Daisy being found nearly frozen on her front lawn. When Daisy was rushed to the hospital at about 5 a.m. on January 8th, it quickly became clear what had taken place. Doctors and nurses ran to Daisy's side, and from the very beginning, they were certain of one thing. Daisy had been forced against her will and taken advantage of. The evidence was obvious. She had bruises that covered the insides of her legs, proving she'd endured some serious trauma. She was almost completely unconscious, and her alcohol level was 0.13%. The legal limit in Missouri is just 0.08%, so Daisy was nearly double that. But you have to keep in mind, by the time Daisy was taken to the hospital, it's believed it had been about 5 hours since the crime had actually taken place, meaning her alcohol level had been gradually dropping that entire time. So if it was at 0.13% after all this time, you can only imagine how intoxicated she must have been when the crime unfolded. She would have been nearly comatose. When Daisy finally began to regain consciousness a few hours later, it was very clear that she was in no condition to recount the events of that evening. But thankfully, she wasn't the only person present that night when the crime unfolded. Daisy's close friend, Paige Parkhurst, stepped up and helped police better understand what had taken place that night. Paige appeared to have been profoundly affected by the events of that evening. When she spoke with investigators about the night in question, she seemed a bit distant and was clearly rattled. Still, she managed to tell detectives that she and Daisy had been invited to a small party at the home of Maryville's star football player, Matt Barnett. She recalls that Daisy had gotten the phone number of Matt, and the two were texting back and forth throughout the evening. Now, some sources say that the two had been flirting between one another, but I haven't been able to 100% confirm this. Either way, during their conversation, Daisy learned that Matt was having a small get-together at his parents' house in the basement. The only thing was, his parents didn't know about it. It was just a small gathering between Matt and a few of his friends, nothing crazy, and Matt asked the two girls if they wanted to come. Obviously, with Matt being the most popular guy in school, the girls jumped at the opportunity. No sooner than the girls arrived at this party, though, they grew a bit nervous because they quickly realized they were the only two girls in attendance that night. This definitely put them on edge a little bit, but nothing about the party seemed too crazy. It was just a bunch of teenagers getting together to share some laughs amongst their friends. But then the alcohol came out. Shortly after they arrived, Paige says that the host of the party, Matt Barnett, started pushing drinks on Daisy. Paige seems to have suggested that prior to this night, neither she nor Daisy had ever had alcohol before. But not wanting to disappoint their peers, they both accepted drinks and vowed to have a good time. They were both ushered to the basement, where they were told to stay quiet so as not to wake up Matt's parents. And this was the moment when everything changed. Paige says that as the door to the basement shut behind them, she realized what was really going on here. Just minutes later, without any warning, one of the boys grabbed Paige by the hand and forced her into a nearby room. And when he shut the door, well, things didn't go the way Paige had planned. She was taken advantage of, and considering this boy was far, far larger than her, she was helpless to stop him. When the event was finally over and Paige was able to break free, she took off into the other room and quickly noticed Daisy was nowhere to be found. Matt Barnett was missing as well. Paige made her way to one of the only other rooms in the basement, and that's when she found both Matt and Daisy. Tragically, Daisy was in the midst of suffering the same fate as Paige. It didn't take long before Matt exited the room, seemingly clear-headed and perfectly coherent. almost looking as though he was proud of what he had done. When Daisy finally stumbled to the doorway, it was clear she was not in a good place. She wasn't able to stand up on her own without assistance, and she was more or less limp due to the amount of alcohol she'd consumed by this point. We don't know how much alcohol she consumed willingly and how much was forced on her by the boys at the party, but needless to say, she was wildly drunk and had no idea what was going on. Almost immediately after Daisy exited the room, barely even conscious, the girls were then led to a car and taken home. The boys drove the girls back to Daisy's house where the two had been having a sleepover before sneaking out for this party. As soon as they pulled up in front of the house, the boys told Paige to go on inside and get some sleep. They said that they would take care of Daisy and make sure that she made it in. Paige believed them and headed back inside, going to bed fully believing Daisy would be inside just a minute or two later. As soon as Paige's head hit the pillow, she was out like a light. She only awoke hours later when she heard the commotion caused by Daisy's mother and brothers bringing her inside from the cold. No one knows just how many hours had passed since Paige had gone inside that night, but considering Daisy's hair was frozen solid and stuck to the ground beneath her, it's safe to assume she'd spent an incredibly long time out in the cold. It would eventually be discovered that after Paige made it inside that night, the boys just pulled Daisy from the car, then tossed her onto the front lawn in the middle of the snow, speeding away from the scene so as not to get caught in the act. They could not have cared less about her if they tried. And after Paige revealed all of this to the police, Daisy's brother Charlie opened up and said that he knew Paige was telling the truth because he'd found Daisy's phone buried in the snow near where she'd been dumped. When he looked through her text messages, he found that she'd been having flirtatious conversations with Matt Barnett, a guy who, up until this point, he'd considered to be one of his closest friends. Considering he knew Matt better than anyone, he knew what he was capable of. But the police, well, they weren't buying it. After Paige told her story to investigators, they called Matt Barnett down to the station for questioning. Needless to say, Matt's version of events was completely different from what Paige had said. According to Matt, he didn't simply invite Daisy and Paige over that evening. According to him, Daisy had begged him for an invite to their get-together, and he seems to have only agreed because he found her attractive. He also claims that Daisy had been slightly drunk when she arrived at the party, and this statement may have actually been true because Paige admitted later on that she and Daisy had snuck a few sips of alcohol from Daisy's mother's liquor cabinet just moments before sneaking out to go to the party, trying to loosen themselves up and not embarrass themselves in front of Matt. According to Matt, when the girls arrived at the party, Daisy agreed to follow them to the bedroom before she'd ever even been handed a drink. He insists that their actions were consensual, and Daisy only began drinking after their relations were over. He made it painfully clear that Daisy knew exactly what she was getting herself into, and that she had been a willing participant. But the more he shared his version of events, the more things changed. See, at first, he claimed he didn't know the name of the girl that had tagged along with Daisy that night, but just a few moments later, he referred to her by name, Paige. He also claimed to have never given Daisy a drink until after they had relations, but again, moments later, he admitted to giving her a few drinks to, quote, break the ice. What's insane about this whole ordeal is that the officer who was conducting the interview with Matt was totally unconcerned, and he made that incredibly clear. In fact, at one point during the interview, the officer can be seen lounging in his chair, hands behind his head, as if shooting the breeze with a close friend. When Matthew admitted to dropping Daisy off on her front lawn that evening, literally tossing her into a pile of snow, the officer didn't even question it. He actually applauded Matt for making sure she made it home, quote, safely. If this weren't bad enough, one of the other boys who'd been present that evening, Jordan Zek, admitted that he'd filmed the relations between Daisy and Matt that evening, capturing the footage through a small crack in the doorway. But interestingly, as soon as the police asked to take a look at this footage, it had miraculously been deleted. Why he deleted the footage, well, that's never been explained. But I think it's clear to see that Jordan was most likely covering for his friend. Thankfully, despite the fact that the police had largely been blowing the whole thing off and doing their best to sweep it under the rug, they finally agreed to act on the situation. Before the sun had set that evening, police arrested Matt Barnett, Jordan Zek, and another boy who's never been named. But unfortunately, things wouldn't be that easy. By this point, Daisy had begun to wake up, and the story she told investigators, well, it wasn't pretty. When we hear about awful stories like this, it can be easy to forget that we can all end up in bad situations sometimes. Whether it's a night out with friends that suddenly goes horribly wrong, or if it's a simple mistake we've made that alters the course of our day or even our lives. The best way to keep ourselves out of dangerous situations is to keep our wits about us. But for some of us, we may need a little extra help doing that. This is where I place my trust in Magic Mind, an awesome mental performance shot that helps me feel a lot more focused and certainly provides a much needed boost of energy. Magic Mind has nearly everything you could want to help improve your mental clarity, including nootropics for focus, matcha for a boost of energy, adaptogens to keep your stress levels low, and heaps of vitamins. My favorite thing about Magic Mind is that the caffeine doesn't leave you all jittery. Since it comes from ceremonial grade matcha, it's a very smooth and even wave of energy that lasts most of the day and still lets you fall peacefully asleep at night. Magic Mind is backed by real-world doctors, and it was developed over the course of 10 years. Over 200 studies have been conducted regarding the ingredients in Magic Mind, and all of the mushrooms, and yes, mushrooms, that are used in it are grown organically in California. Now, I'll admit, I'm not much of a supplement guy, but the effects of Magic Mind, in my opinion, are undeniable. Now, it's not a one-shot fix-all. It takes a few days for the ingredients to build up in your body before you'll get the full effect, and it's designed to become a part of your morning routine to enhance your mood, motivation, and your focus. And it's certainly the best mental performance shot that I've ever used. The taste isn't too bad either. One of the main flavors that comes through is passion fruit, which I personally love. Give Magic Mind a try by visiting magicmind.com/tieknots and using code TIEKNOTS20 to get up to 56% off your first order in the next 10 days. The best part about this offer is that there's a 100% money-back guarantee if you decide you don't like it. All of your money back, no questions asked. Pretty much a risk-free investment, so give it a shot and let me know what you think. But let's get back to the story. As Daisy finally began to come to her senses, she could only remember bits and pieces of what had unfolded that evening. She didn't remember many details at all, but she did remember drinking before sneaking out of her home that night, then being given copious amounts of alcohol after arriving at the party. Unfortunately, she didn't realize that she'd overindulged until it was far too late. She couldn't recall having any sort of relationship with Matt that evening, and the only clear image of that evening that she could remember was a dog jumping on her lap while she was sitting on a couch. Seconds later, she passed out. Now, for anyone with half a brain, you know that Daisy's version of events clearly proves that from the moment she arrived at that party, she was not in control of her body. This alone should prove that Matt almost certainly took advantage of her that night. There was no way that he didn't, especially if she was already drunk the moment she arrived, as she would later admit. Even though Matt denied all of the charges that were placed against him, his friend, the one who's never been named, confessed to what he had done to Paige that evening. He pleaded guilty in court and recalled every detail of that night, including every time that Paige begged him to stop and she repeatedly told him no. In the end, he was sentenced to spend time in a juvenile facility, but Matt wasn't going down without a fight. He denied everything from the very beginning and even made sure to tell all of his friends and peers that Daisy was nothing more than a liar. With the intention of putting this whole situation behind her and letting the law decide how things should play out, Daisy then made the incredibly brave call to return to school while the investigation was carried out. She'd hoped that her friends and peers would support her and back her up on her allegations against Matt. But nothing could have been further from the truth. When Daisy arrived back at school, it seemed as though the entire student body had turned against her. In stark contrast to her expectations, everybody was being supportive of Matt, not Daisy. She was subjected to every type of bullying you could imagine because everyone believed that she'd made the whole thing up. The thing is, in the small community of Maryville, Matt's family name was known far and wide. His whole family was known for being the best of the best in everything they did. So it seemed unfathomable that Matt would be capable of something like this. Considering the influence his family had over the town, well, it's easy to see why everyone sided with Matt. As a result, Daisy lost most of her childhood friends who'd now turned their back on her. She was labeled every offensive name you could think of, and no one wanted anything to do with her anymore. Daisy's brother Charlie, who was supremely popular at the school and had formerly been best friends with Matt, was pretty much the only person who tried to protect her from the hate and the bullying. He took every opportunity to explain that he had proof that Daisy's allegations were true, but no one wanted to hear it. Within a matter of days, Daisy was merely a fragment of her former self. She lost all of her friends, she lost every bit of her popularity, and worse yet, she had to live in a world where no one believed a word she said. If this weren't bad enough, the Maryville Town Sheriff, Darren White, had spoken up and made it painfully clear he didn't believe Daisy either. He repeatedly claimed that his sympathy was with Matt, who was being held against his will for crimes he didn't commit. Sheriff White wanted more than anything to have these charges dropped and move on with his career. But in his eyes, these two lying girls simply wouldn't let that happen. When Sheriff White was later confronted with the idea that he may be wrong and the girls may be telling the truth, he literally laughed. He believed that the girls were simply doing it for attention, even though Paige's assailant had already confessed, been charged, and sent to juvenile detention. If this wasn't bad enough, he even took to insulting Daisy's mother, Melinda, claiming that Melinda loved being able to play the victim and get sympathy from her peers. Remember, this is a widowed single mother who was simply doing the best she could to keep her family together less than 3 years after the tragic loss of her husband and the horrific assault of her daughter. At what point in time are you allowed to be a victim if not in this exact situation? But if you could imagine, the worst was yet to come. After several months of being told that a court date would be set very soon, the Coleman family finally received news from the local authorities. They were excited to hear what kind of development had taken place in the case. But that's when they were told every charge against both Matt and Jordan, the boy who filmed the ordeal, had been dropped. Nothing else would be done, and both boys were free to return to their daily lives. The reason the police were able to do this was because of a slip of the tongue on Daisy's part. When Daisy was first coming out of her drunken days in the hospital, the officers posed a loaded question. Is there any chance that you may have told the boys that you would exchange sexual favors for alcohol? Daisy replied, quote, "I guess," and that was the end of it. The legal team used this statement against her and had the entire case dismissed. Paige, who was coherent the entire evening, claimed she'd never witnessed such a phrase leave Daisy's mouth. But it was pointless. The damage was done and the case was closed. The thing you have to keep in mind is that Daisy didn't even remember anything from that night. So her response of, "I guess," was nothing more than an honest assessment of the situation, not a suggestion or admission of guilt. Think of it like this. I hand you a sealed cardboard box, and I ask you, is there a chance there's a cat inside this box? Well, the only honest answer would be, sure, I guess. You have no idea what's inside the box, any more than Daisy had any idea what was going on in that basement. At this point, many people began to wonder if Matt's grandfather may have played a part in having these charges dropped. See, his grandfather was a former cop and a state representative, so to say that he had some pull with the Maryville Police Department would be an understatement. I honestly can't find the words to describe just how much of an influence the Barnetts had over this small town. It's truly sickening. At this point, for Daisy, her life was essentially ruined. She faced relentless bullying, both online and in person, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. This led her to attempt to take her own life 4 times. She became so fragile and such a danger to herself that her family removed the door from her bedroom so that they could always keep an eye on her. I can't believe I'm saying this, but somehow things still managed to get worse from here. Because while the family were away one evening, someone actually set their home on fire. Thankfully, no one was harmed, but the Coleman family vowed this was the end of the road. They packed up what was left of their belongings and left the city, moving several miles away to a neighboring town with a different police force and a whole new set of faces, finally giving themselves a fresh start. It was around this same time that Daisy's case started to gain attention on a national scale, and it didn't take long before an underground group of hackers learned of the criminal mischief that Sheriff White was up to, and they promised to put an end to it. A team of hackers known as Anonymous stepped up, and they didn't just ask for the case to be reopened, they demanded it. Their historic tagline sent chills down the spine of the Maryville Police Department and everyone involved in the investigation. "We are Anonymous. We are Legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget." For those of you who may not be aware, Anonymous is a group of people that you don't want to mess with. No one even knows how many members of Anonymous there are, but each and every one of them is the best of the best when it comes to hacking. These people will find out information about you that you yourself probably didn't even know. They took on a similar case from Ohio and managed to hack into the personal social media accounts of various high school students who were connected to an eerily similar crime that took place there, exposing not only their personal information, but also private chats, photos, and videos, each of which confirmed the involvement of many students who police didn't even consider to be suspects at that time. When Anonymous took on Daisy's case, the Maryville police knew they had messed up. When they demanded justice for Daisy, Missouri state authorities finally knew they had to step in and do something. Soon afterward, they announced that a new prosecutor would be taking a look at the investigation and re-examining the evidence. But unfortunately, there simply wasn't enough here to lead to a conviction, or even lead to new charges. The police had Daisy cornered. That one statement she made while still stuck in a drunken stupor had tainted the entire case. There was simply nothing that could be done. Thankfully, Matt was finally held accountable for something, though. While he couldn't be charged for taking advantage of Daisy, he was charged and convicted for dumping her in the snow that evening. But still, he didn't spend a single night in jail. He was given 2 years probation and a 4-month suspended sentence. He also had to pay $1,800 in restitution to the Coleman family, as if that actually did anything. After all was said and done, Daisy somehow managed to continue pushing herself through high school and eventually even got a scholarship to Missouri Valley College. She later decided to get as far away from her haunting past as she possibly could, opting to move to Colorado to begin life anew as a tattoo artist. By this point, she was suffering severely with PTSD. She wanted so desperately to get away from the ghosts of her past. But no matter how fast she ran, tragedy was lurking just around the corner. In June of 2018, as Daisy was packing up her things and moving homes, her mother and brother offered to help her with the move. Her brother Tristan was riding with Melinda, their mother, when they were involved in a single car accident. Melinda was severely injured but made it out. Tristan did not. He lost his life immediately upon impact, leaving yet another dark hole in this family's history. But by this point in the story, you have to realize there's several minutes of this video left, and the story of the Coleman family is far from over. In the years following the horrific ordeal that Daisy had endured, she decided the only way to move past this was to share her story with others as a warning. She didn't want what happened to her to ever happen to any other child on this planet. She started speaking much more openly about her traumatic past and appeared in various interviews and speaking events to share her message. But by the summer of 2020, Daisy's past had finally caught up with her. At around 4 in the afternoon on August 4th, 2020, Melinda called in the Denver police and asked them to perform a welfare check on Daisy because she'd been incredibly depressed and hadn't heard from her in a while. When officers showed up, everything seemed fine. As a precaution, a crisis prevention agent stayed behind for a good while to better assess the situation and ensure that Daisy was safe. He left later on that evening. No sooner than he drove away, Daisy claimed her own life. She was pronounced deceased at the age of just 23 at 8:30 that evening. When Sheriff White found out about Daisy claiming her life, it seems he had a change of heart and finally admitted he may have been wrong all those years ago. At least that's the story I wish I could share. As it would turn out, Sheriff White doubled down on his stance against Daisy. In fact, it was election season, and he was running to be re-elected as the town's sheriff. In one of his speeches, if you could even imagine, this man took to the stage and proclaimed that Daisy decided to take her life at this particular moment as a way to spite him, bringing her story back into the spotlight and ruining his chances of winning the re-election. This man literally said this. Praise God, this man lost the election by a landslide. But still, the story isn't over. 4 months after Daisy claimed her own life, her mother took to social media, posting several remembrances of her daughter. It's safe to say at this moment she wasn't just thinking about Daisy, though. I feel certain that memories of Tristan, as well as her late husband, must have been flooding her mind. Because right after posting to social media, she too took her own life. Catherine Nichols prefers to remember her brother for who he was. Jim Duckett loved horses, and in his younger years, loved doing impersonations. Catherine says he was an amazing uncle to her children, but a thorn in her side as well, just like most younger siblings. He was also a great listener, but Catherine tries to forget the final memory that she has of her brother. When investigators found him tied to a chair in his bathroom after being subjected to hours of real-life horror unlike anything you could ever imagine. Though he may give the impression of being a calm, quiet man who would never harm a fly, Jim Duckett actually had a history that was, in all honesty, pretty surprising. Contrary to his outward appearance, Jim was a military veteran who received multiple decorations for his time serving for the United States. He was in active duty during the Desert Storm operations, but he was eventually forced to retire after he suffered an injury that made him no longer able to serve. He managed to recover from this for the most part, but his life was never truly the same. He eventually relocated to Germany, of all places, and became a crime scene investigator. Quite the change in career paths, but Jim was more than up to the task. After a few years, he decided that he was ready to return home to the United States. His main reason for doing this was to spend more time with his sister and her children. He learned that his sister was having a difficult time taking care of her kids because of her increasingly stressful work schedule. So he dropped everything he was doing and came back home to make sure that the children were raised properly and had a fair shot at a normal childhood. This led him to Shelbyville, Kentucky. He would later adopt a rescue dog named Bo, and it seemed like Jim and Bo went everywhere together. According to Catherine Nichols, Jim's sister, he was one of the kindest people that she had ever known, and his actions and history certainly seemed to prove this. While Jim lived a fairly open and honest life, his sister says that in the months leading up to that fateful day, he became a bit withdrawn, and he'd begun acting strange. His personality seemed to have shifted a bit, turning this once outgoing and life-loving man into somewhat of a hermit, seemingly paranoid about the world around him. This began in the fall of 2008. On Halloween of that same year, someone broke into Jim's house and ransacked the place. We don't know if he was home at the time, but considering he was a military veteran, it's probably safe to assume that he wasn't, or the perpetrators likely would have been caught or never made it out of the home alive, but neither of these things are true. The unknown criminals ended up making off with thousands of dollars of jewelry that Jim had lying around, and it doesn't seem like the police ever caught the thieves that were responsible. All of this only made Jim's paranoia worse, and his personality and kind nature only continued to dwindle from here. In fact, for several weeks leading up to this, Jim had discussed how he'd been thinking about moving. His sudden interest in changing towns was extremely odd. After all, he'd moved back to the US to be closer to his family. So what could possibly make him want to uproot once again and leave his family behind? By November 9th of 2008, Catherine had become suspicious about her brother and feared that something may have been terribly wrong. The two spoke every single day of their lives, but on this day, Jim had seemingly gone missing, vanished without so much as a call, a text, or a note. We don't know if it had been days or hours, but it was long enough that Catherine began to fear for his safety. It was unlike him to stay out of touch with everyone for such a long period of time, and no one had seen him leave his house in days. This was all taking place on a Sunday morning. Jim was a churchgoer, so Catherine decided to call a few of his friends at church, but all of them reported that he didn't show up for services that morning. For Catherine, this was the final straw. She headed out to his house to make sure that everything was okay. When she arrived at his house, she immediately noticed that his car wasn't in the driveway, which was yet another odd occurrence, as he didn't mention traveling or having any errands to run, and Catherine and Jim shared every detail of their lives up to this point. Catherine says that she walked all around his house that evening, but she didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There were no signs of a second break-in, nor any reason to believe that anything was wrong. She knocked, but there was no answer. She mentioned that she had a key to his house, but she decided not to go in because she didn't want her brother thinking that she didn't trust him or to barge in on him if he just wanted time to be left alone. She left a few minutes later, confused and baffled by what was going on, but she could have never guessed what lied just beyond his front door. By the following day, Katelyn had enough. She was still unable to get a hold of her brother, so she went back to his house to look around once again. This time, she decided enough was enough, and she went into his home to see if she could find any clues about what was going on. She made her way through his house, into the master bedroom, and eventually into the master bathroom. This was when she made the discovery that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She found her brother, but not in the way that she had hoped. When speaking with a local news organization, she mentioned how she remembered Jim's bathroom being white from ceiling to floor. White tile, white walls, a white shower, everything. But on this particular day, there was no white to be found, only red. She began to scream and immediately called her sister. She began shouting that someone had taken Jim's life, but her sister asked if it was possible that he had taken his own life. That's when Katelyn noticed that Jim's hands had been tied behind his back and he'd been strapped to one of his kitchen chairs, unable to move. This certainly wasn't of Jim's own doing. Katelyn got off the phone with her sister and immediately called the police. When investigators arrived, it became very clear what had happened here. Rather, as clear as it could possibly be considering the situation. Investigators agreed with the obvious assumption that Jim had been tied to a chair, beaten for hours, jabbed multiple times with various objects, and then had his life taken. Interestingly, most of Jim's wounds were considered to be superficial, meaning that they weren't inflicted with the intention of taking his life, they were merely to make him suffer. It appeared as though someone had been trying to get information out of him, but no one has any clue what kind of information Jim would have known that would be worth all of this. We also don't know if Jim ever let that information slip, but considering his background and the aftermath, it seems safe to assume that the assailants never found the answers they were looking for. But one interesting side note is that even though the criminals were remarkably cruel toward Jim, his dog was found locked in a separate room of the home, completely unharmed. Police say that they were never able to determine why all of this had happened, or specifically when. All they revealed is that Jim appeared to have been tied up in his bathroom for a couple of days at least. As investigators worked to collect evidence and clean up the crime scene, they decided to take several samples of the DNA found all around the bathroom in order to confirm whether or not all of it belonged to Jim. The details of this information are a bit difficult to understand, but from what I can gather, police were able to retrieve DNA that didn't belong to Jim, but I'm not 100% certain about this. Investigators spoke with Katelyn again a few days later and said that after running a DNA analysis, they expected to have someone in custody within a matter of months. But it's now been 15 years, and officers are no closer to getting this case solved. The Duckett family was obviously desperate for answers, with many of them beginning to wonder if the crime on Halloween could have somehow been related. As far as investigators have said, the Halloween crime was totally random and the thieves only wanted to make off with valuables that Jim had around his home. But if you ask me, and this is purely a theory, it's possible that the Halloween crime could have been much more than investigators initially believed. If someone was truly after Jim, and someone had been paid to track him down, the Halloween break-in could have been in an attempt to confirm that Jim was, in fact, the man that they were looking for. Just think about it. If you're hired to take someone out, or at the very least locate them, wouldn't you want to confirm that this was the right guy before taking his info back to your boss? And what better way to do this than to break into his home and find documentation to prove his identity, staging it as a robbery as you go? The timeline here is just too strange for all of this to merely be a coincidence, but again, that's just my opinion. But footage from an ATM just a few miles from Jim's house may have provided investigators with answers. Because of the way that Jim lost his life, police were obviously operating under the assumption that this was a targeted crime. Jim wasn't just a victim of a random act of violence. One of the lead detectives in the investigation has confirmed that they believe Jim was targeted, but they have no idea why. Was it because of his involvement in the military, or maybe even because of his time investigating crimes in Germany? No one can really say for sure. But police revealed an even more confusing bit of evidence that makes this case all the more strange and confusing. According to Katelyn, officers told her that while the criminals were inside Jim's house, they stole his debit card. The only thing about this that's unclear is whether the first batch of criminals stole the card or the second batch stole the card, but the context here leads me to believe that it was likely the second batch that stole it, the batch that tied him to the chair. What's strange about this is that after the criminals had the card, they didn't just drive to the nearest ATM and drain the account. Instead, they stole Jim's truck and drove all the way out to Jim's personal bank to make the withdrawal. Mind you, according to Catherine, Jim lived out in the country, essentially in the middle of nowhere. There were dozens of banks that the criminals needed to pass up in order to make their way to Jim's personal bank. So there was clearly some significance to this location, but what that significance was is unknown. But here's the craziest part. One of the criminals was captured on CCTV at the bank. The bank's cameras were pointed directly at the criminal and were actively recording at the time of the ATM withdrawal. But the lens was messed up, so the footage proved to be useless. According to one of the bank managers, the camera had recently been taken apart for maintenance, but when it was put back together, the lens was improperly installed. This caused the footage to be extremely distorted, rendering it useless to investigators. This is yet another aspect of the case that seems just a bit too perfect to merely be a coincidence. It was almost as if the criminals knew about this specific bank and this specific camera. After all, judging by what detectives and Catherine have alluded to, the criminals didn't even try to conceal their identities in the footage. It was almost like they knew that the footage would be useless because the camera had been tampered with, or improperly maintained if you believe the official explanation. Regardless, as detectives continued to work the case, they were staying on the lookout for Jim's truck. A few days later, they managed to find it about 5 miles from Jim's home. They searched the truck for fingerprints and even took DNA samples, but nothing ever came of it. Investigators said that they have followed up on several leads after this, and that dozens of people have been interviewed, but there just isn't much evidence to go on. Why Jim was targeted and why this specific bank was used is unknown, but if you could imagine, things continue to get even more bizarre from here. One of the most disturbing details about this case is something that doesn't seem to have made headlines or really been mentioned in any of the write-ups about Jim Duckett. In fact, it was something that Catherine let slip during an interview, and it seems like most people just glossed over it. According to Catherine, Jim believed that he knew who broke into his house on Halloween, and Catherine says she believes, as I theorized a moment ago, that these individuals would have been the same ones who broke in again and took Jim's life. The only problem is that either no one is taking this accusation seriously, or the police just don't have enough evidence to secure a warrant, much less a conviction. I was only able to find one article where Catherine mentioned this, and it was only discussed for a brief moment, with no names being shared, though I imagine that was strictly for legal reasons. But the fact that this hasn't been discussed further is really concerning. Investigators say that even after all these years, police have several binders full of information about Jim and his case. The only problem is that none of this information has led to any suspects or even a motive for the crime. Catherine says that the method in which Jim lost his life has naturally led many people to believe that he was involved in some sort of underground crime ring, or that he was otherwise in possession of information that he wasn't supposed to have. But Catherine rejects all of these ideas, saying that she knew her brother better than anyone, and that he showed no signs of being involved in any shady dealings. She explained that she understands why people may have come to this assumption, but that her brother was simply too kind. Instead, she thinks it may have been his kindness that led to this crime. More specifically, she thinks he may have been taken out for revenge of some sort, but no one knows what this revenge would have been for, unless it was something that happened during Desert Storm or something that happened in Germany. But police have found no evidence for either of these situations to be true. At the end of it all, we just don't know what may have happened to Jim. To make matters worse, the local police force has seen dramatic budget cuts and rising resignation rates as a result, so the department is doing its best just to stay open at this point, so investigating a cold case like this is not something that's on their current to-do list. This means that, for the foreseeable future, the only realistic way of getting this case solved is by asking the public for help, asking you for help. So if you were in Shelbyville, Kentucky in November of 2008 and believe you may have seen something, anything, you're asked to contact the Kentucky State Police, Post 12, at 502-227-2221. A detective's daughter isn't someone you would expect to become caught up in a true crime story. But in the case of Georgia Williams, that's exactly what happened. Now, Georgia wasn't this criminal's first victim, but investigators ensured she was certainly his last. Georgia was lured to the home of someone she felt completely comfortable around, someone she felt she could trust more than anyone else in the world. But this notion of trust was quickly shattered when Georgia realized she was in for a lot more than she bargained for. Georgia was subjected to what was likely hours upon hours of unspeakable terror, unlike anything you could imagine. What should have been a calm evening between friends turned into the stuff of nightmares. Georgia Williams was born on a cool day in mid-September back in 1995 in Shropshire, England. She had a sister who was a bit older than her, and the two would grow up in the home of their parents, Lynette and Steve Williams, with Steve being a detective. Georgia is remembered for being a very lively girl that was always full of energy, someone who could make friends with darn near anyone, the type of person many of us aspire to be. Growing up in her younger years, though, Georgia didn't always have it easy. When she was in middle school, she began to be bullied quite a lot. Thankfully, this bullying didn't last very long, and after enduring a few years of aggravation and pain, high school rolled around, and that's when things really began to take shape for Georgia. By the time she reached the age of 16 or 17, Georgia's luck had completely turned around, and not only was she now considered to be one of the popular girls, but she was eventually elected head girl of her class. Now, for anyone who may not be familiar with this term, myself included, that's basically the British equivalent of being class president, a single student who the others have elected to be the lead voice of the entire student body. Needless to say, Georgia had a pretty prosperous time in high school, and when her schooling finally began to wind down when she turned 17, she revealed that she planned on continuing her education so that she could become an Air Force paramedic, an incredibly noble position to aim for. In order to make these dreams a reality, though, she needed to fund her future education, and to do this, she opted to get a job at a local gas station. After beginning work at the gas station, Georgia made friends incredibly quickly. It didn't take long before she was on good terms with every member of staff, but there was one guy in particular who Georgia took an interest in. She noted that he was incredibly shy and didn't really hang out with the rest of the team, but she wanted to change that. Knowing all too well how it felt to be an outcast in her younger years, Georgia made sure to take time with this guy to make sure he felt welcomed and accepted. This man would be Jamie Reynolds, who was about 22 years old at the time. Georgia went out of her way to make sure Jamie was invited to all of the coworkers' get-togethers and gatherings. While he wasn't the type of person to really be seen in a social or a public setting, well, things quickly changed. As soon as he began hanging out with Georgia, it was like his entire personality changed. While he'd previously been reserved, awkward, and shy, his confidence had finally come to the surface. It was clear that there was a deep bond developing between the two, but it seems like they weren't really on the same page. As you probably have come to expect, before long, Jamie had fallen head over heels for Georgia. But there was one problem. She didn't really feel the same way about it. Jamie ended up asking Georgia out on a couple of dates, but she turned him down and explained that she wasn't really looking for a boyfriend at the moment. She was more focused on making her career dreams a reality, and she explained to him in the gentlest way that she could that she just wanted to be friends. Jamie was understandably upset about this, but he made it clear that he completely understood why Georgia had turned him down. He took the letdown in stride and basically just let it go. Or so it seemed. As anyone who's been rejected knows, being turned down isn't always easy. Now, it's simple enough to let the situation pass and move on with your life. But just because it's simple doesn't mean it's easy. Jamie understood this all too well, because this was one of the hardest things he'd ever done. It would seem that Georgia was one of the only people who was ever really willing to give Jamie the time of day, and he was terrified of letting her slip away. So he concocted a plan to make sure that would never happen. By the time Jamie turned 23, he and Georgia had been friends for the better part of a year. Feeling like he could confide in her, he'd spoken with Georgia multiple times about how unsatisfied he was with his life. He couldn't fathom the thought that the best life would ever be for him was working a job at a gas station. He wanted more, and who could blame him? Georgia spoke with him about what his dreams were, what his hobbies may have been, and what he wanted to do with his life. Jamie explained that one of the biggest passions of his was photography, and that's when Georgia suggested that he try taking up a job as a photographer. Find some people to shoot photos for, maybe do weddings, things of that nature. Jamie loved this idea, so much so that he asked Georgia to help him establish a professional portfolio to show off his work. Not only this, but he asked Georgia to be his first model, and she jumped at the opportunity to help out her friend. The plan was for Georgia and a few others to head over to Jamie's house on May 26, 2013. They'd planned a huge photo shoot for that day so that Jamie would be able to get heaps of photos of various people to ensure his portfolio was as diverse as possible. The only problem was, Georgia would soon learn that her family had planned a big barbecue party that same day, and her grandparents would be coming to town for a short visit as well. Georgia did not want to miss this barbecue, but she also didn't want to let Jamie down. She knew that the two only lived about 4 or 5 minutes apart, so she decided to get dressed up and go do the photo shoot, then hurry home afterwards so that she could spend time with her grandparents. She did her hair, put on jeans and a leather jacket, and then took off. It would be around 7:30 that evening when Georgia headed off towards Jamie's house. Her family expected her to be back within a fairly short amount of time, maybe 30 minutes to an hour or so, but when 3 full hours had passed by, they started to get a bit concerned. They weren't worried or anything, but they couldn't understand what had been taking so long. Her mother ended up texting her to make sure everything was going okay, and Georgia explained that they'd finished the photo shoot quite a while ago and that she'd been hanging out with friends there and she simply lost track of time. Georgia explained that she would probably not be home until fairly late that night, letting them know not to wait up for her. With that, her parents turned in for the night, but they had no idea that the person they'd been texting, it wasn't Georgia. By the following morning at 6:30 a.m., Georgia's mother quickly realized that Georgia still hadn't returned home. This is when things really began to become bizarre, because her mother knew that Georgia had a music festival scheduled later that day, and she wouldn't miss it for the world. She'd been planning on attending for weeks. Her parents assumed that she'd probably just be heading off to the festival from her friend's house, so again, they didn't put too much thought into it. After all, Georgia had never been the type of person to get into trouble, so they assumed she had it all figured out, as she always did. By later that evening, though, they started to get suspicious. See, Georgia didn't have her driver's license just yet, and she was taking driving classes before actually taking her test to ensure that she knew the ins and outs of everything. Her classes were scheduled to take place early the next day, so her parents expected her to return home later that evening, but she never did. They waited up late that night, expecting her to come home at any moment, but they never heard a word from her. She also stopped responding to texts and calls. By late that evening, her parents had taken to calling friends, family, anyone who may have seen Georgia, but no one had. When Georgia still hadn't returned home the next morning and eventually missed her driving lesson, that's when her parents called the police to file a missing person report. When police showed up at the Williams home later that day to take their statements, they asked all the usual questions, including when they'd last seen their daughter and where she was supposed to have been. Her parents explained that the last they knew, she'd headed off to a photo shoot at her friend Jamie's house. Admittedly, this wasn't much information to work with, but the obvious first step was to look into Jamie and see what he may know about her disappearance. But as officers began to look up information in their database about Jamie, they were shocked, to say the least. As they brought up Jamie's profile in their system, they quickly learned that Jamie was caught by officers back in 2008 for attempting to claim the life of a teenage girl. The crazy thing is, the police didn't actually arrest him, nor was he charged with a single crime. Now, I'm sure there's more to the story than what's been reported, but this definitely seems bizarre to me. In the end, Jamie was just given a warning and was allowed to walk away without any repercussions, while this innocent girl was left with lifelong trauma. This seems utterly nuts to me, but again, I feel like there has to be more to the story than this. Surely the police weren't this negligent. But the truth is, maybe they were. Thankfully, investigators weren't willing to take Georgia's case so lightly. They knew now that Jamie had a history of violence, so they began the hunt for Georgia, firing on all cylinders. They showed up at Jamie's door and knocked, but received no response. Desperate for answers, they didn't waste any time. They kicked down his door and forced their way inside. They searched every inch of the home, but didn't find any signs of Jamie. They immediately sent out calls for help, and Jamie was now considered to be a wanted man. Detectives first went to the gas station where Jamie and Georgia worked, but none of their coworkers had seen them in days, and both of them had missed their shifts. This was not good news. They tracked down details of Jamie's van and sent out information to all available officers to be on the lookout for the vehicle. After searching the ends of the earth for any sign of him, officers eventually tracked him down more than 200 miles away in Scotland, of all places. This man hadn't just skipped town, he fled the country entirely. This was all the info police needed to know that Jamie was up to something. But what was it? When police questioned him about Georgia, he quickly pulled the "I don't know" card and left it at that, insisting he had no knowledge of where Georgia went after the photo shoot that day. Investigators weren't having any of it. They detained him and transported him all the way back to Shropshire for a proper interrogation. But the news that he would reveal, well, it wasn't anything that Georgia's family wanted to hear. Police were now highly suspicious of Jamie. In fact, the text messages that Georgia's family had received on the night that she went missing, now these were getting called into question as well, as Jamie may have been the one to send them. Considering he had a history of assault and was found while fleeing the country, police now had enough evidence to search his home for clues about Georgia. They didn't know how he was involved in her disappearance, but they felt highly confident, at the very least, that he knew more than he was letting on about Georgia. As they searched his home, they managed to track down the camera that he'd been using on the day of the photo shoot. Lucky for them, the SD card was still inside the camera too. The only problem was the card had been completely wiped. Not a single photo remained. But investigators weren't going to let this stop them. Detectives brought the SD card to their digital forensics team, and without much issue, the team was able to recover all of the deleted photos. See, when you delete a photo off of something like an SD card or a hard drive, those photos aren't actually deleted. To put it in super simple terms, they basically just be moved to a hidden folder where they'll just sit there and wait until that space is needed for other files. Then they'll be gradually deleted one by one. You could think of it as throwing something in the trash, but not taking the trash out. Yes, the trash is out of your way, but until it gets taken to the dump, it's easy enough to just take things back out of the bin. That's basically how these photos were recovered. When forensic specialists managed to recover the photos, nothing could prepare them for what they had found. Turns out, Jamie did have a photo shoot that day, but he and Georgia were the only ones in attendance. Unbeknownst to Georgia, no one else had ever even been invited. The photo shoot began like any regular photo shoot. There were various photos of Georgia looking happy, smiling, and posing. But all of a sudden, the tone of the images shifted. Soon, Georgia's clothes were missing. Things only got worse from here, as the next few photos showed Georgia with a rope hanging loosely around her neck with a very concerned, terrified expression on her face. The next few photos, well, they were worse. It was incredibly clear that Georgia was being held against her will. What was even more clear is that between two of the photos, things took a tragic turn, and Georgia had now lost her life. Immediately after Georgia's life had been taken, Jamie continued to take hundreds of other photos, literally hundreds, of her in various poses at different angles, so on and so forth. I truly can't get into all of the details of what these photos showed, but it was unlike anything you could ever imagine. This was horrendous, and that's putting it so lightly. Police continued to search Jamie's home, and that's when they found, in addition to the photos of Georgia, a minimum of 16,800 photos that showed incredibly violent acts being carried out on various people. Detectives don't believe Jamie took all of these photos himself, if he took any of them at all, but simply possessing them was a crime. There were also 72 graphic videos that were found as well, and again, each was more and more violent than the one before it. Considering Jamie was still living with his parents when all of this came to light, His parents were asked to speak with officers to give their side of the story, hoping they could shed some light on the situation and explain how all of this had taken place, and how Jamie managed to get a hold of these photos and videos. What his parents told the police was downright shocking, because what police had found in Jamie's room, it was nothing new. In fact, his parents had known about it for the better part of a decade. When all of this was taking place, the photo shoot, the crime, and everything in between, Jamie's parents had been out of town on vacation. But as soon as they got the call from investigators about Jamie's arrest, they rushed back home as quickly as they could. When police confronted the couple about what they'd found in Jamie's room, their jaws hit the floor. See, they knew about Jamie's, fantasies, to put it lightly. They knew that he'd been watching violent sexual videos for quite some time. When the police pressed them about this issue, Jamie's parents admitted they'd first caught Jamie watching videos like this when he was just 14 years old. After this discovery, his parents reached out to their internet provider and had them block access to these websites. But that's pretty much all that was ever said about the situation. To make matters worse, I feel the need to clarify that this is simply when his parents caught him watching these videos. That doesn't mean it was the first time he'd ever done it. Truth be told, he could have been watching stuff like this since he was in middle school. We just don't know. But here's where things get crazy. When Jamie found out that his parents had blocked access to these websites, he actually called the internet provider himself and paid for his own private internet connection. His parents were none the wiser. Each month, he would pay the bill with his own money, and his parents never had a clue. When his parents did eventually find out about his private internet access, they decided to call the police as well as Child Protective Services. From what I've gathered, neither of these parties did anything to actually fix the situation. I found one report that claimed that possessing these videos isn't even illegal in England, but I personally find that hard to believe. If these videos were as violent as some sources suggest they are, then they may have been documenting actual crimes, which in fact is a crime in and of itself, at least here in the States. I feel it's safe to assume that this would be a crime in England as well, but I may be wrong. But regardless, no one did anything about it. Jamie wasn't willing to obey his parents, and despite their constant complaining, he made it very clear that he was going to do what he wanted to do, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Jamie continued to grow up surrounded by this incredibly damaging content, and needless to say, it had a profound effect on him in his later years, as is evidenced by this very case. When police continued searching Jamie's home after his arrest, they managed to track down at least 40 separate notepads on which Jamie had written stories and fantasies about what he wanted to do to Georgia, as well as various other women. Now, these weren't your typical fan fiction type stuff that you'd find on the internet. No, these were highly detailed, incredibly graphic stories about what he planned to do to a woman if he was ever given the opportunity. Each of these stories ended the same way, with the females losing their lives. As police combed through each and every one of these stories, they found one that caught their eye. It was titled Georgia Williams in Surprise. The story documented in explicit detail exactly what happened to Georgia that day. It was like a play-by-play of the crime. According to one article, police say that he began writing the story in January and finished writing it just a few weeks before the crime actually unfolded. When police confronted Jamie about this story, he didn't budge. He continued to claim that he was innocent and was 100% uncooperative with the investigation. This meant police had to resort to good old-fashioned detective work to figure out what exactly had happened to Georgia and where she was now. Their investigation first began at a gas station nearby. It's unclear if this is the same station where the two had worked or if this was a different station entirely. Jamie was caught on CCTV here, filling up his van with gas. It's believed that at this very moment, Georgia had already been stowed away in the back of the vehicle. Immediately after getting gas, he drove to a nearby movie theater and watched a movie, all while Georgia was still in the back of the van, just leaving her there for hours while he laughed it up inside the theater. Police weren't sure where he went after this, but a few witnesses later reached out and explained that they'd seen that exact van driving through a mountain road in North Wales. As it would turn out, while driving through the area, Jamie's van got stuck in the mud, and a few people actually helped him get his van unstuck and back onto the road. All the while, Georgia was likely still in the back. This is what led police to head to the woods where the van was stuck and check out the surrounding area. Sure enough, in the thick brush of the woods, they found George's body, tossed amongst the trees like some animal. It should go without saying that at his trial a short while later, Jamie was found guilty. Interestingly, he'd been proclaiming his innocence all the way up until the very day of the trial. Then, as he stood before the court, he finally changed his tone and pleaded guilty. He was the youngest person in English history to be given a life sentence with no possibility of parole. In the wake of the trial, it came to light not only did the police fail the public back in 2008 when Jamie tried to take the life of that teenage girl, but various other institutions also failed to properly get this man off the streets. A mental health nurse made a public statement in which she said that she knew about Jamie's violent behavior years before the trial. She recalled a series of photos that Jamie had drawn, presumably when he was a child, each of which depicted a woman with a rope hanging around her neck. According to this nurse, nothing was done about this and the situation just faded away. Now, she didn't say this part outright, but her verbiage led me to believe that she may have attempted to speak with investigators about this, but it didn't really go anywhere if so. By this point, Jamie's parents were also well aware of his violent tendencies, having caught him watching the aforementioned videos on multiple occasions. His parents did everything they knew how to do, but outside of kicking Jamie outside of their house, what can you do if your child just outright refuses to cooperate? Now, I suppose he could have been involuntarily admitted somewhere, and surely if his parents knew just how bad this behavior was, they would have explored that. But the truth is, this case can't just be blamed on one person. Jamie isn't the only one responsible. If he'd gotten the help he needed when he was younger, it's likely that none of this would have ever happened. And I'm not blaming his parents for this by any means. From the reports I've read, they legitimately did their best. The mental health nurse that he saw also seems to have done her best to bring awareness to this situation, and the poor teenager who he attacked also seems to have done her part. But the investigative teams at each of these institutions just failed. There's no other way to explain it. Let this be a lesson to parents everywhere. Take note of what your children are doing on the internet, what content they watch, what games they play, who they're speaking to. Cases like this don't have to happen. Stories like this don't have to be told. If something seems a bit weird, chances are it's because it's weird. If your kid is watching something you don't understand, take the time to understand it and make an educated judgment call. If you catch your child repeatedly watching content like this, it's your job to go as far as you need to keep them safe. Cancel your internet entirely if you have to. Take their phone, their computer, tablet, whatever it is, and throw that junk in the trash if that's what it takes. I don't care what it costs. We're all responsible for the children in our lives, even if they're not our own. It's our job to keep these children safe and keep tabs on them until they're old enough to make good decisions on their own. If something strange is going on with your kid, it is never too early to reach out to a professional for help. There's no shame in it either. It doesn't make you a failed parent or a guardian if you learn that your kid needs more help than you can provide. What makes you a failed parent or guardian is if you're unwilling to reach out and admit when both you and your kid need help. Ultimately, in Jamie's situation, his parents didn't know just how disturbed he really was, and his parents reached out to the police and mental health experts, but sadly that still wasn't enough because their cries fell on deaf ears. I don't know who to think is responsible for this, but I do feel with every ounce of my being that this could have been avoided. It didn't have to end this way. Capital punishment is a touchy subject for a lot of people. Some believe we have an obligation to punish criminals who commit unspeakable crimes, while others feel that no one has the right to take a life, no matter the circumstances. In the true crime story of Michaela Shunick, capital punishment was a certain possibility for her attacker, as he'd been released from prison 4 years earlier, but clearly hadn't changed his ways. It was only during an interrogation with investigators that it would come to light that Mickey, well, she wasn't his only victim. In May of 2012, 21-year-old Michaela Shunick, better known as Mickey, was a student at the University of Louisiana, where she was studying anthropology and living with her family in Lafayette, Louisiana. Now, for those of you who may not be too familiar with Louisiana, you should know that Lafayette, well, it's not a great place to live. According to Neighborhood Scout and crime data, Lafayette has a crime rate that's higher than 90% of other cities in the United States, meaning it's in the top 10% of the most dangerous places to live in the entire country. For Mickey, she didn't let this statistic get in her way of living a normal life. She was a popular college student and had countless friends that she could depend on. She was described by her family as a social person, an animal lover, very likable, and good at keeping commitments. In essence, she was someone you could depend on no matter what. Mickey could often be found riding her bike around town, as she was in the habit of using it as her main mode of transportation. But no one could have guessed that this very same bike would become a major piece of evidence in her case, when Mickey suddenly disappeared. On Friday, the 18th of May in 2012, Mickey and a few of her friends attended a live music venue called Atmosphere, with Mickey having plans to attend her brother's graduation the following day. Since her family knew her to be diligent about keeping her commitments, they found it strange when they woke up on Saturday morning to find that she wasn't home, as they were supposed to ride to the ceremony together. Her family assumed that she must have slept over at a friend's house and that she would catch up with them later in the day, but she didn't. Her parents knew that she'd been with her friends all night long, and so they were sure that she was just running late. But when the time came for the ceremony to start, she still hadn't arrived, and they started to become concerned, though they were still certain that they would see her later in the day, and that she most likely would have a good explanation for missing the event. When the ceremony was over, her family traveled back home, hoping that Mickey would be there to greet them. But instead, they found the house empty, with no sign that she had been there while they were out. This is when their concern started to grow to fear, but all they could do was try to make contact with her. They called her cell phone time and time again, but got no answer. By now, they were incredibly worried. Mickey had never done anything like this before, so where was she, and what could have happened? Mickey would have been mortified at missing such an important event in her brother's life, and would certainly have let her family know if she was running late. But they received no word from her or from any of her friends. Her family then contacted several of her friends who confirmed that she had been at the Atmosphere venue on Friday night, along with several of her friends. Her friends say that she left the venue with a guy named Brettley Wilson to get something to eat after leaving that night. When her family reached out to Brettley, they learned that she had indeed left the club in his company, and that she'd gone back to his house with him, which was located about 4 miles from her own home. Brettley added that they hung out until about 1:45 a.m. on Saturday, at which point Mickey decided that she needed to head home. She left on her bicycle, and that was the last time that he saw her. Mickey's family felt that this story made about as much sense as any, but the fact that Mickey never made it home, well, this set off alarms in their minds, especially considering Mickey had been riding around in such a dangerous town at such a concerning time of day. This was the moment when Mickey's family decided she needed to be reported missing. Mickey's family relayed all this information they had to investigators, and detectives immediately contacted Brettley, since at this point, he was the last person to have seen her before she vanished. During the interrogation, he went into more detail, telling the police that he and Mickey had arrived at the club at about 10:45 p.m. to have a few drinks while listening to the live bands that were playing that night. When they decided to leave, they cycled back to his house to pick up his car, and then they drove to a nearby Taco Bell to have dinner. They picked up their order and went back to his house, where they ate their meal. They then got a call or text from some of their other friends who were also in the midst of ordering food, but Mickey said that she didn't feel like meeting up with them since she was already tired, so she decided to head home on her bike instead. With all of this information in mind, the next step in the investigation was to create a timeline of Mickey's movements. And to do so, CCTV cameras from the area around the club were checked to see if there was any footage to confirm Brettley's version of events. Investigators quickly found footage of Mickey and Brettley inside the club, and they confirmed that they were there for about 2.5 hours. They added that the pair seemed to be enjoying themselves, and that there'd been no sign of trouble or anything untoward going on. They also noticed when they left the venue, neither Mickey nor Brettley seemed to be intoxicated. Surveillance footage from the Taco Bell showed the two friends buying food just as Brettley stated, and it was all now but certain that he was being truthful about the night's timeline. With all of this information confirmed, they checked CCTV cameras along the route that Mickey would have taken home. And again, they were able to follow her movements pretty easily, as she appeared on several cameras along the way. But when she made it to St. Landry Street, the trail suddenly stopped. Detectives now knew that something must have happened to her at that exact spot, since she would have still had a short distance to travel to get home, a distance of about 4 miles or so. But police soon discovered a major cause for concern. In some of the surveillance footage, a white Chevrolet pickup truck could be seen driving behind Mickey, and since she wasn't cycling at any notable speed, they found it suspicious that the driver of the truck seemed to be driving so slowly, as if they were following her. If you consider that the average bicycle rider travels at a speed of about 10 to 12 miles per hour, it would be borderline difficult for a truck like this to trail behind someone on a bike without making a bit of a scene. The first theory as to what happened to Mickey was that she'd been involved in a hit-and-run accident and that she may have been injured. Fearing that she may still be in need of help, a search of the St. Landry Street area was carried out, but rescue workers were unable to find any clues. Not a single piece of evidence was found. The search was eventually called off. For many families, this is the point in the investigation when things begin to get really difficult. It's bad enough when you realize that a loved one has gone missing, but it's even worse when you have to admit that something awful may have happened to them. To top this off is the fact that no evidence has been found to give any clues as to where they may have gone. So wild theories start to emerge, and it often leads to unspeakable amounts of anxiety for the family. In the meantime, Mickey's friends and family had started a search of their own, retracing the path Mickey would have taken to get home that night. By this point, local media outlets had also started reporting on her disappearance, which was certainly a great help. The official search started at Brettley's house, after maps of the area were printed and handed out to searchers. They'd been laminated and color-coded to show the areas that had already been searched, the areas where flyers had been put up, and the areas that still needed to be checked for clues or evidence. A tip line was also set up, and volunteers were manning the phones all hours of the day, just in case a new lead came in. The family had also contacted a private investigator, John Abdella, who started making his own inquiries, with a candlelight vigil being held in Mickey's honor that night. By this point, news of Mickey's disappearance was being reported nationwide, so it's safe to say that everyone had their eyes peeled for any semblance of suspicious activity, as well as for any sign of Mickey. On the 22nd of May, military personnel joined in on the search, alongside a Texas EcuSearch, who had arrived the following day. With all of these additional resources being called in to assist in the investigation, Mickey's family was hopeful that she would be found alive and well. But just a week after the investigation launched, they received some worrying news from investigators who'd finally found the clue. But it wasn't anything anyone would have hoped for. Mickey's bicycle had been found under a bridge in an area called Whiskey Bay. Not only was the bike located more than 25 miles from the last point where Mickey was seen in the surveillance footage, but it had also sustained serious damage to the back end of it, which investigators deemed to be consistent with being hit by a vehicle, her family's worst fear. The bike had been found on the 26th of May by a group of fishermen, but this discovery wasn't made public until the 28th. As worrisome as this clue was, her family was just as concerned about the fact that Mickey wasn't found alongside her bike. And although some progress had obviously been made in the case, it was starting to look as though foul play may have been involved in Mickey's disappearance. Following this discovery, the volunteer team was moved to Blackham Coliseum, where shirts and bracelets were put up for sale, with all the funds that were received helping to pay for the search for Mickey. Investigators now decided to focus on the white pickup truck that was seen in the surveillance footage, and they released images of the vehicle to the public in hopes that someone would recognize it and reveal its owner's identity. Interestingly, investigators then identified 2 more vehicles of interest, but their owners were quickly traced down and cleared of any suspicion. Only the white Chevy was still missing, and at this point, news that Mickey's bike had been found, as well as the damage it had sustained, was released to the public. For the next 4 days, the case seemed to come to a standstill, as searches were temporarily put on hold, though they would be resumed again a few days later. But still, no new information came in regarding Mickey's whereabouts. It should be noted that while Mickey's case was being investigated, a different case was playing out elsewhere in Louisiana, specifically in Jefferson Parish, about 29 miles from New Orleans. A man named Brandon Scott Laverne had contacted the police to report that he'd been attacked by a man that he didn't recognize, and he sustained multiple wounds in the process. Laverne was receiving treatment for his injuries in a New Orleans hospital during his interview with police, but he was unable to provide them with any useful information, as he said he couldn't even remember where the attack took place, likely due to being in shock. In the meantime, a member of the public had contacted the police in Texas to report that they'd found a burned-out white pickup truck, which they thought was suspicious, as the truck almost perfectly matched the description of the one from Mickey's disappearance. The truck's details were checked, and it was soon revealed to belong to Laverne, which was very interesting to say the least. While investigating his case, police looked up Laverne in their database to see if he had any sort of history. Interestingly, they discovered that Laverne had served 8 years of a 10-year sentence, following a conviction for breaking into a woman's house, tying her up and taking advantage of her. He was ordered to register as a sex offender but failed to do so. While Laverne had initially contacted the police claiming to be nothing more than an innocent victim of a violent assault, he was now looking more and more like a hauntingly suspicious criminal. By the 5th of July, Brandon Laverne was stopped by police officers who had a warrant for his arrest, since he failed to register with the state after being released from prison. Just a short while later, detectives were able to place Laverne in the areas where Mickey was last seen riding her bicycle, as well as the area where her bike was eventually discovered. They were now certain that they had found the man responsible for her disappearance, but they still had no idea where Mickey was or what happened to her. Investigators compared the two timelines of the two investigations, and that's when things started to fall into place. First, they found that Laverne had checked himself into a hospital in New Orleans the day after Mickey went missing, and it's now becoming clear why he was unable to provide police with much information on the attack against him, since it likely never happened. All the information that had been gathered suggested that Laverne had kidnapped Mickey, so he was arrested and charged with kidnapping as well as taking her life, since it was unlikely Mickey would be found alive by this point. Bear in mind, she'd been missing for over a month now. When Laverne was pulled over, investigators noted that he was driving a truck almost identical to the one that he had reported stolen, which they found awfully strange, and they would later find that they were justified in being suspicious of him. News of Laverne's arrest broke the following day, and investigators added that he was refusing to cooperate with their investigation into Mickey's case, outright refusing to answer any of their questions honestly. Laverne appeared in court on the 18th of July, where he pleaded not guilty to all charges against him. But by now it was all but certain that he was indeed responsible for her disappearance, or at the very least he knew more than he was letting on. While all of this was transpiring, Texas EcuSearch teams were still searching for Mickey in Lafayette. But frustratingly, they'd made no progress, as they were unable to find any further clues. By the 7th of August, after searching for nearly 3 months, they suspended their operations when investigators had their worst fears confirmed. They'd been contacted by a credible source who told them they had information on where to search for Mickey. They were told to travel to an area near the intersection of Louisiana Highway 10 and Highway 13 in Evangeline, Paris, specifically to a wooded area next to a cemetery, about 45 miles from the area where Mickey was last spotted by surveillance cameras. And when officers arrived, well, as investigators pulled up to the area where the anonymous tip had led them, they made a very unfortunate discovery. Here, they located a set of remains just as the caller had suggested. The investigation team looked for further clues and arranged for the remains to be transported back to Lafayette. It would be an agonizing 2-day wait for Mickey's family, but on the 9th of August, they were informed that the remains were positively identified as belonging to Mickey, and their worst fears became a reality. The Evangeline Sheriff's Office later informed Laverne that prosecutors would be seeking capital punishment if he were found guilty of ending Mickey's life. And this news seemed to have an impact on him, as he suddenly started cooperating, though he only did so under the condition that he would not receive the death penalty. Prosecutors agreed, but stated that Laverne would have to make a full confession and reveal all the details of the crime to investigators, so he jumped at the opportunity. It's kind of funny how these little birds are perfectly willing to claim someone's life, but when their own life is in danger, they suddenly start to sing. Laverne detailed the events of that weekend, starting on the 19th of May. He stated that he'd been driving around Lafayette in his truck early that morning when he spotted Mickey all alone riding her bicycle. His confession matched what was found in the surveillance footage, and he stated that he followed her around for a while before deciding that he was going to hit her with his truck, which he then did. When Mickey fell off her bike, he rushed over, grabbed her, and forced her into the vehicle. He then retrieved her bicycle and put it in the back of the truck, forcing her to stay inside by threatening her with a knife and a firearm. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Mickey was a fighter, and she wasn't going down easily. She wasn't someone who would just give up in a tough situation, so she tried to secretly use her cell phone to call for help. Unfortunately, Laverne noticed this and threatened her with a knife once more. But Mickey pulled out a canister of pepper spray and sprayed him in his face, grabbing his knife as he was screaming. With Laverne now struggling with pepper spray in his eyes, Mickey managed to use the knife and attacked him repeatedly. Laverne knew by this point he was in trouble, and so he grabbed the blade with his bare hands, resulting in serious injuries. But he now gained control of the weapon, which he then turned on Mickey, claiming her life in a matter of seconds. By this point, Laverne was panicking. Things had certainly not gone according to plan, and for the next 40 minutes, he drove around looking for a suitable place to get rid of the evidence as well as Mickey's body. He eventually found a secluded area that he felt would suffice, and he pulled over. But to his surprise, Mickey jumped up and continued the fight. She once again gained control of the knife and got him directly in the chest, ensuring that whatever went down that day, she wasn't giving up without a serious fight. Even with his life-threatening injuries, Laverne managed to grab his firearm and he fired just one round, ending Mickey's life. By this point, he was now in even more trouble, as he was now badly wounded and had life-threatening injuries thanks to Mickey's commendable determination. He had no choice but to abandon his plans for the time being, and he raced back to his house where he took off his clothes and attempted to treat his injuries, but he knew he would eventually have to seek medical assistance. He patched himself up as best he could and then got back into his truck. He then made the long drive to the cemetery where he planned to bury her body, but due to his extensive injuries, he was unable to do so. Instead, he placed her in a tree line and covered her with branches, hoping that she would remain undiscovered until he could return to finish the job. He then drove to Whiskey Bay where he disposed of her bicycle. Since he knew people would be looking for Mickey and her bike, he then traveled to a friend's house in New Orleans, later checking himself into the hospital, where he received treatments for his wounds, claiming that he'd been attacked by an unknown man. When he had sufficiently recovered from the injuries that Mickey had inflicted, he returned to Lafayette and buried her remains in the woods next to the cemetery. It's then that he became aware of the footage showing his truck following Mickey around, and he knew that he had to get rid of it before it was spotted. He then drove to San Jacinto in Texas, where he set the truck on fire before abandoning it and returning home. Once home, he reported the vehicle as stolen and bought an identical truck, which seems pretty pointless if you ask me. Why get rid of the truck just to buy the literal same truck again when you know police are looking for that truck? As we skip forward, we now know that Mickey had been found. The man responsible was behind bars, and it seemed as though Laverne would be locked away for life. But the story had one more twist when Laverne decided to make another shocking confession. Laverne would reveal that he was also the one responsible for taking the life of another woman, Lisa Pate, who had disappeared under suspicious circumstances in June of 1999, the year before he was sent to prison for the first time. He'd met Lisa in Lafayette that same year and had convinced her to accompany him on a trip out of town. She agreed, but for reasons that have not been disclosed, Lisa decided at some point during the trip that she wanted to go back home, but Laverne stopped her from doing so. Investigators believe that he ended Lisa's life by suffocating her with a plastic bag, after which he disposed of her body. She was found in September of that same year in the Church Pont area, where Laverne was living at the time. After this revelation, additional charges were added to his case, and he was eventually found guilty of everything. But why he suddenly confessed, well, that much remains a mystery. Laverne was sentenced to 2 life sentences behind bars, having narrowly escaped capital punishment. He was also ordered to remain in solitary confinement to perform hard labor, and was told that he would never receive parole and that his sentence would not be eligible for suspension at any point. To put it simply, this man was locked up as tight as possible. But he would soon complain that the conditions of his incarceration were cruel and unusual, and that he should have never been convicted of Lisa's crimes, since the district court only had jurisdiction in Lafayette Parish, and the crime had taken place elsewhere. He was also dissatisfied with his defense attorney, since they encouraged him to take the plea deal that was offered, and at no point objected to its conditions. He decided to appeal his sentence, but it was found that he had at no point been denied his constitutional rights, and his application to appeal was rightfully denied. But Laverne, having all the time in the world now, was still far from accepting his fate, since he decided to go on a hunger strike, but found it too difficult and started eating again after just 4 days. Still not content with the nature of his incarceration, on the 15th of October 2018, Laverne seemingly saw a chance to escape, and he attempted to make it out of his prison camp by scaling a fence. But this attempt was quickly thwarted by prison guards after the alarm was sounded. As a result, he was separated from the prison's general population and had most of his privileges revoked, the few privileges that he even had at this point. He would still make several attempts to appeal his conviction, all of which were denied. This man is now locked up as tight as legally possible, and it's very obvious that prosecutors are ensuring he will never step foot out of that prison again. Mickey's case has finally been solved, and her family stated that they can finally start healing from the great loss they suffered, but they also vowed that her legacy would live on through a charity known as Mickey's Legacy. Mickey's Legacy, in conjunction with Spay Nation and the Wildcat Foundation, offers victims of domestic violence who are staying in a safe house the chance to learn about their pets' well-being, and it also provides them with free medical and wellness services for their animals. One of the things you always hear about in domestic violence survivor cases is them finding refuge in safe houses that can be found all across the country. But what you never think about is that these survivors have to leave their entire lives behind. They can bring virtually nothing with them, including their pets in many cases. For victims like this, their pets are often the only thing that keeps them moving forward, the only comfort they can find. To be separated from their animals, it's almost like a form of torture. Mickey's Legacy helps these victims maintain peace and comfort during their time of healing by helping them find a place for their animals to stay and also keep tabs on them while they're away. As an animal lover myself, I can't imagine being separated from our dogs, chickens, ducks, goats, donkey, any of them for any length of time. Mickey's Legacy is doing everything they can to make sure that, whatever the situation, domestic violence survivors never have to lose access to their beloved animals. And what a noble and honorable goal that is.
It doesn't just feel like I lost a piece of myself. It's more like I lost memories I could have had with you.
These are the words spoken by Gwen Gabe, the father of 24-year-old Alexis Gabe, at a memorial in her honor almost a year after she suddenly disappeared in January of 2022. The true crime story of Alexis Gabe is one filled with strange evidence, bizarre twists and turns, and details that her family and investigators are still struggling to come to terms with, and many questions remain unanswered, as the man believed to be responsible for her disappearance refused to divulge any information he had, and ultimately lost his life at the hands of police. Alexis Gabe was taken down by one of the people she trusted most, one of her closest friends. The problem is, no one knows why. Thankfully, this case has finally been solved, but the real search for answers, well, it's only just begun. Alexis's parents, Gwen and Rowena Gabe, met while they were still children growing up in the Philippines. But in 1986, when Gwen was 16 years old, they lost contact when Gwen's family decided to relocate to the US. It would be many years before they saw each other again, but they were able to reconnect when Gwen and his family returned to the Philippines for a vacation. This time, they stayed in touch. In 1994, they decided to get married. They moved to Antioch, California, before ultimately settling in Oakley, where they raised a family of 3 children, Alexis being the middle child and their only daughter. Growing up, Alexis was a happy and creative girl who found joy in fashion, drawing, and photography. Alexis was a girl who wouldn't let anything keep her down. She always tried hard to find the best in a bad situation, and this was a personality trait that would follow her throughout her life. After graduating from Liberty High School in Brentwood, she attended the Contra Costa Medical College in Antioch and graduated as a qualified EKG technician, someone who helps patients who are suffering from severe heart conditions. It doesn't seem like Alexis was ever able to put her degree to work because just after leaving school, she started working at a Rite Aid pharmacy, where, according to some of the customers that she dealt with, she was always ready to greet anyone with a smile and put their needs first. It's clear that even those who only knew Alexis in passing knew that she was an incredibly bright and caring young woman. As time passed by, Alexis met a man named Marshall Jones, and the two started dating. But at some point, their relationship broke down, but the specifics of this are unclear. The two remained friends and would still hang out on occasion. The relationship ended relatively smoothly, and neither of the two had any bad blood with the other. Or so it would seem. See, while Alexis seems as though she was ready and willing to move on from their relationship, Marshall wasn't. It's unclear if Marshall was just deeply in love with Alexis or if he was merely obsessed over her for other reasons. But Marshall made a promise to himself that, one way or the other, he wasn't letting Alexis get away. It was the 26th of January, 2022, when one of Alexis's friends spoke to her through a FaceTime call at around 6 p.m. She would later tell investigators that Alexis seemed to be sitting in her car, presumably in the parking lot at work. About 20 minutes later, she was seen by security cameras at a Chevron gas station on Lone Tree Way in Brentwood. Alexis then left the gas station and traveled to Marshall Jones's house, her now ex-boyfriend, which was located on Bent Tree Way. Now, fair warning, a lot of the street names in this story have to do with trees or ways, so it can be a bit hard to follow at times, but I'll do my best to make sure that everything's as clear as possible. After arriving on Bent Tree Way, Alexis's car's data history suggests that it was turned off at exactly 6:32 p.m. It's believed that this is the time that she arrived at Marshall Jones's house, and her cell phone records show that she remained in that area for quite some time. Alexis's father attempted to contact her at around 7:30 that evening, just about 1 hour after she arrived to meet up with Marshall, but she never picked up the phone. He wasn't too concerned about this at first because Alexis was always in the habit of staying out late. Most of the time, Gwen would wait up for her, but on this particular day, he and his wife had both caught COVID, and so they went to bed earlier than they normally would. Later that night, at 9:23 p.m., Alexis's GPS showed that her car had started up, and both it and her cell phone left Lone Tree Way. The car then traveled to Oakley, which wouldn't be particularly unusual, except for the route that it followed. Alexis had a very specific route that she usually drove from Antioch to Oakley, and this was the first time that the GPS showed her deviating from that route. Finally, the car came to a stop on Trenton Street, where it was turned off at around 9:35 p.m., and it didn't move again after this. The only problem was, her cell phone did. The person driving the car exited the vehicle and was seen by security cameras walking along Oakley Road and Belden Lane with Alexis's cell phone in their possession. The only problem was, the person seen in the footage, it wasn't Alexis. Finding time to unwind at the end of the day can be difficult at times, but finding something to help you unwind can be even worse. I personally try to pass the time by playing retro games or mobile games, but if I'm being honest, most of these games just aren't worth the time of day. But that's where Dice Dreams comes in. Dice Dreams is the perfect way to relax at the end of a long day. The characters are adorable and relatable, and the best part is, you don't need an internet connection to play. And did I mention it's completely free? I love playing Dice Dreams when I've got some free time waiting in line at a store, or just when I'm traveling around or running errands. Dice Dreams lets you roll the dice, attack your friends, steal coins, and build an incredible magical kingdom, and eventually become the Dice King. You can create a team of friends and send them gifts, or even try to steal from them. It's totally up to you. I love building new kingdoms. It's super satisfying and kind of feels like finishing a huge puzzle. Join my Dice Dreams team for free using the link in the description. But there are only 50 spots available on my team, so be sure to join quickly. And that means joining a user base of more than 10 million players worldwide. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen. Thanks to Dice Dreams for sponsoring today's video. Less than 5 minutes later, after this unidentified person of interest was captured on CCTV, Alexis's phone was turned off and the person carrying it walked to Live Oak Road, arriving there at about 10:06 p.m. They would eventually walk under Laurel Pass, make their way to the same Chevron gas station where Alexis was seen earlier that night, and then walk towards Cedar Point Way. Marshall Jones, Alexis's ex-boyfriend, had phone records showing that he messaged Alexis at 11:16 p.m. that night, asking whether she got home safely, and when there was no reply, he called her number about 20 minutes later. But since her phone was turned off by this point, there was no answer. The following morning, her family was surprised to find that Alexis still wasn't home. She'd been given the responsibility to make sure that her 15-year-old brother made it to school on time every day, and she would pick him up at the end of each school day. She'd been doing this for months. So when she suddenly didn't show up to take him to school, well, her parents were naturally worried. When her brother realized that she was late that morning, he sent her a text message asking where she was, but he got no reply. Her father immediately became concerned, since this wasn't something Alexis would normally do, and hence he called Marshall to see if he knew where she was. Marshall stated that Alexis had been at his house the previous evening, but that she left at around 9 p.m. after deciding to go to her best friend's house. The next logical step was to call Alexis's friend. But this is where the case takes a sinister turn. Her friend told Alexis's family that she was in Sacramento and that Alexis knew she was there, so she would never have planned on visiting her at home. Unable to leave the house thanks to battling COVID, her parents asked their oldest son to go to the police station to file a missing person report. In the meantime, they contacted all of their daughter's friends and each of their relatives to see if anyone had seen her, but no one had. Family and friends quickly gathered together to start searching for her by driving around the area to see if they could spot her or her car. And their efforts paid off quickly. Alexis's car was found abandoned where it had been parked the previous night, in an area just 5 minutes from the family's home. Alarmingly, the driver's side door was found to be unlocked, and the keys were still in the ignition, something Alexis would never do. A search of the immediate area was carried out with the help of Alexis's parents. By this point, her parents were so concerned that they decided to ignore the stay-at-home orders during their battle with COVID, and they opted to leave the house anyway in search of their daughter. But unfortunately, despite their best efforts, no sign of Alexis was found. Security footage from the intersection of Trenton Street and Carrington Drive, where her car was found parked, showed a male suspect driving Alexis's car into the area before abandoning it and walking away. Now, keep in mind that whoever left the car there also had Alexis's phone with them, and hence they were likely responsible for her disappearance, since they would have likely come forward if this wasn't the case. Investigators estimated that the man was about 5'11" tall, and revealed that he was wearing an oversized jacket and had a mask over his face, though it failed to hide the fact that he had a beard. What's interesting about this is that these descriptions almost perfectly align with Marshall Jones, Alexis's ex-boyfriend. Detectives didn't have a whole lot to go on at this point, but with this newfound information, they decided it was best to keep their options open while keeping a very close eye on Marshall. And that's exactly what they did. During an interview with investigators, Marshall reiterated the timeline that he'd given to Gwen and Rowena the previous day, stating that Alexis had been at his house the previous evening, but that she left at around 9 p.m. after deciding to go to her best friend's house. He gave investigators permission to search his house with the exception of the bedrooms, which, if you ask me, isn't much of a search. If there's anything in a home worth finding, chances are it's going to be found in one of the bedrooms. The only problem was, at this point, police didn't have enough evidence against Marshall to secure a warrant. So if he said they couldn't go into those rooms, they had no choice but to obey his wishes. Marshall also handed over his phone so that it could be analyzed by a forensic team. And once this was done, he traveled to his mother's house on Bent Tree Way. And this is where things get pretty strange. Once he arrived at his mother's house, he backed his SUV into the driveway and started unloading several large trash bags from the back of it. This was evidenced by a surveillance camera that recorded short clips of his movements. Following this, he went to the Oakley Police Department where he picked up his phone and then went back to his mother's house where he picked up the bags that he'd removed from his car and placed them back inside, all while his mother was hosting a karaoke party inside the house, supposedly blissfully unaware of his suspicious activity. He and his mother then left the house together and went to a Metro PCS cell phone store, where Marshall bought a new phone and even got a new phone number. Keep in mind that while all this was going on, Alexis remained missing, and her friends and family were desperately trying to locate her. But Marshall never made any attempt to look for her. Interestingly, even though Marshall got a new phone number and a new phone, he kept his old phone and his old number active. Marshall visited his sister later that evening and left her house at about 7:11 p.m. He still had both of his phones with him, but one was turned off at 6:40 p.m. and the other was turned off at 7:11 as he left his sister's house. But before 9 o'clock that night, one of the phones was turned back on for a brief period, and phone records showed that it was in the vicinity of Bradshaw and Jackson Roads. Surveillance footage would later be found showing a vehicle similar to Marshall's being driven on Bradshaw Road, then suddenly turning on to Jackson Road, giving police a very accurate play-by-play of Marshall's movements from that evening. It's believed that Marshall made a wrong turn at one point and then turned his phone on to use its GPS function. In fact, investigators would later state that when they drove to Pioneer, they also missed the turnoff just as Marshall had. When his phone was turned back on again the next day at 12:43, it showed that Marshall was about 16 miles from Antioch, and he then drove back to his mother's house, arriving there at about 1 p.m. He only spent a short while there and then traveled back to his sister's house where it's believed he spent the rest of the day. Now, Marshall was supposed to report to work the following day, but he called his boss to say that he was taking a personal day since he, quote, had something to take care of. The next day, for reasons that remain unclear, his sister asked him to leave her house, and he was later seen on surveillance footage carrying around, of all things, an extended firearm magazine, which came completely out of left field. That same day, searchers found a broken screen belonging to an iPhone 11 Pro, the same phone that Alexis owned, but the rest of the phone was nowhere to be found. The screen was collected and sent in for a forensic analysis, and wouldn't you know it, when the results came in, Marshall's DNA was found all over the screen. By now, investigators were certain that Marshall knew way more than he was letting on, and they applied for a search warrant of his mother's house on Benttree. During the search, luminol showed that blood was present inside the lid of a washing machine. This sample was sent to a lab for testing, and it would later reveal that it contained Alexis's DNA. They also noticed that the shower curtains from the bathroom were missing, and when Marshall's car was searched, they found more of Alexis's DNA in the back, though it was never determined whether this stemmed from blood or a different source. The day after the search, Marshall boarded a plane in California and traveled all the way to Washington, where he then stayed with his father for a few days. An awfully convenient time to take a trip to check up on family. On the 3rd of February, just 2 days later, a search was conducted of his mother's house, but it was never revealed whether or not detectives found anything else of interest here. Later on that month, a search warrant was granted for a search of Marshall's sister's house, and here, investigators found a handwritten note containing directions to Pioneer. They believed this handwriting belonged to Marshall, and it seemed as though he'd been documenting a journey he'd taken to Pioneer just a short while ago. But why? The note specified when to turn right or left along the way, as well as the time it would take to drive between each of these points, and this alone was a pretty suspicious thing to note down. When this was discovered, investigators theorized that Marshall must have ended Alexis's life and then drove to this specific area to dispose of her body, but now they needed to prove it. Search parties immediately drove to the area, detailed in the note, to see what they could find. They were accompanied by land, air, and water search teams, as well as canine units, sonar specialists, helicopter, and dive teams. 2 days after the search was started, a search volunteer came across Alexis's cell phone case on Vista Grand Drive and Benttree Way. There's no doubt that it belonged to Alexis, since it was a one-of-a-kind, hand-drawn case. When it was processed, Alexis's DNA was found to be present, further proving that it must have belonged to her. A nearby pond was searched after it was completely drained, since sonar devices returned some strange data. Sniffer dog units were also on standby after the dogs had reacted to something in the water. But after going through all that effort to drain and search the pond, nothing of interest was found, and it's unclear why the dogs had alerted their handlers to this location. While all of this must have been incredibly confusing and frustrating for investigators, we have to remember this must have been a torturous time for Alexis's family, as they were receiving nothing but small pieces of heartbreaking information, and putting them all together, a larger picture started to emerge that pointed to a tragic and bitter ending for Alexis. Alexis's family had now become convinced that Marshall's mother also knew more than she was letting on, and on the 19th of May, Alicia Clark, his mother, was arrested and charged with aiding and abetting. but she was released just a short while later after it was found there wasn't enough evidence to prove that she knew anything about Alexis's disappearance, nor her son's potential involvement in her supposed demise. While all of this was being discovered, the Oakley City Council decided to offer a $10,000 reward to anyone who came forward with information on Alexis's disappearance. An anonymous donor later added an extra $50,000 to that amount, and in May of 2022, the council added a further $40,000 to that amount, bringing the reward to $100,000. It had now become apparent to everyone involved in Alexis's case that Marshall had something to do with her disappearance. And investigators suggested that he ended her life on the night that she visited him, though it isn't clear why he chose to do so. As far as anyone knew, the two had ended their relationship on good terms and remained good friends with one another. So what could have gone so horribly wrong that it would prompt Marshall to take Alexis's life? Police believe that whatever took place, Marshall took Alexis's life and then placed her body in the back of his SUV, then drove to a remote location where he left her remains. But at this point, detectives didn't have any way of knowing where Alexis's remains could be found. And so they decided to apply for a search warrant, which was to be served at Marshall's father's house in Washington. Thankfully, the warrant was granted, and on the 1st of June, the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office and the United States Marshal's Service were tasked with executing the search. The only problem was, the search did not have the expected outcome. Marshall knew that investigators were hot on his trail. While he hadn't admitted anything up to this point, it's pretty clear Marshall knew far more about this case than he was willing to admit. When investigators showed up at his father's home, they did their best to coerce Marshall out of the home, but he wasn't willing to budge. He knew that if he stepped 1 foot out that front door, he would be arrested. And the thing was, he was right. But no one could have expected the tragedy that was about to unfold. Police body cam footage of the incident shows officers trying to convince Marshall to leave the house peacefully, with some carrying shields for their own protection. But Marshall seemingly had no plans of going down peacefully, and he can be seen suddenly emerging from the house with a large kitchen knife in his hand. And it became clear at this point, things were not about to end well. One officer can be heard ordering Marshall to drop the knife, but instead he lunges forward in an attempt to get to the officer, and they unfortunately had no choice but to open fire, ending Marshall's life in the process, as well as any hopes of gathering information about Alexis's disappearance. This must have been incredibly disheartening for Alexis's family, as they still had no idea where Marshall left her body, no idea what even happened to her, and now their main suspect couldn't even be put on trial for what he had allegedly done. Any hopes of getting answers from Marshall had slipped away, and it would be up to investigators alone to bring this case to a close. But that would be much easier said than done. On the 2nd of June, a press conference was held, during which investigators announced that Marshall had lost his life at the hands of police, and a full explanation was given of the events leading up to this unfortunate turn of events. Most of this altercation was captured on police body cams and CCTV, so there's little debate regarding what actually happened to Marshall that day. Alexis's father spoke at this conference and reiterated that he and his family couldn't believe that Marshall was capable of hurting their daughter, since he was her first love and since they'd been together for 3 years up until splitting up. As mentioned before, the two were still very good friends, and no one ever expected that their relationship would take such an unnecessary and tragic turn. Well, no one except for one man, it seems. One of Marshall's friends, whose name has never been revealed to the public, came forward to speak to investigators about a strange conversation he had with Marshall about 2 weeks before Alexis disappeared. In a very surprising turn of events, his friend revealed that Marshall approached him one day and stated that he was thinking of ending Alexis's life, though he didn't say why. He then asked whether his friend knew of any good places where he could hide her body after the deed was done. Marshall was completely upfront about this, totally out in the open, but his friend couldn't figure out why in the world Marshall would want to do something like this. Rather than go to the police, his friend suggested that a septic tank would be a good hiding spot, or that he should think about burying her in a remote forest somewhere. When asked why he decided to remain quiet about this, rather than report what Marshall had told him to the police, he stated that he thought Marshall was kidding around and that he never thought he would actually go through with ending her life. In essence, he thought that Marshall was just upset with her, and this was some sort of dark joke or some way to blow off steam. Obviously, this is not something that any parent ever wants to hear, and to learn that their daughter's passing could have been avoided if this man had just come forward immediately after Marshall approached him, well, it must be a gut-wrenching moment, and I can only imagine what thoughts must have been going through the minds of Alexis's family at this point. This one man could have helped save their daughter's life, but because of either a miscommunication or maybe even fear, he didn't. But as was the case with Marshall's friend, there's no way of telling what's going on in someone's mind, and I'd like to think that if he thought Marshall was serious about ending Alexis's life, he would have come forward. But at this point, it was all too late. All that Gwen and Rowena and the rest of Alexis's family could do now was just keep searching, in hopes that they could somehow find their daughter's remains. But it would ultimately be someone completely unconnected to the case who would contact police when they made a very grim discovery. The resident of Plymouth, California, was using a metal detector in a remote area off of Jackson Road when he stumbled across what he believed to be human remains and immediately contacted the local sheriff's office. When investigators traveled to the site, they realized that this man had in fact stumbled across partial human remains. Police immediately suspected they likely belonged to Alexis, considering the location in which they were found. All they needed to do now was confirm this theory. But this wouldn't take as long as you might have thought, because they soon found more evidence at the same site, including earrings that her family identified as hers. They were even able to provide photos of Alexis wearing these exact earrings. Police also found remnants of the garbage bags that Marshall was seen unloading and loading from his car, along with pieces of duct tape that he must have used to secure the bags while he was transporting them. The rest of the area was thoroughly searched, but nothing further was found. What's particularly shocking here is when investigating the contents of the bags, as well as the remains that were found by the metal detector, well, it painted a very grim picture of Alexis's final moments. That's because Alexis's remains weren't just found in one bag or in one location. There were multiple pieces of this puzzle. Police speculated that the rest of Alexis's remains must have been scattered in different areas, though they were unable to determine whether this was done by Marshall or by wildlife in the area. Though the most probable theory is the former, considering the multiple bags he was seen unloading and loading at his mother's house. Unfortunately, police now had the daunting task of informing Alexis's family that their daughter had finally been found, but certainly not how anyone had hoped. In the wake of this, Alexis's father made a public statement, saying, "Despite all the pain, anger, frustration, and grief, we're somehow relieved that she's been found, and we can finally bring her home." He thanked everyone who helped search for his daughter for the 9 months since she disappeared, but the weight of this revelation, it was clearly not what the family wanted to hear. Thanks to the earrings found in Plymouth, it was all but certain that the remains that were found belonged to Alexis. The only problem was, a coroner couldn't say with any certainty how Alexis had lost her life. The case had finally run its full course, but for Alexis's family, there was no closure. Gwen stated that he and the rest of Alexis's family would continue searching for the rest of her remains. And in January of 2023, a group of more than 700 searchers set out once again in an effort to locate them. This time they were successful, as another set of remains was located, but sadly it's unlikely that any more will ever be found. DNA tests were carried out on the newly discovered remains, and they were confirmed to belong to Alexis, but no one knows how many other locations her remains may still be scattered in. And it's just so devastating for the Gabe family to know that such a terrible, awful end could be forced upon someone who did literally nothing wrong. In March of 2023, Alexis's friends and family gathered on what would have been her 25th birthday to celebrate her life. And while they were saddened that she wasn't there with them, they were able to honor her by dedicating a park bench in her name at the Oakley City Hall. Rowena added that the park was one of Alexis's favorite spots to visit, and she could now visit the park every day since it was just a short walk from the family's home. The case is now closed, but for Alexis's family, there's still many unanswered questions. And there's nothing that can help put their minds at ease after something like this. There's just nothing. They're adamant that Marshall didn't act alone in disposing of Alexis's body, and have reiterated on many occasions that they're of the opinion that his mother has failed to disclose certain details that no one else was privy to. But investigators, nor her family, have any way of proving Marshall's mother's involvement. There's just no evidence to link her to the case, at least none that would hold up in court. After all is said and done, one can't help but feel that This was a completely nonsense crime, committed by someone whom Alexis trusted. But that trust was betrayed in the most heinous way imaginable, especially since there doesn't seem to be any specific reason why Marshall would want to end her life. To call this crime senseless, well, that doesn't even begin to describe it. Brooke Wilberger was anything but your average teenager. She was an avid churchgoer, always did right by her family, and put her faith in God above everything else in her life. Unfortunately, the criminals in her area didn't have the same set of values. One fateful day in May of 2004, Brooke had her innocence, her future, and her life taken away from her at the hands of a disgusting criminal in one of the most heartbreaking and grotesque ways possible. It would take investigators the better part of a decade to finally get this case solved, but detectives are still trying to wrap their heads around the motive all these years later. Brooke Wilberger was born on February 20th, 1985, to Greg and Cammie Wilberger, and she grew up in Fresno, California. She had a relatively sheltered childhood, as her family were extremely devout members of the Church of Mormon, more commonly known as the Church of the Latter-day Saints, or LDS for short. Church and their dedication to God was always the primary focus of the Wilberger family, setting their sights on things much higher than the world around us. Brooke went to school in the Fern Ridge School District, eventually graduating from Elmira High School sometime around 2002 or 2003. After leaving high school, Brooke decided to continue her education, but we don't know for sure what her major was. All we know is that she decided to enroll at Brigham Young University in Utah, a Christian school sponsored by the LDS Church. It was around this time that Brooke began to date her longtime boyfriend, Justin Blake. Much like Brooke's family, Justin also had dedicated his life to his church, becoming a Mormon missionary in Venezuela. Brooke and Justin were incredibly close, and it seemed as though their long-distance relationship was working out quite well for the two. When Justin eventually headed off to Venezuela, he left Brooke behind for the summer while she worked for her sister and brother-in-law to make some extra money before her upcoming school year began. This was around May of 2004. Brooke's sister and brother-in-law had been managing an apartment complex in Corvallis, Oregon. They needed help around the apartment during the summer months, so they offered Brooke a job doing various tasks around the property, usually cleaning or restocking supplies, simple things. Brooke was excited about her new job and the freedom that the newfound income would provide for her. But unfortunately, her freedom was about to be taken away in an unexpected and shocking turn of events that would lead to one of Oregon's most publicized missing person cases in the state's history. Corvallis, Oregon isn't a place that you typically associate with a high rate of crime. But while researching this case, I actually found out that crime is actually a pretty big issue in the area. The only exception to this fact is that it's mostly petty theft or other property crimes that run rampant in the area. Violent crime is actually much lower than the national average. With this in mind, it doesn't seem like most people in the area really pay much mind to keeping themselves safe from criminals. Yes, everyone locks their cars and their doors at night, but the area doesn't put its residents in any particular danger, at least not any more so than any other part of the country. Because of this, Brooke and her family never thought much about Brooke's safety when she worked at the aforementioned apartment complex. Brooke would spend a lot of time outside, cleaning buildings, picking up trash, and making sure the place looked the best that it could. This also happened to be what Brooke was doing on the morning of May 25th, 2004. Brooke showed up for work that morning just like it was any other day. She was outside near the parking lot cleaning up some lampposts in the surrounding areas, when, without notice, she went missing. I'm not sure who noticed that she vanished first, but her family would soon discover her sandals had been left behind a lamppost in the parking lot, almost as if she'd walked right out of them. Her sister and brother-in-law searched the whole property, but there was no sign of Brooke. She had vanished into thin air, leaving zero trace behind outside of her shoes. One of the most interesting aspects about her disappearance is that the apartment complex was located on the edge of Oregon State University. So close, in fact, that you should have been able to see the school from the parking lot of the apartments, according to several reports. This area was presumably very well policed, considering there were thousands of college students running around. It was an area where Brooke should have felt the safest, but that safety had quickly been turned on its head when Brooke's family decided that it was time to call in the help of the police. When officers arrived at the scene of the crime, they collected the little bit of evidence that they could and began their investigation immediately. What ended up being fairly unusual in this case was that the police pursued every lead with the utmost urgency. According to Lieutenant Ron Noble, this case was very unusual. In the past, it was the Corvallis Police Department's policy to wait a full 24 hours before pursuing a missing person case. It's their belief that adults are allowed to come and go as they please, and they don't treat any case as suspicious until 24 hours have passed by. But in Brooke's case, they knew something was wrong. After all, a 19-year-old girl isn't typically going to walk out of her sandals in the middle of a parking lot on a hot summer's day and just disappear. This case was bizarre from beginning to end. Police agreed with the family. Brooke didn't appear to be a woman who would disappear on her own. All the evidence alluded to the fact that Brooke was taken, kidnapped. As soon as Brooke's church heard about the crime, they organized a team of volunteers to help search the area in Corvallis. Unfortunately, the search team wasn't able to come up with any leads, nor did they find any evidence to further the case. But it wouldn't be long before police found their first person of interest. A very strange man that police seemed to have had their eye on for quite some time. And you won't believe what they found when they brought him in for questioning. Police had narrowed down their search efforts and had honed in on a man by the name of Sung-Koo Kim. I wasn't able to determine specifically what led police to this man, but as they began investigating him, they uncovered mountains of evidence that proved that this man was, by all means, pretty unusual. By many people's definitions, he was a bit of a creep. Sung-Koo Kim was heavily questioned by police regarding Brooke's disappearance. Kim continually pleaded his innocence, but police weren't letting up. After days of interrogation, police had found that there was far more to Kim than he was letting on. After a few weeks of research and detective work, police connected Kim to dozens of thefts and crimes all across the state of Oregon. Each of these crimes specifically targeted women. For investigators, this was all they needed to know to believe that they had found their man. But there was just one problem. Even though they were able to prove that Kim was a criminal, they still had no evidence that directly linked him to the disappearance of Brooke. But this is when things went from strange to bad to just plain weird. As they dug deeper into every aspect of Kim's life, they learned that he had a collection, so to speak. As it would turn out, the breaking and entering charges that were now being placed against Kim were not the result of him stealing money, electronics, or even cars. Rather, he'd been stealing women's underwear. You're not going to believe this, but the research and detective work uncovered more than 3,400 pairs of women's underwear in the possession of Kim. That's more than your average woman would wear in a decade. Now, I could understand if he had a few pairs in his apartment, maybe even a couple dozen. Not saying that it isn't weird, I'm just saying I could understand how a creep may be able to procure something like this and keep it hidden. There's some pretty strange people out there after all, but 3,400 pairs? I can't wrap my mind around how he could have stolen so many. He would have needed an entire room in his home to dedicate just to this type of collection. It just doesn't make sense, but it's the truth. After all was said and done, Sung-Koo Kim was sent to trial and was convicted for various charges, including the theft of the underwear. He was given an amazing 11 years behind bars, but not before his family filed a lawsuit of their own, claiming that police used excessive force during their interrogation and their arrest of Kim. The Kim family ended up winning this lawsuit, being awarded over $300,000 in compensation. But this is all little more than a side note in the case of Brooke Wilberger. While Kim was certainly a man that police need to keep their eye on, they were forced to exclude him from their investigation after they found no evidence tying him to Brooke's disappearance. With this, police reached a dead end in the investigation, but they weren't willing to give up just yet. By this point, it was November of 2004. Police were left scratching their heads, desperately hoping for a new lead in the disappearance of Brooke Wilberger. It would be November 30th before this lead would finally arrive. and it would be yet another heartbreaking turn that no one could have ever expected. On November 30th, 2004, a foreign exchange student who'd been attending the University of New Mexico, several states away, contacted police after being kidnapped, beaten, and taken advantage of. She was able to survive the ordeal, but naturally, her life would never be the same afterward. Thankfully, it didn't take police long to track down the culprit, a man named Joel Patrick Courtney. Joel was sent through all the typical hoops of the American court system, and it would be nearly 3 years later in 2007 before he was finally sent to prison, being given a sentence of 18 years, then an additional 5 years parole after his release. But it was during this time that Joel was awaiting trial that police in Oregon began to notice a few connections between the foreign exchange student's kidnapping and the disappearance of Brooke Wilberger. In particular, police were interested in the victim's report of being taken away in a green minivan. Investigators would soon reveal that in Brooke's disappearance, witnesses had also reported seeing a green minivan that may have been a bit suspicious. Worse yet, investigators soon learned that Joel was a native to Oregon, making it very likely that he would have been in the area on the day that Brooke vanished. Court documents explain that, in fact, detectives were able to place Joel in Corvallis on the exact date of Brooke's kidnapping, further stating that his van had been witnessed by multiple people, with these witnesses claiming they'd never seen the van before or since the crime. To make matters worse for Joel, an OSU employee identified Joel in a lineup, saying that he witnessed him acting suspiciously on the day that Brooke was taken. Investigators eventually tracked down Joel's green minivan, but not without all the usual hurdles that you would expect during a multi-state investigation. When detectives finally gained possession of his vehicle, they managed to find Brooke's DNA all throughout the van, as well as a strand of her hair. Mind you, all of this unfolded in mid-2005, but investigators weren't able to do much with this information until April of 2008, as they were forced to wait for all the paperwork to be filed and all the usual legal hoopla in order to extradite Joel from New Mexico to Oregon. But all throughout this process, there was a much bigger problem that investigators still had not been able to solve. Where was Brooke? Her body had never been located, and Joel certainly wasn't going to admit to anything. But that's when everything changed for Joel, and he had a sudden change of heart. Prosecutors were interviewing Joel in the case when they revealed something to him that shook his world to its core. They explained that they weren't just looking to get Joel sent to prison. They were pursuing capital punishment, and it certainly seemed as though they had enough evidence to secure this type of conviction. Joel, rather obviously, changed his tone after this and began to cooperate with police. Joel was finally willing to talk about Brooke's disappearance. After an intensive interrogation, Joel admitted to kidnapping Brooke on May 24th. He said that he had noticed her in the parking lot of the apartment complex, and when no one was around, he jumped out of his car, overpowered her, then restrained her in the back of his van. He then drove her out to the woods just outside of town, but after a short while, he returned to town to grab some food. All the while, Brooke was bound in the back of his van, unable to escape or even call for help. This twisted man literally drove all over town with the victim in the back of his van, playing it off as if nothing was unusual, and the people that he encountered along this journey never thought anything about it. Joel says that he hadn't done anything to Brooke at this point. He kept her alive throughout the remainder of the night, seemingly unsure of what he planned on doing. But the following morning, he had made his decision. Joel says that his intentions were simply to take advantage of Brooke, then let her go. But Brooke wasn't going to make things easy for him, and she fought him every step of the way. In the end, he grew so angry with her resistance that he claimed her life, did the deed that he'd been waiting for, then buried her on a logging road where she presumably would never be found. After Joel learned that police had been seeking capital punishment, he cut a deal with investigators. In exchange for taking capital punishment off the table, he would reveal where he had buried Brooke's remains. Both parties accepted this deal, and Brooke's location was determined in late 2009. The trial had been set for February of 2010, with Joel pleading guilty to all charges and being given life in prison with no possibility of parole. After 5 long years, the case was finally closed. Brooke's family were finally able to begin seeking the closure that they so desperately wanted, knowing that this monster would be locked behind bars for the rest of his life. The only mercy in this case is that Brooke's suffering appears to have been over relatively quickly, but the pain and agony that her family are left with is something that they'll likely never recover from. But we also need to keep in mind the innocent foreign exchange student who had all hopes of a normal future stolen from her on that chilly November day. All she wanted to do was come to America in the hopes of getting a better education, but instead, her dreams were crushed and her future forever changed course. I'm sure Joel's arrest makes little difference to this young woman at this point. What's done is done, but maybe, at the very least, she can rest a little bit easier at night, knowing that the man who stole so much from her will never be able to lay a hand on her again. When a child goes missing, a parent's mind naturally begins to prepare itself for the unthinkable while hoping for the best. This was true in the disappearance of Harley Dilly, a 14-year-old boy who went missing near the end of 2019. But his parents would have never imagined that his body would be found much closer to home than anyone could have expected. This is the strange case of the boy in the chimney. Harley Dilly isn't a case that I expected to cover when he first went missing back in 2019. After all, there wasn't anything too terribly unusual about Harley. He was your average teenage boy, and almost everyone expected that he'd be found sooner or later, possibly after running away from home. Unfortunately, that just wasn't the case. Now, you may remember the case of Joshua Maddox that I covered a while back here on True Crime Stories. If you weren't following the channel back then though, I definitely urge you to check out that video. I'll add a card above if you want to check it out, but Joshua's case was shockingly similar to the case of Harley Dilly. In fact, some people think the two cases are virtually identical, and I agree. Joshua Maddox was also found stuck in a chimney not too far from his childhood home. The only difference is that he was stuck there for 7 years. Thankfully, in the case of Harley Dilly, his parents wouldn't be forced to wait such an incredibly long time for closure. Port Clinton, Ohio is a small village that can be found in southwestern Summit County, Ohio. It's a very, very small village with a population of just 2,000 people. A total of around 380 families live here, with the area being fairly average in terms of income and amenities. By all means, it's a quiet little village where nothing unusual really happens. It's the perfect place to settle down and raise a family, as more than 25% of the population is under the age of 18. According to crime grades and area vibes, crime is virtually non-existent in Port Clinton, with violent crime rates being 70% less than the national average. I'll be honest with you, I've never thought about Ohio too much, but while researching this case, I nearly convinced myself to move there. Port Clinton is truly that great of a town. But the town isn't without its faults. In fact, many people claim that the police department in Port Clinton is so poorly equipped to handle tragedy and crime that they may have single-handedly led to the death of Harley Dilly. To be fair, it doesn't seem like the police department really disagrees with these claims, with the chief of police, Robert Hickman, recalling Harley's case thinking, quote, "Did we mess up or did we not? I don't know. I can't give you that answer. My biggest recommendation for any police department that experiences a case like this is don't be afraid to ask for help." Harley Dilly was your average teenage boy, at least by most people's standards. His mother said that he was a great kid and doesn't seem like he ever got into much trouble. He's been described as a mama's boy through and through, and that certainly seems to be accurate. Whatever his mother asked him to do, he usually did it, even if he had his own way of doing it and he did it at his own pace. But all in all, he was a great kid. His father didn't have anything negative to say about him either, recalling him very fondly. Harley loved playing basketball, and it seems like he took the sport fairly seriously. But he was also an avid gamer, having accounts on Discord and Twitch where he would often share Madden gameplay with his friends, even managing to bring in over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, I did a bit of digging after hearing about this report, and I found a Web Sleuths forum that has information about Harley's case, but it's also a hotspot for rumors and speculation. Many of the users were quick to jump on Harley's case when it had just begun to unfold. Now, I haven't been able to verify any of these claims because the posts that these people are referring to have since been removed, but several of the users mentioned that Harley used to post to YouTube quite frequently in 2018 and 2019. These videos have led to a lot of speculation regarding Harley's disappearance, and they paint his parents in a much different light than how they may have otherwise been perceived online and in television interviews. Now, let me reiterate, I cannot confirm these reports, so they should be taken as rumors and nothing more, but according to multiple members of the web sleuths community, Harley may have had a fairly troublesome home life. It's been reported that he posted several videos to YouTube that documented various types of abuse that were taking place in his home. One particularly concerning video was titled "I'm Scared," and it's a video that was deleted within days of Harley's disappearance. This video is the only one I was actually able to track down after someone re-uploaded it, and Harley explains that he's having one of the worst days of his life. He mentions how he got into an argument with his mother after school, an argument that supposedly lasted for about 5 minutes. During the argument, Harley's mother threatened to call the police on him, a threat that she'd reportedly followed up on in the past, even though it wasn't a matter that concerned the police in any way, at least not if you ask me. From the information I've collected, these calls were meant for no other reason than to scare Harley into doing what his mother asked. But things began to take a dark turn when Harley continued to explain his mother's punishment. In the video, Harley is in his backyard and reveals that his mother locked him out of the house as punishment. Bear in mind, this video was taken in the middle of winter, and Harley can be seen bundled up in a jacket while waiting outside for his mother to finally let him in. According to a web sleuths user, Harley had revealed in another video that she'd already done this once before when either he or his brother was just 4 years old, locking them out in the cold yet again. Harley continues to explain that he's hungry and needs to get inside to get his schoolwork done, but he can't because he's stuck outside. He ends the video in tears a few moments later. Several armchair detectives on the Web Sleuths forums say that they witnessed a video online that revealed that Harley had been heading out to meet someone on the day that he went missing. Now, based on the sheer number of people who claim to have witnessed this video, I'm gonna step out on a limb and say that this allegation appears to be true. The only problem is that we don't know for sure who Harley was going to meet that day. The forum users say that the video suggested it was someone that he'd been speaking to online, but we don't know if this was one of his friends that he knew personally, or if it was someone he'd never actually met in person before. This report suggests that he left for school on the morning of December 20th, but he never actually made it to school, as none of his friends reported seeing him that day. Considering the area was quite safe, it wasn't uncommon for Harley to roam around and explore the outdoors, which sometimes included an abandoned home that was next door to him. His parents had told him not to go near the home, but it doesn't seem like Harley obeyed them, as we know he'd visited the home several times in the past. The abandoned house was located at 507 Fulton Street, and it was just steps away from where Harley had grown up. The house, while abandoned, was still maintained by the family who owned it, and occasionally used it as a summer home. In 2019, the owner of the home mentioned that it had been sitting vacant for about 10 years, with family only staying in the home for a few weeks at a time throughout this process. The house had been built in the 1850s and was owned by the same family ever since. It had seen many renovations over the years, and from the outside, it looked just as modern as any other house on the block. It was a 2-story home that was kept in reasonable condition, all things considered. However, the home and its lawn had become a popular hangout for local teens based on a few reports I've seen online. As far as we know, no one had ever entered the home since the homeowners abandoned it, as all the doors and windows had been locked the last time that it was used. As soon as Harley's parents reported him missing, the local police began to search the area, hoping that they'd find out that Harley had been hiding out somewhere. Police began their search inside and outside of the Dilly home, searching for any clues or evidence that they could find that may explain where Harley may have gone. By all means, nothing appears to have been out of the ordinary. All of Harley's belongings were accounted for, aside from the things that he took with him on a normal school day. Police also searched the area outside of 507 Fulton Street, but they never found any clues or evidence. The home appeared to have been untouched for quite some time, even though there were a few reports that Harley had been hanging out near the home in the past. But here's where things get pretty interesting, making the case far more complicated. The forum posts continually refer to a person known only by his screen name and nickname of Drip. In fact, Harley mentioned this person in one of his YouTube videos before. Harley was playing Madden Mobile on a live stream while using Discord at the same time, and during a broadcast, he posted about Drip on Discord and said, quote, "Drip is the worst in this community. He came to my house, he stalked me." Things get even more interesting when we find out that on the day that Harley vanished, he'd done his best to beg his parents to let him stay home from school. He wasn't sick or anything, and his parents don't seem to know why he was so adamant about staying home that day. But he played every card that he had, hoping to get out of school. When they refused to let him stay home, he rather strangely seems to have left for school extra early that morning. This is where internet detectives have begun to go wild, claiming that it's possible Harley may have left for school early in order to avoid this elusive individual named Drip. If Drip truly was a stalker, maybe Harley was trying to outpace him and make his way to school early so as to avoid Drip. But I'll be honest, this seems like a bit of a stretch to me, and there's literally no evidence to suggest this. The only slight bit of evidence that we have that suggests that this person named Drip may have been involved is info that's been passed around online, suggesting that Harley's online activity alluded to the idea that Harley may have left home early that day to meet someone. There's one other interesting detail in the case, though, that makes Harley's case all the more interesting, and certainly far more concerning. We know that Harley suffered from either OCD or ASD, but it seems that his family leaned more towards the idea of OCD. Now, as someone who's been diagnosed with OCD, I can tell you without a doubt that Harley's decision to leave home early that day was very unusual. According to his mother, Harley was a creature of extreme habit. In fact, he would bathe several times per day as part of his typical OCD ritual. So leaving for school early just doesn't make any sense here unless there was something seriously wrong or something seriously important. Maybe this rumored meetup. I managed to track down this person named Drip online, and I tied him to a Reddit account that I won't reveal the name to because it appears that Drip may be underage. I don't know this for sure, but just to be safe, it's not something I'm comfortable sharing. It's easy enough to find online though if you're truly interested. So on this Reddit account, I was able to confirm that Drip had indeed been stalking Harley for at least a few weeks. In fact, Harley also had a Reddit account and was part of an online Madden Mobile subreddit. Drip took every opportunity that he had to bully Harley online, and it doesn't seem like Harley had ever met Drip in person, as he alluded to the fact that Drip, at this point, had never been able to track him down in real life. But just over a week after Drip had last bullied Harley, Harley went missing. When Reddit users noticed the connection here, they began to harass Drip about his potential involvement. But this is where things got far worse than I could have ever imagined. When users began to ask Drip about Harley, he repeatedly told them to leave him alone, responding that he had no idea where Harley was. Then came the bombshell. Harley had told a few of his friends online that Drip had shown up outside of his house one day, stalking him. When Drip was confronted about this, he responded, quote, "I don't live near him at all." This was confirmation that Drip did in fact know where Harley lived. Drip's final response to the questions about Harley came merely hours before Harley's body was found. Drip has never posted to Reddit again since 2020. Police were conducting a now routine search for Harley on January 13th of 2020. They once again made their way to the abandoned home next door to Harley's home at 507 Fulton Street. This time, they decided to investigate further, and they entered the home, hoping to find additional clues inside. Unfortunately, they discovered exactly what they had feared. On the second floor of the home, they found Harley's glasses lying on the ground. Nearby, they also found a maroon jacket that belonged to Harley. But what they discovered next would be the most heartbreaking discovery in all of Port Clinton, Ohio's history. As the investigators continued to search the home, they noticed a small hole in the drywall of one of the upstairs bedrooms. When they looked inside the hole, they found that it led to a chimney that was no longer in use. The home had originally been built with a fireplace, but this fireplace and chimney had since been closed up, remaining hidden inside the walls of the home. The homeowner said that the hole in the wall was normally covered with a vent cap, but he couldn't explain why this cap had been removed. As officers looked inside the hole, they discovered the remains of Harley Dilly. A coroner was called to the scene and determined that Harley most likely passed away the same day that he disappeared. Investigators say that due to the weather, he most likely lost his life within hours of getting stuck inside the chimney. But that's the big question here. How did Harley get inside the chimney? Well, even though the chimney had been closed off inside the home, it was still accessible from the roof of the home. The roof of the home was also very easy to access because a large antenna pole was located just outside the back of the home, only about a foot away from the home. It would have been easy enough to climb the pole and get onto the roof of the home, and virtually anyone could have done it. From here, the chimney was very easily accessible. But many people in the web sleuth community don't believe that Harley ended up in the chimney by sheer chance or due to an accident. They believe he was pushed, likely by the mysterious person named Drip. All we know for sure is that after Harley ended up in the chimney, there was no chance of him being able to escape. The chimney was only 9 inches by 13 inches, meaning entering the chimney would have been difficult enough. Getting out would have been darn near impossible. Police theorized that the items of clothing that they found inside the home were likely put there by Harley. While there's no evidence to suggest that Harley ever entered the home, they believe that he likely became lodged in the chimney, then pushed open the vent cap from inside the chimney. He then took off several items of clothing and poked them through the vent cap to try to get more room inside the chimney, then shimmy out and escape. But it simply wasn't possible. But this is nothing more than a theory, and police don't know for certain what actually happened here. The official reason for Harley entering the chimney that day has never been determined. It's entirely possible that he climbed the pole and entered the chimney out of pure curiosity, hoping that the chimney led to a fireplace that would let him inside the home, and this is certainly a plausible assumption. To be perfectly honest, I probably would have come to the same conclusion when I was a teenager, but because the fireplace had been boarded up and walled over, there was no way out. But what about Drip? Well, the mysterious person named Drip has never been identified. Police have officially ruled the case as an accident, and they say that there's no indication of foul play. But we have to remember, early in the investigation, police clearly stated that they had reason to believe that Harley was heading out to meet someone that day, hence why he left for school so early. So whatever came of this, and why did investigators suddenly change their mind about this clue when there's evidence in Harley's online history to suggest that this was, in all reality, a possibility? Unfortunately, we don't know. Since this mysterious Drip person has never been found, it's likely that these questions will remain unanswered. Police have closed the investigation and they aren't taking things any further. Officially, the tragic case of the trapped teen, Harley Dilly, has been solved, but in the minds of many, myself included, the real mystery has only just begun. Skylar Neese was your typical teenage girl from Pennsylvania. She had a couple close friends that she depended on and didn't have any real struggles in her life outside of the typical teenage grievances of relationships and identity. But on June 5th, 2012, Skylar climbed out of her apartment window at midnight to head out on a late-night adventure with 2 of her best friends. This was supposed to be a fun girls' night out, but Skylar would never make it home. Skylar Neese was a young girl who'd never really made any enemies. She was incredibly smart for her age, not just smart, but wise as well. She was an honor student at school, and all of her teachers knew that she had a very bright future ahead of her. She never got into much trouble and certainly never gained any unwanted attention from her peers. She was about as clean-cut and honest as a teenage girl could be. One of Skylar's favorite activities was reading, She could lose herself in a book for hours, only to snap out of it long past her bedtime, not even realizing she'd spent her whole afternoon in a fairy tale. Skylar also had a job at Wendy's that she appears to have loved, as she never missed a day of work, no matter the cost. For a teenager to be so dedicated to a job at a fast food chain, it just further shows you that Skylar was a girl of character. Skylar was incredibly close to her friends Shelia and Rachel. The trio did everything together. It's actually difficult to find individual photos of each of them online because in virtually every photo I can find, the three are together either hugging or posing for the camera. These three were the very definition of inseparable. The three also went to school together, attending University High School in Morgantown, West Virginia. Skylar had reportedly known Sheila since the two were just 8 years old, but Rachel would join the two during freshman year in high school, becoming an irreplaceable member of their friend group. According to Skylar's parents, Skylar wasn't just best friends with the two. In fact, she was more of a mentor than anything else. Unfortunately, both Sheila and Rachel had parents who had recently divorced, leaving both of the kids shaken and honestly probably a bit confused about where to go from here. Skylar was in a much different situation. She was an only child, and her parents were very close with her, making sure she was making the best decisions for herself and passing on the wisdom that they could offer. Skylar, in turn, would pass this wisdom on to her friends. Her mom recalled several occasions where Skylar could be overheard on the phone giving great advice to her friends, scolding them if they did something that she thought was dumb and helping them make good decisions in the wake of their father or mother's absence. Skylar's mother also says that Sheila became so close that she didn't even knock on their door when she came over. She just walked in and was treated like one of their daughters. The only rift in the relationship between Skylar and Sheila was that Sheila didn't come from a particularly religious family. Skylar, on the other hand, came from a Catholic household that was strong in their beliefs. To an extent, Skylar envied Sheila's freedom and ability to do virtually whatever she wanted. But it was this very freedom that would ultimately lead to Skylar's downfall. By May of 2012, cracks had begun to form in the relationship between the three girls. This was proven by a tweet that Skylar posted, passive-aggressively calling someone close to her a rather hurtful name, adding that her friend thought she'd never find out about something, but we don't know for sure what this something was. She followed this tweet up with another one a few days later, saying, "Too bad my friends are having lives without me." It seems pretty clear to assume that Sheila and Rachel may have been getting pretty close with one another behind Skylar's back, and Skylar certainly wasn't happy about this, and she began getting jealous. According to one of Skylar's classmates, Daniel, Skylar and Sheila had begun to fight non-stop over the last few months. He recalled a moment during sophomore year when Rachel was on her phone during class. Rachel leaned over to Daniel and said, "Listen to this." She put the phone against his ear and he could hear Skylar and Sheila arguing with each other. According to Daniel, Sheila knew that the two were about to get into an argument, so she secretly called Rachel so that Rachel could listen as the two went at it. This would be the final argument the girls ever got into. Not because they made up and became friends again, but because of something far worse. On July 6th, everything would change for Skylar's parents when they woke up to find that Skylar had gone missing. When she didn't show up for work later that day, her parents knew something was wrong. Their first thought was that she might have run away, but when they learned that her phone charger, toothbrush, and bathroom supplies were all still in her room, they knew something was wrong and they reported their daughter missing immediately. CCTV footage would soon reveal that Skylar had snuck out of her apartment's bedroom window around midnight on July 5th. She was seen getting into a sedan, but no one knew at the time who was driving the car. This would be the last time that Skylar was seen alive. Skylar's mom was naturally worried sick about her daughter. It seems that Sheila and Rachel caught wind of this, so Sheila called Skylar's mother to tell her the story of the last time that she had seen Skylar. According to Sheila, she'd convinced Skylar to sneak out of the house so that the three could hang out that evening, driving around Star City and generally having a good time. Sheila confessed that the three were under the influence that evening, but explained that the two had dropped Skylar off at the entrance of their street a few hours later because Skylar didn't want the sound of a car engine or headlights to wake up her parents. Sheila claims that she and Rachel picked up Skylar sometime around 11 p.m. that night, assuring Skylar's mom that Skylar was dropped off just before midnight. But the CCTV footage from that evening proves that Skylar left the apartment at exactly 12:35, and she would never return. Shelia would show up to Skylar's home in the following days to help search for Skylar and try to round up any clues or evidence, but there was none to be found. Rachel was absent during this time because she'd been sent off to Catholic camp for the summer. It was around this time that rumors had begun to circulate around the school and local neighborhoods, suggesting that the girls had actually been to a party that night and that Skylar had overdosed. These rumors grew so concerning that the local police were forced to take them seriously, with one supposed witness telling a police officer that Skylar had overdosed and the partygoers had panicked, so they hid her body. The only problem with this story is that one detective had a gut feeling that this was nothing more than a lie. Now, in reality, detectives can't use a gut feeling to pursue leads during an investigation, but this situation was a bit different. The investigator says that when she spoke with Shelia and Rachel about the evening of the supposed party, the two girls shared the exact same story. But not only were the details of the story the same, but their stories matched word for word, almost as if they had rehearsed the whole thing. The investigator says that every alarm in her brain was going off, telling her that these girls were not telling the truth. But without any evidence of foul play, police couldn't do anything other than continue with their investigation. When police began to dig into Skylar's social media history, they quickly uncovered that the afternoon before she vanished, she posted several derogatory marks about Shelia and Rachel. This made it quite clear to police that something was going on between these girls, and it seems incredibly unlikely that they had all happily attended a party together just a few hours later. But this is when one investigator had a great idea that may have just helped to blow the case wide open. Detective Chris Berry had an epiphany. He'd been in the police force for a number of years, and he recalled that many criminals will often brag about their crimes after the fact, hoping for clout or respect from their peers. Even though the police didn't have any hard evidence to prove that Shelia and Rachel were involved in Skylar's disappearance, he came up with a plan to try to lure the girls into confessing. That is, if they were in fact involved. He decided to create a fake online profile, disguising himself as a teenage boy who went to West Virginia University. He befriended both Shelia and Rachel on Facebook and Twitter, allowing investigators to have virtually limitless access to both of the suspects' social media accounts. It was a few weeks after this that detectives noticed a strange post that was made by Shelia. In the tweet, she said, "No one on this earth can handle me and Rachel. If you think you can, you're wrong." While this post wasn't incriminating, it certainly raised a few eyebrows. Around this same time, though, police feared that their cover might soon get blown. There had been rumors circulating on social media claiming that Shelia and Rachel were behind Skylar's disappearance. In some instances, people had directly tweeted at the girls, outright accusing the girls of taking Skylar's life. As days passed by, the two retreated from social media a bit, putting a huge damper on the probe that officers had been performing. But then, they struck gold. As they were searching through Shelia's social media accounts, they noticed a photo that caught them off guard. She had posted an image of her car, and the car bore a striking resemblance to the one that had been picking Skylar up that evening. Now, this may not sound like much of a breakthrough considering that Shelia had already told Skylar's mother that the three had been out partying that night when Skylar vanished. But for investigators, this was now concrete photographic proof that Shelia was the last person to have seen Skylar alive. Police now cross-referenced CCTV footage from all over town, searching for footage of Shelia's car near the locations where she claimed the three had been that evening. Turns out they hadn't visited any of the locations they claimed they had. In fact, Shelia claimed that they'd been hanging out on the eastern side of the city that night, but CCTV footage placed them on the west side of town. While this certainly proved that the girls were lying, it still wasn't enough to lead to any charges being filed. But that's when the unthinkable happened, and one of the suspects opened up about what had really happened that night. On December 28, 2012, a 911 call rang into the local station about a teenage girl who had seemingly lost her mind. The woman on the other end of the phone was explaining to the dispatcher that her daughter had suffered some sort of a breakdown. She explained that she'd become violent, was striking her parents, and running all throughout the neighborhood screaming. This caller was Patricia Shue, Rachel's mother. In the call, Rachel can be heard in the background shouting for her mother to give her the phone, screaming, "This is over," repeatedly. When police arrived, Rachel had enough. She couldn't keep things a secret any longer, and she was ready to talk. She opened up to investigators and confessed that she and Shelia had taken Skylar's life. In a twist, she explained that the two had been plotting the crime for more than a month before going through with it. Rachel explained that they were complaining to one another about Skylar while they were in science class one day. It was then that they proposed the idea of claiming Skylar's life. Rachel agreed to bring a shovel from her dad's house, and Shelia agreed to steal 2 knives from her mother's kitchen. They both also brought along cleaning supplies and a change of clothes. The two then concocted a lie to convince Skylar to come hang out with them that evening, setting aside their differences and offering a truce. Once Skylar was in the car with them, they claimed that they wanted to find a spot out in the woods where they could smoke and hang out, and Skylar was on board with this plan. All 3 headed off into a patch of woods. Skylar was taking the lead, with Rachel and Shelia walking close behind her. Then, without notice, the two pounced and began attacking Skylar. She broke free of the two at one point and tried to run away, but the girls eventually caught up and overpowered her, striking her time and time again. The only thing Skylar was able to ask her attackers before she lost her life was, why? When the 2 girls were taken to trial, they were asked this exact question, why? According to Rachel, their motive was simple. They didn't like her. This was the only excuse she ever gave for their actions. Needless to say, both girls were charged with homicide. In court, Rachel pleaded guilty, hoping to be given a more lenient sentence for her participation in helping officers bring the case to a close. Thankfully, they weren't playing into her games and did their very best to have Rachel locked away for life. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible because Rachel was a minor at the time of the crime. Thankfully, officers won a bid to have her tried as an adult, and she was eventually sentenced to 30 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10 years, meaning she's eligible to apply for parole right now. In fact, on May 9th of 2023, her parole application was denied, meaning she'll be locked away in prison for at least a few more years. This brings us to Shelia, the alleged mastermind behind most of the plan. Shelia never admitted guilt and even entered a not guilty plea at her trial, despite the fact that her best friend had just confessed and implicated her in the crime. In the end, Shelia was tried as an adult as well, but she won't be eligible for parole until sometime around 2028. Both of the girls are now in their 20s and they're being held at the Lakin Correctional Center in Mason County. Skylar's memory will not be soon forgotten, and thankfully, her case led to a major update in the procedure for missing teenagers in West Virginia. Before Skylar's disappearance, it was the state's policy that families needed to wait 48 hours before they could report a teenager missing. But in West Virginia, it's now the law that when a teenager goes missing, an Amber Alert is issued immediately, provided that the child is believed to be in some sort of danger. When this bill was proposed to the West Virginia House of Delegates, the law was approved with a 98-0 vote, making it an unprecedented success. Skylar Neese lost her life for reasons that are almost unbelievable. It doesn't seem real how 2 teenage girls could dislike one of their peers so much that they're willing to take her life. After stories like this, I always try to find a silver lining, but there just isn't one in this scenario. Skylar had the rest of her life taken away from her because 2 selfish teenagers were so hot-headed that they couldn't put some dumb feud behind them. I just hope that in the next life, Skylar was able to find peace. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to another episode of True Crime Stories. If you enjoyed this video, check out this other interesting case I covered, and don't forget to subscribe. It's totally free and keeps you up to date with all of my future videos. You can also click that join button below to help support the channel and see new videos long before everyone else does. But my name is Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next one.